Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And Lance, is everything, does it sound right? Is everything okay?
I don't know. What adventures are we going to have today?
I don't know, but
I'm excited today. Adventures await us. Will we have an echo? Will we have smudged camera? Will we have sound? Can you hear us? Can we hear you? It's kind of like a musical.
What musical is that? Because I'm unaware.
It's called AD's Magical Surprise.
AD fixed this yesterday, though. Give him
I
a
know.
little up. Now,
No, I know.
well, here's why it all happened.
Yesterday we had it was a Lemony Snicket series of unfortunate events.
We moved, so I have a new
we as
Wi-Fi.
in you,
yeah, and a new laptop. So this laptop was not ready for.
Okay.
It was not ready for a new. It worked fine with the old Wi-Fi, but the new Wi-Fi, it just wasn't ready.
You should have brought your new one here. It doesn't have the janky speaker system and left your janky one back in L.A.
Right, but that's an aging veteran. It's an Isaac Paredes. This is a Cam Smith, okay, and that one is just fine.
More consistent.
It's working just fine. It actually does. It has a few flaws, but it's okay. This one has got a lot of potential, but you're going to have some rough spots.
Are you sure yesterday wasn't like Fromber?
Well, no, y'all. See, yesterday's Fromber was like my laptop, if you want to know the truth. But that's just one day. It's not old. Fromber was bad.
He was terrible.
Fromber was bad.
Fromber
His ball was up in the zone.
Yeah, he was just.
What happened to Fromber, the ground ball pitcher?
Well, he didn't show up yesterday.
His starts now, everything is. I mean, guys, the last time he started, Cam Smith had to make a diving play. Second play, Jake is making a diving play. I mean, what the hell is going on with Fromber? Well, I thought we hit the ball into the ground, and that's why we got Altuve in left field.
We usually do, but that's not why we. Well, I don't know why we put him out there.
No, that is why.
Is that just because Fromber throws ground balls?
It's because Fromber is going to, Fromber throws ground balls, so we can put anybody in the outfield. And we do.
About that anymore.
And that's what we do. Is and
his ground ball percentage this year? You're not wrong. His ground ball percentage is the lowest it's been in his entire career.
Yeah,
51.7%. Last year it was at 60%. Year before 54. Year before that 66. Year before that 70, 60, 62, 70. Like this is only the second year it's been under 60%.
What is it? What is the number now?
It's 51.7. The lowest was 54.2 in 2023. Now in that year, Fromber had Fromber had a 3.45, which is fine for most guys, but his expected ERA was the second highest of his career. So, when he's not hitting, look, his success is tied directly to ground ball percentage. That's who he is. That's what he is. And it's really that simple. And yesterday he didn't throw ground balls, and he threw a lot of getting my ass kicked type pitches.
Cartano went from a mansion to a shack. Yeah, pretty much. We're roughing it. We're
shack.
Shack. Yep. Thank you, HCX Rhino.
And you're going to be here when I'm in LA, aren't you?
I'm coming in Friday. I'll be in the studio Friday.
And then you'll be there the whole next week?
For 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah. So I'll be in LA the whole time you're here.
You're there 2 weeks?
Well, no, just that week.
Oh, just that week, yeah.
I come back the next week, and then wife and I take a quick post-draft trip. She'll be in London. I mean, so.
For the draft? Who are we taking from London? What is she? Is she a correspondent?
She's running the London Marathon on her janky knee.
Oh, nice. How's that knee?
She's had some gel shots where she has gel injected into her knee.
Wow.
Yeah, she's wouldn't be me.
Yeah.
I just quit. I just said, well, that was a good run. That was a good run. I think we're over.
Jello shots. I'm doing Jello shots, and I ain't running.
Not Jello shots. Gel. They put some injectable gel in there to.
When I fall down usually when I'm doing Jello shots. I ain't running a marathon.
That's not right.
No, I ain't doing it. Man, I got a good hair.
So we got my son, the kickboxer, a pit bull, staying in my house now. Like, hey, you stay there. Like, okay.
Wait a minute, Drake?
Yeah, because he only he's a firefighter. He has to work like 2 days a week because he's working.
No, so he's
24 on, 24 off. He's just gonna stay.
Oh my God! If any of them get out of line, what
is that?
Karate.
If any of who gets out of line,
You're the young ones.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Well, I mean, he and May. Yeah, it's not always great when he comes over. Because he always does like kicking stuff, and he and Mason, we had to actually break them up because Mason started going a little hard at Drake, and Drake he doesn't really have a regulator. When that happens, he's got the fight or flight, and it's always on fight.
Yeah.
And it's all of a sudden, my wife's like, "Stop it, Drake!" And I'm like, "What the hell's going on? You're a father of two and a firefighter." What? I had to go in there like. And I could just sense it was going. When two people start messing around, and then you can sense as a guy when it's going.
It turns.
Yeah, you can sense as a guy. This is something uniquely that happens with guys where it turns. It gets a little more competitive than anticipated. It is something that we have, as guys, we've seen this, and when it's there's a different energy that is in the room all of a sudden. And I had to, and that energy was, and I'm like, you got a 10-year age advantage on him at about 30 pounds. So.
Yeah, he does. He's got man strength now.
Yeah.
All right. So Astros lose. After Paige Beckers, what did you think about the WNBA draft?
I thought it was pretty good. I thought all of it was good.
What do you think? Everybody did a good job.
Yeah, I think mostly. I thought, Haley Van Lith was interesting. What happened?
Where do you think she went?
First round.
Yeah, but where? Did lower or higher than you thought?
Higher or lower than I thought she would be drafted? Are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, drafted in this year's NBA draft, WNBA draft is what you're saying.
That's right. Where do you think she went?
Well, I think when you think about it, when you go through everything, I thought Chicago Sky was a perfect place for her.
You did? You thought the Sky was perfect for her?
Yeah, her and Angel.
Yeah, I think that
her and Angel.
Yeah,
I had just enough time to Google, and then I thought, if they can only get Fallujah also, then that would have been really perfect.
But they got Slika.
Flage.
Yep.
Fallujah. Isn't that a city in the Middle East?
Yeah.
Or Afghanistan or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was a war zone between LSU moms a year ago where they were fighting on Instagram, but Haley Van Lith. Now I think she had beef with Angel. I think Angel was not happy with her at one point, and then she had to transfer. By the way, Haley Van Lith is the original NIL bouncer. She's been 3 schools in 3 years.
Yeah.
So I mean, she's been a bouncer for a long time.
Well, she went. That's all she does is win.
Yeah. I thought the WNBA was amazing.
What did you think about where Justa Jossite? What did you think of her college career?
Who's that?
Justa Jossite.
I mean, uneventful.
Her college career was?
Yeah. For me, in my estimation.
Yeah, by uneventful, you mean you didn't know it existed?
Yeah, it didn't exist.
Exactly. No one ever talked about her. Is her name Caitlin or Angel?
No.
Is her name Falaju?
She's from Lithuania.
Yeah, no one knew.
Is her name Juju?
Is her name Juju? Is it
or Paige? No.
You got about 6 names, and then we're done.
Cameron.
Yeah.
We shouldn't know Cameron Brink. All she's known for is being tall and skinny.
She was a top 10 pick. She was a lottery pick.
She's on every commercial.
No,
now.
You should know about her.
What? Cameron Brink? Who's the super skinny one?
That's
on all the commercials.
I think that's Cameron Brink you're talking about.
So. John, that's not your style. She is bone thin.
No, yeah, but she dressed and she's tall.
In every commercial, she doesn't shoot a ball. She just passes to somebody. Like, here, quick.
Hurry.
Here, Kawhi, here.
Well, in those commercials, she was recovering from that ACL tear.
I don't want to hear
That's
about
when she was shooting those commercials.
You can shoot with a knee issue.
Says you.
I didn't say you need lift. Just show me a little something.
What?
She's on every
show
commercial.
You a little something.
Well, something at basketball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Clean it up.
Not like him.
Not like him.
No, not like him. Right. Not like him.
Spin around.
You never say nothing. Did Josh Pate say you're the problem? You're the problem.
No, he thought I was a bleep stir. He thought I was stirring it up because I just said I didn't know if there was a. I didn't know if not Jalen Rashada, DJ Lagway had a contract injury. He's like, you're starting stuff up. Little did I know DJ Lagway's agent was listening.
Oh, so you got a little message?
Yeah, he goes, no, he's fine.
So
he said
Josh,
he's fine, as in he'll be
ready.
Legit injury, but he'll be ready to throw.
So
That's the guy who's going to be the first pick, not Arch Manning when they both come out.
Who is?
DJ Lagway from Florida.
Yeah. So Josh made some news yesterday saying Nico and others threatened to opt out of last season's college football playoffs unless they were paid more NIL money. Mm-hmm. I mean, you want to talk about? I mean, why
is this a surprise? Why is it a surprise? I always thought this was going to happen eventually. Not this soon. You're talking about opting out of the playoffs.
What kind of – so if you're going to do that to your college football team, I mean, that is so short-sighted, especially a kid like Nico. I mean, you got a chance to be a pro.
It's just viewed
as what pro team now is going to want this kid?
I don't want leverage. Well, if he can really play, they'll all want him.
If you're threatening to opt out for your playoff game, what are you thinking about when it's time to be at your best?
I mean, it's just like, it's funny. All the athletes, it's funny. The Twitter warriors are all like, yeah, you do you. That's right. They should be able to do this. For years, Nico's been kept down by the system. Like, what? No, he wasn't. What are y'all talking? Nico has nothing to do. None of these players have anything to do with what happened over the last few decades. Nothing over the last couple decades, really, when the money came in. Nothing. Well, he's had nothing to do with it. He's been paid since he was in high school. So it's
Josh. Yeah,
there's a right time and a wrong time. Like Des Bryant went after him. Emmanuel Acho. The pros are going in on these players. They're like, dude, you don't do that at this. But they may not care.
Ahead.
And a lot of them are
on your lawn. Scream on your lawn, old man. No.
First of all, it's agents. Okay, the agents don't get paid unless they get a deal. So the agents have to get a new deal to be able to get paid.
Here's Josh. The explainer was our client is being paid X amount of money to participate in 12 games, maybe a 13th if you make the conference championship game. But you guys made the playoff. He should make more money. That's the kind of thing that's going on behind the scenes.
So
pay me more money or I'm not playing.
So that's where you
playoff game.
No, that's where you do your job as a marketing agent and you get an NIL deal with Johnny's Chicken Fingers or Big Boppo's Fried Rice, or I don't care what little company you have in your college town. John Daspit, we had talked about that with John a couple years ago when I was helping with NIL deal is, do you do a separate deal for the University of Houston basketball team once the Final Four comes around? And so, that's a discussion about whether you do something different. That's where the marketing rep does an actual NIL deal, a name, image, and likeness deal. What they just want is a new paycheck. And I told you that a team I was working with was telling me, and this was 2 years ago, that players were becoming pains in the ass in year one because they have a set amount that they get a check. Like, you'll get $10,000, this position guy was getting $10,000 a month. And then they'll come back in and they I want 12.5. Like, you're not getting 12.5.
No.
Like, that's not, you just want, and then they didn't want to have to do any of the, you get 10,000 a month or whatever it is. And then you're also, you have to show up at this and do this. You have to show up at that and do that. NIL stuff. And they didn't want to have to do that. So,
I don't want to have to show up at stuff.
Exactly.
What do you mean for 12? I'm only getting a couple, 3 million a year.
Why do we think this generation was going to be these hard workers? This NIL, I need to stand on business. Well, standing on business is also standing on
all of these kids went through the pandemic and learned I don't have to do anything and I can get A's.
That's not a bad point, actually.
Yeah. Actually, I don't have to do anything and they get me
pandemic
A's.
Ruined my kids in school. My kids were really good students in the pandemic where they're laying around in pajamas for sure 20. Yeah, like the rest of 20 was a joke. The rest of 2020 kids barely had to do anything because no one knew what to do. And in 21, it was all mostly at home learning also. And their work ethic, it really did some damage. I'm just telling, no, I'm not joking now. My kids they're not as good as students after the pandemic as before. And it's their own work ethic stuff. So what you're saying is maybe not wrong for some of them.
All these kids went through that.
But the reaction, what you're saying, there may be some truth for some of them that they just feel like, you
got it in you if you want to be a pro. I mean, there's a lot of kids that work really, really hard,
right?
Really, really.
It's true. That's why I say not all of
these ones that stand out that are just. It's just incredible. It's incredible to me, especially Nico. The Nico situation. I mean, the dude, he and his father are so short-sighted, so short. Every
Cordell
NFL
Landers.
team.
So I finally found out who the agent is. He's always referred to as the agent. The agent. Man, this is it's just like AAU. Cordell Landers is a guy who is a former whatever in his bio. He's just a dude who, like, he's a hustler. He's just a hustler. He just tries to, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help this kid get to college. I bring your high school kids to me. I'm going to help them get to college for a fee. So he's trying to find a way to make himself his own money. So what you're doing is basically just glomming onto kids. And so, of course he's going to try to push for more money. And the idea is, this quarterback's getting this amount. We'll do that.
Some people didn't Miss Aunt Becky go to prison for that? Okay. Yeah. And now it's, I'll get your kid to college. Just give me money.
He's talking about,
athletic scholarship.
Lori Laughlin is what he's talking about.
Yeah. No. Not. Well, what you're talking about is we're going to get you scholarships and you don't have to show up at a sport or whatever. No. This is about going and being on a team, but there's a lot of guys who do that. They try to, they're going to make money off of your kid.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and 20% or whatever they're getting now, which is just ridiculous. This whole thing has to be regulated, but that's another story.
Yeah.
Here is a story too. GiveMeTheVin.com, already the best place to sell your car. It's even better. Their GiveMeTheVin.com is a big cash giveaway. They're giving away $25,000 in cash every month. You don't have to do anything. Two ways to win. Get $250 to 250 chances rather to win in your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. So you have to mail it. I mean, I know you have to put something in the mail. How hard? That's too difficult. But you get 250 chances if you mail something, and then you could win big cash. And the people are selling their car. I just saw one guy sold his car to John Clay Wolf, and then he got $14,000 back. What? On top of the money that he got for the car, he got another $14,000 out of the 25, giving away $25,000 in cash every month. He also has Give Me the Vin CC, Give Me the Vin CC, GMTVCC.com, which is the classics and collectibles. If you have a classic or collectible, trust me, John Clay Wolf will pay you more for that. Any car that he can't beat CarMax, he's going to send you a check for $100. GiveMeTheVin.com is the only place that you have to go. You have to go.
Dolphins are going to trade Ramsey.
GiveMeTheVin.com.
ESPN.
I think Marvin Allen's getting ready to get them motherfuckers up out of there.
Well,
him and Tyreek will both go.
It hasn't been set yet, but like some random said the Dolphins are trading all pro last week. Like no one you would give any credence to. No, someone else, some random dude. Apparently he was right. Are mutually set to explore trade options and wouldn't be surprised if you played elsewhere in 2025.
Texans.
They in fact actually don't need a cornerback. Well, maybe they would, but not for that price.
It would be
for
what price? How much can you get for him?
Well, you think
what's his salary like?
Well, he's got 25.1 guaranteed.
Oh, no thanks.
The thing is,
no thanks.
Like I'm not surprised. Well, people think this is Chris Greer's last year because they brought in someone. I forgot his name. I'll look it up. But they think this is his final year, maybe his final draft. And then, so they're just shaking shit up. Like if Tyreek didn't just have his latest thing, they would have already got rid. They probably would have really been in on getting rid of him if he just had his latest thing. So
what's his latest thing again?
Remember the wife had the bruise on the chest and they had the divorce? We talked about it last.
There's always a new thing with Tyreek.
Yeah.
With a SoFi loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Some numbers from not last night's game, but before last night's game.
Mm-hmm.
The Astros went in 7-8 through the first 15 games. I did not know this, and I didn't. It's a little surprising. The Astros are best in baseball at two things: a 29.9% whiff rate and 166 strikeouts by the Astros pitching staff. Best in baseball. It doesn't feel. I guess they do throw a lot of swing and misses. Well, you're going to miss Arrighetti doing that. You're going to Fromber they didn't miss many of his pitches last night, but swing and miss and 166 strikeouts. Now, there is this one that is not as good through the first 15 games. Opponents, 18 of 19 stealing bases. 18 of 19, throwing out one guy.
Got to be the worst in the league without question.
Yeah, right. Okay. They're under the four. Because of the Montero trade, they're $4,913,000 under the first luxury tax threshold.
Mm-hmm.
Big ups. No, we're not having to pay that. So yeah,
Jim,
it's our team.
Jim's not having to pay it. Your prices aren't coming down on hot dogs,
but you don't know that.
And you don't know that. I know that.
I could go up to the media and get it for it's probably not $10 anymore. I don't even know how much is it to eat up there now.
40?
It used to be
after winning, it's 40.
After what?
It was up to 40 last year.
40? No, it wasn't.
You never know. You don't know.
No,
you haven't been up there for a while.
I'm gonna bet you it's not $40 a night to eat.
I don't know.
In the media.
The general public can't go up there and eat.
Well, that's all right.
The general public's gonna keep paying high prices. Anyway.
Jose Altuve had 17 chances in left field, which is the third fewest among 21 left fielders with at least 80 innings played. All right. And there's less action out there, which is another reason why they moved him out there. There's not much else. Hunter Brown's 97.3 mile per hour average four-seam fastball velocity. How about that? He averages 97.3.
Okay.
That's pretty good. Yeah. So he bumped it up by 1.3 miles an hour. Christian Walker is chasing way too much. 31.5% chase rate. That's bad.
Boy, that is bad.
How about Jeremy?
So he's hitting it hard when he hits it, but he's chasing too many pitches.
Yeah.
I don't know what to think.
The Astros lineup is seeing 3.92 pitches per plate appearance, which is that's reversing a troubling trend. that helped derail them last year. That's a lot more pitches than they were seeing before, which is a good thing. And Joe Espada, the first thing that he said this offseason was, we need a different approach at the plate. And they have a different approach, and they still haven't won 2 games in a row. The longest win streak of the season so far, one is the longest win streak of the season. Jeremy's looking better. Jeremy homered again last night. It was an 8-0 game in the 9th inning, and he homered, and that's fine. But he is 32.5% line drive rate right now. So he's hitting the ball a lot harder. He's hitting the ball a lot harder, which is better. He's barreling up.
Still needs to come around from a statistical standpoint, but you do like seeing that he does not have the same lift. I don't think he's ever going to be that. I thought he had the potential to be that 25 to 30 home run guy because of his body type, but he is a line drive hitter. He doesn't have that same lift, and I know he worked on it a little bit last year, but I'm not sure he. I don't like Carlos Correa. Carlos was also partially because of, Carlos would be inconsistent, then he'd be injured, then he'd go on a hot streak. But I don't think Jeremy Pena is going to be a guy who gets the launch angle enough to hit home runs at a high rate. His home runs are typically more line drive type home runs. So I'm not sure that's who he's going to be, but I just want him to be as good or better than Correa. I mean, he showed it his rookie year. I feel like we should be able to have those expectations if you did it as a rookie.
I don't know if this is true. Okay, there is something that is about Mike Leach that we have got to get to on the other side.
Mike Leach is no longer with us.
I know he's not, but he has an idea. He had an idea that may revolutionize 4th and 1. You think the tush push is great? Wait till you hear Mike Leach's his idea.
Okay,
that's on the other side. Right now, we got HRP. HRP.net, the place to go to get your payroll on, to get your HR on. We love HRP. HRP, actually, today is a day that we are going to be, HRP, what? It's the 15th. For us, you can do it any way you want. You can do it every Friday. I know a lot of businesses, they pay every Friday, whatever. Every 1st and 15th, pay once a month, whatever it is. Commission, hourly, whatever it is, however you get paid, if you get paid salary, whatever. It doesn't matter to HRP. It's simple. It's very simple. And we have we have every way that you can get paid. We have salary and we have hourly and we have, you also get commissions and everything else. And it's no big deal. It is a big deal for somebody to trying to figure all that crap up every day. I mean, that's not the way to do it, okay, in your adding machine. No. Do it with HRP, who has the technology that you don't have. They're better at it, much better at it. It's going to be so much cheaper. It's going to be so much better way for you to go about it and sell your widgets as opposed to worrying about stuff you don't know about. HRP will help your business, and the bottom line is the bottom line. HRP.net. Tell them you heard it right here. It's the way to go. We love them. You'll love them too. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. So I don't know if this is true, but this is an unbelievable idea. And we had the voting on the tush push this year, right? And it stayed in the league. How do you think this would go over? Here's the story. Mike Leach was talked down from lining up a little person in the backfield and then throwing him over the line of scrimmage in short yardage situations.
What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him?
I listen. You don't know that Mike Leach wouldn't consider this. No, you don't. I listen. I spent a little time with Leach. I got to know him a little bit. This is not beyond the realm of possibility. No. You could go from behind and toss.
Is this a scholarship athlete or a walk-on?
Well, I mean, if you wait a minute, if you can pick up a first down every 3rd and 4th and 1?
I don't know, man. Yeah. How many
you're
times?
throwing them over. You're throwing them over those people.
No, why are we? Because how many times you might, like, the little person is lining up in full uniform and no, I don't even want to.
You got an offensive tackle
I don't even want to
back
explore
there
it.
lined up with him.
I don't want to explore this at all.
Okay. And other than the optics, why wouldn't it?
You know what this is, right? We don't even use the word anymore, but you know what this is, right? If you're tossing a little person from one area to the other, you know what it is, right? Yeah. This is what you say are saying, Mike Leach.
Well, that's for fun. This is for first downs.
You're allowing this.
Yeah, no. Leach, you go. No, Leach, you go. Listen, I did consider it. Okay.
Think of think of logistically what you have to do. You have to make a uniform. Are you making a uniform specific for this person? Because think about all you have to do to make this work. You have to make a uniform for this person. And is it like the 12th man at A&M where every year there's a different?
Yeah. Well, not if he's really good at it. You keep him.
Yeah, there. Okay.
So, but at some point you're going to have to move on. He won't be there for 5 years. So,
well, right then, yeah.
So you
recruit.
So you
recruit.
Where are you recruiting from? How do you put? Because there isn't a pipeline for this. So where are you recruiting from?
Oh, apparently you guys don't want little people to.
No, I'm asking you
to be football heroes.
So if this is so effective,
and make NIL money.
If this is so effective, but his idea was before NIL. If this is so effective, do you have a pipeline of football players of that size you can use? Where do you get them from?
In Australia, don't they have a pipeline of kickers?
So is it specific to Mike Leach, or will the rest of the college football world adopt what he was doing?
Didn't everybody else start tush pushing?
Not everyone, because not everyone can be as effective as the Eagles.
No, but a lot of people did. They started tush pushing.
We're about like 3 teams who do it. Like the Bills do it, and the Eagles, and maybe someone else.
I'm just saying. I don't know if it's feasible. All I'm
saying, it's not feasible.
He would get a ton of NIL. Why are y'all doing this? Don't buy into John's stuff.
It's not real.
It's not real. Quit telling me what kind of NIL deals he would get. I mean, he would, but
I'm still NIL deal.
Yes, but
you guys are opposed to little people making money too.
No, I'm opposed to this. You positioning the story as real is what I'm opposed to.
I'm just going to say this, and this is not right. But if you can't just go right over the A gap. You're going to have to run and then throw it over like a C gap or a B gap.
So is the quarterback handing the little person the ball, or is it a quick toss? What are we doing?
Oh, are you direct snap?
And then someone's behind?
Ooh,
behind him, yeah. You got an offensive lineman.
Hold on a second. Direct snap. Weren't we concerned about Joe Burrow's in Kenny Pickett's hands?
Oh yeah, tiny hands. You didn't take that into account.
You're not taking into account fumbles at all.
That's true.
Then we snap it to the big part.
Because I'll get involved in this.
This
and
is
I cannot
ridiculous.
Be involved in this.
It's not
snap
logistically
it
possible.
to the big person. He hands it and then picks him up.
No.
That
little the small hands fumbles are going to be an issue. No, it's out. It would never work. They tried in practice. They would see it can't work.
Oh, really? You know what? If you were around Thomas Edison, we wouldn't have any lights today.
If I was, when did he? You know what?
That'll never work, Tom.
You know it's unlikely. Me or anyone like me being around Thomas Edison at that time.
Okay. Why wouldn't you be around?
Just think about it, John.
No.
He certainly wouldn't be taking ideas from me. He'd be like, "Hey, bring me my tea. Bring me my tea."
Your dad was a rocket scientist.
My dad wouldn't have had the opportunity to be a rocket scientist back then.
Back in the day, yeah. Okay. He might have been.
What?
I don't know. Were dragons around then?
No, Thomas Edison isn't that old. He was born in 1847.
They're right. This does sound like John's actually just watched the movie Jackass.
Maybe.
And he's just throwing out
ideas. And he's putting it on Mike Leach because he's
know what Mike Leach may have said?
It's a one college coach. It might be feasible.
What was the guy from Preston or something like that from Jackass?
I know Wee Man.
Wee Man. That's John watched Jackass, and now he's just like, you know what Mike Leach wanted to do in football? He's trying to distance himself. If you're going to come up with an idea, John, own it.
Don't put it on Mike Leach.
Yeah.
No, not baby gap NIL. Stop it.
Hey, Dell, let's play this dude in the Blue Jays game. Since this entire segment was wasted.
By you?
No. I mean, I'm trying to bring content to the show, and here's you two poo-pooing it.
There's no evidence that Mike Leach. Where'd you get this from? We didn't even ask.
I believe in Leach. I believe Leach. Let's call. Dana worked with him for 8 years. Let's call and ask Dana if it's feasible.
Go ahead, call him on the air and let Dana besmirch a dead man's name.
What's wrong with you?
If that's what you think Dana will do, I do not think that. He'll say,
I don't think so either. But when I see him, but behind the scenes,
he'll go things. But I don't think that was because they'd fumble too much.
No, mate, that would be why Leach would go. All right, okay, you guys got me. All right, so there's okay.
You think Ricky Williams had problems fumbling?
I never hear Vanessa. I never hear any of our sideline reporters or baseball. I never hear them do what this Blue Jays.
Well, because our people are women, right? Do you have any male sideline people? No.
No Evan Washburn.
We have Raheel. Okay, I think you guys are forgetting about
still
Raheel.
there?
He's at
Roughneck right
yes, he got renewed. Yeah,
he does the Roughneck stuff. Oh, okay. How soon we forget.
Well, yeah,
our own.
They had like 4,000 people the first game. Yes, how soon we forget.
Yeah. And how many did they have? Probably half that second game. Did they play 2 games? No one knows. So here is this dude. He's interviewing. Just imagine he's interviewing 2 blondes.
No, I take it back. They had 9,100 at their first game.
Apologize.
Pretty good.
Respect.
That's not bad. They had at Memphis when the Roughnecks played them this last week. They had 4,700.
Hey,
all right. This is a young guy. That's the Blue Jays sideline guy, whatever, dugout guy, whatever. And he's interviewing 2 blondes up in the stands.
Oh, boy.
We're having a lot of fun up here up the Corona rooftop. Who do we got here? What's your name?
My name's Lauren.
Lawrence, all right.
And I'm Kayla.
Kayla, and you guys hang out at the rooftop lounge often?
Once a year I come out to visit.
Okay, well, we timed it pretty well. All right, good. How are you guys feeling about root for the Braves today?
Oof, I don't know. I'm hoping for the best.
What about you? Are you a Braves fan now?
Not quite.
Not quite. All right, I'm gonna go to work up here, guys. Good luck the rest of the way.
Okay, Wiley. You got 4 innings to get the numbers.
Come on.
Get us some more Braves fans.
All right, so they want me to get your number.
They want you to get my number.
I'm dead serious. They're saying to my ear right now. She doesn't believe me because she thinks you guys are not. I'm making this up. Even if you guys weren't, I might use that in the future. That's actually a pretty good move.
This is unbelievable. So the best part of this right now is that Wiley could totally be faking it. This might be the new move. Just walk around with a FanDuel microphone and an earpiece in and convince fans that they're actually on TV.
Oh, my God. That is a great move.
That's a great. I mean, this guy is
That's
revolutionized the game.
That's
this
the
is
move,
better
actually.
than little person in the backfield.
You don't have to tie it. No callback. That's not common.
Yeah, it's unnecessary.
We don't have a callback.
You don't have to do that.
I mean, but that's a better move.
Oh, you enable him, Bell.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, yeah, that's the move. You go with the microphone. You go with the microphone, one guy with the camera, but you don't want like somebody with the phone camera, because then you just think this could be just some creep. I'll end up on the internet. If you have a regular camera, they think they're doing something, but then you got to have a cord. People are stupid enough they wouldn't realize that there's no cord.
You don't have to have a cord. There's all kinds of wireless microphones.
The big kind that no, not microphones. I'm talking about cameras.
Oh no, yeah, no. You don't have to.
Well, he wasn't being followed by a camera. I don't know.
Have to have a cord anymore.
He went by a big. Oh, they had a camera that was able to spot him.
Yeah,
right? Okay.
yeah. You could try to get it off that way.
Oh yeah, you don't have to have a cord for that. You have a battery pack.
Yeah,
I see lots.
It can be done.
Cords. Yeah,
so
you can be done. That's a lot to have a cameraman with you, but it would work.
Yeah,
it would work because people love to be, famous.
And then you switch. That's your wing guy, and then you switch.
Yeah, your turn, Dale.
Yeah. Right. I mean,
your turn, Greg.
Ingenious. Quite frankly, I thought he got the number from the wrong girl, though. But okay, well, that's just my personal opinion. That's my personal opinion.
Well, everyone has a preference, right?
That's right. No.
Did he get the number?
He did.
She
put her number in his phone. Yes.
Oh, what a move! And it's not even him.
It wasn't even his original idea. It was the guy in the booth. Yeah, who thought of it.
It's a guy in the booth with the wife who's been scheming for years.
That guy is.
You know what I would do if I was in my 20s again? You know what I would do? He's kind of like me and John are doing right now. What a move! What a great move!
What a great
recognize
move.
the game.
Way to pick up. Yeah, I mean that's awesome.
I'm sorry that guy's got a great move.
And I don't know what kind of moves you're making to the bathroom every night, but if it's way too often, if you're going way too much during the day, you can't sleep because you're getting up in the middle of the night multiple times. If you can't start, you can't stop. Erectile dysfunction as well. All of these things could be an enlarged prostate. And if you have an enlarged prostate and it's not cancerous, then Doc Manavise is for you. Doc Manavise is perfect, okay? If your wife has issues as well, then you, my friends, may benefit from Access Vascular Health as well. She can help too. She can help there too. It is the easiest, the best process. It is an IV. It takes 45 minutes. It's the perfect way for you to not have any prostate issues anymore. It decreases your prostate. She's getting results like 100% positive. It's incredible. Don't get surgery. If you have an enlarged prostate and your doctor wants you to have surgery, leave immediately. Walk out. Just tell him I can't see you anymore. Access Vascular Health is the place to go. 975prostate.com. Tell Doc Manavise you heard it right here. 975prostate.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That last segment created a couple of calls. Let's see what people want to talk about here in the city of Houston on this Tuesday morning, April 15th, tax day. Let's go get your taxes in today before you get penalized and possibly imprisoned. Who's up? Art? Is Art first? No? Let's get Art in here. Hey, Art.
Hey, guys. I got the perfect play for the little person that's nice and legal. So it's the triple option, right? So he's going to be lined up behind the quarterback. They're going to be optioning to the right. As that left receiver goes in motion, they're going to snap it. Receiver's going to get little person, toss them up on top of the quarterback like piggyback style, right? So now quarterback's running to the right. He's going to give the ball up to the little person, and now they got triple option, right? Quarterback gets tackled. Little man can toss it off to the receiver, or he can just jump on top of the defender's back, keep running, and then when he's going to get tackled, he'll toss it over.
Okay. All right.
Seems
There's
complicated.
so many variations.
Look
of this.
what you have done. People are in their cars thinking of plays.
Well, that's what the triple. That's
And
that's
all
what option
because you
football
put
is.
this on a dead
It's
man.
variations of a play.
I don't know if this is true, but
No.
Mike Leach may have come up with this idea.
Do you want to apologize?
Can you
You
at
don't
least apologize to his family?
I didn't tweet that out.
Where
I
did
didn't tweet
it
out.
come from?
A reputable website.
No chance.
What was it?
I don't know.
A reputable website would not be talking about little people being used on tush push.
No one knows where it came from, to tell you the truth.
Wow.
This might be in the top 5 most irresponsible things you've ever done.
It came
Did
from
you actually put it on Mike Leach?
/can't watch Scott's Tots.
Yeah, I don't know. What is that?
Jesus Christ.
That's where it's got a blue check mark.
So what?
That means it's less reputable.
What?
Yeah,
you
blue
can
check
pay
marks,
for those.
It's just
Well, it
guys
doesn't.
who pay just to be trolls.
Doesn't really have a blue check mark, but the guy who retweeted it does.
None of this is good.
No. What
Icing the
else?
punch
What else is going on? Oh, playing game
What
starts
else?
today.
We find out who the Rockets will be playing tonight.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. Tonight we find out who it is, and we want it to be Memphis.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if we had our
Golden
picks,
State-
I'm not afraid of Golden State, but just if you had a pick, I'd just pick Memphis.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. So is there another call, Del?
Yeah, it's Chris, but he wants to talk about
Chris.
something more traditional.
Yeah. Let's get a
Okay,
traditional
that's
call
fine.
in here.
I mean, we can change it up.
Let's
If
get a traditional call.
people have run out of plays for little people. Let's change it up.
What's up, guys? Love the show. Hey, and I blame this on Lent. If John had tapped the Rockies yesterday, we wouldn't be in this talking about little
That's a
people's
weird.
situation.
That's a weird thing to say. If John had been able to drink yesterday, this wouldn't be happening.
Yeah, he's sober, so he's starting to get. It's like
I don't know.
It's like the guys in prison have been off drugs for a while.
Yeah.
That starts happening. So, but hey, John, I'll ask you a real question since you're sober, John. These past few weeks, like last year, you were super positive with the Astros. I know there was some facetiousness in there, but I'm really nervous. I don't know. I just want to get your actual honest take on the Astros. Do you think there's something that we can do? And then are you thinking that we're going to make a trade? Is Jim the type that might take a couple things out of the farm system and go for it all? Or do you think we just may trade some of our other stars on the team and maybe just kind of full retool? I don't think it's a list. Thanks, guys.
I honestly believe we are in the Carlos Lee era.
Yes, very
This
much
is,
so.
This is meh. It's good enough. It's going to compete for a division title. We're in a limbo kind of area. We're not really good, not really bad. We're meh, and this is where we're going to be all year long. Everybody was all worried about all year long. Everybody was all worried about right field first base, third base, Bregman, all these things. I was worried about the pitching. And while they're striking a lot of people out, it's not a good rotation.
And little did we know it's both.
And the injury,
both are a concern.
The injury with the thumb in right field to Arrighetti was a killer because you could not afford to lose one of the top three. You just couldn't. And it's going to affect this team long term. It's just not a great team. It's just not. It's not the golden era of Astros baseball is that run that they had from 98 to 05, 06, 06-ish was a great run. It was really good, and then it turned into the Carlos lead. Then now we're just trying to maintain. We're doing everything, just going along, treading water. It's what we're doing. Just trying to keep the stands full. People still love the team. People still love the organization. It's fine. But it's not good enough. It's just not good enough.
No. And I think that's perfectly said. All that is very accurate. And it's fine. I mean, it had a phenomenal run. But that's why, regardless of how good Kyle Tucker does, it really doesn't matter. It's not tied to the Astros because you had to get something for him to rebuild your next set of Astros. You had to. And Cam Smith is hopefully going to be one of those core pieces. But, you're still going to need to find core pieces. I'm hoping Yainer Diaz will be that. I'm expecting him to. Jeremy Pena, yeah, he's a core piece, but as a top 5 guy, or are we talking more like a top 7 guy? There's a big difference. Your next big run of Astros baseball, if there is one in the near future, is not going to happen for probably a few years. So, you're going to have to get rid of the Walker deal, Paredes deal. They're not going to be on the next run. It will probably take some time, and a lot of it's going to be tied to if Christian Javier makes it back into form. I'm to the point now where I don't even know if Luis Garcia, if we should even be talking about Luis Garcia.
Luis Garcia, he's like Luis McCullers.
When is the last time we actually saw him pitch a season? Was it 22?
Did he pitch at all in 23? I think he got hurt in 23, didn't he?
Yeah. Didn't he get hurt in the early stages?
Early on? Was it 23 or 24 he got hurt early on?
No, 24 was last year. He was done before that.
Yeah, didn't he pitch? I thought. Yeah, it was last year that he. Luis Garcia. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, the last time he pitched was 23. He pitched 6 games in 23. So he missed almost all of 23. He missed all of 24. He's got a chance to miss all of 25. We could be talking about the better part of 3 years. He only pitched 6 games in 23, John. 27 innings.
I thought that was last. Oh, my God.
No.
It's
last year for sure he was wiped out, but I thought it was most of 23, and it was. So, yeah, we're going on basically – by the end of this year, it will have been the better part of 3 years. By the end of this year, if he doesn't make it back, which I'm not sure if he does, it will be 6 starts in 3 years. Like, you can't.
Luis McCullers, holy crap.
Yeah, we can't. We got to stop talking about him.
You're the only one that brings him up. You are the only person I've heard bring up Luis Garcia.
Well, it used to be more people would bring him up when they thought he was coming back. But what I'm saying is, your next set of pitchers, I think Framber is going to be dealt. The way this season is trending right now, and we're early, but if it continues to go like this, I think a hard decision will have to be made that, we got to move on from Framber. We're not going to give him, starting pitcher 1 money. So we got to move on from him and go get prospects. And I think that's the right move, to be honest with you. If you have decided you're in the Carlos Lee stage, which means everything John said. They've never been sellers
at the break. They've never been sellers at the break.
No, but they've also never been in this position.
Yeah,
and
they're
right here, not for a long time, not since 16, and even 16. I think and they didn't have a young core. Like this is different. They should be sellers at the break.
Yeah, we'll see.
Get a couple of teams interested.
I don't believe they'll do it, but okay.
But why not? See. Because they're such ballers. Because they're headed for. There's 0% chance of of getting a wild card. 0% chance to get a wild card. It's 100% win the division or not win the division. So let's see how it looks in a month. It's a little early to tell right now, but they're not going anywhere. Even if they were to win the division, I don't think they're really going anywhere long term. I still think getting those next set of players, if you think you're in the Carlos Lee stage, you got to have a way to bolster your minor leagues, and this is the way.
Yeah, well, I will see. They've done nothing that would indicate that they're going to be sellers at the break ever. They've never done anything.
No,
and if they're within, and so we'll see. I mean, you can wish in one hand. Here's what they do. They go through the season. They think that they can win. They spent money this offseason on getting a first baseman, a third baseman. We'll see if they won the Tucker trade. They're going to be right there at the trade deadline, 3, 4, 5 games out, whatever, and they're going to believe that they can still win another division, and they're not going to do anything like they've done countless times.
That's fine. It's just a mistake. This team is not built to. This team is not built to be a long-term winner at all. And when I say long-term, like through the course of a season, they're not built for it. They're much better off getting 2 minor league prospects.
Listen, you still got a lot of young guys. Okay, you got
who?
Jake. Jake is still young.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, Chaz is still a young guy. Okay,
he's treating you like Israel. He took off his headset.
Hey, you got challenges. You're a Texas homeowner. You got challenges. Do you have high mortgage payments? If you have low mortgage payments, it doesn't matter. I'm going to tell you this. It doesn't matter. The government is going to screw you on your taxes. It's flat out simple. The government will screw you on your taxes. Okay? And I don't care what your mortgage rate. I don't care how much your house is worth. They're going to say it's worth more. 86% of the time. This is what Ownwell does every day. Okay? They have the technology. They have this business that they've been doing this. They've got thousands, hundreds of thousands of cases, hundreds of thousands of happy customers and 5-star reviews. 86% of the time, the government charges you too much, and they win an average of $1,100. So if you don't fight your property taxes, you're paying more, and it compounds. If you do this like 3 years in a row and just let it run, bruh, you are losing a boatload of money. Boatload of money. And the government is just gaining. Don't let the government screw you again. You just you go sign up. It takes 3 minutes to sign up. The deadline to protest your taxes is May 15th, a month from right now. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. 713. Michael, that's a terrible idea for a little person play. That is a terrible idea. And well, let's be realistic about this whole thing, too. For those of you that weren't with us, allegedly, and I'll say allegedly.
No, don't put his name in it again. Don't. There's no evidence. Forget allegedly. Just because someone wrote it with no backing doesn't mean you can just say allegedly. Haven't we learned a lesson about the internet and what should not be said?
On X, then it's true.
No, there are people getting put to the fire because of this. A different story, but let's not.
I would not put this on Dead Man.
Yeah, let's not say allegedly.
Have we not learned anything from lawsuits?
Yeah, well, I don't think Mike Leach is going to say. Mike Leach would be like, I don't care. I don't care what you say.
I never said that.
John, that's not a bad idea, though, John. I didn't say it, but it's not a bad idea. That's what Leach
I guarantee you, Wendy would. What would Wendy say about this?
Wendy would say, oh, man, if you
what would Wendy say
on Twitch,
if you were doing this show in Los Angeles and you could be heard across Los Angeles? What would Wendy say?
Look at your bracelet.
WWWD.
No, what would Wendy say? WWS. Triple WS.
Wendy would say, oh, she would not be happy.
No.
Thank God she can't hear this show. Thank God.
She can
but
always
nobody
listen
here
back.
can hear it, okay?
They can always listen. We have a podcast.
If you're in L.A., call, okay?
Okay.
If you're in L.A., call. Let's get, who's the caller, Del?
Michael,
let's get him in here. Hey, Michael.
Hey, John, we're at the home stretch of Lent here. I just wanted to know what your first alcoholic beverage is going to be and what your plans are for that, because the Lenten season actually ends on the evening of Holy Thursday. Or do you normally make it till Easter and celebrate then?
I go all the way to Easter and until after.
It is technically, he is right, but no one, everyone tries to wait it out.
I usually, he is right. It's Thursday. It's Holy Thursday, but I always go till Easter. And it'll be a Coors Light. Yeah. I don't know that it'll even be Sunday because we'll be driving back from Lafayette, so I don't know that. I'm not going to be driving, but I still don't think I'll be drinking until I wait usually until I play golf. After, but it quite possible. Boys, Wildcat boys, let's go. We're playing Monday. Let's go. All right. My buddy T-Lo, he gave up alcohol in Monday through Thursday. So
Monday through Thursday.
Yeah, he went Monday through Thursdays during Lent. He's not going to drink alcohol, which is nice. That was great.
So will he make up for it on the weekend?
Yeah.
So he won't drink Monday through Thursday, but he'll compensate with what he does on the weekend.
Yeah. Well, he'll just get back, But listen.
So will he actually drink less beer during the week?
Yeah, he drinks. He's a Crown drinker.
Oh, will he drink less Crown during the week?
Well, he didn't drink any Crown during the week.
No, but he's going to make up the full week. He's going to make up for it on the weekend. So is he going to make up for it literally by drinking as much as he would normally during the week?
No. Oh. You can't possibly do that.
Oh, okay.
It would be impossible to do
Okay.
That. Okay. You're talking about an impossibility.
All right. Just trying to figure out what the sacrifice actually is if he's going to drink on the weekend.
Right. Well, no, that's a great sacrifice. Well done. Well played, sir.
Do you think
I'm proud of him.
Really? Considering what you're putting in? The work you're putting in, you're proud of what he's doing?
I don't know. You can't compare yourself to me. Okay? That's all right. Just because you're not as holy and devout as I am, that's fine.
So you do judge.
No, I'm not judging.
You just said he's not as holy as devout. You're kind of judging.
No.
It's legitimately the biggest judge.
Okay? It's a joke. Any kind of sacrifice, whatever your sacrifice is, you made no sacrifice.
Well, I'm not Catholic, so
you're a heathen.
Well, I'm not Catholic, so why would I involve myself in Lent if I'm not Catholic?
Right. If you're not Catholic, then you're heathen.
Is that what it is?
You're the other one. Heathen.
The others. Okay.
You're other.
Okay. Sorry, everybody.
Listen. I always thought either you were Catholic or you were public. When I was growing up, you were Catholic.
Oh,
or Catholic school or public school. Yeah.
Yeah, but you were,
Well, that's what, like, in schools, in cities with rough public schools, there's a line of demarcation, like in New Orleans, where public schools are atrocious. I don't know if they still are, but man, were they bad. You were like in parochial schools, which is, my kids went to, my brother and sister went to a football school, John Curtis. It was started by a family that basically just created a football powerhouse. They were like the original, IMG of Louisiana, of New Orleans, where they would recruit kids from all over the city and then have them mow a lawn for 10 minutes as their to get the quote unquote scholarship. And then they go play for state championships. And my dad told my brother, do you want to go to Grace King, where Greg Davis's son goes, or John Curtis? It's a great football school. And my brother goes, Grace King. He goes, nope, you're going to Curtis. So John Curtis it is. And the headmaster was named John Curtis, and the head football coach, JT Curtis. And there was Curtises all over the place. And then Coach Moffitt, the strength coach.
Tommy Moffitt?
Tommy Moffitt came from John Curtis.
Wow.
Yeah. He was a lunatic there at John Curtis, too.
He's a
I went to
legend.
St. Lawrence High School, which was a football power. That's why I went there. Absolutely.
Of course it is.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
You know what I've learned beyond the John Curtis stuff? That if you don't hear this when you go to worship, you're a heathen. If you don't walk
Gregorian
in,
chants.
if you don't walk in and hear Gregorian chants, giant heathen, apparently. I just thought I could praise and worship, but don't have to be Catholic to do it, but apparently not. Made a mistake. My mom did, at least.
Do you guys see what's trending? Bill Belichick's girlfriend making it out to the spring.
Who didn't know this was going to be a ridiculous thing? She's
is
involved in the program.
What? What do you mean she's involved in the program?
She's
not a recruiting angel.
I don't know about that, but
Okay.
she's in on all the emails. They have to see her on stuff. She's
what?
She's
Who
involved.
is they? They have to see her?
Yes, it's not the coaches, but like the travel staff. She's got to be involved in all that stuff.
Bill got.
Of course he
He's
did.
undefeated. It's
Of
still
course.
undefeated. Still undefeated.
What did she win Miss Maine?
I don't know exactly what she won.
She was competing in the Miss Maine pageant.
Oh my God, Bill! She has.
I think it's
How do I
Maine
say
or
this?
Vermont or one of them. It's the same thing.
She has made him want to.
Wow, she's in high heel boots, a short skirt, and my God, Bill!
What's the problem?
Bill,
I don't
What's
hear
the
a
problem?
problem.
What's the
big
problem?
Big ups, Bill.
But now I don't know why she's tied to the North Carolina
Because
program.
he gave her a job. That's why.
See,
got
that's just he
a
just got.
Carolina blue jacket.
It's
is just-
still undefeated after all these years.
Yep.
Hard to find many losses on that
Man,
side of the
Bill's
ledger.
talking to an assistant coach, and she walks up. The assistant coach just turns away, and just goes, "Oh my God."
People think this is going to go well. You think UNC's? Do you think that's going to work out for UNC? The old
I think it's
grizzled veteran.
She wouldn't be a recruiting tool.
She's not recruiting. She doesn't want to be involved in that. She wants to be involved in like the logistical stuff. She wants to know how things work. She's not actually going to be. I mean, I'm sure she'll be at the house when recruits come over, but that ain't her deal. She wants to be in the nitty gritty. That's what the reporting was. CC her on everything.
Oh, wow, being Bill Belichick's nitty gritty. That's what I.
Oh, well, she's already made that decision.
Well, yeah, that's a life decision that she'll.
You think he's going to succeed there? So he's got Mike Lombardi there. You know, they're not used to the college game, but is it even a college game anymore?
So did you see? I saw him mic'd up, and they're one of their first practices, and he seems to be a kinder, gentler Bill Belichick. He seems to be. He doesn't seem as gruff. He was talking to players and teaching, and it didn't seem like he was a gruff old man. I don't know. It just seemed to me that he took a little edge off.
Can he be successful without that edge?
I don't know. I think he knows. Is there anything he doesn't know about the game? And if he can relate that to the young player, he was doing that too. Hey, on this situation, you gotta, do this and think of this. And, that's what go see if you can find his mic'd up practice and hear him. And I honestly, I thought, wow, it just seems like he's a little bit different. And, he still had a few jabs for guys, but it wasn't horrible. What guys were holding, he's like, put gloves on everybody, put the gloves, put those hand pads on so they can't hold because that's all we're doing. Let's go. Put them on.
Well,
and yeah,
the girlfriend, we have not said her name. Her name is Jordan Hudson. She was a runner-up for Miss Maine in 2024. She's going to go back and compete in 2025.
Yeah.
She's going to be back at it.
Well, and I mean, to me,
this is the strangest story. I mean,
yeah.
Bill Belichick going to college was crazy to me. Then he got with Miss Maine, which was crazy. Now she's part of the Miss Maine runner-up. Then she's part of the program. Like, this thing just gets crazier and crazier to me. This is not – what are we doing with 2025? What is this? What is this year?
Is winning the main beauty pageant like –
Here we go.
Any beauty pageant is a good beauty
And she didn't win it, by the way.
No, she's finished second. So
well, just Google her if you got a problem with it.
Yeah, if you are questioning,
questioning, go ahead and just Google it. I think you'll be fine.
Search up Jordan Hudson, and you can decide.
Then why are you asking those questions?
He wants to.
She got a few points off, but hanging with an 80-year-old. I mean, yeah.
As a 24-year-old.
Yeah, I mean it's a little. Yeah. Come on.
When he dies, let me know what you think.
Well, I don't know. Is she the benefactor? I don't know. Is she?
Well,
what about Steve?
That's what I'm saying. We don't know yet.
What about
Steve?
Yeah. What about Steve?
Steve will get something.
If I'm Steve, I'm like.
If I'm Bill Belichick, I'm like, I've given you a job. I put you on this course.
I made you a defensive coordinator in the NFL. What else do you want from me?
Honestly, you didn't even win Miss Maine. Honestly, you're going to get it all? Really?
Well, I don't know if she's going to get it all.
I don't know that she had to win Miss Maine. Jennifer Hudson finished like 9th.
Jordan Hudson.
No, Jennifer Hudson finished 9th in American Idol. She's got an Oscar.
She can sing. She can act.
That's what I'm saying. She didn't win it, and she's very, very good. I don't have a problem, right? How in the world are you nitpicking from over there in California? Everything's got to be a 10 now for you? What in the world is going on with you?
I'm saying.
California Johnny has got a hard grading scale.
Are you saying you want more for Bill Belichick than runner-up Miss Maine? Is that what you're saying?
What in the world?
I don't know.
If Chad was doing this, you'd be all high-fiving Chad. And now Bill Belichick like, well, it's a runner-up. What are we doing?
No,
Chad's
I'm sorry.
His friend, for people who don't know.
She gets some demerits. I'm sorry.
Demerits for what?
I can't help the voting was
First
poor.
of all, she finished second, and second, she's with an 80-year-old man.
This isn't about Belichick anymore. It's about her.
It's about her.
Oh,
yeah. Well, okay, that's fair. If you want to question why she's with Bill Belichick.
What questions do we really need to ask? Don't we know?
What do they?
It's love.
Talk about honestly.
Football.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure he's going to her. Hey, what did you think of that play? Yeah.
No, I'm sure she's saying, hey, you can't put that much on the kid. He's not Brady. You can't ask him to be what Brady was. She's had to make sure he knows he's teaching college kids.
You think she's the calming voice in the room?
Yeah,
okay.
Because of course, great coaches expect guys to play at a certain level. He's got to realize this kid is 18. He's not a 10-year vet in the league.
God bless Bill Belichick. God bless. I mean, good. Good on him. I mean, if you can pull it, that's great.
God bless is your version of bless his heart. Like that's sarcastic.
Oh,
bless his heart.
God bless. I mean, if
bless his little heart.
Yeah.
God,
bless his little heart.
I'm not going to be.
He's living a good life.
He is. He's great. That's great. Good for Bill Belichick. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. We got a break.
You'd like first place. She's a blonde.
Yeah. I like Game Day Men's Health. That's what I like. I like Game Day Men's Health because everything. I like Game Day Men's Health because I've been doing testosterone replacement for I don't know how many years. It's been a while. I went and got a test from a doctor, and he said, man, your testosterone is low. You need to go to one of these places. And I went to one of these places, and I did that for years and years. And then I was like, it just is the same. And it's all I am is a number. I'm going through there, get my shot, same thing, every week. And I just, it was like they didn't care if I was improving in this or what. It just didn't care. Just didn't care. Well, Game Day Men's Health cares. It's different. Okay. I mean, where I'm going now, every one of them, but I can see the difference. There's a big difference in Game Day Men's Health than the other guys and the other testosterone replacement places. Peptides, they have labs right there, free evaluation of whether or not you're a candidate, all of the things that you want. And the testosterone replacement is excellent. The procedures where you can bring these shots home, you can take pills, you can get pellets, whatever you want to do it. Game Day Men's Health gives you options, and Game Day Men's Health cares and works with you to achieve your goals, be it whatever your goal is. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them that you heard it right here. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Dale, I put in the Edelman, Julian Edelman and Puka Nacua. Puka Nacua was the guest on Edelman's podcast. You'll hear Edelman ask the question and then Puka answer, and they'll go back and forth. And the topic was CJ's second season. And I think they make. We're inside. We're here. We see every play. Puka's a little busy because he's working on Sundays. Edelman is he has the opportunity to see all of it. I think they're pretty accurate, but I don't know that CJ is getting you guys we watched CJ and we had our opinion of him. See if you agree with these guys. Edelman first and then Puka.
Now, what do you think about CJ Stroud's second season?
I think
Offensive line.
Yeah, I think there was definitely, and then I think there's, not only on him, but of like the coaches to be like, yo, we got to evolve our game plan as well. Of being like, yeah, we had, especially with their wideouts. I mean, they had Stephon Diggs, they had Nico
Diggs
Collins.
got hurt.
Yeah.
Collins was banged up. And Dell got hurt.
Dell got hurt
they
too,
had a lot of, everyone keeps on saying sophomore slump. I think he just had a tough situation where his offensive line wasn't playing particularly well. He had his best playmakers were in and out of the lineup like all year long. It's hard for a guy to get comfortable when he's got guys in his lap trying to read the defense, and that's what he likes to do. So
it's also hard to get comfortable when you don't know any of those guys running out there.
Especially they haven't been practicing. They ain't going to be the same guy that was in training camp when they come back. That's what people don't realize. Practice time is extremely important.
Yeah, all the reps, especially we're talking about this time right now of all the times there's no coaches out there. You're not really running in places. You're just throwing the ball. You're watching him run and be like, all right, he gets out of the break like this, or he's running like this. And yeah, reps are important. You don't get a lot of them.
Yeah. Now,
I got to say, I was talking to this with, I got a chance to talk to Kurt Warner on the field of the combine, and he was very gracious and awesome to talk to. And he watched all these players. And it's funny because when we started talking about CJ, I said, what'd you think of CJ this year when you watched him? He goes, he just missed some easy throws.
Yeah,
I said, exactly. He said, and I see people making excuses about the offensive line, and his offensive line wasn't good. At times, it was definitely a problem for him. He said, but I saw him with time, and it's nothing different than any of us saw.
Yeah.
We just admitted that just a standard out that he threw to Dalton Schultz all day. Completion. In 23, it was just missing in 24. So, and I asked Quincy Avery if it was the footwork. Oh, no, I actually asked Kurt Warner if he saw issues with footwork. He said, not really. He said, not bad enough to cause you. He goes, your feet aren't always going to be perfect, but he said, I didn't see the type of issues that would cause bad. He said, because he's got natural accuracy. So the feet don't have to be perfect for him. He said, footwork is more important for guys who are naturally inaccurate. They have to have all their technique right. He said, CJ's not like that. He doesn't really have to have all of his footwork stuff, perfect. So it was just missing. And I don't get it. I noticed that people make a lot of excuses for CJ in that regard. I just think he had a rough year. And we move on, and that's it. We don't hold it against him. We just say,
there were a lot of quick outs. There were the second half of the Lions game. There were some lobs when he should have put a little bit more zip on the ball. He had a pick that way after it was maybe a game or two after the Lions game. I thought the Lions game, the second half of the Lions game was a real. I thought it was an ass kicker for him last year.
Yeah.
That was about as disappointing, I think, as CJ was since he's been here.
And his play directly led to a loss.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, he just had to
start
he
the
just had to be
second half
bad.
with the injury on the side, with the interception on the sideline.
Yeah.
And then the lob to Tank that they came, he was wide open. And he just lobbed it up there, and I believe it was a pick or break. However, he broke it up. I forget which one. I think maybe he picked it. That was a game winner. That was a game winner if he makes that play, and it was about as easy a play as he'll ever get.
It's crazy because if he had been bad and not terrible, they would have won.
But he was awesome in the first half and terrible in the second. These guys that are outside, they didn't see every throw. They didn't see every throw. Kurt Warner, I think, probably did.
Kurt goes and looks at just quarterbacks.
Yeah. Right.
And I thought he had a very measured, like you could tell he had seen, he had watched a lot. And I asked him about other quarterbacks too, but he was great to talk to. He said, sometimes, because I asked him, I said, it's funny because there are people in Houston, even in Houston, who watch, who are making all these excuses. And I said, it can be quarterback, play caller, offensive line. It can be a variety of things all coming together, confluence of all of that. It's not one or the other. And he said, no. And he said, sometimes quarterbacks just aren't in the right headspace. He said it's I think he compared it to either baseball or golf, to where sometimes you just mentally aren't where you need to be. And he said that was, he just thought CJ, but he also acknowledged that also could have come from being a little shell-shocked earlier in the season because of the pressure stuff. And sometimes he wasn't pressured, made bad decisions, bad throws, but he had been pressured earlier in the game, and that's what you don't want. You don't want a guy who starts what they call seeing ghosts. You don't want a guy whose internal clock starts to malfunction because of previous events. You want him to be able to, like a cornerback has to forget about it when he's been beat. He has to be mentally tough. A reliever has to come back in the next day after he's blown a save. He's got to come back and blow it off. Quarterbacks have to do the same thing.
Absolutely.
If they've been sacked or they had pressure, they got to be able to just get past it.
I really am enjoying CJ's offseason a lot more than I enjoyed last year.
Yeah, have you heard one thing?
That's what I
swear to
God,
I have not seen.
No, you don't.
Now summer is
the deal.
We don't have summer yet.
Do you ever remember hearing Brady's offseason?
Well,
other than being with a sheep and in some kind of
that was year 3. That was year 5
right.
Actually. He was in the league. No, his off seasons were typically.
Listen, you don't.
You hear about workout stuff every once in a while, but you really didn't hear much. Now, one year he went to Carnival. Went to and he had that bad dancing he did, and I remember that. So
bad
Tom
dance,
Tom.
Well, that was
Tom had that too. Later.
Yeah,
in his
career. But CJ was, I don't want to say attention seeking, but he was on every podcast imaginable last offseason.
Tom Brady was at Carnival in 2011, so he had been in the league 11 years.
And you know what? He went to Carnival, and I don't know, did he ask cameras to come along, or did they just film him there?
That's when he had his long hair with Giselle. He had this. It was creepy.
But the point being, CJ was attention seeking last offseason, and this offseason he said, I'm not even going to the Pro Bowl. Nope.
He's self-aware. Man, that's one of the reasons I like our quarterback is he's self-aware in many different ways. He understands leadership. Like he's much more mature for his age than most his age.
Do you expect him to have a better year than last year?
Yes, 100%.
I do too. I mean, we're fans, but I do. I think that he's going to be better. 713-780-3776. Anything you guys want to talk about, you're more than welcome. Can I get on Underdog now and take CJ higher or lower?
No, they don't have season long. What we're focusing on right now is basketball. Okay, we're focusing on the playoffs because here's what they've got. They've got the extender promo. The extender, you can play your way to increasingly bigger boosts, and these boosts are what pay you off more and more each round of the playoffs. Start a playoff series by using your game 1 boost and continue boosting each subsequent game to unlock the next one. The longer the series, the bigger the boost. And when I say boost, you get a higher percentage of the payout. So if you hit a 2, 3, a 4, 5, that is going to be an incredible opportunity for you to make a ton of money. You can make up to 1,000 times your original play. All you have to do is play Underdog Fantasy. Find the statistics basketball-wise in the playoffs: points, rebounds, assists, points and rebounds, points and assists, rebounds and assists. There's like tons. Usually there's about 17 different ones for Alperen Şengün, for example. And go find one that you think is soft, where he's going to go higher or lower than that statistic. You can do it for all these players in the that are going to be in the playoffs. And it's a chance for you to watch the games, play along, and make good money. And you're getting it boosted because of the extender boost. This is awesome. Make sure that you go to Underdog Fantasy, download the app, use promo code Lance for your first deposit. You can get up to $1,000 in cash back in bonus cash. But you've got to use promo code Lance for you to have that opportunity. It's Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older in President's State where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncbgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Hijo mío. Pinche la raza. ¿Dónde has estado, güey?
Where
La Raza is here. We haven't heard
Where's
from La
he been?
Raza. I don't know where he's been.
He hasn't been on What Did You Learn This Weekend? Nothing.
Nothing. He hasn't done anything. Lazy.
El
Perezoso.
Juanito y el Juanito y el Nancy y el Delvin.
¿Dónde has estado, güey?
I got deported, gentlemen. So I think I had to find new jobs and I had to work here and there, and I became a coyote, and it's kind of tough, man.
Wait. To recap, you got deported, you had to find new
Mhm.
jobs, and now you're a coyote, bringing people back across the border.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, at least you're not a mule.
It's a decent job, man, right now, because, like you said, you deport a lot of people, so it's a lot of money out there, man.
I
So,
did not even think about that. Yeah, you got
Oh,
hustle,
good on
I
you.
suppose.
Hey, gotta work. Man's gotta work.
yeah, man, I gotta work, man. I gotta eat too, man. Hey, but gentlemen, I had two serious questions. Between the Rockets and the Houston Texans, which one was a more successful season for them? If the Rockets go further today in the playoffs, would they be more successful than how the Texans were? And also, it's an Astros question. I have a pitcher named Jake. Dell knows about him. He fill you in. They need some pitching in their situation, man. Maybe you can help out with your guys' situation because all that pitching sucks, man.
He called in. Well, at first he texted me. Mistake of mine that he has my number. But he texted me this pitcher who's not active. He has a name that you can't say.
Another one?
A last name
He's the
that,
one who brought Noah to the show. I think.
well, there's a Jacob as well. I don't know what he does to search. Maybe he goes into AI.
What does he do?
It's Jacob. The back part of his last name is Meyer, but the first part is a complicated part for you guys. I could say it. I mean, I won't. But
But it's a real name?
It's a real pitcher who, he hasn't been active since like 2014.
But he found him.
But he found him somehow. Yeah.
Somehow La Raza found him.
Jacob Meyer. But there's that first part of that last name.
What was his first thing he was talking about?
I don't know.
I always know. I can't believe he just matter-of-factly said he got deported. I knew that was coming. I just didn't know what the angle would be. Then he said coyote.
Yeah, he's a coyote.
Thank you
Which
for your
you see,
service,
by the way,
Raza, is what
by
Art
the way,
said.
you're walking down the street here in LA and you see coyotes a lot. A lot of coyotes.
The animal.
In the streets, just walking past the house. The other day, we're sitting in there and in the front of the house, and there's a coyote just hanging out, looking at us. And we're like, okay, hey coyote, what up? What up, brother? Yeah, there's a big coyote population here, and La Raza has joined.
I don't love that.
No, it's fine. They don't bother anybody.
They don't?
No, they don't.
What
bother.
about dogs that get out? What about small dogs that get out? Do they bother them?
I don't know. Gotta eat. Coyotes gotta eat too.
I'm saying. There are laws of I mean, there is a food chain that goes into account. We used to go to Colorado, that place in Colorado, we'd see a fox. There was always this fox that was roaming around. Foxes are weird ass animals.
Yeah. They don't discount second place in a beauty pageant. Lizzo finished second in Miss Wisconsin, and she turned out fine.
It's not true. Stop.
That is not.
Why has Wisconsin got to catch the bullets?
I think Lizzo's catching the bullets. Why do you think she's staying in Wisconsin?
Yeah. I mean, in Wisconsin, I could see her finishing. Yeah.
Did you see her on Saturday Night Live?
I did not.
She's still body positive, but there's less body to be positive about.
Really?
Yeah, no.
Yes.
She's
everybody
lost.
on her case, just like they were on Adele?
Some people
they
are.
have been,
yes.
Why'd you do this? You're not any healthier. She's not?
Or
Really?
or it's you're talking all that before, but you decided, to come around and, maybe think to yourself that dropping some weight would be more healthy. People are taking that tack with her too. It's both sides because it's always like that.
Yeah.
Attacking her for doing it, attacking her for saying what she was saying before. It's all there.
Yeah, that's just leave her alone. If she wants to be thinner, she can be thinner. If she wants to be heavier, she can be.
It doesn't
heavier.
matter to.
Whatever.
It really doesn't matter.
Why is this affecting your life?
I got to get those tweets off, John. I got to comment.
I gotta be a part of this. I gotta be a part of her weight. Okay.
Everyone thinks everything's their business.
Yeah.
The social media's made everything everyone's business. It's funny because people will tell you that you should mind your own business, and then in literally 2 minutes later get into somebody's business. We should just mind our own business. I wish they would just shut down social media. Just for 4 days to watch people start vomiting blood all over each other's faces. My life is over. I have no meaning. My entire identity was going after people on social media and having a bunch of, quote, fake friends. Keep Twitch open. We need one mean stream going.
Why Twitch of all things do you want to keep
Yeah,
open?
it's just the instant.
It is instant gratification.
Yeah. But let's just shut general social media down. Watch what happens.
You start with Twitter. What about the Gram? Because the Gram, the algorithm can be great. if you set it up right. Because you don't have to read comments. You just watch the scroll. I'm not against Instagram. I don't use it, but the algorithm's cool. Twitter, nah, beat it.
Is that what you were doing when you worked for an AI company? You were trying to feed it business so it would learn to
I wasn't working for an AI company. I was testing AI.
Testing robots?
No, I was testing an AI software for a major company that wasn't AI. They're just trying to figure out what works.
It? I don't know how to use ChatGPT.
It wasn't that.
Some people can use it for incredible stuff. I don't even.
What we did.
How do I make a Manhattan? I mean, I could Google that.
What we did was we would watch how the software would respond to certain searches online, and we would have to grade the searches by the criteria that we were given, and then depending on how it was responded to, they would adjust things. So, and then we just give a grade. They trained us, told us how we should grade it, and then that was how the AI was tested. So we were trying to figure out how everything should work, what it should look like, and that was it. But I wasn't manipulating anything. I didn't have that type of power.
I think you put your personal touch on it.
There's no personal touch. It was a mind-numbing job where you just click a button.
Like this job.
Well, this is less mind-numbing. I mean, the Mike Leach thing that you brought to the table was nuts, but I can't believe you did that.
Nuts.
It's nuts, but yeah,
it's believable.
It's not believable.
I've been Googling. It started on Reddit. It's not real. They claim it happened on a Jim Rome interview, but it didn't. It's just something that happened on Reddit that somebody tried to spread something from Reddit. And looky here. It did.
It spreads this show like a virus.
As where it should. This is where
we should have
great ideas come to be cultivated.
No, it's not even our idea. You just launched it out there and put Mike Leach's name on it.
When did the Rockets start the playoffs?
They don't start until Sunday.
Not until Sunday.
No, why do we have to wait this long? Oh,
I know.
God,
we didn't have basketball last week.
Players,
and we don't have basketball this week.
Players have played one game in 12 days, basically.
Right.
Except for Jalen, who broke the record for most 82 games.
With
scoring
averaging
20
youngest,
points.
No, get it right.
What is it?
Youngest player to play consecutive 82-game seasons and average 20 points.
All right, there it is.
Look at that.
I mean, that's like DiMaggio's record.
I like that.
Is his number going to get retired like Shador and Travis Hunter's number since we're just retiring numbers for random accomplishments?
No, now the number is 164. Forget 56 by DiMaggio or 753. Is that what the credit is now?
If you say so.
Is that what Bonds' number is? Whatever. 5,714 strikeouts by Nolan Ryan. The number now is 164/20 points or more. Okay, that's the number.
Who decided that was a record?
I don't know why people think
why
that's a
would
record.
that be the record that you
know. I have no idea why. Well, there's all kinds of he averaged 20. He had 5.4 rebounds. He had 2.7 assists. He's the only player in NBA history that had those. What?
I blame StatMuse for this.
I don't
know why.
Over a 2-week period. What? I mean, it's just
these aren't
ridiculous.
records. He's just playing basketball.
This is StatMuse, just the Chat GPT of stats.
Elias.
It's not even great, by the way.
No.
It's not even super accurate.
No.
I don't know. ChatGPT doesn't know college football. ChatGPT doesn't know that. Like, what do you know, ChatGPT? I will say, StatMuse. Now, I did use StatMuse to find out how many points per game. I used it for Alperen Şengün's fourth quarters, and it gave me the information. I'm like, this thing sucks. StatMuse sucks.
After Arozarena hit his bomb last week, I looked up his stats against the Astros in the regular season compared to the postseason. He's not that great against the Astros in the regular season.
He's not?
No. He's a heckler in the postseason, that one series we remember. But he was not. He was like hitting 221 even after the home run against the Astros.
He's
in
one
the
of the
regular
biggest
season.
hecklers in Astros postseason history.
Yes, he's right up there.
Well, he's memorable. He's memorable from that postseason.
And
Howie Kendrick
Arozarena
but other people have Jordan. Jordan is like, isn't Jordan the Red Sox Arozarena?
He does. He has crushed them.
I mean, Bregman has too early on, but I want to say it was Jordan that has absolutely obliterated them in the past.
Well, if it was the division round, then yes.
And Altuve is the Yankees of Rosarina.
Yes, they hate him. But he cheats, that's why. Buzzer.
Well, they really hate him because he ruins them.
Yeah, no, buzzer.
They don't like seeing that little 5'6" guy come to the plate at all. And don't say anything about him being thrown over a line of scrimmage. He's a Hall of Famer. He's already got to play in left field.
Do you know their new? Do you know the Yankees' new chant?
Nope.
What?
F1 Soto.
Oh, they've turned on him.
Yeah,
because he dared not to stay with them and join the Mets.
And they weren't even playing the Mets, and they just started F1 Soto.
Now it's only 6 games, but this is Jordan against the Red Sox in the postseason, hitting .522. 12 hits, a homer, 6 RBIs, and 7 runs scored. So,
Who's that against?
Jordan against the Red Sox in the postseason. It's only one series, but, he dominated them in 21.
Well, 21's the one I remember, but that's the only time we faced them, huh?
Where he was in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, he crushed them, but only 1 home run. But he hit .502. They couldn't get him
522.
522. I mean, I remember they couldn't get him out that series.
No.
He just obliterated them.
All right, we got a break, and I got something cool, really cool to talk about here. It's a new app. Hijack Poker, Hijack HIJACK, Hijack Poker, and it's by Texas Card House. You can only play in Texas. You can cash out or deposit in person at any Texas Card House location. You can do that in Austin. You can do the 2 locations here, Spring and Westheimer. You can use a credit card if you want. Cash games, daily free roll tournaments, no bots. You play with real people. It's backed by Texas Card House, only available in Texas, made by Texans for Texans. You can play on your smartphone or your computer. I'm playing. I'm going to be on there. Look for me. I'll tell you what my handle is going to be. And let's go. Let's play. Go to hijackpoker.com to learn more. Go to the App Store, download Hijack Poker, and put it on your phone or put it on your laptop. It's for Texas, by Texas Card House. Texas Card House is our premier site now for poker in the city of Houston. Love it. You'll love it. Love their facilities. They're great tournaments. Great real cash games that are going on. But you can do it online now. You don't have to go to Texas Card House, or you could buy into Texas Card House, or you could do it with a credit card on your computer or your phone. So either way, Texas Card House has got a new app, hijackpoker.com, Hijack Poker in your app store. Dell.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 is the number. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome. Get in here. Let's go.
I'll answer any draft questions as well if you got a team you want to.
Okay, I got a draft question for you. I'm seeing Albert Breer talking about Jackson Dart over Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur, the quote was Shedeur by one NFL guy. Shedeur is nice. He doesn't have any exceptional traits. Albert Breer heard some guy talking about, well, you look at this, you look at Shedeur in the pocket. When pressure comes, he steps backwards. Jackson Dart steps up in the pocket. This is a nice trait to have in the NFL. You brought this up a long time ago that you thought that there was a real possibility Jackson Dart would be the second guy taken. Now all of a sudden people are climbing on board. As of right now, are you on the go put it out there, be on the record? Jackson Dart gets drafted before Shedeur Sanders.
Yes.
Whoa!
I think Shedeur either goes 3 or he falls. The Giants are having a private workout for him on Thursday. So there is still a chance that Shedeur could go 3. And then that would be a dream come true for the New England Patriots because they'd have a chance to draft either Travis Hunter or probably Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
And the idea of passing on one of those guys for Shedeur who doesn't have any special traits, it's kind of crazy. Now, let the record reflect. I think Shedeur Sanders is a better pro potential quarterback than Jackson Dart. But the Saints could take Dart at 9 and the Steelers could take Dart at 21. I do not believe that Shedeur Sanders is high on the list for either of those two teams. You've run out of teams now. The Jets aren't taking a quarterback. The Raiders are not taking a quarterback. So 6 is not a quarterback pick anymore. 7's not a quarterback pick. 9 could be a quarterback pick, but I've heard that Sanders isn't even in their top 3.
But there's always a trade-up possibility.
Dart. There's a trade-up, but the fact is people thought it was going to be 2 through 3. Then it was going to be he won't fall any further than the Jets or the Raiders. Tom Brady's got a connection with Dion and Shedeur. Then it was, well, he can't fall any fast past 7. Well, 6 added a quarterback, 7 added a quarterback. Well, he won't fall past 9. I don't think the Saints like Shedeur like that. So he's going to fall. I've always felt he's going to fall. For 2 mocks in a row, I've had him at 29 and 24, and I had to have trade-ups in both scenarios. But who trades up for him, John? If you think he's just going to keep sliding, you don't trade up. And if you look at the draft, there's not a lot of quarterbacks. There's not a lot of teams that need quarterbacks. I keep having Cleveland get into the first round, and mainly that's because I don't get heckled by fans too much, but it doesn't matter. The Dion came after me, the Colorado Buffalo football account, but I'm going to be right. And unless he goes 3, it's going to be one of those weird things where he goes really high or he's going to fall. But I think that the key teams that need quarterback, from what I understand, the Saints and Steelers both like Dart ahead of them. So that's why I think Dart is probably the favorite to be the second quarterback off the board. I'm still not sure there's 3 quarterbacks. Now, talking to 2 GMs this week, how many quarterbacks go? I said, will there be 3 quarterbacks and 2 running backs in the first? And both of them said yes. So there's that.
More running backs than quarterbacks in the first round.
No, I said 3 quarterbacks, 2 running backs.
3 and 2.
I do think there's a chance that it's 2 and 2 though. And the guy that and the real interesting one is, does Shedeur go before Tyler Shuck from Louisville? That's the really interesting one because there's some love on the streets for Tyler Shuck.
So,
and I don't know. I'm just going to be dead. I'm just going to be honest
with
you.
Shuck is second?
I haven't heard anybody that loves Shedeur Sanders. Nobody in no conversations I've had or had with other people who talk to a lot of teams. Now, personally, I think he is clearly the second best quarterback. And then I think there's a gap, and then it goes to Jackson Dart. And then Shuck's got the best, Shuck's got the best traits of everyone but Cam Ward. Shuck is right up there with Cam Ward in terms of physical traits, and he's an older quarterback. He's got 7 years in college football. It's crazy. He's had a lot of injuries, but
John, there is a world where Tyler Shough could be the second quarterback. Yes, there is, because Jackson Dart has a minus arm. He's not a strong arm guy. He's accurate, but his arm. I think Sanders has a better arm. I think Sanders is more natural as a passer than Dart. Dart has to really work. I was standing next to him on the combine. I wanted to watch. I like to go down there and watch all these quarterbacks throw. And it comes out pretty easy for Quinn Ewers. It comes out very easy for Shough. Comes out, Cam didn't throw. Shedeur didn't throw. Jackson Dart has to muscle it up a little bit. Dillon Gabriel really has to get into it. Like when you're down there watching him throw, I'm sure you've been around on the field somewhere, John, watching quarterbacks throw. It's totally different. You get a real feel of how hard they have to work and how the ball comes out, and this is just going to end up being a quarterback full of good backups, I think, and low-end starters. They'll get their chance and then they'll fall back. Be like a Davis Mills. Think of that. Mm-hmm. So I think that'll be Quinn Ewers probably, more than likely. Will Howard, I think, won't even be that good. Riley, I think Dillon Gabriel's got a chance to be better than Riley Leonard, but supposedly he doesn't go till the 5th or the 6th. Quinn could go in the 4th. So,
wow.
Yeah. I've been working on the draft projections with some different sources, and I'm getting maybe 3, better chance of 4.
3. He's going 3. There's no way he lasts that long. Somebody's going to get antsy that needs. Well,
it's a backup.
A backup
instead of a starting corner. That's the question. It's going to be Shedeur. That's also where you're getting starting linebackers in the 3rd round this year, and potentially some starting safeties. Are you going to get a backup quarterback or starting? Now, I will say a lot of quarterbacks, there have been some bad quarterbacks going to 4th, way worse than Ian Book, for example. It's kind of crazy. Like I've got Shedeur projected in the 3rd. I mean, not Shedeur. I'm sorry. I got Shedeur a 1-2. I've got Quinn Ewers a 3 right now. Tyler Shough, I've got 2nd, 3rd, and then Jackson Dart, I got a 1-2. I think the Jackson Dart stuff is real. I think that's real. But this quarterback I don't think is going to be a memorable in 5 years. I don't think it's going to be a memorable draft. 21 was a very memorable draft, and look at all the flameouts there. It's just Justin Fields, just a guy. Mac Jones, he's a backup for Trevor Lawrence, who was also in that draft, who got paid a huge salary, but do any of us believe in him? Trey Lance, complete flameout, just signed a 1-year deal. I don't even remember who Trey Lance signed with. Do you remember who that was, Del? He signed a 1-year deal.
The Dolphins.
No.
I hope.
No, Chargers.
Same thing.
Signed a 1-year deal with the Chargers. Just a complete wreck. And those guys are all first rounders.
Yep. All right. If you've got a draft question, more than welcome to get in. Josh Simmons seems to be the consensus for the Texans. We could talk about that on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I got to talk about Pro Dunk. I got to talk about, the best goal. The best goal. It is not even arguable. When you raise and lower that goal, the kids love that. And it's just a push of a button now. It's not even, we had to crank back in the day. We had to crank it up and crank it down. Now it's the kids will love it. And listen, they can hang on the rim all day long. I don't care how heavy your kid is, okay? I don't care if you're in Wisconsin and your kids are hanging on the goal all day long. It doesn't matter. They can hang on it all day long. It's unbreakable. It's a breakaway rim, which is kind of stupid because it doesn't break. To me, that's a stupid name, a breakaway rim, because it doesn't break. Tempered glass backboards, unrestable stanchion, just perfect. They'll stencil the driveway. They'll put the free throw in. They'll put the 3-point line in. They'll stencil the stanchion so that your kids, everybody knows the kid that owns it. It's his court. All of it. They do it all. With the installation, that's second to none. It's the best goal, Dad. It's the best, okay? So you're looking for the best goal. Mom will love it. You'll love it. The kids will love it. Everybody loves it. ProDunk.com. ProDunk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here. Dun, 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 dun. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, the 9 o'clock hour. Getting to it a little late, but oh, well. Oh, well. So sad. Too bad, so sad. Astros lost again. 8-3 was the final. Had not won 2 games in a row. Fromber looked bad. Ball was up. They were crushing it. They destroyed him. There's a story out there today that Nolan Arenado did not want to come to the Astros because
Good, I didn't
of
want him
the
anyway.
Tucker trade. Because of he didn't trust the organization after the Tucker
Get
trade.
lost anyway. No one
Who
wanted you
cares?
either.
Nolan Arenado, you suck. Who cares if you come here? We got Isak. Is your name Isak? No. Isak Nolan Arenado? No. We don't need you. We got Isak who's hitting homers for us, all right? Beat it. And playing a great third base. Yeah, actually, Isak has been a nice plus for the organization so far. Yep.
Yeah, he's been all right. I mean, he started slow, but he's come on better than most. I'm looking up. Where do you think the Astros fall on the team? This is team batting average. Where do you think they fall in Major League Baseball?
Team batting average, definitely lower third.
22nd.
Yeah.
22nd. Yeah. Where do you think they fall in OPS?
Wow, there are 8 teams worse than them.
Yeah, I expected them to be 26th.
Yeah, 27th.
They're hitting 219 as a team, so it's pretty low.
It's gross.
How about OPS though?
They're probably around midway.
They're worse than they were. 23rd.
23rd. Huh.
They're 23rd
because they're hitting some homers, but okay.
They're 23rd. Well, so are other teams.
Yeah, I guess.
How about fewest strikeouts? That's something that the Astros were built to do, right? At first they were Crush City, but then Jeff Luhnow said, okay, phase two, we're going to eliminate strikeouts. We're going to go to a true sabermetrics-driven lineup.
Not happening. They're striking out a lot.
Not as much as you think. 15th.
Yeah, well, that's not great.
No, it's not great. And they played 16 games. Some other teams who have played 17 games. No, it's not bad. It's not bad. 15th, I'll take it.
Yep.
I'll take it. They're disappointing right now.
They're disappointing.
You know, it's not great right now from a team ERA standpoint. Your Houston Astros are 15th. Not ideal. Their whip number is their whip actually, John, their whip is good. Their whip is 25th. How is this possible? 1.11 is a team?
Offensively?
No, their whip, pitching stats.
Their whip.
Walks and hits per 9 innings. How is that even possible?
No, walks and hits per inning pitched.
Yeah, it's only 1.11.
The pitching has been good, dude.
I guess it's been better. I guess it's been better than I think.
Yeah,
I mean, their ERA is 15th in the league.
Their ERA is, but their strikeouts are high.
They're number one.
Yeah.
They're number one in the league in strikeouts. They've been, and their bullpen has been punching people out at a substantial rate.
They don't give up a 3 spot or a 4 spot, then they're punching people out.
True.
Well, they do give up a 4 spot, but they struck out the side.
The Astros only have 13 home runs. The Yankees have 32. The Dodgers have 31. The Angels have 30. The Astros at 13. They're 21st in the league in home runs. So, we used to be up there in home runs. We didn't strike out as much. The team pitching right now is hanging in there. The team hitting has been terrible, but got off to an awful start. Let's just see what happens. I kind of want to hold off on everything until mid-June. Honestly, I just want to let it play out and just see what happens. Somebody was, making the point, you all are going to have to eat your words on Jake Myers. And I said, let's let it play out. Let's see what happens.
Jake is what Jake is.
Let's just see. Yeah, it's been 4 years of the same thing.
Yeah.
Let's slow down on crowning Jake. No, Jake is probably.
If Jake hits 250, it's a great year.
It's a great year. If he hits 250 with an OPS over 700, I am legitimately happy with him.
And I believe right now he's at 250, and he's been on fire. So I don't expect Jake to be this good all season long, and he's at 250. So I don't know about this. We're going to eat our Jake words.
No, but I will be happy. Like, I don't have my bar's pretty low for Jake. The Jake Chaz combination, if there is such a thing, it's pretty low. We talked about it in the last hour. This may be the same iteration. For some, they'll be too young to remember the Carlos Lee Astros, but it was after the Astros had a good run, and then they tried to keep it going. They paid Carlos Lee. They couldn't get Carlos Beltran, so they added Carlos Lee. It feels a lot like that. There's some of the same guys are on the team, obviously, but it doesn't feel like the same team, and you can just sense that it's trailing off. It's trailing off of the Astros. I think that's a given. However, I do think it's Dana Brown's job to make moves to keep, to give yourself a chance to come back a little quicker. And will that be the case? Well, I think to do that, he's going to have to move Fromber. Because how many pieces do you have right now that have value in terms of that you would be willing to move? And those are going to be guys who either won't re-sign with you or, like, you don't have a lot of commodities left, John. You're not moving Altuve. No one's going to want Jake or Chaz. Jordan's not going anywhere. I don't think you're not going to move any of the players. Your catcher has no value. The players you just signed are sticking with you.
No.
You don't really have a lot. You're not going to move Hunter Brown. You really have Fromber. That's about it. And you need to move Fromber and get a good deal like hopefully you end up getting with Kyle Tucker. That one, we won't know that one for a couple of years. But you may have gotten your a really good player.
Today is a bad time to trade Fromber with a 4.50.
Well,
ERA.
today. Yeah, today. But he'll come back. I mean, he's going to have some bad games and good games. We know Fromber's had a couple of really, really good games too.
Yeah. Right. But yeah, not yesterday notwithstanding. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got baseball cards out. Did you seen this? Action figures. John Granato, man of the people. And
where'd that come from?
Erline, preeminent NFL draft expert.
Where'd that come from?
I don't know. Michael sent it to us. If you're looking at.
Is it on Twitter?
It's on. I don't know. There's me and there's.
Well, how did you get it?
I don't know how I got. Michael got it.
Is it a text? Is what I'm asking.
It's a text. Yeah.
Oh, well, then just text it over.
Okay, that's you, preeminent draft expert.
Let's see.
We got trading cards.
Oh no, I think
it doesn't say Hall of Fame on there. Okay, I don't know who made them, but okay. Maybe those are our rookie cards.
No, it's AI. You can tell by the teeth. These are AI. Yeah, AI action. AI action figure.
They fixed your teeth. You were British, and now
no, they do a weird. The teeth look super weird, but yeah, Ryan Lashane has one where it's an action figure and it's got OGD in the background and a butcher knife, and it says something. Yeah, I've seen these things going around. Somehow there's some AI feature that does that.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. I'm a man of the people, and you're a preeminent NFL draft expert.
Mm-hmm.
But we're both Hall of Famers. Hall of Fame, which Dell isn't. So 2/3 of the show, at least. Which is nice.
You got the Hall of Fame you made it into is worse than the Basketball Hall of Fame when it comes to its standards.
Hall of Fame.
You might be right. You might be accurate.
HOF.
GTFO. How about that?
And you know what? A lot of the guys that are going to be at the Insperity. Okay, so it starts April 28th and it runs through May 4th. It is the Insperity Invitational. It is awesome. Wood Forest National Bank. You got the championship pro-am. You've got the tournament, which is awesome, which has got the best seniors in the world. Okay. It's the Champions Tour, and it's at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course, which we had forever. It's where we played the Shell forever. And it is awesome. Wood Forest National Bank is a big sponsor of the Insperity. The Woodlands Country Club is beautiful. This is golf time, baby. We just had the Houston Open. We are going to have the Chevron, and now we're going to have the Champions Tour here. It runs through May 4th, the 28th through the 4th. They've got all kinds of events. It's absolutely free to go to, all right? Parking and shuttle is easy. They want you out there. They got all the sponsors that are providing, that you don't have to pay anything to go. It's just awesome. They honor the greats in golf. Jack has been coming here forever. Arnie was coming here. Gary Player here. I mean, it's been huge. Okay. We've had great winners here at the Woodlands Country Club. It's time for golf, people, and the Insperity is coming. It's Saturday, May 3rd. You got the honor of the greats of golf, and it's awesome. You're going to see legends here. So you're looking for a great place to go. Another big golf event coming here. It's the Insperity Invitational. Go to insperityinvitational.com, insperityinvitational.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance, I mentioned Josh Simmons a couple of segments ago. Well, he's a target. He is the Texans' target. What do you think?
Who's that?
Josh Simmons.
No.
No?
No.
Just no.
Not a swarm guy. I'd be shocked if he is. Talent-wise, yes, but I don't think he's a swarm guy.
Donovan Jackson
the
is more likely.
The W is work ethic. No, I think the two most likely are Tyler Booker and Gray Zabel. Gray Zabel for North Dakota.
Not Donovan Jackson?
Not Donovan Jackson. I think Donovan Jackson's possible if those other two are gone. I think it goes in this order. Booker, Zabel, Donovan Jackson is my guess. Josh Simmons has some work ethic stuff, so he either goes like he could be a surprise pick at 10 to the Bears. He's probably the most pure left tackle. Like if the Patriots are okay with him, he could be the 4th pick of the draft. But I don't know that they're okay with him because he is coming off a patella injury and he has some work ethic concerns, maturity concerns. So if he doesn't go 4, he could go number 10 to the Bears. But then after that, it's just like who's willing to, he's kind of been killed behind the scenes a little bit. So I don't think he falls any further than the Chiefs at 31. The Texans, it'd be great if the Texans had him I just don't think D'Amico wants to go from Laramie Tunsil to Josh Simmons. I just don't see it. I've kind of taken him off the board for the Texans.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be interior. I think it'll be Tyler Booker, the ass kicker, Gray Zabel, the center guard for North Dakota State, and then Donovan Jackson third, who my ratings, I have him ahead of the other two. I would go Donovan Jackson first. He's got some left tackle experience, and then he can play. He's more of a full-time guard. Better athlete than Booker. Maybe not the same. Similar toughness. Tyler Booker's probably the toughest. Gray Zabel's very strong, can play both center and guard. So I think they're going to find a good offensive lineman at 25. I think it's only offensive line. From what I understand, it's offensive line and wide. I think wide receiver could be in play there too if there's a run on offensive line. So it's worth keeping an eye on. There's the Seahawks need a guard. Arizona could take a guard. The Colts could take a guard, possibly. Trying to remember who else might go guard. I think there's an outside chance the Vikings, but they need safety. So I'm going with teams who are, the Chargers could take a guard. So I don't think I used to think the Texans had to trade up. If they want to get a tackle, they'll have to trade up other than Simmons. If they have Simmons on the board, he may still be there. Josh Connerly will be there from Oregon as a tackle. Needs to get stronger, probably needs a year in the weight room. Kelvin Banks will be gone. Will Campbell will be gone. Armand Membo is going to be gone. So those 3 tackles are going to be gone. So if you're the Texans, you want to tackle, you have to trade up. If you want a guard/center, you can probably sit tight.
All right, let's put that guard in at right guard. Let's, I guess Patterson is the center.
Then you go Juice at left guard and you go Howard back at right tackle.
Well,
I don't think so. I think you go Juice.
I think Titus is going to be left guard. My guess is
Titus left guard.
Yeah.
Juice will be center. Of course, he and Patterson will probably have to battle for the position. I don't think you just give it to Juice. So you make those two fight for it. Right guard will be your first round draft pick. And and I guess Fisher would be your – oh, no. Wait a minute. Fisher's your right tackle and Cam Robinson's your left tackle?
Okay. I guess. What about the
Laken Tomlinson?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's play that game. Laken will go left guard. Let's go Donovan Jackson starting left guard. Right guard Laken Tomlinson. Center is the battle I talked about. Right tackle is now Titus Howard. Left tackle is Blake Fisher. Or the winner of Blake Fisher versus Cam Robinson. I like that better.
Mm-hmm.
I like that better. You got competition at center. You got competition at left tackle between a pass starter.
So
Blake Fisher has not been a left tackle.
You don't see Trent Brown even making the team?
Well, he could, but he's older, way heavier, and teams that have had him have not been very crazy about him. I think Trent Brown is in there for. I think he's in there for. Remember Green Bay? I think New England gave him a good contract, and then he just crapped the bed in New England. So I don't think there's a belief that he's really going to work real hard to get in shape and stuff like that. So no, I don't think Trent Brown's a factor. I don't think he's a factor. They'll probably keep 4 tackles, I guess, but I expect Cam Robinson to be one of them. Blake Fisher's one. Titus Howard is one. Now, if Titus Howard has to play guard, then that means that you did not draft a guard in the first round, and that means that you've got either Laken Tomlinson or Ed Ingram starting at one guard spot. Neither one of them's a particularly good pass protector. So I don't know. It's not. I didn't think they could fix it in 1 year, but Blake Fisher playing well is a big piece of the puzzle. If they can get a good season out of him, oh my gosh, it changes everything. You don't have to have the same, concern at tackle. So if you can get Blake Fisher to play well, then it really opens up a lot for you. But I still wouldn't mind getting a center or a tackle in here. I'm not sure Juice is going to. I don't think Juice Scruggs gets to a second contract.
Here's ESPN's depth chart. Here's the starting line for the Texans on ESPN. Cam Robinson at left tackle, Laken Tomlinson at left guard, Jared Patterson at center, Juice Scruggs at right guard, and Trent Brown at right tackle. Blake Fisher, Ed Ingram, Titus Howard all on the bench, backups.
Huh. Well, let's see how that works.
ESPN may know something you don't know.
They don't know anything that we know.
Titus is, wow, he's fallen from grace. I mean, wow. Cam Robinson and Trent Brown starting at tackles. Oh. My God.
That's not
all right. We got to go because you got.
Well, we'll see.
Aaron Taylor coming up.
We'll see. I texted him, but Aaron has notifications silenced.
Okay.
So he may be on the West Coast. So we'll just play it by ear. We'll just do our show and see what happens. Maybe Aaron Taylor comes on. Maybe he doesn't.
Maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't. But I know one thing is happening at Chastang Ford. I know employee pricing is happening, and I know that's kind of a big deal. I know that's important. I know this about Chastang Ford. I feel like I got employee pricing and I didn't. When I was buying mine, I got rebates and I got stuff, but I felt like, wow, you guys treat me like I'm an employee here. I'm not. I wasn't. This is different. This is better. I loved my deals at Chastang Ford, and this is better. Okay? Employee pricing is always better. Employees get a better deal than people who aren't employees. They just do. And right now is employee pricing, and it's going on, and it's going to be going on for a while. And you got some time, but I wouldn't take my time because cars go off the lot. If the 2024 trucks are still there, the F-150s are still there, you're getting the best deal you could possibly get, okay? You're getting the best deal on the 2025s as well, but they got to get those. Here's a little secret. They got to get those 2024s off the lot. They can't have them, okay? And they're making deals. And on top of employee pricing, what? You're getting the best deal that you're going to find. No add-ons, no markups. It's just the best deal you're going to find in the city of Houston. I love Chastang Ford. I buy my vehicles there. I'm going to continue to buy my vehicles there. I want you to buy your vehicles there and love them too. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
So this just came across my timeline.
We're going to have Aaron Taylor join us, but he's asleep on the West Coast, I think, because he's got notifications on. So he'll probably text later like, dude, I totally forgot. So we'll get him on.
Oh, he's on the West Coast, but he can't get up.
So exactly.
Somebody's not dedicated.
I'm so not looking forward to that.
See,
but there's nothing I can do because John does it like every week. He wakes up and does it, and I'm like, man, I'm gonna do this.
This is a problem. If he had made friends with like Brian McKinney would be available. But he made friends
Brian
with
McKinney.
He made
the
friends.
sex boat guy.
He made friends with the Notre Dame offensive
Brian
lineman,
McKinney
so he's
might
unavailable.
be in jail somewhere.
Excuse me?
Didn't he do the sex boat thing?
He's not in jail.
Was Ziggy
Do you
Will?
want to take that back?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Firefest 2. Why don't you make friends with him?
No, I'm bringing my own water.
We'll promote that, Lance.
I'm bringing my own water.
Okay.
You do not want to get stuck at Firefest and need water.
Why would you name it Firefest 2?
Name recognition.
The name.
No. Do you want
change the
No,
name.
because people who would go, they love the irony of that. Like it's actually a smart move.
Such a small percentage of people.
No, you're not. It's not geared towards you or me or even Dell.
Okay, let's call it New Coke again. No, it's a terrible idea.
That's the irony.
It's difficult to grab the attention of people.
This
you name
grabs
it
your
Firefest 2, people are going to, what?
Yeah, I mean, you've got so many
Why would
festivals
I go
that
to
are
get ripped off again?
because
this time is going to be fine.
Yeah, you got so many festivals. Oh, you want to be able to say you were there. Are you kidding me? We were at Firefest 2. That's the whole thing. There's so many festivals. Firefest 2 is going to catch attention.
No.
Trust me, there will be a lot of attention on Firefest 2. It'll go 100% viral.
Let's do Waco. Waco 2. No.
What's wrong with Baylor?
You're
what do you
not,
mean?
John, they're not hiring you to do marketing for festivals.
Well, guess what? I'm going to bet this is another disaster for Firefest. Okay? That's what I'm betting. Maybe people won't go to prison this time, but it's going to be a disaster.
I bet it won't be. I bet it'll be just a festival.
I'll bet nobody goes. That's what I bet.
Oh, you're 100% wrong on that. There's going to be a lot of people going. You don't understand how young people work. They want to be. That's a place to go. You're going to Firefest 2? Dude, I'd love to go to that. Now, it'll be interesting to see who the acts are.
Yeah, and no, they won't have any acts. They won't have any water, and they won't have any place to
Why
stay.
would they do that again?
Well, we talked about it last week, I think, or the week before, where they thought it was going to be in one place, but the city officials like, no, you can't have it here. We don't have anything that says this will be here.
John, you don't know. It's an electrifying, according to its website, it's 57 days away. Oh, no, it's
They
a
don't have
counter.
site. Where's the site, Lance?
It's a counter. Fire.mx.
Yeah, fire.mx.
No. Where's the site of the event?
Well, it's supposed to be in Playa del Carmen, but the officials there are like, no, it's not.
Okay.
Okay.
So where is
First
it?
of all, you can buy the
57 days
25,000
away, and they don't even have a.
Would you
place.
like artist access to be part of the creation? It's
I've been on the site.
25,000. It's a sweet site.
Yeah.
If you like the Fuego, you got VIP access, elevated experience. And if you like Ignite, which is just regular, it's only 1,400.
Here's
I
some
think I'm gonna go with Phoenix, 25,000.
Oh yeah, the kids are all going to clamor to that because they've all got 25,000. What
are you talking about?
1,400.
Yes, they all spend money somehow. It's going to be a lot of influencers.
Yeah, well, Lance, John is winning the battle whether this thing will go on or not. First, they don't have a site. They don't have a site for it.
Pop up.
Also, according to one of the ticketing partners, they took the tickets off the website to sell them because they're not sure.
Off of which website?
Soldout.com is the official ticketing partner.
Oh, I can buy them right here. I'm about to buy a $45,000 Phoenix
and
pass.
they took them off the site because they're not quite sure what the hell's going on.
Why would I not buy a Phoenix pass?
Well,
why would you not?
Yes. Why not? Where you don't know where it's going to be yet.
That's
so
part of the
buy
allure.
That,
Only the cool kids are going to know.
No talent has been announced for the rumored event yet. I mean, Antonio, look at Lance.
Well, you know what? I'm wrong, though, Del.
No talent.
Listen,
Antonio Brown claimed that he'd been booked for the festival, but no one can prove that.
Antonio, oh my God.
Yes. That guy.
I just clicked the link that was explore. What did I just explore? I explored something. It's nothing but a blank blue.
Yeah.
I think I hit explore tickets and it's off.
Dell, I'm going to admit I'm wrong. Firefest 2
Okay,
is the
when it jumps
perfect
off
name.
and it's the hottest.
It's the perfect name. It's the biggest, another biggest.
I think it's a great name.
No
the name
ever.
is great.
But the fact that they're
if this bus, you 100% call it Firefest 3.
Yeah.
When you come back, there's
Keep
no
doing-
doubt.
Keep doing this.
It's no doubt.
I just don't think they're actually going to have people show up and be miserable
can't
for
be
a
the
weekend
same-
because there's no place to go.
But it can't be the same money behind it. So who's the
website's-
money behind this one?
The website is flashy, so there's money behind the website.
Well,
they have about 13 days. April 28th through the 30th.
I'm just going to
for the
trust.
first weekend, I think, and then May 5th through May 7th for the
Now
second.
you are right. I cannot buy tickets on their own website.
They're
I
not
can't
selling
get-
tickets.
I'm trying to give them $25,000 for the Phoenix Pass, and they won't let me have it.
So you click on something, but you can't buy anything.
I mean, I'm trying to give you 25,000, guys.
They don't want
I'm gonna
it.
take
because
it out of
they'll
my
go to
home
prison
equity.
Again.
If they take your money, it's fraud.
Eyelids for Kids is a better organization.
Don't tell anyone. We're battling some legal issues at Eyelids for Kids. Some kids didn't get their eyelids. Eyelids for kids. Eyelids
And
for kids.
do we need to remind people where the eyelids are coming from?
Oh, my God.
Sometime elbow skin.
Yeah. So kids who were
other times,
other places. For kids who,
extra skin
who were born without eyelids, Lance was heading a charity.
I wasn't heading it. I was a spokesman.
You were taking
you
money.
got extra skin. You know who could get into this? By
Please
the way,
please don't say.
Is Doc Linville.
Okay,
because he takes he will take, you when you get older you get more above your eyelashes there, you get more skin, and Doc can help you with that. So maybe he can donate all that skin he's taking from people's eyes
for kids. Yes. If you got some, you mean the skin above your eyelids? You mean eyelids?
Eyelids, right?
Yeah.
Well, right. So
eyelids for kids. Eyelids
Doc
for
Linville should get in
kids.
this.
I saw it. Somebody has created an AI image of Texas Tech, and a little person it's an AI image. Have you seen it, John? See, this is what you did. You did this so early in the show about Mike Leach claiming a little person was going to get thrown over the line of scrimmage for a first down. And now people have created AI images of an entire offensive line at Texas Tech and one little person in a Tech jersey.
I mean,
you see the picture?
The formation isn't great. I don't know why he's in front of the offensive line.
He's in front of the offensive
he's
line.
He's going to get killed.
Yeah, AI hasn't really figured all that out yet. AI is wild. The pictures it comes up with, and I mean, look at the little nose.
Listen,
really
from now on, we don't have to. No derogatory. We could just say little running backs. Okay.
Is this a special position? No, I don't want to. No, no, forget it. Forget it. I don't want to ask you more questions. Never mind.
Yeah, don't. You kind of kept this going. You kind of watered it a little.
I asked a couple questions about the logistics of it all, but I don't want to get back into it. Mostly because if you just said random college coach, I'd be all in. But the fact that you have a guy who's no longer with us and it's his idea, I don't know. This one bothers me for some reason. Leave Mike Leach alone.
No. My goodness.
Mike, this is, I'm telling you, I do not, it makes it that much more believable for me. That much more believable for me.
R.I.P. The Pirate.
That's right. He's the best. He was the best. He was awesome. I've had a few cocktails. I had a few cocktails with Mike Leach back in the day. He is exactly what you think he is.
I have a good friend of
He will
mine.
say all kinds of stuff.
How about this? A good friend of mine, he got out of there was an NFL team, and he stopped working for them. We'll just call it that. And he moved down. He decided to go for a summer and live down in the Keys. And he had this lady from Michigan who said, you can have my house. Like, he knew her. I don't know. Somehow he knew her. She was this wealthy lady. And she said, you can stay in my house for, 3-4 months. So he did. He got to be good friends with Mike Leach. And they hung out every day, just hung out and talked. And, would have drinks, would talk, whatever. And he is like, I got to be really good friends with Mike Leach. And I said, what was that like? He said, it's not an act. He said, Mike Leach that's how he said, some of it is a little bit, he plays it up a little bit, but he said that's pretty much who he is. Like, he thinks his mind just works way differently. It is kind of his background is pretty crazy. What was he, John? He was like, he wasn't even a football coach. He
was a lawyer.
He was a lawyer who decided he wanted to become a football coach. Right. It's one of the most unusual. Mike Leach documentary would have been great.
Yeah,
it'd have been great.
Oh my God, if you had, well, I mean, there's probably plenty of footage of Mike behind the scenes. There's a guy in Houston named Gardner Parker who was really, I mean, they were tight, and I got to know. Well, he lives about 3 houses from Dana. That was just a coincidence, but Gardner and Leach were, and that's where I got to know Leach a little bit through Gardner Parker. But Leach didn't care if you were a football guy, not a football guy, whatever. If you were a good person and you got a lot, Mike Leach would become friends with people. I mean, it was crazy. Like that person that you said, stay at my house. Yeah, okay, and we become great, fast friends. Leach was incredible. Everybody loved Leach. It's a shame. But I'm telling you, I think it makes the whole thing more believable that Leach is attached to this thing. I don't.
He's not actually attached to this.
Well, I attached him to it. Well, no, that website attached him to it, and I just went along with it.
Why?
Because I believe it. I believe that could possibly happen. It makes it more believable for me.
And Leach never brought this up to you in all the times you had a drink with him. You don't think this would have come up, like Dana would have never said it behind the scenes? Leach had an idea.
I'll ask Dana.
No, don't ask Dana.
See, you're doing it, Del.
No,
this is on you as much as it's on him.
I'm trying to explain to him how ridiculous it is that he's had drinks with Leach. He's close with Dana. You don't think at any point Dana would have brought this up when you guys are drinking together? Hey, guess what Leach said?
Yeah, it's true. Dana's wise enough to know that that's crazy stuff.
Yeah, so he would have brought it to
mostly because of the fumbling problems.
No, I'm going to tell you this. Dana will probably go, I don't know, but I believe it. I could see him saying it.
Yeah, it's true.
That is true. That's what Dana. I believe it.
I just want to let the estate of Mike Leach know I don't believe a second of this story. Look at Lance. No. You got to
look how easy it would be to fumble.
Can you see what he's doing, John?
Oh my God.
Fumble. Worst play ever.
Oh, don't do that.
Ball security drills would be paramount.
Right there. He was Kenny Picketing. Okay. No. It's
you got to throw it between these cammers.
Hey,
I'll bet I'll knock a camera.
How
down.
big
would break
who's got the smallest hands in this quarterback draft?
I can find it out.
You don't know it?
Not offhand. It's
nah,
not every class.
I'm going to guess Jackson Dart.
You might be right on that. I have not heard which quarterbacks have the wee hands. It has not really come up in this draft, so it must not be an issue. Kenny Pickett's small hands. People acted like that wasn't a big deal. He's wearing if you've got to wear 2 gloves to be a quarterback, I mean, maybe a little bit it's an issue.
Didn't he wind up doing
lead the league in fumbles?
I thought during the draft process he wound up doing a thing where he was stretching his hands.
He was.
And he wound up and then he wound up with bigger hands than his initial measurements.
Oh, these are wee. Seth Hennigan from Memphis, almost 8.5-inch hands. Jalen Milroe, sub 9-inch hands. Teeny tiny. Also, lots of turnovers. Dylan Gabriel, 9 1/8. See, now we're okay. Biggest hands. Ooh, Jackson Dart actually 9 3, almost 9.5-inch hands. It's pretty big. Cam Miller, come on, who's the big hand guy? Quinn Ewers. Nope, this doesn't have any. Nobody that you would recognize. Jeff Sims, your guy, John.
Your favorite.
10-inch hands.
Biggest mistake ever. All right, we got a break. We got News of the Weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, we got John Daspit.
Yeah, John Daspit is the man of the people. And when I say people, it's people who've been injured or people who have been wronged due to someone else's negligence. Go to the website and go look up all the areas of practice he has. It's a drop-down menu, and you can see everything. It's pretty wild, to be honest with you. If you go there, it's It's daspitlaw.com, daspitlaw.com. John Daspit works and his lawyers. He's got a lot of lawyers. And the reason he did that, the reason he does that is because he wants everyone to get, to have the same representation that they deserve. You need someone working on your case where your case is of the utmost importance. You're not a number to them. Because you've got to have someone who is ready to fight the insurance company, because the insurance company is going to do everything they can to squeeze you. And so you got to have a company that's ready to fight for you for all the medical bills, all the medical bills that are to come, like physical therapy, for example, that will continue on. You need to have your money that you miss from work, whether it's short-term or long-term, that needs to be accounted for. And of course, your pain and suffering needs to be accounted for. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. They're the name you can trust, and they are highly regarded here in the city of Houston with more settlements than and bigger settlements than anywhere else. It's daspitlaw.com or go to 713, call now.
I know. The countdown is on. Apparently, we've only got 1 billion years left. Are you guys worried?
No.
Life on Earth. International researchers estimate complete extinction in 1 billion years. You're not worried about this?
Nah, we've had a good run.
Yeah, people have had a pretty good run, I would say. I mean, a lot of people. Some people better than others.
Many people.
Many people have had good runs. Others have not. Okay.
What do you think the percentages are? If we go since inception of human beings? People with good runs versus people with bad runs. What do you think? How does that lay out percentage-wise? You think it's 55-45, 60-40, good to bad, or is it in the inverse? Like 60% of the people who have existed on this earth have had a bad run.
Okay, so what are the number of people that you know that are good people and bad?
Well, not good people, but just had a tough lot in life.
That are not bad people.
I was mostly going by how the world has treated them. But as far as good to bad, I know you two. So 2 out of 3, you two are 100% bad people.
Well,
no, we're great.
I know Sean, that's a good person. Yeah. Joe, good person. So that's 50-50.
Okay, Joel, which word you?
I don't really know Joel. I know
you do.
I barely know Joel.
What about Jeremy? What about Paul Gallant?
Paul, definitely a bad person.
Bad person. Yeah. Okay. What about Todd?
Todd, considering
he's an Aggie, good person.
Considering he's an Aggie, and he has some control of my career, good person.
Good person.
Yes.
Okay. No, the majority of people that you know are just good, flat out good people.
I think it's maybe 65-35, good to bad.
I think most of the people I know are good people.
Yeah, most of the people. I'm going to go higher good people.
Or not bad people. I won't say good people.
Bad people.
They're not. I probably only know
not
about
evil people. I think there's a small percentage of just
evil, flat out evil. I would agree.
Yeah. Oh, evil people lower. Bad people, I'm going to go like 9%.
9% of the world are evil people.
Well, the people who are in my sphere.
You think 9% evil people?
No, bad people.
Bad people.
Yeah. I think the evil is I probably know 1% of evil people.
You know what? I'm going to amend something. I don't think you two are bad people. You're just not my type of people.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's different.
Yeah. That's fair.
I don't think you're bad.
Oh, yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. I would agree with that we're not your kind of people, which is a good thing for me.
And good thing for me.
Which is a positive.
It means I don't ever have to lie about not wanting to hang out with you. It's just, hey, John's not going to ask me to hang out. He knows we're not the type of people who hang out together. It's easy. It's great.
That's right.
Don't even have to lie. Yeah. John, sorry, I got stuff to do. Sorry. I don't even have to lie.
Yeah. A South African Civil Aviation Authority said a low-altitude helicopter crash was the result of an unsecured penguin. Do you feel like penguins
Can you explain
have to wear
that?
Seatbelts? A
unsecured on a helicopter?
Yeah.
Yeah, penguins should have to wear seatbelts. They should be in a cage.
He brought a penguin in a cardboard box. Someone brought a penguin in a cardboard box on the helicopter, and it made the helicopter crash.
Man, these people
Do you
are so
feel like penguins have to wear seatbelts too?
just reckless with this penguin stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, penguins should be in a cage at least. They should be secured.
Penguin cage?
If it's an overweight penguin, does it have to pay for a second seat?
Ooh.
Wow. It should have to.
Should it have to pay for a second seat?
It's a penguin. How's it going to pay for any seat?
I don't know. Why does it need a seat belt then? Why is it sitting in a seat?
Why is it just walking around, flopping around in a helicopter?
That's how you transport penguins in helicopters, and they can freely move about the helicopter.
Apparently, not. No, because the helicopter crashed.
Well, why are they transporting it and letting it move around?
Well, he had it in a cardboard box, which
that's not secure.
Cannot hold a penguin.
That's not secure. A cardboard box. It won't even hold a puppy.
No. I think that was poorly planned. Poorly planned.
Poor caddying.
There's a man accused of having sex with a corpse on a New York City subway.
Again? I saw that story.
Wait. The corpse was on the subway too?
Yes. It had been dead for a while. This is probably the worst New York story I've ever heard.
That is awful.
And they had to catch him, and there were other people on the train.
Just watching it go down.
Well, what is wrong with people?
Now, apparently,
I'm going to go higher on the higher bad people list.
He apparently went through the corpse's pockets too, but he was the second person that went through the corpse's pockets.
Oh, well, yeah.
Somebody else stole whatever else he had on.
Now, listen.
But the second guy came up, and on top of the stealing, he decided to have sex.
So, yeah, okay. So the number's higher than 9%, but he's on the evil.
That's
list.
an evil person.
You know how many people were on that subway? A lot. A lot of people were on that subway, and only one had sex. But 2 people actually robbed him, so they're evil.
So it was a man who robbed a dead man and then had sex with the man.
Then he had
That's
sex
what happened
after he robbed him.
So someone watched this guy rifle through the pockets, then take the guy's clothes off.
There's video of it.
Oh, and then he took the clothes off, and then went on to have sex with this dead body.
Yeah. Not only did he take everything out of his pockets, he took his pants off.
Wow.
Man.
And no one was like, "Hey, come on, man."
Hey,
never.
dude.
Hey, wait until I'm off. Wait until the next stop.
Get in line is what you're saying.
Yeah, this guy got busted.
Wow.
It had to be a camera. A camera had to catch his. They found him. They got him.
They got him.
My gosh, how is he going to do in prison?
Good police.
Well, maybe he'll fit in.
I don't know where they put that on the scale of things will get you shanked.
Yeah, I don't know. Having sex with a dead body. I don't know where that ranks.
Guess what you get when you get to prison?
Well,
I don't know.
Looks. How do prisoners?
I don't know
what's
what
the
they think of
hierarchy?
that.
What would a prisoner think of that?
Man, that dude.
Well, what do pedos get?
Well, he's
not a pedo.
He's not a pedo. He had sex with a dead body.
I don't know where that ranks on the scale.
Yeah,
we're saying, I've never heard of it.
No idea what happened.
Not on
It's a new classification that we've never had before.
You didn't abuse any.
How dead is the body? Someone asked.
Oh no.
Good Lord.
What? That's not a
dead
question.
Is dead.
Yeah,
actually, dead is not dead, but dead is kind of dead is dead.
Dead is dead in this case.
What are we? I gotta say, this has been one of the worst shows that John's ever put together.
What kind of show am
One of the worst.
What kind of show am I involved in? What is this? This is what I thought to myself when I was a kid in my
one
bedroom.
of your dad says John is a clown.
No
wonder your dad's so mad at your career choice.
I was growing up and listening to Lee Hacksaw Hamilton in San Diego, thinking I want to do that. He's talking sports all the time. I love doing this. This is the job I took.
Chargers fans react.
Yeah. He loved himself some Stan Humphries at the time.
Yeah.
Natron means.
You thought that was going to be your path.
I don't know about.
I don't know. If you did throw a little person over a line of scrimmage, would he fumble?
Lee Hacksaw Hamilton never talked about this.
Never. Well, I mean, the hand size does become a problem.
He didn't know Leach, though. That's why. He knew Leach. He talked.
Touchdown, San Diego. That's what I remember.
That's what you thought Sports Talk was?
Yeah.
I came up listening to, Rich and Charlie. Some, Rich and Charlie were at KKRH or Jerry Trupiano, and I'm like, yeah.
Who was your idol, John? Who led you down this path that you're doing this?
Bozo the Clown. He was on WGN.
I was on Bozo the Clown.
That's just you go.
There it is. His inspiration.
He is a clown, Dale.
And you
are his court jester.
That's a true statement that was made. I'm going to get that made into a shirt.
I got royalties. I'm making 10 cents off of every shirt you sell.
That's fine.
Okay, but it's sponsored by Eyelids for Kids.
Yep, that's fine. What a shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Eyelids for kids. Eyelids for kids.
Penguins in boxes. Okay.
Crash helicopters.
That's it. Dell and Sean next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Half of them are good people. Okay, so that's that show. I want to talk right now about Houston Powder Coaters. I know good people when I see them, and I know Robin is a good person. She is awesome. And Robin is a good person in large part because she's honest with you. She will tell you whether or not your patio furniture needs to be trashed or saved. She'll be straight with you on this one, okay? Because she's told people, nah, we can't fix that. You need to buy new stuff. But she doesn't want you to buy new stuff. You know why she doesn't want you to buy new stuff is because the metal is not as good. Not nearly as good as metal that was if you've got patio furniture from your mom and dad or even older, that metal is real metal, is good metal. And they can save that metal. Maybe. So you let her be the judge, and she's going to be straight with you about whether or not you are going to be able to save that or not save it. And they'll pick it up, and they'll deliver it absolutely free. and they'll do a great job. And you got to give them a little bit of time. So now's the time to act before we get to really nice weather where you want to be outside eating and drinking and by the pool and all of those things. Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. Been here for a long time. You get all 5-star reviews. They're awesome. You're looking for the best way to powder coat whatever it is that you got, be it new or awful. HoustonPowderCoaters.com, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
Length of this song, I could have just let it play it out and then gone to break. It is 10:09. Well, It's just the cross-eyed bear following the morning show. Very special edition of the John and Land Show for multiple reasons. You can hear that on the podcast in a little bit here. But we're here. Sean's back with me after being on the afternoon shows, excuse me. But thanks to Joe for filling in. Joe's going to do a bit of that going forward. So get used to Joe George, hearing him here and other places as we make up for people going on vacation, having sick days. Joe's going to be a big part of making sure we keep running as smoothly, if you want to call what we do smooth, going forward. Okay, so we've got postseason basketball today. We find out who the Rockets will be playing. It'll be the late game. So if you want to stay up late to see who the Rockets will be facing in the first round, you got that going on TNT. It'll be Grizz versus Warriors. It'll start right around 9 our time. So we have that on the plate. And I would say this is a real time for the Rockets to make some headway. I don't know where the percentages lie as far as levels of importance for the local teams here and how people view them, because it's been an Astros town for a while. That comes with winning. And with this Astros team, some unfamiliar faces, those unfamiliar faces aren't particularly playing well. And then one of your familiar faces goes out and throws out a dud like Fromber did last night. The curveball, he could not spot that thing. It did not have the break it needed to. And the Cardinals took his curveball apart as they run away from the Astros. Pena had a home run that didn't matter very much other than for his stats, but the Astros got beat down in St. Louis. So the Rockets have a shot if they go on a deep run to kind of change the vibes in the city, I think. Now the Astros have started slowly the last 5-6 seasons now, so it's what they do at this point. As dominant as they have been in the division and certainly in the AL, they have not been a fast starting team. So this is right along. It's right in the trend of what they've done, but we don't have the guys we're used to having. So is Christian Walker going to improve? You would hope so. That's part of the reason he's here, to make first base better. You didn't think it could be worse than the combination of Singleton and Abreu, and we're not going to crush Christian Walker for less than 20 games, but he's off to a slow start. Paredes, when he's not hitting the ball at Minute Maid, or Daikin, excuse me, I wonder how long I'm going to continue to do that. He's been poor away from Daikin. So some new faces who aren't performing are up to the level we want them to. And I remember back when Bill O'Brien tried to do this, where he said, "Yeah, the Astros are great, but this is a football town," and people kind of laughed. And it was always humorous for Bill O'Brien to try to determine what type of town this was, considering no one cared for Bill O'Brien. No one's looking to you to set the standard of what this town is. I don't know if any Rocket's going to come out and say that. I don't think Ime's concerned about what type of town it is. But if you want to take back some of the interest and say, "Hey, we're pretty good over here. Maybe now it's our time." It doesn't start today. We'll just find out who they're playing. But on Sunday, you put on a run that kind of gets this city all in on the team. I know there will always be the Astros contingent because of the winning and the titles, but we're looking for a team to get behind. I'm not sure people are behind this Astros team other than, oh, they're the Astros, they'll figure it out. It's a lot of that. It's not any real evidence other than, hey, they're Houston, they're the Astros. They'll get right.
Well, it's what you said, that basically since the pandemic season, they always start like this. They always start the first 20 games like, they're like two under 500, and then they get hot later, either in May or June. So I think that's some of it. But yeah, no, I think that Reed Shepherd should declare this a basketball town. I think he should.
You think Reed Shepherd should be the one to do it?
I mean, honestly, who should do it is Kelvin Sampson. He should be the one that's like.
True.
But it's definitely a basketball town. There's
Yes.
2 good basketball teams here. There's 1 mediocre baseball team so far.
We hope they get the mediocre. Right now, it's not a great product, particularly away from the hitting has been a question mark. And now you throw in, and the pitching has been good. Like, you have some blow-ups, like Fromber He's had 2 games that weren't so good. We know Wisniewski and his first start wasn't good. The bullpen has his issues. But if you just look at the numbers overall, the pretty good. It just has been a big issue. And no hitting would have helped last night when your starter, your supposed stopper. He is your ace, but he has had opportunities this year. And in some occasions he comes through as a guy to stop a losing streak or get us back on track. And in some instances he is not. And we're still at where the Astros' longest winning streak is 1 game, which is not really a streak. It's just they won a game, they lose a game. But that's what happens when you're below 500. You're not going to win a lot of games in a row. That's just how the math works.
Yeah. Good news is no long losing streaks.
It's true. They've lost more than they've won, but no extended losing streaks.
Yeah, they've only had a 2-game losing streak.
Well, didn't they get swept by the Giants? Yeah. That's
3 games.
That's the issue there. They got swept by the Giants.
Digging ourselves out of that hole.
Yeah.
Winning
1 game at a time.
1 game at
Yeah, that's how it works. You keep stacking 1 win.
Just keep playing 500 baseball.
Well, that's going to have to get better because you're already under 500. You can't keep playing 500 baseball. That's not going to be the way.
All right, Mr. High Standards here.
I just know math. It's not about high standards. If you're under 500 currently, you can't keep playing 500 baseball if you think things are going to go your way. I know the division isn't great, but I think some team is going to finish above 500. So you can't count on the rest of the division falling back to where you are if you hope to make the playoffs and win another division title. And by the way, despite all the jokes and laying out how poorly they played, I still think they're winning this division. But once again, that's just about them being the Astros. If you took off the uniform and said, hey, this is random generated team, and I've watched the way they played, I wouldn't think they're winning the division. But I just got to believe. It's mostly a disbelief in the other teams and in the division and who they're competing against. But it was tough. You hope Fromber would have a good one. Just a curveball did not work. And the balls got up in the air. He's at his best when he's pitching, and there are a lot of ground balls. We did not get that yesterday, and it led to the loss. So we're gonna approach every game like this, give you a little kind of a cursory look at it, whether it was good or bad, and then move on. We're not the show for the giant snap judgments. We're gonna wait till about considering how bad it was last year. We're gonna wait till
Memorial Day.
Yes,
that's like the old saying.
We're gonna wait till Memorial Day.
Don't even look at the standings till Memorial Day.
Yes, that's when this show is going to determine how good this team will be. Memorial Day.
Okay. I mean, I think when the game calls for it, we can.
Like if there's something nuts that happens.
Yeah,
sure.
but for the most part.
Yeah, but right now, I mean, we didn't even get an Altuve misplay. Cam Smith kind of misplayed a ball, but the game was already over for the most part.
Yeah,
it was early in the game, but still, the hitting was non-existent, and Fromber had already given up a number of runs. So Cam Smith misplays a ball, turns a double into a triple, whatever.
Yeah, we need those guys to step it up out there.
Yeah, either be great or
have more misplays so we can talk about it.
You got to either be great or just be flat out awful. This thing where you're just losing baseball games in a regular fashion, that's not what I'm looking for. Who's looking to talk about that? That's just a miserable experience.
Yeah, and just like, okay, you're down 7-0. All right, game's over.
Yeah, time to turn on the PlayStation. I did turn it on last night. Oh, look who's on MLB The Show. It's one Sean Mapes. Yeah. Were you trying to get your get back against the Cardinals, or were you playing as something else?
Playing something else.
Okay.
Making my way to the show.
Oh, are you still in the minor leagues or in college right now?
Minors.
Did you start in the Astros organization, or you?
No, I let the draft.
Let the draft aside. So what organization are you in?
I am in the Orioles.
They got a lot of good young players, at least in reality.
I know.
Yeah. Good luck.
I might demand a trade. Who knows? No one cares.
Can a minor leaguer? I wish minor leaguers would demand trades. That'd be great. That'd be great if we heard Bryce Matthews. I got to get out of here. I see too many guys in my path. I got to get out of here. The Jake Myers thing bothers him to a unknown degree, so he's got to go. So there it is. You drop one. You are an average baseball team who we expect to be better, and it has not happened yet. Hunter Brown, you're up next. We'll see what he does against.
You're
St.
the
Louis.
stopper now.
Yeah. We thought Fromber was the stopper. It's your time now, Hunter Brown. The Astros now 7-9. About what they've been the last 5 or 6 years or so. Okay, we will leave the Astros there. You want to get in on the show, you can. 713-780-3776. We can talk about what's going on in Colorado. Do we think it's ridiculous that Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter are having their numbers retired? If their dad was, well, Deion's not Travis Hunter's dad, but he's positioned that way. If their father figure wasn't involved with this be happening, people immediately push back against it. Shedeur's broken a lot of records there, but the overall team record hasn't been great. But if you have a Heisman winner, I get Colorado doing it. Rashawn Salam has his number retired, number 19. So if you're retiring Heisman winners, you would give it to Travis. The Shedeur thing is a different ballgame, but he is their most prolific quarterback in history because he threw the ball all the time. So we'll get into that. Some gamesmanship has started. Steve Kerr doesn't even know if he's going to make the playoffs, but he's already started the gamesmanship about how teams are defending Steph, and we know the Rockets got a lot of praise for how they defended Steph, so we'll hear from him. And some news about who the Texans are predicted to take. Lance doesn't agree with this, and neither does his good buddy Todd McShay. We'll talk about who Todd McShay thinks and who Lance thinks the Texans should take if they're targeting offensive line. So we'll get to that throughout the show. We're just getting started here. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
One more note about the Astros. This comes from Will Kunkel, consummate hustler. He did a little research. The only teams in baseball this year to not have back-to-back wins are the Astros, the Braves, the Orioles, and the Rockies. Credit the Astros for one thing. They're only one of those teams who isn't in last place. Still not a great group to be in. The Orioles 6-9, the Astros 7-9, the Braves 5-11, and the Rockies 3-13. So a lot of last place teams. And then your Houston Astros. So winning more than one game, at a time is a good start. That's all we're looking for. Start with Hunter Brown. And then who's your third guy at this point? I guess we're hoping Renaud Blanco figures it out. It's hard to do that when Framber is off and on. And then Renaud, not good. Arrighetti hurt. And Wesneski, you got the good start. So. Would get you to 3 at least. Couldn't even get to 2. And it was over really before it started against St. Louis. It be what it be. Okay. With the Astros not being very good, we go to a team who's been great all year. The Rockets, they wait till Sunday to see who. Well, they'll know who they'll play by the end of the night, but they will play that or begin that series on Sunday. Sean, have you missed the playoff banter that's about to come, where every game, post game, and in between games, when there's media availability for the coaches, they'll be asked about certain things that maybe another player on a team said or the coach said, and they'll have to respond to that. And there'll start to be some gamesmanship depending on how the first game goes. Like, well, we think we're a pretty aggressive team, but we didn't get to the foul line very much. The stuff like that's going to happen now that the playoffs are back, where it's either a direct jab at someone or a slight jab, and as the series starts to take shape.
I wouldn't say I missed it. But the playoffs haven't even started yet. So we're probably, like you said, at least till the Sunday post game on most of these, or Saturday post game press conferences, until we get one of these pretty blatant, I guess, lobbying that happens in the middle of a series. Like, we're not in the middle of a series yet.
You must not know who Steve Kerr is then. Oh, Steve Kerr won't wait. He won't even wait till the play-in game has been played. He and the Warriors play the Grizzlies tonight.
They might not make the playoffs. They probably will, but they might not.
They might not, but he is already he's lobbying for tonight. It's not just about a potential Rocket series.
That is true.
He is talking.
See, I didn't even think about having to lobby.
Yeah, because you're
for the play-in.
You root for a team who's a 2 seed who ain't got to worry about that.
My team has literally never had to play in the play-in.
They weren't ever really close to playing in the play-in since the play-in has begun, and now that they're back to playoff basketball,
still not close.
Still not close. Yes, they had that run last year, but come on,
they didn't play in it though.
They didn't play in it, and
so I can say I don't know.
And it was very much decided before with about a week to go that they weren't going to be in the play-in. But Steve Kerr used to play in. Steph Curry 0-3 in play-in games. Steve Kerr's letting everyone know that the way Steph is officiated is, let's just say, unacceptable. Here's Steve Kerr on his star and how people are defending him.
They've been pretty aggressive in the past on, getting the ball out of Steph's hands. What are the keys to countering that?
Lots of screens, make sure that we're getting him open. His teammates are actively trying to get him open. And then, once the ball is in his hands, we're setting plenty of ball screens for him. Those are all good ways. The league's changed quite a bit this year with the physicality. And one way I'm seeing it manifest itself on tape is that everyone's allowed to just grab and hold Steph. And even when he's making a back cut, I'm seeing people grab his arm. So the freedom of movement stuff is kind of out the window, and we have to adapt to that. So it's harder to get him the ball in our off-ball stuff than it used to be. So we just have to adapt.
Steve Kerr, the game has changed. You know what hasn't changed? Draymond's ability to elbow people in the face and stay in games. That hasn't changed. So while I understand what the coach is doing, just letting it be known that his player is being officiated differently than he should be. And because the NBA hasn't put in some directive about less freedom of movement, this is his subtle way of going, hey, guys, can we cut this out? I thought this is the way the game's supposed to be played. And yet you have a distinct advantage because one of your players can act a way that no other players can and remain in ball games no matter what. Test officials. Tempt them, taunt them, try them, play in their face, and Draymond remains in games. And I imagine we'll get super Draymond tonight. We're gonna get full force Draymond tonight because do you think he wants to play in a second play-in game?
No, I mean, being 0-4 in playoff games, that's something that will be a black mark on your legacy forever.
Yeah, if
everybody
they go 0-5, which means they don't even make the playoffs this year.
Steph Curry, is he a first ballot Hall of Famer? I don't know if he can't win a play-in game.
It is a reasonable take to have to suggest.
If it was LeBron, it would be something that we actually talked about. Not we talked about, but
yes, that the 4-time champion should be questioned about his Hall of Fame status because he can't make it out of the play-in. Yeah, I don't know who the Steph Curry hater is. Like we know it's Skip for LeBron. Does Steph have one of those guys? I don't think he has one. Like Kevin Durant, I don't know if there's a specific one. People just have issues with some of the things he does. I don't think there is a Steph Curry prominent media figure who just out and out goes after him over and over again.
It's like I'd say like 60% of the players that made their debut before 1990, they're all just like, man, this would never work.
Okay, sure.
Back in my day, we'd hurt them.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe not a media figure who.
Yeah, it's all the
ex-players who now have a voice.
Ex-players who aren't on TV shows, that aren't in media, but will get, hey, Larry Johnson, what do you think about Steph Curry? He's like,
yeah, they'll go on a podcast.
Throw him across the arena.
Beat his ass, and there was no way he would have done to us what he does now. One of the bigger upsets going on right now on my television is the fact that Marcus Morris has become a voice that ESPN is leaning into. Now he'll say some things that they want, like he'll take his shots at Jokic, and is that fueled by the fact that Jokic nearly crippled his brother for a year? Maybe Markieff Morris had the worst whiplash ever and couldn't play basketball for about 60 games or so after that incident. But Marcus Morris has become someone they're leaning on because he'll say stuff, and that's the perfect thing. If you're gonna say stuff, we'd love it. If you're just gonna come on here and give us basketball analysis, we got Tim Legler for that, and we don't even use him.
It's mostly this is the wrong show for you.
Yeah. That 30-minute show.
Now we're gonna ask Shannon Sharp what he thinks about the Detroit Pistons, because he's probably watching a lot of Pistons basketball.
And it doesn't matter. He'll make some rhyme and say Lakers at 5. That's what he'll do. No matter who you bring up, he'll go. He'll start with a player on the team, and then he'll rhyme that player's last name or first name with 3 or 4 words, and go then Lakers at 5. That's what he does. He did that most recently, I think, with I forgot who it was. One of the teams the Lakers could have played in the playoffs, but. Just having a blatant Laker fan and LeBron fan on the show who doesn't hide it at all. That's what they're looking for. Marcus Morris being a Nikola Jokic hater, perfect.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for.
They just fire their coach. You're in, bud.
Yeah, now you get to talk about Kevin Durant and Mike Budenholzer, who apparently at one point told Bradley Beal he should play more like Drew Holiday. And oddly enough, Bradley Beal didn't appreciate that criticism or that advice. He goes, you're not going to tell me who I should play like. Mike is like, he's a 2-time champion. He won one with me. He won one with the Celtics. You don't think that might be a good idea? No.
He's almost definitely going to make the Hall of Fame. Well, you're not in that.
While you're best known for securing something that no other NBA player has.
Yeah.
A no-trade clause. That's what you're known for now. You sure you don't want to play like a 2-time champion? Nah, I'm good. And Budenholzer's out partly because of his, I guess, the way he talked to players. Devin Booker didn't like the way he talked to him. I think he told Devin Booker you're a little too vocal about some of your issues quieted down, and Devin Booker was like, okay, then I won't talk at all.
Yeah.
I love that response. Hey, I'm not saying you shouldn't talk, but what you're doing is kind of disruptive to what we're doing. All right.
Okay.
Then I guess I'm not supposed to talk. It's very petty.
Yeah, it's also like, how'd this team fail?
Yeah. Now that we look back, let's go through all the ways this team failed. Maybe your star players not being able to take constructive criticism.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like they have a great attitude.
No. Budenholzer didn't have a lot of pelts in the wall for them. Now he is a champion, a thing those two can't say. In fact, who did Devin Booker lose to in those finals?
Drew Holiday.
Who was Drew Holiday coached by?
Let's see. Oh, Coach Bud.
Yeah, so
crazy.
He is an actual champion.
Got one off you, buddy.
Yeah, remember when Drew Holiday? Now Devin Booker wasn't told how to play it, but remember when Devin Booker was stripped by Drew Holiday on the biggest play in that finals, and he threw the lob to Giannis for the dunk and one in Game 5.
Yeah, that was sick.
Bradley Beal, look at this play. Look what he did to your own teammate. We want you to play like that. Bradley Beal's like, no, I'll just stand in the corner, shoot jumpers.
Don't have to.
I'm good here. I got $50 million coming my way and a no trade, which means you can't tell me anything. And surprisingly enough, the players won this one. So Kevin Durant out, Budenholzer out, Kevin Durant likely out. That's what the Suns are trying to do. And Bradley Beal and Devin Booker in until I guess they say otherwise. And this all ties back to the Rockets having their pick and future picks as well. Rafael Stone, another win for you. Telling Brooklyn, can we make a swap here? And Brooklyn like, yeah, we want our own picks back. So it means we can tank and control our own destiny. That's a win for Rafael Stone. And now he waits to see who his team will get a chance to play in the playoffs tonight. We've talked about it quite a bit. We both are still Grizzlies, right? Despite the Warriors having to play in this game, having less rest, we're still siding with bring Ja and Jaren to town.
Yes, because I'm someone whose formative basketball years were spent watching these guys beat the Rockets.
Yeah, a lot of PTSD.
And just like, I know, like, do you know how much of a pain it'll be? You touched on it with the Draymond stuff. Like, I just don't want to.
Do you want to deal with him for a long series? No, right?
Don't want to watch him.
All the stuff he's going to do. You know, they're an older team, and he's going to do things to try to screw with the Rockets. He is going to elbow a Rocket early in a series and see how they respond.
Like it's just
bark and yell. It's going to be one of those, and we've had enough of that.
At least after 2 of the games, I'm saying the over under at 2 games where in a Rockets Warriors series we spend. Maybe not this show spends the majority of the show. Maybe not actually, but it's the thing we talk about the most is something that Draymond Green did. That's going to happen on almost every show here. We're at least two times this series. We're going to be like, and can you believe that they didn't throw him out for this?
If the Rockets' youth and athleticism is as big of a deal as people think it can be against an older team, the way Draymond is going to try to combat that is to be his super Draymond self. And it's going to lead to conversations about how come he can get away with this and that. He'll trip somebody. He'll hit somebody. It'll be super physical Draymond trying to change the tone of a series if the Rockets are controlling it because they're simply just more athletic and younger than this Warriors team. And because of that, bring me hand grenades. Bring me Ja, bring me Jaren Jackson, bring me Desmond Bane. At least that series feels like, while I don't say it won't get testy because the Rockets are about that, at least it'll be more about basketball.
And it'll just be like, I've seen the Warriors in a playoff series. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, I don't thanks. Yeah, I don't need everyone drawing comparisons to what happened in years past. And yeah, enough of that storyline.
Because they're gonna show, when the game starts or as they're introing the game, or coming back from a commercial, they'll play the slideshow of all the times they played
of the moments
in 2015 and
Chris
16.
Paul grabbing at the hamstring, all those things.
Just I just don't want to see that.
Sad PJ Tucker and Eric Gordon.
I want to see the Grizzlies.
Yeah.
I want to see a team that fired their coach 2 weeks ago.
You can sell Dylan's former team.
Yeah.
The team that discarded him and said he was pretty much unplayable.
Southwest Division rivals.
All the things. I know it's not as appealing to the networks. But for me, I've seen it all.
Southwest.
I've seen it all with the Warriors
These
and
teams
the Rockets.
plain don't like each other.
Exactly. Sell Jaren versus Şengün, all the things. Give me that. I know it pales in comparison to what you could be pushing,
but I don't want that.
But I'm full.
Specifically me.
Yeah, my stomach hurts. Enough. I got a tummy ache from Rockets Warriors. Give me something else. And of course, the Warriors will win tonight, and then we'll be Warriors Rockets because that's just life.
I know
that's just life.
What's gonna happen. The Grizzlies haven't beat a good team in like 4 months.
Yeah, we know how this is gonna go. Jimmy Butler, even with whatever's going on with his thigh, will go for 30, and the Warriors will run away from it.
I forgot about playoff Jimmy too.
Well, playing Jimmy last year, couldn't even make it through the game. He got hurt, played, and was bad, and then he didn't play again. So he's coming into the game injured. Okay. We will see. Oh yeah. For my own mental state, I don't need to see playoff Jimmy after he quit earlier in the year. I don't need.
In like December.
I have made the assumption that is no longer part of who he is. He can't get to that level anymore. If I got to watch that for 6 games or 7 games, pack me up. I don't want to see it.
Just getting the ball in the low post, pump faking twice, getting Tari in the air and just jumping into him.
And an and one.
That's all he can do.
And then it'll be an and one. He'll make the free throws. And look, Jimmy's got 21 points on 5 shots. Because he has tricked the Rockets into fouling him over and over again. So yeah, firmly in the Grizzlies Rockets camp. We won't get it because that's just how it'll go. Okay, we will get the break here. If you want to get in on the show, you can. 713-780-3776 is me, Sean, and you till noon. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So we were going to do something traditional, something sports related. Look, Jalen Ramsey's on the trade block. The Texans may be interested in an alignment they shouldn't be, considering what Lance thinks of them. We can get to that. We can get to that in the second hour. But I saw a video on my For You page that made me say, we got to talk about this. Some of you know who Cameron is. Some of you don't. Rapper, part of the Diplomats, does a YouTube show, podcast with Mace. You should know who Mace is. If you know who Cameron is. It's called Come and Talk to Me. But that's not the point of this. I'm just trying to give you some context of who Cameron is. Very famous man. Probably getting a bag or two now, even away from the rap game. So I'm sure he's well off. Sean, should Cameron be in a position where he is leaving a woman's home in her slippers because she's upset with him because he wants to leave her place after, let's just assume, an encounter after he hops in the shower? He films himself talking about why he doesn't like going to women's homes because of situations like this. The situation is he has his Diplomat's shirt on, matching shorts, and it turns out matching clippers because apparently this woman likes pink like he does. And he's talking about why he should never go to a woman's home because this happens. Now, we've got to ask some questions. First, should Cameron be in a spot where he has to leave a home or an apartment in a woman's slippers? Should he be more discerning in who he chooses to be with when this is the outcome? Cameron's 49 years old. You would imagine a 49-year-old man doesn't want to be in a spot where he has to leave someone's home in their slippers because they don't want him to leave. Should he be leaving a home of a woman who has an apartment at 49 years old?
That's the real question.
Because how old? Now, you can have an apartment and be older. That's not the point. But it should be a point when it comes to Cameron. If you have to walk by and hear like grass being cut and people doing their laundry, maybe perhaps you don't go to this woman's home. She comes to your home, or maybe you have an encounter at a hotel. I'm looking at the apartment. It's not a luxury apartment. It's just a regular old apartment. And you can't speak to what a man likes. I don't know Cameron at all. But I feel like this is a chance where you go, I got to be a little bit more discerning. If she's not coming to my home, I'm going to a hotel. But either way, she's not in a position where she can hide my clothes and force me to leave in her slippers.
Yeah. Hotel's a good point. I think Cameron's rich enough to waste money on a hotel.
Sure.
Like it is an expense, but
it is
also you were a famous rapper for 20 years and
you already have
now you have a side hustle
and you already have an issue going to someone's home. So he's aware that it could become a problem.
Yeah.
So he set out knowing that he doesn't like doing this. Content is content. I'm sure he'll discuss it on his podcast. I just feel like when you're 49 years old and you're Cameron, there are ways to avoid this scenario where you wind up filming yourself leaving someone's apartment.
She tried to hide his clothes and shoes to stop him from leaving.
Yes, after he got out of the shower. Do
you believe this? I kind of don't believe this. Now that I'm thinking
he is leaving an apartment complex, though.
That is true.
So
that is true. There's video proof of him walking out of a apartment complex that does not seem up to the standard of
where you think Cameron might reside at this age.
And maybe I'm overestimating Cameron's net worth.
Possibly.
Or liquidity at the very least.
For some reason I have some visual knowledge in my head of where his house might be or seen him in his home. It's an upgrade to this apartment complex. I will say that.
Oh, ooh.
What are you saying?
Net worth of $6 million.
Good enough. Whether you think that's below what you think he should be worth.
He definitely signed a bad contract.
Well, it was rap in the 90s. I'm sure he did sign a bad contract. But either way, this it's got to be a better outcome than walking out of this girl's home. If we believe the story to be true, in her slippers.
49 years old.
This is what I'm saying.
Like, if he was, I don't know.
Do you believe this? Look,
if he was 30, it would be like, okay,
you get it.
whatever.
Yeah, you would understand.
20 years older than that.
I'm not going to use age as a giant factor because whatever, consenting adults. But do you think maybe it's because this woman may be possibly 2 decades younger than him?
No, that would never happen.
Okay.
That's not how famous guys work. They don't go for
Have
that
you
stuff like
seen famous guys?
Only Cameron.
No, not only Cameron. He is not unique if the scenario that's in my head is real. He is not unique in that regard. And that's not my problem. Going to the potentially 2 decades younger than you woman's apartment is my problem.
Yeah, the problem is the situation.
Yes.
The what he's doing in his free time, that's fine.
Do whatever you choose.
It's just,
but
can we like how hard is it for him to get a ride back to his place? Like if he doesn't like this situation.
I don't think it's very hard.
Doesn't seem hard at all.
No. Well, I don't know who we're never
By
gonna
whatever
we're never
means,
gonna know who this woman is, like most likely. It just feels like this is where you have to be a little bit more discerning about the environment. So you avoid. Now, of course, if he never films himself, no one knows. That's all part of today's culture. Put it online.
Gotta film yourself.
But I find fault with Cameron in this one. Now, you would ask that a woman you've decided to have a consensual encounter with wouldn't hide your clothes, but maybe know your partner better. Know who you're dealing with better. So you avoid a scenario where you gotta walk to your car in pink slippers that don't even belong to you, but you gotta protect your feet. So not only did she hide his clothes, she hid his shoes.
Yeah, apparently.
But he's wearing a shirt, so he was able to put that on. So how much was actually hidden?
Maybe that was his shirt.
Yeah, but he said she hid his clothes. So how did he get the shirt on?
Oh,
maybe he had extra stuff over there. He grabbed something and ran out.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Whatever it is, Cameron,
or just a big shirt.
One of our legends. Oh, maybe it's her. She just had a Diplomat's extra large hanging around that he could put on. You think that's how it played out? Which happened to match his shorts?
And especially if we're going with the theory that she's at least 20 years younger than him.
Yeah.
Chances are she has a Diplomat shirt.
It feels unlikely. And that matches his shorts as well? Either way.
Are you saying that Cameron, it might be
a bit.
Might be fabricating a story here?
I would hope it is. Because if it isn't, there's something he's got to figure out.
Josie Giles is what you're calling him?
Josie. What's that? What's the dude name from Empire?
Jussie Smollett.
Jussie Smollett. This is less aggressive, less controversial than what he tried to pull. He's never been the same since. And you got to feel for his sister. His sister's Journey Smollett, a family who loves to name their children not the same letter.
Part.
But she's a well-respected actress. She does good work. But that Smollett name is always going to be associated with her brother doing that. She's got to work through that. I've liked the things she's done. It's just, hey, oh, you're Jesse's sister. Okay, that's who you are from now on. You're no longer Journey. You're Jesse's sister.
And it's hard when you do that naming convention. So like on a quick scroll through, you're just like, wait, oh no, sister, got it. Like, there's no like, are they related? No, they have to be brother and sister. And when you see the name Journey Smollett, because it's spelled it's just J-U.
J-U-R-N-E-E.
So it looks, not super like it, but again, quick glance, it also kind of looks like Jussie Smollett.
It's Journey, Jake, Jazz, JoJo, and Jockey. Jockey, J-O-C-Q-U-I.
Which one's JoJo? Is JoJo Jussie?
No. Jussie is different.
Oh, okay.
JoJo is just another sibling.
One?
Yeah, who's an actor as well. They come from a very creative family.
Very creative.
Loves a story.
You know what? I think Jussie Smollett was too creative.
Hey, reel it back.
Yeah.
Come on, your creativity. We're gonna need you to pull it back a little bit.
Let's
stay in reality a little bit.
Save it for Empire.
Yeah, and I don't know where where he is, what he's done since. I'm sure since he was in music, he can just make music. Don't know that anyone's hiring him to do anything anymore. You got to be an independent guy making music. Jussie Smollett, Cameron, don't know how he got there. They both do music, so I guess that's the connection.
Oh, and you were saying that he's lying.
I didn't say
that Cameron's lying.
I was questioning the story overall. I didn't say it was lying.
No.
I believe you are taking issue with this story.
It's
questionable.
As a detective, it's just not.
It doesn't make a lot of sense for a man of his stature to be in that situation, unless he just likes who he likes. And if a girl's gonna have an apartment and has a real chance to hide his clothes, that's what he's into. Some guys are just into that. Me, I like to be able to put on my shoes and walk out.
Jussie Smollett has not done anything since 2019.
Who would hire him after he did that? I say that Hollywood gives everyone a second chance.
Is in a movie.
It's true, but he didn't fabricate a police story.
It's also probably
he's probably more talented and gets more chances.
More talented.
He had a higher level of fame, and there's shorter to go to get back for Jonathan Majors than there was for Jussie. The industry could take or leave Jussie Smollett. He was in a show that was a hit for a while, but no one was looking for Jussie Smollett beforehand. He just happened to get a big break and then ruined it.
Yeah. Liked him in Alien Covenant, though.
I don't remember him in that movie.
One of the pilots.
Oh, so one of the least important people in the movie.
He didn't do much.
Yeah. Pretend to fly a spaceship.
Danny McBride had more screen time than him in this very serious
That
movie.
was stunt casting because he was in Empire. Hey, the guy from Empire is in the movie. He's not going to do anything because really Scott or whichever Scott was handling that, wasn't down. But we'll put him in, try to get people in. But Danny McBride, that's the real star.
Emotional center point.
Very true.
Not really. But.
No, it's generally the woman in the Alien movies who's the emotional center point.
Mm-hmm.
That's just been.
It's tough for a man.
It's a woman's world in the Alien world.
Yeah.
Kind of right. It's either Sigourney Weaver or the ones who are part of the Michael Fassbender movies.
Yeah, where you're a robot.
It's kind of how it goes. All right, we'll go to break with that. We will get into a potential pick for the Texans and why it may not be the choice that Lance would advocate for. We'll also talk about what's going on in Colorado as they're honoring a couple guys who spent 2 years there and change how people think about the program. But as far as success, let's just say they were an average program when these two guys are there, but they're going to be honored at the upcoming spring game because, the dad is the head coach. We'll talk about that when we come back. God forbid they make Harry a black kid. It is fucking over. If they make any of the big three black, Harry becomes Henrietta and she's a girl. Good luck. Welcome back to the show. Hour 2 begins now. There's some big news coming out of Miami. The Texans like to make a splash. I don't think they're going to be involved in this. We will talk about that in a little bit because unfortunately for the GM in Miami, he's got media availability today, the same day the news breaks. He hasn't spoken all offseason except for at the draft and I think maybe not the draft, the combine, excuse me. But now with a Jalen Ramsey request of a trade that's being positioned as mutual when from all reporting Jalen Ramsey wants out, like a lot of the Dolphin veterans went out. Now the GM has to answer questions who's already on the hot seat. So it's a good time for him to have to speak to the media with his blazer and hat on. So we'll see how that goes for Chris Grier. Don't think the Texans are going to be involved, but you never know. They like to make a big splash. And would you pay Jalen Ramsey $20+ million a year to be your outside corner while Bullock moves inside? Unlikely, but you just never know. So some team's going to go after Jalen Ramsey. We will see about that. Okay. So the Texans possibly is probably the wrong word. It's likely are going to go after an offensive lineman in the first round. Some people think Simmons out of Ohio State's a guy. Lance says that's not a swarm guy. Swarm is the Texans' motto. It's how they have built their culture. And if you're not one of those guys, they don't want you. It's why they almost mimic the Rockets and how they act. They are on the field. They're just attack. If you don't like it, who cares? We'll tell you about it too. It's kind of their vibe, particularly on defense. So they want that on the offensive line too. Part of the reason why Tunsil isn't here anymore, he didn't fit the profile of what they want a Texan to be. So when you look at what I think Nate Tice of Yahoo is saying, and he throws out Simmons from Ohio State, if you know anything about what the team is looking for, if those reports are true about Simmons, he doesn't fit the profile. Tyler Booker is a different story. Lance talked about it this morning. If the Texans are going to go after an offensive lineman at 25, maybe they have to trade up. Booker is your guy. Todd McShay was very vocal about being in on Booker as well. He's going to, at least in his eyes, upset people because he's a guard and that's not a glamorous position to take in the draft. But he is the consummate dude on the offensive line. Is everything you want from an offensive lineman. And not only that, he'll just be a good player for a decade. So it's kind of tough to make decisions about offensive linemen. How many of us really know what it takes for one of those guys to be good? You ask me about a wide receiver. Oh, that guy looks good running by a guy or running a route, and his hands are great. You can assume that guy's going to be good. Tyler Booker, maybe for guard. He's a guard. They have a need there because the Laken Tomlinson, Ed Ingram acquisitions aren't enough to improve an offensive line who had all the problems they did last year. So we're starting to crystallize who could be the spot. Offensive line feels like a definite unless some player drops to them that they can't pass on. They have set themselves up where despite giving a guy some contracts, there's still a real need at that spot. So if you're just going by the people who do this for a living, at least 2 out of 3 guys I've seen talk about it today are in on Booker for an offensive lineman to go target in the draft. Lance likes him quite a bit, so I don't like Lance at all, at least for most of his opinions. But when it comes to offensive line, man, I'll take him at his word. Mm-hmm. That's what he's here for, right? Preeminent draft expert.
Yeah, especially if he's deciding if they're swarmy or not. How much swarm do they have in their game? That actually,
it's part of. It's kind of funny to say, but it's part of the deal.
He should make a big board, but it's the swarm big board. He grades them on swarm, where he does his draft grades. Where this
Texans only.
Yeah, this guy's a 6.9. That means good starter, possibility down the road, whatever his grades, the number correlates to. He should do that with swarm, where he's like, this guy, 9.9 swarm. This guy's a psycho. He actually shouldn't be able to rent a car. That's how reckless and
The way he
swarmy
plays,
he is.
the way he plays on a football field is legalized assault.
Yeah.
That's what he's about.
And then like 1.2, it's like, well,
Not a lot of swarm.
Pillow fight.
Yeah. What did they say? He couldn't bust a grape? But I don't know what that phrase is. That's what he would be. I know you on the now Paul Gallant solo show, swarm. You guys, you yell swarm.
Swarm.
If you are not in a position where Paul wants to do it, like if you're in a football environment, would you buy into that? The acronym? No, it doesn't seem like a thing you'd be in on. Swarm.
All the dumb shirts that every team has with an acronym.
Yeah. Get out of here.
Come on.
We're grown men here. What are we doing? You want me to play hard?
Yeah,
okay.
In high school, maybe, but
sure.
Even me as a non-professional athlete, but also 28 years old, I'm just like, I'm not doing an acronym. Like if we had an acronym, if Todd called us into a meeting, it's like, we want you to focus on the swarm of radio.
And he laid it out for us what that means.
How do you think that'd go over in the room?
For the entire
station.
It would be tough to not find someone rolling their eyes. I think football people have to buy in. That's why all that leader of men stuff comes into play, because they're getting asked to do things that an individual would say, get out of here. I'm not doing that. That's dumb. But that's why you have these guys in these positions where they can rally everyone and go, this is the way it should go.
That's how we do things.
When we write SWARM all across the facility, that's supposed to mean something to you.
Yeah. Never mind that work ethic is not accounted for. Or the ethic part of work ethic is not accounted for in Swarm.
A deeper dive into Swarm by Sean Mapes.
The second word is work ethic, and there's no E in Swarm. Very select. But is. They use A for and.
Well, SWERM isn't a word. Swarm is with an A. So you use and, which is the least important part of the acronym, because it makes a word. You couldn't be with the Texans because, excuse me, you be that guy. Excuse me.
Wait, work ethic?
Wait, how does this make sense? Why are we focusing on and? Couldn't it just be swarm? No, it's not a word that we can say.
Swarm isn't a word.
We have to explain what
swarm.
Cool. It doesn't sound cool. Swarm does it. Yeah, you couldn't be a Texan. You ask too many questions. It's like when I get out of jury duty because I ask too many questions of the prosecutor. Excuse me. And then they immediately go, okay, this guy's gonna be a problem. We don't want you on the jury because you're too inquisitive. That's how you get out of jury duty, everybody. You make sure the prosecutor knows you are a question asker.
Yeah. Special work ethic, relentless mindset.
And you would ask, why isn't it just Swarm? Yeah, you can't be a Texan. You're a Jag. You play for Duval. That's what you play for.
They're shipping me off. I'm in the Christian Kirk trade.
Yeah, Sean Mapes and a 6th-round pick has been sent to the Jags for Christian Kirk because and the reason why, he asked too many questions.
Yeah, and I'm at the introductory press conference.
Duval. You're too low of a. Well, I guess you would get it if you're being traded for Christian Kirk. You would get a press conference.
Maybe.
And the rumors would come out about you about low football character.
No, but everyone in the locker room loved me. Like Laramie Tunsil.
So Laramie Tunsil, yes.
But everyone in the locker room loved him.
And the guys who talked to the people in the locker room would back you up and go on Twitter and tell everyone, we don't know where that's coming from. Everyone loved him. None of the players have a problem with Mapes.
Yeah.
And then,
good luck getting Mapes' production out of Braxton Berrios, all right?
Well,
you put
yourself as a slot receiver
come on,
who's a kick returner as well?
What? This is already a ridiculous hypothetical. Let's ground it in a little bit of reality.
I mean, I had you as a special teamer, like a third, like a safety or something. I had you there.
No. Athlete. Give me the ball. Put me in space.
If you're on special teams, you're an athlete. You got to run down and go cover people. What are you talking about? That they generally put the slot receivers there because they can't survive on the outside, and they don't really drop athlete on them. Like, sure, they're athletes, they're NFL players, but athlete isn't what they usually drop on those guys. But yeah,
What's Braxton Berrios' measurables?
5'7", 8-ish or
No,
something.
he's 5'9".
He's no way he's 5'9".
Oh.
I know that's what it says. He's 5'8"ish, I think. So you're bigger than Braxton Berrios. That's why I put you at safety. You're a undersized box safety. I mean, I'm not having you cover the deep third or anything, but you want to play up near the line of scrimmage, and then question D'Amico and what swarm means. We'll send you to Jacksonville.
Enjoy Duval, buddy.
Yeah, Liam Cohen, a perfect fit for you. All right, so Tyler Booker, potentially, if you're looking at draft picks, according to McShay and Zerline, that's the guy you should hope the Texans are targeting. Less so Simmons out of Ohio State. Okay, we'll come back with more. Maybe we'll play Sean on a different AFC South team to ruin their culture. Now that the Texans have jettisoned him out of town. We'll see how he survives in Indianapolis, questioning Chris Ballard. But we'll talk about what's going on in Colorado. They've retired, or they will retire a couple numbers for their two most famous players, at least currently. People don't understand it. It's not that hard to understand. We'll talk about it when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. It's on my television right now, or at least the station television, Shedeur Sanders and where he'll be drafted. That's not that big of a concern for me. But Colorado will have their spring game. We had several spring games over the weekend, some televised, some not. But at least they were there. Matt Rule. At least there were spring games. Colorado spring game is Sunday or Saturday. They're going to honor Shedeur and Travis Hunter. They'll both have their numbers retired. Now, I think they went 13-12 while they were there, but you get a Heisman winner out of that. Travis Hunter won a Heisman, so I get retiring his number. I don't know if Colorado has a hard and fast rule. They've only had one other Heisman winner, Rashaan Salam, and he has his number retired. So understood. The 12 no longer worn because it was on the back of a Heisman winner. Why the number 2 has to be retired? When Cordell Stewart will still go down as your most famous quarterback there. He had 2 top 10 finishes. And by the way, Cordell Stewart's number is not retired at Colorado. This is purely a play by the guy running the program to have his son's number retired. Now, Shedeur has a lot of records at Colorado. They've never really been a passing program. Cordell clearly has this famous moment against Michigan, but they've been running the football moment. Hell, their best teams, even going back to the early 2000s, where they were running the ball down Nebraska's throat. They had like a 2-year run where you couldn't stop them running the football. That was a running team. And then back in the late 80s, 90s, when they won a national title, option team. So they don't have a lot of success at quarterback. Sorry, Joe Klatt. It is what it is. I'm proud of myself for that pull, remembering Joel Klatt as a Colorado quarterback.
What did he say bleep me for?
Well, mostly because he was such a honk for them this past year. And I understand it's your alma mater, but he was so in love with those guys, pushing them from the very get-go. And, it worked out. Shedeur won a quarterback award, maybe the Unitas Award. And then, of course, Sanders wins the Heisman. But the 2, no, you don't retire the number 2. If my standard is, if your father wasn't the head coach, would this be happening? Particularly before you even take a snap in the NFL. It's not happening before you take a snap in the NFL.
That to me is
maybe if Shedeur went on to have a great NFL career, they honor him in like 5 to 10 years if he's off to a great start and bring him back and go, hey, we're gonna retire this too because of what you meant for the program. Particularly if Colorado jumps off because he laid a framework for them becoming a better program. But if it's strictly because, well, my dad's still the head coach. Like if Deion had taken another job, the 2's not being retired. The 12 you can justify. The 2 you cannot. I'm not upset by it, but I think it's ridiculous that it's happening, particularly if Cordell Stewart's number is not retired.
Yeah. I agree with everything you said. Where I don't think it's like a giant deal. Like he'd be a pretty borderline case. What's weird is that the other guys that haven't gotten retired, and the fact that why are we in a rush to do? Why are we doing this for the spring game?
Is it because Deion's not long to be there and he wants to get this done before? I don't know. Why is it happening before the draft? It's not even. It's less than 5 months since he last played his final game. Why are we doing it now? What's the rush?
That to me is the weirdest part. Is that it's not. Even if it was the next season, like that would be fine. Like the home opener, so it's a week before their NFL teams start. Whatever.
Or a week where he's off, you want to bring him back and honor him that way or something during an off week?
You could set it up or, figure it out like that. We're doing this at the spring game.
What's
like
the rush?
At a certain point, I'd be like, why are you retiring? If I'm Shedeur or Travis Hunter, I'm like, why are you retiring my jersey? No, do it at a real game.
How many people are going to be here for this game? Like, I know Colorado, because of those 2 and Deion, the excitement level grew and they had people at their spring game a lot more than they've had in the past. But
yeah, I mean,
like, wait for a top 25 team to come to town or something.
I mean, I've gone to Texas spring games. Like, I've gone to Arch Manning, Texas spring games. There's a lot of people there. Guess where there's more people?
At a full regular game?
Yeah, the energy is just way higher, too.
People are much more likely.
Much more into it.
To be very into what's going on and then do it at halftime. Yeah. People are going to stay and watch. I don't know why it's being done at spring game.
They don't even honor. Like, I haven't been to obviously where they retire anyone's jersey because they haven't done that in a while. But I haven't been to a game where they haven't gone nuts for hey, here's the Texas volleyball team that won a national championship this year. The crowd goes nuts for it. Like they show Mo Bamba on the sideline. People go crazy. Like it's at a game, people will just go crazy way more than at a spring game. Where for most places, maybe it's different in Colorado. Maybe this is a blind spot. Where for me, spring games are just kind of like where people are, watching the game, but mostly kind of hanging out. You can bring your kids because it's free. And maybe at Colorado, there's more of an energy to it because it's Coach Prime, and
it's possible.
I assume there's a concert involved.
Maybe. Now the schedule isn't a great one as far as like top 25 teams coming to town, so I don't know if that plays a part. Like the Georgia Tech comes to town.
That's even better.
Wyoming, BYU come to town.
You do it on a game that you're going to crush a team.
Yeah, you're not down 21-10 at the half. You're up 28-3, and then you can have the guys walk out and have the numbers retired. Everyone's waving. Oh, Travis and Shedeur here.
Who was it? I forgot what team it was, but they're like, it was like in a 30 for 30 or whatever about this old team where they're like, do not have a jersey retirement. Do not honor like your stadium or whatever when we're coming to town.
I think it was Miami.
Yeah, was it? I was thinking it was either Miami or like the 90s Knicks.
Maybe the U part 1.
Yeah, they're like, we relish just ruining the night for these people.
If this is a big night for you, we're going to make it a
Georgia
sad
Tech,
one.
Haynes King doesn't care.
Is he still there?
Yeah.
Oh, he's still eligible to play college football. He's still around.
Again,
I've watched him torture me for the last 2 seasons. I thought I'm done. I thought I was done with Haynes King.
I think in July we should just do a like
is
who
this
he
guy
play
still
for,
eligible?
who he play for. Kellen Mond, who he play for? I actually
the Brahmas.
Yeah,
I do know that.
I saw it on randomly on one of the TVs in here.
Joe knows. He keeps ripping Kellen Moore every time he's on this. He's filling in for you. He keeps taking shots.
Really?
I don't know how the UFL keeps coming up while he's here. The 2 times he's been here, he's taken a shot at Kellen Moore for whatever reason. I don't know.
Kellen Mond.
Yeah, Kellen Mond, not Kellen Moore. He would never.
It'd make more sense to rip Kellen Moore.
Yeah, he would never rip Kellen Mond.
He's in the NFL.
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, I think it would be weird if like if Cam Ward got his jersey retired at Miami, and they're like, we're doing it at the
spring game,
orange green game or whatever they call it.
Yeah, that was on campus this year that Mario decided not to broadcast. Yeah, Cam Ward played the 1 year. Now, of course, Shedeur played the 2. Cam Ward was great. I think he won one of the postseason quarterback awards. Was at the Heisman ceremony. All-American.
Yeah,
they put up his All-American banner, so he has his accomplishments as well. But what they're not doing is retiring the number 1.
Caleb Williams, congratulations. We're winning a Heisman at USC.
Well,
we're retiring your jersey in the spring game.
Well, that's an automatic at USC.
Yeah.
When you win the Heisman, your number gets retired.
Did they do it during the spring game?
I don't think they did it during the spring game.
That to me is that everyone's having the Shedeur Sanders conversation. That's fine. I'm more on the why are we doing this during the spring game? This is really weird to be doing it during the spring game.
It's odd. I don't even know if it's on TV. Maybe it will be because it is Coach Prime.
Well, it'll be on YouTube. You're subscribed to the.
I am not. I am
Colorado
not
Buffalo YouTube.
I am not, or to Deion Sanders Jr.'s YouTube. I'm not subscribed to that either.
Okay, then that's you're missing out. Dude.
Am I?
So much good stuff.
So they did have a retirement ceremony for Caleb Williams' jersey at a game against one of their biggest rivals, Notre Dame, on November 30th of 2024.
That's weird.
That they would do it with Notre Dame in town, a game that means so much to USC, to retire one of their great numbers, as opposed to the silver versus black game.
They're not doing it where their quarterback's wearing a blue jersey.
No, he was actually wearing a USC jersey, a real one, in a game. Imagine that. When alumni would come back because it's Notre Dame USC week, all the things that lead to a big time ceremony happening. USC said, we'll do it now. But Colorado, we'll do it immediately after the season's over, almost. While we're not even playing a real game, we're thudding, probably. We're not even hitting guys for real. So we're doing drills. There it is. Shedeur, Travis Hunter, both get the number retired. Shedeur won't be at the draft, though. I guess word has come down, despite the pushback from people who say, how could he possibly not be a guy who's drafted high? The vibes are that he is going to slip. Lance has been at the forefront of that. He's talked about how the NFL does not like Shedeur the way media members who have talked about him the last 2 seasons do. He could be picked by a team early But if they don't pick him, he doesn't believe there's anyone looking to trade up. And because teams have acquired quarterbacks and paid them this offseason, like the Raiders with Geno, they didn't just trade for him. They actually gave him a new deal. And of course, Seattle paid Sam Darnold. If he gets past 3, Shedeur may not be even a mid-first rounder. We're talking about late. And I think Lance does a couple mocks. He's done a couple mocks. And he said he's had to have teams trade up for him to get him. No team in the late portions of the draft is just going to pick him. And he's not even sure about the teams actually trading up to get him. So there's a real shot. And maybe Shedeur's camp now knows that you could be either waiting there a long time on Thursday, or you would have to come back on Friday if you want to walk up on the stage.
Can someone tell that to Jalen Milroe's team? Or does Jalen Milroe...
Can someone tell that to the NFL? Why are you inviting him?
Why are you inviting
Although that was...
Jalen Milroe?
Did we get that confirmed? Because Dane Brugler, I think, tweeted that out.
He was on a graphic with the...
Oh, from the NFL?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe it was ESPN, but with the green room, I don't know, participants.
So Travis Hunter will be there. Jackson Dart, Cam Ward, and Jalen Milroe all be there.
I was going to say, if I'm seeing... He's like on the top right of the graphic, where it's like a list of names in gold. Yeah, Jackson Dart and Milroe being there is weird. But maybe, honestly, I know I would think this way if I'm Shedeur Sanders. I don't want to go to Green Bay. I'm good. Do it at my house.
Travis Hunter, knowing he's going to be top 5, I'm going to Green Bay.
Even then, I'd just be like, whatever. I don't want to go to Green Bay. Because you have to... The thing is, even if you're guaranteed a top 5 pick, you're going to fly to Green Bay probably on, Tuesday night, Wednesday morning of the draft. Draft on Thursday. Thursday night, you get picked. Then you're going to get on the plane to fly to wherever you get drafted. It's way too much flying. Pick me up at my house, John Mara.
I don't think Travis is flying commercial to Green Bay.
Okay, still,
or Milwaukee, or wherever else, wherever he has to fly into to get there.
Again, I can just do it from my house.
I feel like
have ESPN set up a 2 cameras on tripods, and
I don't know if he's gotten a promise, but I imagine the teams that are in a spot to draft him want their first overall pick there to do all the picture taking, put on the jersey, put on the hat. It's a thing beyond your travel inconveniences, Sean.
I think
it's a moment
after the number. I get what.
Well, you never dreamed of being. Well, you never dreamed of being a top 5 pick, or maybe you have, and you realize very quickly it ain't gonna happen. Travis Hunter, maybe since he knew he could play football, thought about, okay, this is my destiny.
And it got more and more realistic.
And he's fulfilling a lifelong dream. And maybe his dream wasn't to be sitting at home in, I don't know where he's from. I think Georgia, waiting for his name to be called.
Put on the hat. Group hug with mom.
Have 8 hats in front of you, not knowing if someone's going to trade up or not. You put on the hat once it's ready to go. Hug your mom. Mom will be dressed to the nines at the draft.
I just, if it was in a different city, maybe I'd change my mind.
So Green Bay would keep you from walking up on the stage.
Green Bay, yeah. If it when it was in Kansas City, I'd go. Sure.
Have you been to Green Bay?
No.
So you're just out on Green Bay.
I've just seen the videos of you're just driving in a neighborhood that's I don't know, a fine, okay neighborhood. And then you keep driving, and there's Lambeau Field.
But you wouldn't spend any time in those neighborhoods.
That speaks to how little there is to do in Green Bay. I'm just going to be sitting in my hotel room waiting for the draft to start.
Eat some cheese curds or something.
Oh, no, don't worry. You can come early and hop on a podcast with someone. Miss me with that.
Well, thankfully
let me talk to Todd McShay. Ooh.
Thankfully, there was never a chance you would have to worry about this. You would never.
Thankfully for the NFL, they couldn't handle personality like me.
No, Mike Tomlin couldn't handle you. He just had Antonio Brown and all those other guys, but you were going to be the.
I would definitely get hit with the he doesn't love football. I would get hit with the Josh Rosen.
Well, because it would be true. You get hit with it because it's true. Doesn't like all the things it takes to be a great football player. Like I said before, poor football character. You get hit with it, and you're like, you know what? You're kind of right.
Yeah, but look the wingspan
of Braxton Berrios.
Look at the wingspan. Look at the measurables.
Yeah, that might make all that other stuff null and
Yeah,
void.
it's like Jalen Carter. Someone's gonna take a chance on me.
That might be the most crazy comp I've ever heard. Like you like Jalen Carter. The only thing that's similar to you is you both like to drive, I imagine. I don't even know if you like to drive, but that's the only comp I can make.
Differently. We have different styles.
Yeah, you attack it differently. Mostly it's you staying within the laws of the land. Him, take it or leave it, depending on the scenario. Okay. We'll go to break with that. We got a couple more segments to go. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. Dream Shake asked us a question about a movie I'm interested in. We'll talk about that when we come back. It is getting rave reviews. Another tragic moment for Crash Out Spider-Man. But it's here. Sinners is here. And Dream Shake asked the question. We'll talk about that movie when we come back.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And the playoffs are here for basketball. And basically, starting tonight, you're going to have high-level, high-stakes basketball on every night for the foreseeable future. So you can get things started tonight with who do you think the Rockets are going to play? And how do you think those games are going to go? Do you think Steph Curry is going to put the team on his back one more time to win and get the 0-3 stink off of his play-in resume? Well, you can take a more on Stephen Curry, more than 34.5 points and assists. I think they're going to be playing through Steph Curry a lot. There's not really anyone on the Grizzlies that can stop him, or is someone you would think is a perimeter stopper, especially with Wells hurt. You have Desmond Bane, big game. Desmond Bane, 30 point. Give me more than 30.5 points plus rebounds and assists. And then for the Astros, because on Prize Picks you can mix and match both basketball and baseball. Give me Hunter Brown, more than 5.5 strikeouts. Like we said, he's the stopper. Astros need to win one game in a row, get back to tying their longest win streak of the season with one game. More on Hunter Brown, 5.5 strikeouts. You can download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So the Pistons are back in the playoffs. They'll play the Knicks, and they're doing that thing where they try to limit opposing fans from coming into their building. So unless you live in Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, or Ontario, Canada, you can't buy tickets from, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to work, but I respect it. Because thinking about the Rockets, I don't have much worry if the Grizzlies win tonight that there'll be a lot of Ja and Jaren Jackson and Zach Edey jerseys in the building on Sunday. But if it's the Warriors, the number of Steph jerseys, because he's an international star, and we mentioned Steph about who hates on him, Rob Parker, according to Dream Shake. Haven't thought about that name in a long time, but we talked about LeBron having a dedicated hater in Skip Bayless. According to Dream Shake, it's Rob Parker. But for the most part, Steph is loved, beloved. And he is a guy where people travel to see him. And also, they're just going to be people in this city who love him for whatever reason. The jerseys will be there. I don't know if the Rockets will do that. Maybe they're not concerned about a Golden State influx. Certainly not a Memphis one. But I respect it from the Pistons. You haven't been in the playoffs in years. Do you really want your building filled with Knicks fans in games 3 and 4? Of course not.
Do we think this is going to work?
No. I think those tickets will make the secondary market and Knicks fans will buy them.
Yeah. And also, what this always discounts is that teams like the Knicks, like the Lakers, like the Warriors now to a certain extent, like there's local fans that root for the Knicks.
Yeah.
Like there's people in Detroit that root for the Knicks.
This was a big thing last year because the Knicks fans took over Philly's building. It's not that long of a drive, so they made it a point to make that their second home.
And that you could just travel to.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing it's cheaper than actually buying a ticket to MSG is to buy a ticket
to Philly
in Philly and get a train ride or whatever to Philly.
I imagine it would be. So that's what, after seeing what happened last year, that the Pistons are trying to avoid. They do not want it to be a pro Knicks crowd. And it's up to Detroit, who hasn't experienced playoff basketball in a bit, to make it happen.
Yeah.
And there are questions about how Rocket fans will respond. We talked about it in the first segment. It's a chance for Rockets to kind of grab something back with the Astros and the uncertainty around them. And you were really good this year, and the crowd's been fine, I guess. But no one is looking at Toyota Center as a place that's very scary to come in and play. And really, no matter who and how many people show up, it probably isn't a very scary arena. That the Rockets would have to make it that way is not really about the fans. But I'm excited to see how the fan base responds. I don't want the jokes about who's going to be there on time, whatever. But will they be allowed throughout? Will Tillman provide those T-shirts to get people all hyped up and ready to go?
Got to do T-shirts.
No towels. You haven't been in the playoffs in a while. You haven't had to spin.
You have to do both. If we're getting
a T-shirt
towels,
and a towel.
I mean, I want to make it clear to Tillman, or if this isn't under his watch now that he's the ambassador to Italy, Patrick Fertitta, like
whoever needs to hear it.
It has to be T-shirts. If you're gonna do towels, it has to be T-shirts and towels.
It can just be T-shirts, but it cannot just be towels.
No, come on.
What are we doing?
It's been since 2019.
You have not had to spend on postseason T-shirts in a long while. Break them out. Get Rusty Harden in a T-shirt. That's really the only reason I care about the T-shirts. Let's see if Rusty has adapted since 2019.
I doubt he has.
You don't know. We did a thing where Rusty Harden always wears a button up.
Yeah.
And then throws his T-shirt over.
I think if there's one thing about old dogs, is that they learn new tricks.
I do believe that's not how that goes. Unfortunately for Rusty, he won't be able to sit next to Kylie and Travis because they're no longer together. What other power couple will the Watt O'Highs be there?
Maybe I can see the Watts being there.
Who will be on Celebrity Roll?
Stroud.
Is he going to make an appearance at a playoff game? He's been very quiet this offseason. Would he show up for a playoff game?
Oh, you know what? Then Tank Dell.
Tank Dell will definitely be there.
Tank Dell.
I almost don't consider
other Texans.
I almost don't consider other players, professional sports player, NFL players, baseball players, as the celebrities I'm talking about. We don't have me like Dennis Quaid. We found out he's a big Coug fan. I don't know if he loves the Rockets or not. So maybe he makes an appearance just to promote his new show, Happy Face on Prime.
We need to look at what's up next on Max and Turner or Disney for depending on which game or which channel's broadcasting which game, because that's what they'll do. They'll be like, hey, and here's I don't know, someone from Andor and
Pedro Pascal.
By the way, Andor starts April 22nd on Disney Plus.
You'll have some of that. I'm just looking for the organic. I'm a giant fan of this team. I'm from the city.
Manny from Modern Family.
It's not really what I'm looking for, but you have a point.
I mean, there's not that many. I guess
we went
faces.
through this. There's not a lot of names to match. Of course, Beyonce was the one. She wants to show up here for a play. She's not going
to the first round.
No chance.
Not going to the
unless
first round.
if Steph's in town, would Beyonce show up to a game?
Maybe. Even then, I think West Finals are better.
I hope they do make a run, so we start seeing random people who we didn't know were Houston coded are here, like Jennifer Gardner's from Houston. Like if she showed up, because she has a new Apple show that's it's not new. A second season's going to come back here shortly.
Yeah,
she can show up. Although
Jim
there's no
Parsons.
ties. Oh, okay, yes, of course. How can we forget Jim Parsons? Hillary Duff's from Houston.
I mean, like
there are options, but I think the Rockets would have to go on a deep run for any of those people to show up, and it's still unlikely because we have not seen these people in town in a long, long time. It's just Dennis Quaid and Manny.
And Travis Scott, maybe.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Enough.
That's the thing with the stars we do have. We're just like, oh, all right, sure.
The Duff sisters, front row, Haley and Hillary, with Dennis Quaid sitting right next to them in a Western Conference Finals.
And then Manny from
hey, it's Manny from Modern Family on the baseline. That's what we have to look forward to. Yeah, right. He wants to sit next to
courts.
He wants to sit next to the bench. He wants to be in those seats right next to the Rockets. That's what he wants.
He wants to dap up Cam Whitmore. All right.
Yeah. Jalen Green rises from a three. It goes in. Cam remembers growing up watching Modern Family. He daps up Manny. That's the scenario that I'm looking for. Either way.
Is there anything happening in Houston, or like maybe they're just
that they would all come?
Yeah.
Is there some convention?
I don't know.
No, there's nothing. It'll be basketball. We'll see. We'll
Hoops
see if it draws.
Hoops fans only.
Real ballers, no. We'll see if it draws out the crowd. Not if the Grizzlies are in town. But the Warriors are here. You'll probably see some people want to see the games.
Yeah,
close.
Grizzlies Rockets were. I don't know if we're actually NBA TV, but
no, they're not putting Steph.
No,
Grizzlies Rockets.
Yeah, Grizzlies Rockets.
The 2 seed on NBA TV is a real possibility.
It's happened before.
The week now it starts on a Sunday, so we'll avoid that most likely.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. Mostly it's
mostly the weekday game.
Yeah, and it's like Monday a lot.
Yeah. Just avoid being a weekday game where there's more than 2 games on. If that happens, then there's a shot.
But if you play the Warriors, no shot.
They're not putting stuff on NBA TV. So, and just so happens, I put YouTube TV on pause because NFL season was over, and I guess I timed it for the playoffs, and it popped back up. I forgot about it, so
boom,
ready to go for the play-in tonight. Cool. Come on, Grizz.
Yeah, you can record it, watch it later.
I'm gonna watch it live and root for the Grizz to win. We did this early. Grizz Rockets, what we want. I think that's not an easy series, but I think the Rockets win that one in 6 if it comes about. But we'll find out tonight. Okay, we got one more segment to go here before we wrap it up. Paul Gallant is up next, and he'll be followed by the Killer Bees. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We'll get to a couple things we did not touch on as we wrap it up for the day. Dana Brown did an interview, and Lance McCullers has a return date. It should be the series against the Royals. It won't be a home series. It'll be on the road, but Lance McCullers returned to an Astros, well, not an Astros uniform, but pitching for the Astros again in regular season games, should be in Kansas City against the Royals. It's been a long time. He hadn't started in an MLB game since 2022. But we're not that far away from Lance McCullers being back, which is good news for him. No setbacks as he has worked his way back to a guy the Astros may very well need, considering how Ronel Blanco's pitched, and of course with Arrighetti being down, and then the ups and downs of Framber so far this year. You're going to need an arm. The fact that we have to depend on Lance McCullers, not comforting, but let's see what he has. It's been a long time, and the guy's taken a lot of arrows, and whether you say that's rightfully so or not, it's not like he hasn't tried. It's just been a case where he couldn't get back, but now he will be back. So credit to Lance McCullers for fighting through, and we should see him against the Royals. A guy who won't be around, it looks like, at least the start, is Damian Lillard. He's out for the start of the playoffs. The blood clot was an issue earlier in March, and this was kind of what we thought was going to happen. He wasn't going to be around for the playoffs, and at least the start, he won't be there. And that's the second consecutive year the Bucks have gone into the playoffs without either both their guys or at least one of them, and it's happening again for them. That trade happened. Damian Lillard got his second choice, I guess, when the Bucks swooped in because the Blazers wouldn't trade him where he wanted to go. And you felt, okay, this is a reset. Maybe they got the help that Giannis needed. And since that point, nothing has gone their way. And they're likely going to get beat in the first round again.
Yeah.
And then speculation on ESPN will begin, if it hasn't already, about where Giannis should be. And of course, they'll pick a major city. And small market teams will be furious because it's just what ESPN does.
Rockets.
That's not a small market team.
No, he'll go to the Rockets.
We've done this thing. We don't have enough time to discuss how many guys it would take and is it worth it? All the things that we have to do every time some guy is mentioned as a potential Rocket. Too late in the show for that, Sean.
Okay. We'll debate Kevin Durant or Giannis to the Rockets right before they start the playoffs, because that's what we do, right?
Yeah, we don't talk about the actual games. We talk about transactions.
Who cares?
The games don't matter, right? And Art says McCullers return date. Good one, Dell. Just has a bunch of laughing emojis. Look, it's not me. Chandler Rome is just saying what Dana Brown said. This is going to happen.
I mean, you did say return date, and then
I don't have a date. It said
during the Royals.
It said the Royals series. I didn't have a date. They didn't tell me when it's going to start. It just said during that series. So when's the Royals series? Then you can decide.
It's one of 3 days.
One of 3 days, as you might expect. The Astros don't give a definite timeline on anything, even the return of Lance McCullers. The Royals series is April 25th through the 27th. So one of those days.
Okay.
They expect Lance McCullers back. Not that far away. All right?
Right after the NFL draft.
Do I understand that it seems unlikely considering the history of Lance McCullers and the fact that they didn't give me a firm date that it's actually going to happen then? Yes. But I'm only telling you what Dana Brown said. And are we not going to trust the guy who got you Isaac Perez? Come on.
Crawford Box Merchant.
Dyken Park Crawford Box Merchant, sure. But it's worked out so far.
No, hey, if he hits a home run in every single home game, good trade.
And
in my book. I didn't get to. Oh, by the way, I didn't get to say after this weekend. Fleece.
So if he hits 81 home runs total at home, or more, because you said it's just one in every home game, but maybe he hits two.
Yeah, I don't want to box him in.
Good trade. Yes, thank you for that. Out on the limb there. Good trade. Before we go, Dream Shake asked about my expectations for Sinners. I'm in, man. I like vampire movies. I'm a fan of Michael B. B. Jordan, of course. You've got Haley Steinfeld in it, and Ryan Coogler makes good movies. And according to Rotten Tomatoes, great reviews. So all in all, it's set up for me to enjoy the experience. And maybe I won't think about Josh Allen. I can't guarantee that, considering his fiance is in the movie. I've had enough of being tortured by Josh Allen. Hopefully the movie doesn't take me there too. Considering what's happened in Miami, I'll have my own problems to worry about. As Jalen Ramsey looks to be on the move, as Miami tries to reshuffle their contracts. All right, we're done for the day. Killer Bees are following Paul Gallant, who's up next. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
Oh, he dope.
I don't know who that's in reference to, but thank you, LeBron. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
So the Astros avoid their first shutout of the season thanks to Pena. Now the game ends as Cam Smith grounds out to end this one. The Astros salvaged 3 runs in that last inning as Jeremy hits home run number 3 on the season, but that was about all it was for the Astros to cheer about tonight as the Cardinals in control of this one from the start, win the opener 8-3.
I'm glad that I watched that game last night with a few beers and some spicy garlic wings because that was very difficult. I'm annoyed by how many of these Astros games this season have been difficult to watch. That one, lifeless, soulless, dead. It took them way too long to get going. And, okay, you get a Jeremy Pena home run with 2 outs in the 9th inning. Maybe you can take that into today. But last night was the kind of dud that makes you feel more angry, even though it's just 1 out of 162. The Astros offense couldn't do anything against Sonny Gray. I think Yordan Alvarez, the only guy who got hard contact off him those first 6 innings. And the pitching, specifically Framber Valdez, not what it needed to be. Framber stunk. He gave up the most extra base hits, 5, that he's ever allowed in a major league outing. He couldn't create any whiffs. And his sinker's hanging up there. Curveball's not exactly where you want it to be. This is one of those starts where that annoying question that I feel like we ask whenever Framber struggles on the mound comes back to the table. What do you do about Framber? Say things don't go the way that you want them to the rest of this year. You keep him. You're not trading him now, but if things continue like this, at what point do you change your mind? And I ask that question not because I'm advocating trading Framber Valdez. All I'm saying is, after an outing like last night, if the Astros were willing to trade Kyle Tucker, in spite of Jim Crane saying the window is always open, trading Framber Valdez at the trade deadline, at least to me, is not an impossibility for Dana Brown. He's got to be thinking about it. I mean, remember when Dana flexed and continues to flex about what the Kyle Tucker trade has done for the Astros, even with Tucker doing really well in Chicago? 1 year of control for 14 years of control. General managers have these little trade scenarios dance through their heads, I'm sure, at all times. So I'm not ruling out the possibility of Dana Brown thinking about it. Am I? No. But when starts like this happen from Framber Valdez, it magnifies that your offense stinks right now. It stinks. You can't really afford that from Framber. You definitely can't afford it from Hunter Brown tonight. You're needing guys like Hayden Wesneski to regularly pitch well, which to his credit, he has. So that's where I'm at after last night's game. I know we're pretty far away from it, 18 hours removed. It's still one of those losses that just makes you angry because they seem so dead. It's a National League game, Paul. Those games don't matter. I get it. We talked about that when we were trying to rationalize the Astros start against the 2 National League teams to open up the year, right? Oh, they haven't played a real game in the American League yet. Sure, fine, whatever. But you lose a game like that, 8-3, where Nolan Arenado, who said no and would not waive his no-trade clause to come to you, is getting 2 doubles and a home run, and your offense can't do anything, it hurts a little more. So if you want to weigh in on that, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Some comments on the Twitch. Grinding on Coffee and Whiskey says this team is becoming really tough to watch. Yes. I think that I am going to give them the dreaded small screen TV treatment when I'm watching Astros games at home. Now, what will I watch tonight instead of the Astros game since it starts at 6:45? That is a good question. I have zero interest in any NBA play-in game. Warriors-Grizzlies is tonight at 9. I have zero interest in any of the other play-in games. That game determines who the Rockets play. So I don't know if I'm going to be watching on the big TV, the NBA, the Eastern Conference play-in game, the 7-8 game between, who is it? The Orlando Magic and Atlanta Hawks. Yeah, I got to watch Trae Young flopping all over the court. F that noise. But I think the Astros, for now, are getting small TV treatment. NBA playoffs, I'd rather watch that. NHL playoffs, would I go there? I don't know. Should I continue rewatching The Wire? Probably not. I'm on season 5. That's the worst season. Could get into Severance. I did watch an episode, and I have an Apple TV subscription that I paid $10 for to watch an Astros game that I couldn't even watch. So these are the things that we could do. Framber Valdez struggled. You got to wonder about his future. This is Astros manager Joe Espada after yesterday's game talking about Framber, the ace of the Astros pitching staff.
Well, he came out and stuff looked pretty good in the first couple innings. Then pitch ahead, couldn't put hitters away. I thought his breaking ball stayed up. Some of those doubles were on his curveball, which has been really good so far this season. One of those that you just got to put it behind us.
Just got to put it behind us. Okay, but when the offense is bad, and when the offense has been bad, Joe, I'm having a tough time doing it. 7-9 through 16 games. We are, what? A tenth of the way through the year? Damn, it's gone by quickly. And the Astros are one of 4 teams without back-to-back W's. Don't we all want to hear a little anger? A little fire and brimstone? I'm not getting that from Joe Espada. And that's not who Joe Espada is. It isn't. But whether it's him talking about Framber, I thought he was actually good early on. Oh, okay. Well, Joe Espada, here he is talking about Sonny Gray and the struggles of the Astros offense, which had only the one Jeremy Pena home run to show with 2 outs in the 9th inning all of last night.
He uses all his pitches. I think he did a nice job just kind of keeping himself balanced. But I do like the way we finish the game. Hopefully that offense carries over to tomorrow.
I hate that. I want to hear him say, listen, unacceptable. Got to be better. And I get it. It's a manager. You're placating to egos. You're not jumping on any of these guys. And hitting is difficult. I get all of that. But when things are going like this, I'd like to hear something that's not the same kind of spring training BS that you hear, where you're not quite getting gaslit like it's D'Amico Ryans talking about the Texans offensive line this past season, or Bobby Slowick explaining that football is football. It's not quite that, but Framber thought he was good early. The curveball just didn't continue to go. This is one of Framber's worst starts of his career. Oh, well, the offense got going at the end, so hopefully we have that today. I hope so too. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Look, if they're willing to trade Kyle Tucker while the window's open, you can't tell me Dana Brown, he watches a start like last night and isn't at the very least thinking about it if things continue at this rate. I mean, if he's flexing about 14 years of control for 1 year of control in Kyle Tucker, he's definitely at the least thinking about it with Framber. The only way that I think that he would trade Framber at the trade deadline, though, is if things get really disastrous. I don't think that's going to happen for the Astros. Last night just sucked, and I'm sick of watching games like last night. Fake Tony Stark comments, Framber will not be an Astro next year. Hunter Brown will get the opening day start. I kind of think he should have already. But I get it. You can't make Framber mad. And now the Astros probably have to change jerseys again for Framber. Because they already wore the blue jerseys for Framber, right? Now they got to wear the orange jerseys. What's next? The Space City jerseys? They'll never bring back the Tequila Sunrise jerseys, those heartless bastards. Shredder SO7 on YouTube says, why can't we just start the season like a major league ball club? I mean, they are to a degree. There are teams doing worse. But we have high standards here. Shredder continues saying, look at the back of the baseball cards. That is a little too close to Houston. We have a problem. I don't want to hear that. Sean, I don't know about you if you don't want to hear back of baseball cards, even in jest.
Yeah, no, we're good. anything that, and I think that's part of the reason people are freaking out this year, even though after every game I see a new tweet about how the Astros have had this exact record at this point basically every year since the pandemic. But except last year. Last year was worse, and we got told about back of baseball cards a lot. And I think we just don't want to be reminded about, especially the start of last season. So yeah, I'm good on back of the baseball card talk. I'm good on slow starts.
Me too.
I really like for like 20. Too late now. 2026. Can we just like start off like 8-5?
Yeah.
Like I'm not even asking for
just a winning
15
record.
and 0.
Just a winning record. That's not that much to ask for. I mean,
some team has to do it.
Is there any positive that comes out of this? It's making me feel guilty about how bad I've been over the entirety of my 36-year life at procrastination. And now that my 5 to 6 day bender to celebrate my birthday is at a close, we think we'll see.
Hey, Paul, want to watch the playing games tonight at Chili's?
I mean, sounds tempting.
There we go.
Sounds tempting. The tax, but I actually have to stay in tonight because I have to finish my taxes.
Get an extension. Come on.
I mean, I did it last year. No, we cannot enable my procrastination. The Astros are enabling my procrastination. I'm going to blame it on them instead of my own shortcomings. What's bad is, and a couple people are texting in. Grinding Coffee and Whiskey says, it's bad when the radio broadcast has no energy. Well, listen, I like the radio broadcast. I think the radio broadcast often lends itself to sounding like it doesn't have energy, and that's not just for them. I think most radio broadcasts for baseball, because there's nothing visual that's toying with you, unless you got some goofy guy who I really appreciated. I thought he was great. Like John Sterling on the call for the radio side of thing's. Yeah, the energy's generally not there on the radio side. That will be dangerous, though, when it gets to the TV side. And listen, I told you about my vision. I told you about my nightmare, about what the rest of this Astros season could be. On the other side, you're going to hear my nightmare, which is, it has nothing to do with baseball. But this moment, viral moment last night, has divided the internet. What are we talking about? You'll hear it on the other side. It took place at a baseball game, believe that or not. Paul Gallant Show with Sean Mapes behind the glass, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Fromber had 43 pitches after 3 innings, so the Cardinals have put more pitches on him here in an inning plus than they did in the first 3 innings. 45 since the 3rd inning. That ball hit well to right. Long run Cam Smith, and he'll have to play it off the wall. That'll be run number 6 for the Cardinals. And hit number 10 heading to 3rd is going to be Donovan. And he gets in there standing with a triple. Donovan 3 for 3, and the Cardinals increase their lead to 6-0.
Yeah, that says it all. That says it all right there. You heard about Fromber's struggles coming in. This random guy named Donovan gets his 3rd hit. It's 6-0. Fromber's allowed 10 hits. Fromber's allowed 6 runs. Fromber's allowed 5 extra base hits. I mean, yeah, rough night. You hope you don't see more of this from Fromber. Definitely makes it a little bit easier, the thought of potentially trading him at the trade deadline if things hit the fan. I don't think that things will hit the fan, though, to the point where they'll actually do it. I just think that the Astros, deep down, they got to be considering it just a little bit. We got some texts in and comments in about bad signs to open the Astros season. I said that I think that I'm going to give them top TV treatment. I have 2 TVs in my living room. One is a big one, the other a small one. The Astros are getting top TV treatment, which is the small TV. I will be watching something else, and I'm getting suggestions from some folks. Righteous Gemstones. I actually did start the Righteous Gemstones about a week and a half ago, but I may have to watch that show with another person, if you will. So I think in the meantime, I will try to watch Severance on the side. Somebody texted in, you got to do Severance. Somebody else is texting in about The Wire. I mean, it seems like we're more willing to talk about TV shows than we are to talk about the Astros. And I don't blame you for wanting to go that way. It was not that long ago where, guys, I had a vision. I had a vision about what could happen this coming Astros season, which is more interviews with the promo lady who no one wants to hear interviewed, or more awkward interviews with Bobby Dynamite that Julia Morales has to try and turn into something. And Bobby often does accidentally. Or we're talking bad HEB commercials. The Astros might be one of those things where you're watching it and you like baseball, but you know that baseball is going nowhere, and there's a sideshow element on the broadcast. Enter the Atlanta Braves broadcast, which I believe was on FanDuel TV. This moment last night during a Braves-Blue Jays game went viral.
All right, good. How are you guys feeling about rooting for the Braves today?
Oof, I don't know. I'm hoping for the best.
What about you? Are you a Braves fan now?
Not quite.
Not quite. All right, I'm gonna go to work up here, guys. Good luck the rest of the way.
Okay, Wiley. You got 4 innings to get the numbers.
Come on.
Get us some more Braves fans.
All right, so they want me to get your number.
They want you to get my number.
I'm dead serious. They're saying in my ear right now. She doesn't believe me because she thinks you guys are not. I'm making this up. Even if you guys weren't, I might use that in the future. That's actually a pretty good move.
This is unbelievable. So the best part of this right now is that Wiley could totally be faking it. This might be the new move. Just walk around with a FanDuel microphone and an earpiece in and convince fans that they're actually on TV.
I should have thought of this years ago. I am speechless. I got the number. We're good.
Here's what's crazy. They continued to talk, and he put the microphone down, and he did seem to get her number. He also seemed to get her interest. And this was a strong, powerful, independent woman that he was talking to. A blonde. This could be what we see in the near future on Astros broadcast. Now, I know Julia is happily married, but I don't know. Say they bring in the substitute teacher, sideline reporter. Say they bring in me. Is that next for me? Is that next for somebody else in that role? That's where the Astros season, I feel like it could be going, where we're watching the games for more than just the games. I don't think it's a great sign for baseball that a Braves Blue Jays game is taking out a bunch of time for a sideline reporter or dugout reporter to go on a lap of the stadium and ultimately to a bar and then start just talking to two girls. And it did seem like there was very little connection at first. Hey, are you guys going to root for the Braves? They're in Toronto. They're Canadians. Of course they're not going to. They're like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it did not seem like that conversation was going places. It didn't. But credit to our fearless, intrepid sideline reporter for the Braves and FanDuel TV, whose name is eluding me right now. But this guy is tall. So guess what? It worked. It worked out for him. But this is what I think we're going to be seeing stuff like during the Astros broadcast the rest of the way. And I'll appreciate it when it happens because it'll at least give me some content that's fun to talk about, you know? But I think we'd all prefer to see good baseball, runs, offense. Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez hitting well. Christian Walker, too.
Do you think we see this like around the league anyway? Just like copycat league. Hey, this went viral.
Somebody will 100% try to do it.
I mean, the Braves might that might be their bit throughout the years. This guy just asks girls' numbers on air.
See, but
the Braves are terrible. Braves are having a worse start than the Astros.
They are having a rough start,
and they were probably thought of higher than the Astros.
I
coming into the
agree.
season.
No, that's a great point, Sean. This is supposed to be a much better team. Here's the thing: this specifically will not happen. I don't know of many baseball broadcasts that have a man that's the dugout reporter.
Yeah.
It's generally a woman. And I also think that based off of the reaction that we are getting from strong, independent, generally white women online, it does seem like they are like, well, if I did this, I'd be fired. Like there's a lot of that reaction to it. And you know what? I get it. There is a double standard, perhaps. But I also just don't think it would ever happen. I think these two broadcasters just set up sideline reporter McGee for that moment to happen. He was uncomfortable with it, and then he made the most of it. There's another moment where he's talking to the girl, and he looks over to the camera, and he winks. I'm not kidding. It's kind of funny, but they're in this weird spot. I think some people thought, that was funny. And I think a lot of women are pissed, like specifically women in the industry. Now, does that affect the opinion of the average person watching a baseball game? Likely very not. My big takeaway is not about, is there a double standard? My takeaway is baseball, it's in trouble where this is now a thing that is going to happen in more ballparks and during more games featuring more crap teams. Sean.
At the very least, it's going to, because like, I don't find this interesting at all. Like, I just think this is very boring. Like I saw this clip on social media. I watched like the first 5 seconds of it. I was like, this sucks. I can't believe that people think anything about this. Maybe it's just because I've seen so many of the like social media man on the street videos where like it's basically the same thing where it's just, hi, I have a tiny microphone and I'm talking to a woman walking out of a bar.
Man on the street has jumped the shark.
Yeah,
for sure.
and this is basically what this is. But I think it'd be very baseball for them to jump on the bandwagon after one moment goes viral, I guess.
For sure.
And to jump on a trend that's already like for people like us. We're just like, I'm cool on, look at this guy awkwardly ask someone for their number. It's like, wow, never seen that before. Crazy. Glad we got that on camera.
Prairie Texter, later that night, he posted a picture of oysters on the half shell with a laughing emoji and hashtag Brave. So I don't know. Maybe they went for a drink. And honestly, since they're on the road, maybe they had a little more than a drink.
Yeah.
Maybe there was a little shaboinkage going on.
This was in Toronto?
This was in Toronto. I mean, listen, that's how it would probably have to be unless we're going to
international.
Yeah. Well, this
healing the tensions in our nations.
Have you seen, Sean? Have you seen the movie For the Love of the Game, the Kevin Costner pitching movie? Okay, so
Kevin Costner made another baseball movie.
In fact, it might be the best baseball movie that he's done. The baseball part of it is probably the best baseball that's ever been done in a movie. Not even kidding. John C. Reilly's his catcher. It's weird. So half the movie is just flashbacks that this guy who is pitching in this city on the road and about to throw a no-hitter, I think it's in New York against the Yankees. It's flashbacks to his relationship with this woman that he has a long-distance thing with. So theoretically, long distance love could be about to start between this Braves reporter and this strong, powerful, independent woman at the Toronto Blue Jays bar. Or this is a one-night thing. And honestly, since it's 2025, I know where my money is.
Yeah. Or he just like posted a picture on. Like they went for dinner after. Like he just had a dinner afterwards and posted a picture because
It could
thought
be
it'd
that.
funny.
It could be that. He did seem to be having fun with it once he got into it. But at first, he seemed very uncomfortable.
Because
I don't
everyone
blame him
else,
for being
everyone
uncomfortable
else
too.
who's talking about this, except for us, are probably saying his name.
Yeah,
it's great for his profile.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, we won't fall into your game because we're too lazy to look it up.
I mean, yeah, it's mostly that. Also, I'm a little jealous, and you know, I
Are
want
you like
I want a
I
Riz
should have gone
moment.
to sideline report.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. From the 281, oysters are an aphrodisiac. Just saying.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Sheboygan could
I
have.
think that's why he posted.
I
I think that's the exact reason why he posted
But
it.
what if he's just an absolute dog and he wants to brag? He wants to brag that things went all the way.
I didn't get the vibes that this guy's a dog off of
Okay.
him. That could be just me. Again, I watched 5 seconds of this video.
And you regret having watched.
Yeah, I've seen it on mute a lot as I'm scrolling past it.
It's been the subject of conversation because women in the field are very angry about this, and some guys are like, "Hell yeah, dude!" And where I stand, it's 100%. This is where the Astros season could be going.
This is we have 162 games of bad baseball ahead of us, or not ahead of us. We only have like what 145.
Yeah,
bad baseball games.
Yeah, there you go. Math on the fly. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Virginia Buttonweed on Twitch says his name is Wiley Ballard, and per the Braves, he was the player of the game.
That's a fake name.
There's no way.
Wiley Ballard.
There's no way that his name is Wiley Ballard. First off, there's no way they made him player of the game. No chance.
I think
None.
I'm kind of on the women's sideline reporters side.
If they did that, yes,
if
I'm
they
100% on
made
their
this
side.
entire broadcast about how this guy's gonna get laid.
Right now, I'm on the fence. Right now, but if they did indeed make him the player of the game, I have never been more with the strong, independent women. By the way, I'm single. I have never been more with them. Very single. Never been more with them. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, everything you might have missed over the weekend in the world of sports, including when NIL goes bad and a prominent politician dropped a very important trophy, and strong, powerful, independent women who aren't sideline reporters went to outer space. All of that next. Stay put. college football is in a weird place due to NIL. And we finally saw NIL perhaps backfire in a student athlete, we say that in quotation marks, face. Tennessee quarterback Nico, I almost feel like his name is spelled in a way that's a joke because of this story, but Nico Iamaleava. Is his name really Iamaleava?
It's pronounced differently. But
Okay.
For this story, it can just be Iamaleava.
Nico Iamaleava was making $2 million in NIL last year. Sean, was this guy good? I mean, I know Tennessee was good, but was this guy good?
Against SEC or at least good SEC competition, he was not good. Most of his production last year came against the non-conference and against Vanderbilt, who had a bad defense, and other just he feasted on the bums, but for most part, he was handing the ball off a lot.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, this guy pushed his chips into the middle of the table, and hey, it takes balls to do this. Because he wanted to make $4 million in NIL money, he skipped the final spring practice for Tennessee to hold out for more. And basically, Tennessee has kicked him off the team without announcing that they have kicked him off the team. Josh Heupel, the head coach, said that they're moving on from him. Tennessee announced that they are moving on from him. They did not say he has been dismissed or anything like that. Honestly, I feel like they should have. So he is now, I guess, looking for another school to play. It was rumored that North Carolina, where Bill Belichick is now head coach, with his girlfriend on the sideline at all practices, by the way, he could potentially be interested. But even North Carolina has said, nah, we're good. And this does scream me guy, this Nico Iamaleava guy, so much that Belichick would say, hell no matter how much he is adopting the ways of the athlete in 2025.
Yeah, I don't even know. I actually don't think this is a problem for college football because he's kind of the only guy that this happened to.
And he got screwed.
Yeah, and it's like, honestly, you could pitch it as it's a good thing.
Yeah.
That it's like, hey, you're not going to be able to play like ass relatively. Basically be like average. Be an average SEC quarterback and then ask for top of the line kind of money, because $4 million is like, that's about the top end of what quarterbacks get paid, of like returning awesome starter will get paid. So yeah, now he's gonna have to go somewhere else.
Yeah, and I doubt he will get $2 million wherever else he goes.
Know, he probably cost himself. He definitely cost himself any like draft.
Oh, for
like
sure.
This will be brought up whenever he goes to the draft.
But he probably knows that he's not getting drafted. So to his credit, I actually get why he might have done this.
Get the money now.
Right. But from 2 million to 4 million, you have to actually have shown something that says you're worthy of a raise. Yeah. And I doubt he had the statistics to back it up. I doubt his teammates like him, especially after this whole thing. You skip the last spring practice so that you can get paid twice what you're making right now, where I'm sure a bunch of other student athletes are like, what the hell, man? Especially now that there might be a salary cap in college sports going forward. I know that the government and the NCAA, there's all sorts of hearings that are happening right now. We'll see what happens when that all finishes. But yeah, this was the biggest story in college football over the weekend. I saw a wacky My column from Greg Doyle of the Indy Star, who found a way to compare the greed of Nico Iamaleava to the greed of Bryson DeChambeau. It was a bit of a reach. Even podcast Parsons, Micah Parsons had a take on it.
Oh, really? And he shared it publicly?
He did. Who would have thought? I got to say, Micah Parsons, his take on it was rather childish. College football's a joke now. Y'all might as well make college into a semi-pro league. Well, it is. Actually hold players accountable to the contracts they sign. When somebody reminded him that college football is a semi-pro league, literally that, Parsons said, nah, college was never about money. College is about building character. I am the man I am today because of the brotherhood and the amazing coaches I've had during my time at Penn State. We are failing kids now because life isn't easy and we are allowing them to quit. I'm sure some people agree with Micah Parsons on that front, but I mean, now with the NIL, college football is a semi-pro league.
Yeah.
So
it was also before that, it was a semi-pro league just with stricter rules about when you could leave.
Yeah. In case you missed it, continues. Everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports. From the 713 on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, a texter asks, is Paul going to cover the WNBA draft? No. But Paige Buchers from UConn went first overall to the Dallas Sky, the Dallas Dream, the Dallas Strong, Powerful Independence. I don't know. I don't know the team. I don't know Dallas's team name. But hey, shout out to Dallas basketball. They lose Luka Doncic. They get Paige Buchers. I'm sure that everyone is very, very excited to become WNBA fans instead of Mavericks fans now.
Yeah, fair trade.
It would be funny if people only started going to whatever the Dallas team name is instead of Mavericks games. Sorry, this is not me trying to be disrespectful. I honestly think it's ridiculous that Dallas has a team and Houston doesn't, right? Because we had like if you have a team that wins multiple championships, you should have a team. That does not mean I'm going to watch them. All I'm saying is like the comment should still exist.
Yeah. I'm in the same spot where I'm like, it's a little bit of like, wait, you think you're too good to come back to Houston?
Yeah.
Also, I don't know. It'd be cool. It'd be cool if they got one of these girls I remember from playing like from college. Like the picks, I don't know, after you get past like 5.
Yeah.
Then I'm less intrigued.
This is not going to make more people watch the WNBA. I know a lot of people think, oh, Paige Buchers, Juju Watkins from USC, who had that awful injury in the women's tournament. See, I'm on top of it a little bit.
Yeah.
But no, I don't think it's going to happen. For whatever reason, it's just Caitlin Clark. I can't put my finger on it. By the way, the Dallas team name is the Dallas Wings, not the Dallas Barrel Racers Coug Blaze. I get it. You watch Yellowstone. I watch Yellowstone. That's not the team nickname. That would be canceled, much like that Braves reporter who did the interview with a woman at a bar at a Braves Blue Jays game and then was told by the broadcast to get her number. We will get back into that at some point today. J.D. Vance, noted Ohio State alum, got to pose with the Ohio State Buckeyes, who visited the White House after winning the national championship a couple of months ago. And my man's being railroaded. Everyone's going after J.D. Vance because he dropped the college football playoff national championship trophy. He dropped it, but it wasn't his fault. You got to watch the replay. I mean, I know clickbait, and there's a lot of people that lean one way, a lot of people that lean another way, and some people might be saying, Paul, God, you're always so damn MAGA here. No, listen, go watch the video. Apparently now, instead of the crystal ball trophy that college football used to have, there is a golden vase that's on top of a black stand, and apparently the top is designed to separate from the bottom. So I believe, was it a player of Ohio State or was it an assistant? Yeah. He's holding the trophy with J.D. Vance. He's holding the gold part. Vance is holding the black part, and the black part falls on the ground. So the base of the trophy was dropped by J.D. Vance.
He didn't drop the trophy. The trophy was in safe non-J.D. Vance hands.
We got to get back to the crystal ball, because I don't think anyone would drop the crystal ball in this situation.
The crystal ball, it was clear that it rested on top of the thing, so you could pick up the crystal ball.
Yeah,
because it was the same thing where it was a big base,
right?
But then a little like stand for it. Yeah, this one, it is. I can see how he was deceived.
Yeah,
by the whatever.
Yeah, that's a poor construction of the trophy.
Still political gaffe. There's a lot of political gaffes that aren't the guy's fault, but it's funny when he has to bend over and pick it up. That picture is just funny.
That's a fair point. Continuing, in case you missed it, this isn't sports. This is instead breaking ground. A bunch of strong, powerful, independent women went up into space. Who went up? Katy Perry. You know, from that song. Gayle King, the TV reporter. Jeffrey Bezos's double Bezos lady, right? I mean, a lot of people went up in a Jeff Bezos rocket that, if you remember this scene from Austin Powers, it actually looked exactly like this.
What is it, son? I don't know, sir. But it looks like a giant dick.
Yeah.
Take a look out of starboard. Oh my God, it looks like a huge.
Pecker!
Oh, yeah.
Wait, that's not a woodpecker. It looks like someone's.
Private! We have reports of an unidentified flying object. It is a long, smooth shaft, complete with two balls.
What is that? That looks just like an enormous.
Wang, pay attention.
I was distracted by that enormous flying.
Willie. Yeah. What's that? Well, it looks like a giant. Johnson.
It does look no balls on this one, but it does look very phallic.
It is a shame that that's the best way to make a rocket.
Especially a rocket just for women.
Yeah. By the way, is this a Jeffrey Bezos
venture? Yes.
No, but vanity piece for his girlfriend?
It could be.
It's like hey, let me build a rocket for you to
I'm going to build a rocket.
Go up in space with Katy Perry.
You can go into orbit for 11 minutes and a bunch of famous people will be hanging out with you. I mean, listen, that's an awesome husband.
Better than that Braves reporter was pitching.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. He sent him into outer space where that Braves reporter took her out for oysters, if he even was able to take her out. So that rocket goes up, and on the way down, this is where all the fun begins, because there's a lot of insufferable that you're about to hear. Can you imagine being trapped on a plane in turbulence with these broads? And yeah, I'm going to call them that because listen to how they sounded. They got the actual rocket mic'd up for the TV broadcast, and oh man.
Those are like the guide parachutes. There go the drogue parachutes. Just free falling right there until those drogues came out. And then next will be the main parachutes that get pulled out.
Hear that screaming inside the capsule?
It's a very soft landing despite the sporty perception. There it is.
Okay, you hear him laughing at least in that one. Girls' screams in unison are among the most insufferable things you'll ever hear. You know, like from the Beatles to Bieber and Elvis before them. It's annoying. So also when they're in a group together and they're having fun, but they're on a roller coaster, that's enough to make any man sexist. Anyway, the strong, powerful, independent women, they got back down to the ground. Okay. And here's Katy Perry talking about her experience as this rocket launched up into orbit for a little bit of time.
It is the highest high, and it is surrender to the unknown, trust. And this whole journey is not just about going to space. It's the training, it's the team, it's the whole thing. I couldn't recommend this experience more. This is like up there with all the, different tools that I've learned in my life, from meditation to the Hoffman process. This is up there because what you're doing is you're like really finding the love for yourself, because you got to trust in yourself on this journey. And then you're feeling the love when you come down, for sure. And you're feeling that strength. So I feel really connected to that strong, divine feminine right now.
By the way, you're such a badass. I love that the month of April, you're like, I'm going to space and I'm launching my tour.
Oh God, the kiss ass reporting at the end. Supposed to be independent. We were talking about journalism ethics with the reporter asking out a girl. At least he was told to do that. Like, this is just ass kissing. That was the most insufferable thing I've ever heard. And you know what? Give me the screaming.
Yeah.
If I had to pick between the screaming, Sean, and Katy Perry explaining why this 11-minute orbit ride is so important, I'll take the screaming. In fact, I'll take a crash landing. I'll take ending it all right there.
Yeah, I mean, no one wants to say that would be an outcome that they would be interested in. Not saying that you're rooting for it, but hearing the screaming and just imagining. Anyway, big month for Katy Perry.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously.
You want some more Katy Perry, Sean?
Everything you heard there, announcing the tour. I assume, just based on how she sounds, she's going on a vacation to a White Lotus hotel with her 2 other blonde friends.
Yep. And one of them's going to find out
that
that one of the 3 is a closet Republican. It's going to be a big deal. We're not done with Katy Perry. Gayle King, who is a news anchor, Gayle King was asked about Katy Perry, and guess what, guys? We didn't hear Katy Perry singing on the TV broadcast as they descended from the stars because they were all screaming like they were about to die. But here is Gayle King talking about Katy Perry, who gave them an in-flight performance.
After 0 G's, Katie sang "What a Wonderful World."
She did.
Isn't that nice?
Come on.
She sang "What a Wonderful World." I see dreams. Oh, yes.
Oh.
Because we've been asking her to sing all the time, and she wouldn't. And then, because everybody said, "Sing Roar, sing Fireworks," and she said, "It's not about me. I wanted to talk about the world."
Wow.
I know, isn't that nice? You got to ask her about that.
That's really special. And when Lauren got out,
I think I might go gay. This is a rough one for women. You know, they're getting roasted by everybody online. Some people think it's tone deaf that they went up and flew. I think Emily Ratajkowski, strong and powerful independent woman, and Olivia Wilde, another strong, powerful independent woman, called out this joyride as being bad for Mother Nature and the Earth, and that is true. I mean, it was a lot of fuel was lit on fire, or however a rocket works, to send that thing straight up into space, only to come down after 11 minutes.
Yeah, it's not exactly Armageddon, I would say. It's not exactly this ragtag group of not astronauts have to fly up into space to save the day. Because when Katy Perry was talking about her training, I was like, what? How much training do you think it was, Paul?
None. I don't think she did anything. Maybe scuba diving or something. To prepare for weird oxygen changes but like if you're just buckled in, maybe the G-forces or something like that.
I was thinking that I think it's a scene in Armageddon where they're practicing where they have the plane do like circles to practice 0 G and they're all throwing up. I imagine it was that, and then essentially the pre-flight thing where the flight attendants stand up and tell you how to buckle a seatbelt. I think that was most of it, is just someone being like, all right, so it's a 2-point, you click it around the waist, click it over your shoulder, click it over your other shoulder.
Might be that, okay. There's no flight attendant in there.
Yeah, no, but it's the equivalent of that, like 30 minutes before they walk on.
Oof. Some mean comments on the Twitch. I'm laughing at some of them. I'm not going to read all of them. When the rocket, phallic-shaped rocket, and the escape hatch reached back down to Earth, by the way, Jeff Bezos was running around in a circle, I think, trying to see his lady, the runner of Amazon, of course, and he just tripped and he ate bleep. Like, he fell and he hit his face pretty hard. I wonder if now that he has tested this out, if he and his lady are going to take this up on a private trip for 2. Maybe you stay a little bit longer than 11 minutes in orbit. Wow. I mean, he's tested it out on not him. Now this is the next step. If I'm Jeffrey Bezos, I mean, I'm doing it. I might try to keep it private. Of course, might be hard to do that. A giant penis flying into outer space, probably visible with the whole exhaust and all that stuff coming out from the bottom of the rocket.
Yeah, hard to do it incognito mode.
But come on, the zero gravity club.
Yeah, just tint the windows, and I think you'll be fine.
Windows, no cops are gonna knock on the door.
Yeah, you can join the 100 million miles club or whatever.
Yeah,
Mile High Club. Yeah.
Zach says, by the way, they started training in February, so there was some sort of training. So basically a month and a half.
Also, what did they do? Like, again, the scene from Armageddon, is that what they did?
Yeah, probably. Anyway, guys, that is in case you missed it. Everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports and beyond. Sorry, we had to give you that.
No, that
was important.
This is my favorite thing. Probably this week is the
that's
funniest.
pretty funny.
It's the funniest thing they could. It is like a sketch from a TV show
It
about
really
how
is.
out of touch some people are.
It really is. Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. A player that the Astros could have acquired to give their offense some much-needed juice kicked their asses last night. He also explained why he's not a member of the Astros. All of that next. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. Oh, no. Yeah, a little tall boy today? Ooh. Ah, gotcha.
Hale, Jazz all the way back. McCormick at the wall. We'll watch it go. That'll be the third extra base hit of the game for Nolan Arenado and a home run to make it 8-0 St. Louis. Arenado's second home run of the season.
It's one thing to get 2 doubles and a home run from former Astros enemy Nolan Arenado last night. It's another to find out why he's not a Houston Astro. He's off to a pretty good start. He's hitting what? 312. You heard his second home run of the season, 2 doubles as well in a game where the Astros offense didn't really show much. Nolan Arenado didn't just do that to you during the game. Before the game, he explained why he did not waive his no trade clause to be traded to the Houston Astros a couple of weeks ago. And honestly, the more that I read this story about it that Chandler Rome put together in The Athletic, Nolan Arenado reminds me a little bit of me. Very indecisive about options. So he likes the Astros. As far as Jose Altuve is concerned, before yesterday's game, Arenado said he's probably the greatest hitter of our generation as far as bat-to-ball skills, end quote. Can you remember the last time that somebody who is not Jose Altuve's teammate complimented him like that? Seriously, all the Yankees just bitch about how he won the MVP in 2017. I feel like the Dodgers did something similar. That's honestly the first praise I feel like I've heard of Jose Altuve on that level. The greatest hitter of our generation as far as bat-to-ball skills. And then on Yordan Alvarez, Nolan Arenado said this. I mean, tough to not like him. Yordan Alvarez is one of the best power hitters ever. Damn. You could have been part of that lineup. Why didn't you join? But the reason he didn't go, and this was reported, we just didn't hear it from Nolan Arenado himself, is that the changes the Astros made this offseason gave him cold feet. But not to the point where he actually said outright no. He just had second thoughts, and he didn't want to be rushed into a decision. Here's what he had to say about Kyle Tucker. Tucker is one of the best players in the game. When you see a team trade him, 99 out of 100 players would probably be wondering, what does that mean? That's the question I ask myself. And obviously, if I went there, Alex Bregman wouldn't have been going there. That's another player. So the trade doesn't happen. Those were some reasons for pressing the pause button when the Astros and the Cardinals asked him to waive his no trade clause. More from Nolan Arenado. This was the red flag moment. There were rumors of me going there, and there was a chance, but at the end of the day, Bregman wasn't going back there. I think that kind of threw everybody off. I think we all thought there was a chance he would retire an Astro. That group of players, it just seemed like they all gelled well together. When you saw that not happening, it's kind of crazy. Arenado continued saying, seeing both Framber Valdez and Ryan Presley's names appear in trade rumors heightened his apprehension about accepting a trade. Presley, of course, was traded to the Cubs. Framber Valdez is still around, but I do think after a start like last night, that Dana Brown is at the very least thinking about it. Would I do it? Probably not. I'm all in. I am not trying to strip any more parts off this Astros team. I said in the show open, if the window is open, then I'm just going to leave it open, even if things hit the fan, even if there's a fire outside, even if it's 115 degrees in the midst of a Houston summer. I'm leaving that window open. I'm not stripping any more parts. I think the Astros, though, are probably thinking about it. They're thinking to themselves, damn, if this season continues to go this way and say we have our first year in a while where there's no playoff performance at the trade deadline, what do we do about Framber? So we did talk about that, and if you want to weigh in on that on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, you can. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Back to Nolan Arenado, who kicked the Astros' ass last night and also revealed why he did not waive his no-trade clause to join the Astros this offseason. He got a little gaslighty quote, I said to the Astros, I'm not saying no. I just can't make a decision in the window that they needed it. I respect the Astros because they can't wait for me to make my decision, continued Arenado. They have to move on, and they have to make the team better, which they did. They got Christian Walker. They did some other things. I can see how it was taken as no, but they know I didn't say no. It was more of, I need to see how this all plays out first. And I guess things were moving too quickly for Arenado to change his mind about how it all was playing out. But remember, there was some reporting after it was said that Arenado did not waive his no-trade clause, that Arenado was still thinking about it and that the Astros were still thinking about it. It just never changed. Here's more from Arenado, and this is why he's not a member of the Houston Astros right now after a 2-double home run as well last night against the Astros and an 8-3 loss for Houston. More from Arenado. Quote, the window was a few days, a length that didn't feel right to me for such a consequential decision. When asked if he sought any input from Astros players or officials while making his decision, Arenado said, quote, not really, end quote. Quote, I didn't want to rush into it. I didn't feel comfortable making that decision within that time frame. I had to make sure they knew that because I didn't want to bring them along for a long time and just tell them no, that didn't feel right. Isn't it a little gaslighty? I'm not saying no. I just can't make the decision right now, but I didn't want to string them along. But you are saying no. I mean, decisions like this, these are the kind of decisions that you do have to make in the moment, right? It's an opportunity to play for a team that probably has a better chance to compete this year than the Cardinals do. Did you see how empty Busch Stadium was last night? Good God. I thought that was a baseball town. I thought Cardinals fans in the Cardinal way was all that mattered, right? And I know a lot of you guys who remember the Cardinals from the National League day just as much as you hated Albert Pujols and some of those other Cardinals players who gave the Astros troubles in the early 2000s. You hate Cardinals fans because those people are insufferable. Oh, we do it the right way. Oh, shove it up your ass. You know what? Like, piss off, you know? I hated hearing about how Cardinals fans do it the right way. What a load of crap. So you hated this, but Nolan Arenado could have left that situation for this situation. And he said no. And the answer that he gave, while I appreciate the honesty, him being forthcoming, I do feel like he's being a little bit gaslighty with how he's saying it. I didn't actually say no. No, you did. You said no. You didn't waive the no-trade clause. You did say no. It's okay. You're entitled to that decision. You're with the Cardinals now. Maybe at the trade deadline, things change and the Astros make a trade for you and move Isaac Paredes somewhere else. I don't know. All I know is, yes, you did tell them no. You did. Like, don't give us the, I didn't really say no. And he's framing it as, I'm not making a decision now. If you have to go make your team better, do what you have to do. No, this is either you commit or you don't. Committing is a yes. Not committing is no.
Yeah, the fact that you're like, oh, let me wait and see. It's like, then what are you supposed to? What are the Astros supposed to do?
Exactly.
Like, save a spot for you just in case you say yes. Like that to me is that's the part where it's obviously his side of the story, because what were you waiting on? Like that seems to be the important part. That's why you didn't sign, right, is that you're waiting on something. What'd you wait on? A different team?
Yeah.
I get why you can't say that, but that feels like a key part in figuring out why, like, he could not be lying. He could be not lying, just not sharing the whole thing. It was like, well, I was waiting to see if the Dodgers would trade for me. I was waiting to see if, like, another team would trade for me.
It does feel like that. And it does seem a little bit like dating in 2025.
It is.
You're always looking for better options, and you don't want to commit to something that actually might be good. This is how I am. I mean, really, this is 100% me. For example, have been on a few dates with someone who's pretty cool. We'll see where it goes. But also have, let's say, like, somebody that I've known for a while, like a lot as a person, probably should like this person a little bit more, and I don't. And then on top of that, I don't know, maybe you run into somebody and that's really attractive at a bar one night, and the next thing you know, you're watching a TV show. It's one of those things where I'm commitment phobic, and by being commitment phobic, at least right now, I'm saying no to things. I'm saying no to things that are being offered to me. That's what Arenado did. And it's funny that he's saying, like, I didn't actually say no. No, you did. You didn't commit. All you had to do is waive your no-trade clause. Now you're stuck with the Cardinals. And, hey, look, the Cardinals did beat the Astros last night. I wonder what will happen today with Hunter Brown on the hill. I think it should go a little bit better, but the Astros offense obviously has to score a little bit. But you did say no. Don't gaslight us, man. You're already kicking our ass.
Well, at the very least, he didn't say yes. that to me feels
exactly.
Key. He didn't say yes.
Right.
It's how else are we supposed to take it?
So it's basically a no.
Yeah, it's a no.
Right.
Also, Isaac Paredes, younger and seems like just as good.
I'm going to base all of my opinions of Nolan Arenado off of last night. And last night, Nolan Arenado, I want Nolan Arenado. Last night, Nolan Arenado.
Isaac Paredes hit a home run in 3 straight games.
True, but but didn't do it at Bush.
That was the 3 games before this one.
Yeah, exactly. Sean, you know me. I'm the ghost of Christmas present. There's no short-term memory. There's no long-term, thoughts. It's just what happened last night. Oh, Nolan Arenado was awesome. Why didn't we get him? And he explained why. And he's being a little gaslighty about it, which, again, I appreciate his honesty. And he was very complimentary of a lot of things that the Astros do. But he did say no. Like, stop. Spare us with this, okay? That's all.
Yeah, actually, now this makes me not like the Yordan Alvarez, the best power hitter ever, and
Jose Altuve, the best hitter of the generation.
Yeah, now I'm like, you're laying it on thick, dude.
Yes.
Don't try to pity me.
On Altuve, Arenado said, probably the greatest hitter of our generation as far as bat-to-ball skills. Yordan, one of the best power hitters ever. I mean, high praise. And yeah, you're still
Feels
in St.
like
Louis.
a team you'd want to play with.
Also, St. Louis sucks. It's like everyone dumbs on it. Everyone hates St. Louis as a city. Chicago trolls St. Louis, too. Like back in the day, the river, whatever river goes all the way through Missouri and up to Chicago. Chicago used to screw with St. Louis and like change the actual flow of the river and literally did it just troll St. Louis. This is why Chicago and St. Louis, this is why Cubs, Cardinals, big deal rivalry. I see some people on the Twitch are saying that they hate the Cubs more than they hate the Cardinals. I suppose a lot of those NL Central teams you hate, but I think Cardinals hate was strong last night. I think the thing is, for a lot of people, if you don't have that history knowledge of sports, which I do think we should do a better job with, and I need to do a better job with myself. I do appreciate history. You do forget that sometimes there were teams that you hated. You hated with the fire of 1,000 suns. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. On the other side, who would have thought this canceled man would get his own renaissance, a reconnaissance of sorts? We'll do that next. Stay put. I figure we switch Gruden in the draft.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Yes, disgraced former football coach John Gruden, who you probably remember from his time with the Oakland Raiders at the turn of the century, his Super Bowl championship in time with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, his time as the number one color commentator for football for a period of time. A lot of people liked him. I wasn't the biggest fan, but he definitely had the title belt when he was doing Monday Night Football with Mike Tirico. And then John Gruden was the coach of the Oakland, Las Vegas Raiders again. And then emails came out that he had exchanged with Bruce Allen of the then Washington Redskins that were problematic in nature, and he was canned right away. An investigation into how terrible of an owner Dan Snyder was led to emails being thrown up that distracted people from what a POS Dan Snyder is. And I think we can all agree, as far as owners go across sports, there are few that have been less likable than Dan Snyder. Gruden's charming, even if he doesn't write exactly the most polite emails, to put it like that. So now all of a sudden, since I think the start of football season, he has been an analyst for Barstool Sports. And it's been interesting to see him back in his element because now he's uncensored and on the internet, and he's doing a lot. Here he is giving a pep talk to players at Wisconsin.
Everybody has what? Dreams. I'm into nightmares. You guys got to end people's dreams. You understand that? Miami, Ohio's coming in here in a couple months. You end their dreams. Okay? And then you get on with the schedule. But everybody's got dreams. Now it's your job to end those dreams and become a nightmare coming out of the tunnel. Yes? Okay. Number 2 is there's a thing called the team. It's called the what? The team. There's a lot of people, I think, in football now that aren't invested in the team. Are we clear on that? I want you to envision a big rock right here. The rock is the opponent. And if you pound that rock by yourself, that rock won't crack. If you pound a rock with them, that rock won't crack. And that rock is Michigan. That rock is Alabama. We all got to pound a what? Rock. We all got to pound a what? Rock. Okay, invest in this team.
This is a good pep talk. And it actually made a little bit of sense. I'm not looking for dreams. I'm looking for nightmares. All right. That's going to get my attention. I'd stop looking at my phone for a little bit. Just a little bit, though. I'd probably go back to my phone eventually.
It is like a good line, but then he talks about killing other people's dreams. That's not really what a nightmare is, but whatever.
I think we all need to pound the rock a little bit more in this little game that we like to call life, too. Together, man.
As a people.
If Wisconsin is in the Big Ten championship this year, will this be the speech that they play in the championship video? It might. It might.
It all started on April, 15th.
It all started when a canceled football coach came into our locker room and gave us a 3-minute speech or so.
A coach who won a national championship before any of these players were alive, or won a Super Bowl before any of these players were alive, and came in and talked to him about breaking rocks.
More from John Gruden, who's in the midst of a Grudenessance of sorts, huh? A Grudenessance? Does that work a little bit better? Grudenessance or a Grudenessance?
Grudenessance.
Okay. But he's in the midst of it, just like Matthew McConaughey had a McConaissance. John Gruden's in the midst of a Grudenance. Grudenance. He's in the midst of a Grudenance. Whatever. You get what I'm trying to say. Stop laughing, okay? I'm trying to be creative and funny and cute. Here's more John Gruden. He was speaking as part of his quarterback camp, and he's not getting Shedeur Sanders and he's not getting Cam Ward, but he did get Memphis quarterback Seth Hannigan. I don't know what's happening here. I'll just leave it at that. Here's John Gruden talking to a college kid.
You ever have a cat come in your house and just shit all over the floor?
I've never had that happen.
Don't like it, man.
Hate
You
it.
got to let these cats know. Hey, when we're in snug, watch a cat. Be very sensitive about the cats. Linemen got to get out on a bang. Backs got to scan out pass protection. But I want you to be alert for these cats. Now, if we ever sense a double corner cat, you can smell these things out. You start hearing these defensive guys. Woo, 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 woo. They make their signals. They can't help themselves. They're all fired up. Cougar. Like a cat, not a cougar that you're thinking of.
Yeah.
Okay, don't be.
Not Zach Wilson.
Yeah, you cat cougar. It's a form of a cat. You see.
Yes, sir.
Cougar, New York. I want to run right into the cat.
I'm completely lost on this one. I like how along the way, Seth Hannigan, the Memphis quarterback, says, "I'm not Zach Wilson."
Just a random, just
because the Cougar tangent is weird. I mean, the Memphis Tigers, not the Memphis Cougars. It's a very.
I think so. The cat is the corner blitz.
Gotcha.
And he's saying that the signal for the cat should be cougar, like the cat, not the woman.
Okay. I think I'm still lost.
No,
but I appreciate your grasp of whatever happened there.
It still is a tangent. It still is.
And I thought
just call it cat.
I thought my tangents were ridiculous. I mean, imagine starting a conversation. This might be the new line that I use on the dating apps. Can we play the beginning of this again one more time?
You ever have a cat come in your house and just shit all over the floor?
I think that's what I'm going to do. That's going to be my opening line now.
I also like so then he can answer that. I've never had that happen. Of course.
And when has anyone had that happen? They find sand or litter boxes if they even go number two, because if they're in an area that they're uncomfortable with, they generally don't go because they don't want predators to know that they've been there. That's why they poo in the sand, is because they want to bury it so that no one can find it. And same thing with pee in the litter box. That's what they do.
You ever have a cat come in your house and just shit all over the floor?
I've never had that happen.
I have never had that happen either.
Also, it's a cat coming into your house. So
Yeah.
it's like theoretically it's not your cat.
No.
It's just a different cat walking into your house.
I mean, it's the ballsiest cat of all time. The only time that I've ever had moments like this is where every now and then, because cats will bolt out of the litter box after they've gone, sometimes because they're trying to get away from predators and stuff. And every now and then, if you got a cat that's got a little extra fur, which mine does, every now and then there might be one clumped in the hair, So you might drag it out, might make a couple of steps outside of the litter box, if you will. So I've had that happen, but no, John Gruden, I've never had a cat come into my house and take a crap on the floor.
You ever have that happen? No.
No.
No, coach.
And then he just keeps going. I'm impressed by it.
Yeah, it is just a rhetorical question. It is. I don't think he was looking for an answer.
No, but I'm still just so taken aback by that being the first part of the question.
Is that part of? Do you think that's part of his evaluation of a quarterback? Is like, I'm just going to throw some crazy stuff at you just to see how you react. Like, I'm going to be an insane person just to see what happens.
With the combine photos or something, or the combine interviews. Yeah.
And he's just doing this here to Seth Hannigan for some reason.
Yeah. And that's my new opening line. I like it. It's so out of nowhere that I might take this out for a test drive the next time I'm just out and about randomly. King of Twitch asks, Paul, how often do you show women you meet photos of Arya? Actually, very often, and they generally love it. I've been told my cat is I have a very pretty pussy. She's a very pretty pussy cat. She is. Whoa. Why are you making that face? Why are you making that face? That's what it is. She's a pretty cat. I've done this before. I've gone up to people and I've done this slow build. I have the most important question to ask you. You've never heard a more important question than this. I mean, it's like my slow build on leading up to some sort of stupid radio bet that I'm about to do. I've done this before, and then I slowly went up to, do you like cats? And guess what? This person liked cats.
Boom. Swish.
Nothing but net. Yeah, I'm just like that Braves reporter. Yeah. Make asking people out in uncomfortable situations a thing again. Make it great again.
We go down to our sideline reporter who's got a couple fans. A question to ask them?
You ever have a cat come in your house and just shit all over the floor?
I'm sorry. This is so good. Yeah, I think we need to keep that as a drop going forward. At some point, we're going to organize our drops, and the Astros who keep enabling my procrastination with their slow starts. This, I think, is going to make it. Maybe we have like drop Olympics or something like that. Which sound effects do we want to use all the time? And which do we not want to use? Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. People are telling us their most fearsome cat poo stories. The 281. Paul, I got a cat. It's an outdoor tomcat. Took it in. He eats squirrels. He kills rats. He'll poop on top of the rats that he kills. That seems like overkill. This is a little Genghis Khan cat. From the 713, I was hunting in West Texas. A mountain lion came into our cabin and took a dump in our grits. Interesting. That's if the grits were uncooked, I could see why they do it. So there you go. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Up next, another NFL trade on the horizon? It seems that way. Who could be potentially traded? And should the Texans be in? We'll discuss. Stay put. I am so thankful that the Houston Texans have two good cornerbacks because we do not even have to engage with this story coming out of the AFC East. The Miami Dolphins are having trade talks with other NFL teams about, you might be thinking that I'm about to say wide receiver Tyreek Hill. Nope, I think they're okay with Tyreek Hill's latest shenanigans off the field in Miami. Nope. They're having trade talks with other NFL teams about Jalen Ramsey. GM Chris Greer confirmed that today. Per Greer, after discussions between the team and Ramsey, quote, we decided it was probably in the best interest for all parties to move forward. Sorry, that was weird sounding. I was burping as I was talking. Never a good thing. Ramsey did not ask for a trade. When asked about Tyreek Hill, Chris Greer said they're not trying to trade him. Quote, that is not anything that we're pursuing. But like I said, who knows? If someone wants to come and give me 2 first-round picks, then we'd consider it. But as of right now, it's not something we're considering. It's a messy offseason for the Dolphins. They lost a couple of key players this offseason already. Right? I mean, they lost left tackle Teron Armstead. He signed with the Cardinals. They lost Calais Campbell as well. Tua Tagovailoa, you're never 100% sure what's going on with his health. And Tyreek Hill's in the midst of a bunch of crap right now. Always something legal-wise with Tyreek Hill off the field. Weirdly, he has, even though he's been in multiple incidents over the last couple of seasons where whether it's the Marina incident or the OnlyFans model incident where he broke her leg allegedly, or the latest incident that involves he and a child of his. It seems like the Dolphins don't really seem to care all that much, and the NFL doesn't really seem to care all that much either. So there you go. That's the big news from today in the National Football League. It's that the Dolphins are looking to trade Jalen Ramsey. We'll see if they're actually able to make that happen.
I feel like for a team that's always like 8-9 or 9-8, the Dolphins just always have stuff going on.
Yeah, they're messy.
Like even the Tyreek Hill stuff, obviously the Tua, that's more of an in-season thing of just what happened to him.
Right.
And every offseason, it seems like there is some sort of contract dispute or off the field thing, or now this that they're trading Jalen Ramsey, or at least it seems like they're going to trade Jalen Ramsey. There's just always something going on with the team that is, like you said, just always mediocre.
It's a messy, messy organization. And look, I expect that to continue. Just like I expect that to continue with the Jets forever, I expect it to continue with the Dolphins forever because this is who they've always been.
Yeah, it goes all the way up. I just
Stephen Ross.
Yeah, Stephen Ross, all the ownership stuff and losing draft picks because you're tampering with Tom Brady. You're getting sued by the NFL. You're not getting sued. Your coach, your ex-coach, is suing the NFL.
Yeah,
it's just always something with the Dolphins.
It must be hard for Dell. Poor Dell.
Yeah,
got to deal with the Dolphins. Got to deal with the University of Miami. Oof.
Miami Heat. Jimmy Butler just quit on his team.
Yeah, Heat culture ended this season. Yeah, not good. Continuing to go around the National Football League, B-handed offers Richie Incognito. Yep.
Yeah, that's going back a while. Because for me, it feels like, I mean, since whatever 2022, there's just been a constant like drumbeat of like there's just stuff happening with the Dolphins. But yeah, you're right. Like Richie Incognito, like that was like the main NFL story for months.
Mm-hmm. The Brian Flores lawsuit.
Yeah, Flores
for getting fired.
Even the tanking for Tua, and it's like, well, I forgot who it was, but I was like,
yeah,
this is not morally right to tank like this, to ask NFL players to put their bodies on the line just to punt a season. Yeah, there's just always something going on.
You hate to see it. And as a Patriots fan, yeah, it's so tough being in the same division as two
absolute
god
jokes.
awful organizations like the Jets and the Dolphins,
and then playoff chokers, Buffalo Bills. At least,
Yeah.
but at least the Bills, they're like, hey, we make the playoff.
right?
Hey, we lose.
They just lose to the Chiefs all the
Yeah.
time, which Tom Brady never did. But it's fine. It's fine. Continuing to go around the National Football League, Micah Parsons did show up for the start of the Cowboys offseason program. So it does seem like whatever contract negotiations are happening between the Cowboys and Parsons are at least amicable at this point. I do imagine he will get extended by the Cowboys eventually, sooner, later, who knows. Dak Prescott, who the last time we talked about him, I don't know if it was yesterday or if it was on Friday, but Dak Prescott said that he could play today, but apparently his hamstring is not completely healed yet. So we shall see on that front. As far as the NFL draft, it's in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Oof. That's rough. 17 players are going to be in attendance in Green Bay. And I'm not going to lie. While I think a little bit less of these 17 for going to Green Bay for the NFL draft, I will say this. It means these guys are focused. These guys care about football. They're willing to go to just noted drag Green Bay, Wisconsin, and it's very few attractions to sit around and potentially get drafted. So here are the players confirmed to attend. Tyler Booker, a guard from Alabama. Jihad Campbell, a linebacker from Alabama. So crazy that someone would name their kid Jihad after 9/11. Just a thought. Even if you are Muslim. 3, Will Campbell, tackle, LSU. 4, Abdul Carter, who's probably of all these picks that are going to be in attendance, the pick that will be made the earliest. Jackson Dart from Mississippi. Matthew Golden, wide receiver from Texas that the Texans have been linked to. Mason Graham, defensive tackle from Michigan. Oh, Travis Hunter will be there. Okay. I thought Travis Hunter would never grace his presence with Green Bay, Wisconsin from Colorado. Congratulations to Travis Hunter, who had his number retired at Colorado. Semi-deserved, though Shadur Sanders getting his number retired when Tim Tebow's number's not retired at Florida is kind of ridiculous to me.
It's crazy how fast it happened.
Yeah. Ashton Jeanty, the running back from Boise State. Will Johnson, defensive back from Michigan, and a bunch of other people. Jalen Milroe from Alabama.
That's crazy.
Cameron Ward from Miami. Milroe will be sitting for a while, yes. So there are some guys who will be there. I guess the first overall pick, Cam Ward's going to be there. But yeah, it's Green Bay, Wisconsin.
They got Ward, they got Carter, they got Hunter.
They got 17 guys.
Yeah.
17, that's about right for Green Bay.
They're going to get the top 3, if not the top 4. So they'll be fine.
And one last story to wrap up the 10-minute drill. Titans cornerback L'Jarius Sneed has been sued. Why? He's facing a lawsuit for at least $1 million after an incident in the parking lot of a car dealership in December. What happened? Well, allegedly, either Sneed or Sneed's personal assistant shot at somebody named Christian Nishiminyamana at a dealership December 6th in Carrollton, Texas. Bullets were fired from a Lamborghini Urus as it drove by One Legacy Motors. An attorney said in a statement obtained by the Associated Press that Sneed and his accomplice were arrested by the Carrollton Police Department for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Sneed and a woman who identified herself as Sneed's mother were accused of threatening this person who was shot at. And there you go. That is quite the story.
Wait, so they shot at a dealership?
That's what it sounds like.
Him and his mom.
Yes. Sneed or Sneed's personal assistant shot at this man while his mother was also in the car driving in a Lamborghini Urus outside of a dealership. This is a wild story.
I mean, because at first I thought it's crazy that L'Jarius Sneed would be doing this also in December, which is in the middle of football season.
The Titans weren't exactly playing football.
But still, just to be in Carrollton, Texas in December is crazy.
There is proof. There's video evidence from the dealership showing a car and a person who opened fire on this man who runs a exotic car rental business. He's 23 years old, running an exotic car rental business.
Okay, I have
so I have some questions
about
about him too. Right, we're on the same page on that one, Sean. I was like, okay, that. So Snead went to the Titans last March. He played 5 games, so he was on injured reserve with a quadriceps injury, and he spent his
rehabbing.
He was with the Chiefs before. Oh, a former Chiefs player doing things that are shady up the field. Who would have thought? Good God. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. The Astros struggling. Is a Fromber trade in the cards at the trade deadline? We'll discuss that and more. Stay put. Probably do a 2:15, 2:30. Maybe a 2. I was trying to think of I was like, shit, clockwise, I think we're out of time for I think this segment's going to be a little longer, the draft segment. How much time do I have?
ESPN 975. You said Keith? Yeah. I just didn't hear your name. I'll put you on hold. We'll be with you in just a sec.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. We have a caller. Keith has an NBA question. Keith, yo.
Hey, Paul, thanks for having me on the show. I got an NBA question with the play-in starting tonight. Playoffs definitely around the corner. They're here. James Harden has made the playoffs all 16 years of his NBA career with 5 different teams, and the Clippers basically let Paul George walk for nothing this past offseason, did that save the trajectory of the Clippers franchise? And was that move the right decision?
What a question. Well, look, they're only going to go as far as Kawhi takes them. And I really don't know about Paul George ever winning a title. I that's not something I think I'll ever hear, really. So the trajectory of the Clippers franchise, it's a very random question. Hey, we get random questions from time to time. It is really 100%. Is Kawhi Leonard available?
Yeah.
If Kawhi Leonard's available and if Kawhi Leonard plays like the Kawhi Leonard we've seen in the past in these playoffs, is it that crazy to think the Clippers could win the Western Conference? I don't think it's that crazy. I wouldn't pick it to happen. I would say they're probably one of the least likely teams to win the West because I also have questions about James Harden, especially at this age of his career after round number one. Round one, I'll bet they'll have some good moments. Round two, James Harden playing that long as you listen. What's he going to be? What's he going to be? You know, as the playoffs go on and when basketball stops being fake basketball like it is in the regular season and the wear and tear actually has an effect and guys do seem to get gassed, Harden has always been terrible in the second round of the playoffs. And we're talking like a decade ago. Like I'll go back to that series against the Portland Trailblazers, which is where I was one of the first to turn on Harden and said, look, he looked out of shape. He looked tired the entire series. At the end of that series, it was Dwight Howard who was carrying them, but everyone's like, James Harden. You know, Dwight Howard's just Dwight Howard. He sucks. At the end of that series, it was James Harden getting backed down by Wesley Matthews all series long and just running out of gas. That's where I first stopped liking him. And there were a lot of stands that loved him so. And then 2015 happened and all that. So anyway, I think it's really about Kawhi Leonard. Paul George being there, clearly not having much of an impact. Paul George having no impact on Philadelphia either.
Yeah, and the Clippers, like everyone, you know, and rightfully so to a certain point, giving him credit for like dodging the Paul George bullet. To be fair, they did offer him a 3-year contract at the max. He took a 4-year contract at the max.
Right,
like,
yeah.
They were very close to just having him on this team as well. So the saving the trajectory of the Clippers, the saving the trajectory is just Kawhi Leonard.
Random question though.
It's just Kawhi Leonard. If he's healthy, good. If he's not, party's over.
It's pretty much that simple. This is so much time with the Clippers that I kind of want it back. Keith, we appreciate the phone call. But if we're going to ask
him matchup with the Nuggets. Oh, no.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. A bunch of people on the Twitch are explaining that. I guess Keith calls in with a lot of just out of left field topics.
Okay.
Yeah, if Keith had like a point behind it, that's what I thought. I thought he was trying to set me up to kiss James Harden's ass, which will never happen on this show. Other than I'm impressed that James Harden can juggle playing in the NBA and going out and drinking and stuff. I'm impressed by that. I am impressed by that. Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. That Astros loss yesterday, frustrating. Very frustrating. And I just want to play this audio again, Sean. If we could get the audio from that Braves-Blue Jays game last night. Another game where the Astros can't score runs. Another game where the pitching can't do everything. And Fromber has an off night, which he'll have some. This was one of his worst off nights. 5 extra base hits. That's, I think, the most he's ever allowed. This wasn't him being wild as much as the sinker, at least for the beat writers, or the curveball for Fromber wasn't working. But if we see more games like this where they can't score and the pitching struggles and they're a middling baseball team, I do think that moments like this moment on the Braves Blue Jays broadcast on the FanDuel network could be commonplace on Space City Home Network.
All right, good. How are you guys feeling about rooting for the Braves today?
Oof, I don't know. I'm hoping for the best.
What about you? Are you a Braves fan now?
Not quite.
Not quite. All right, I'm gonna go to work up here, guys. Good luck the rest of the way.
Okay, Wiley. You got 4 innings to get the numbers.
Come on.
Get us some more Braves fans.
All right, so they want me to get your number.
They want you to get my number.
I'm dead serious. They're saying to my ear right now, she doesn't believe me because she thinks you guys are not. I'm making this up. Even if you guys weren't, I might use that in the future. That's actually a pretty good move.
This is unbelievable.
So the best part of this right now is that Wiley could totally be faking it. This might be the new move. Just walk around with a FanDuel microphone and an earpiece in and convince fans that they're actually on TV.
I should have thought of this years ago. I am speechless. I got the number. We're good.
The funny thing about this is that this moment has led to the FanDuel broadcasters being crucified online. Women are pissed about this. Every single time I open up X, I see another woman calling it out. This is the most recent one. And generally, it's people that are in our field. This is Devin Caney, who is the sideline reporter for the Eagles on 94 WIP. Hey, if you think this is cool, imagine the reaction if roles were reversed. And this was a woman asking. Hope this helps. This blew up because Myles Garrett, no, not that Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett, a sports reporter and anchor for Fox 5 Atlanta, posted, shout out to my guy, Wiley Ballard, setting the standard for sports reporters, getting a phone number out in the wild. 10 out of 10 work. So this thing's gotten 6.8 million views online, which is pretty insane. And it's led to a lot of people being like, yeah, high five, bro. And a lot of other people that are saying this is the worst thing that's ever happened to sports reporting. I tend to fall in the middle because I am just scared that Astros broadcasts are going to have to resort to the sideshow tactics that we saw during their first couple of games of the year. Bobby Dynamite interviews in the train that literally just got a paint job. Julia tried her best. Bobby did give her ammunition to work with. That ammunition was accidental. You got the promo lady coming in and talking about all sorts of things that no one cares about. And on top of that, you're going to get bad HEB commercials. So what's next? Julia asking fans out. Julia setting people up. And Julia's married, so I don't think she'd have to do that. But I am nervous that this is on the horizon for the Astros. I truly do not care about the do's and don'ts. Sports journalism is not real. And this is what baseball broadcasts do. They send the guy out to go find some wacky stuff in the ballpark because, get this, and I know a lot of people are surprised by this, baseball's often boring in the regular season, especially if you're covering a team that, get this, blows, which the Braves do right now. They were winning, though, for what it's worth.
They could do something where they grab one fan from one section, one fan to another from another. Be like, all right, now, oh, here's what you do. Oh man, you basically do make it like a dating show just during the broadcast, where you go up to the top to the bleachers or not actually bleachers, but at the very upper level, and you get again one single male fan, one single female fan, and you say, separately, congratulations, your seats have just been upgraded. You're a diehard Astros fan, blah, blah, blah. But then you put them together, and now they're watching the game together. Impromptu date.
That could work. And here's the thing with the way...
Just killed 3 innings right there.
With the way you frame that, Sean, I don't think people would hate that much. I think a lot of the women who are pushing back and saying, I would get destroyed for this. I don't know. I think in certain situations, yes, perhaps you would be called unprofessional. Oh, you're just in the locker room oogling meat, like there's going to be some people that put that out there. Right. But those meat watchers, by the way, they were referencing men, those NFL players who were sick of all the meat watchers. I think it was Torrey Smith, former wide receiver.
Yeah, I think so. Christian McCaffrey. No, Kyle Juszczyk. I forgot who else.
Right. It was a couple other players like, oh, these meat watchers like Grant Cohn, 49ers beat reporter. But it was one of those things where situations like this can be cute. It's definitely, if it involves a player and a sideline reporter, can be considered unprofessional. I will say, as somebody who grew up rooting for the Boston Red Sox, the Red Sox have had multiple incidents where the sideline reporter and the manager and or the catcher and or multiple players have, had little flings. I get it. You're on the road. But I don't think in a situation like this that the reporter herself would be called out. I do think maybe the producer, maybe the actual broadcasters themselves. But this guy just rolled with it, the sideline reporter. You know, Wiley Ballard, he just rolled with it and he did all right. This other guy though, Myles Garrett, I feel like he's being a little thirsty with it. He's like, yeah, my guy Wiley's asking people out on TV. Put me in, coach. He put in another tweet. This guy's a little thirsty.
It's also like, that's not the hardest thing to be like, hey, I'm on TV. I'm a man on TV. Want to get drinks later? I'm a tall-ish man on TV.
The tallest man on TV.
I get paid to be on TV.
Yeah. It's one of those things too, where every now and then I think about this. I like radio way better than I like TV. Radio, I feel freedom, especially here. Like this is one of the best parts about being at ESPN Houston. It's so funny that it's ESPN. I've never had more freedom to do what I want than I have it right here. But like this is the exact show that I've always wanted to do, if I'm talking about sports at the very least. But if you're in TV, you can't do all those things. But everyone always says you should do TV. And it is cooler to say you're on TV than it is to say you're on the radio. Like a certain theoretical somebody on Sunday who I was like, yeah, I'm on the radio, did not seem that impressed.
No, like, no one cares.
I know. It kind of sucks. You're like, oh, is it like a podcast? And now it's like podcasts. Podcasters have the high ground. That's where we've fallen as an industry.
Yeah.
But listen, we're doing numbies. We are doing numbies for what it's worth. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes behind the glass, 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around. the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on a Tuesday, April 15th in the year of our Lord 2025. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 to call to text. As you heard Mr. Voice Guy himself right there on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The NFL draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin is not too far away. The thing kicks off next Thursday, the 24th, in Green Bay. Last year, when I was doing the show with Joe, we took a different approach when it came to talking about the NFL draft. I know what I don't know. I think it's important that people in our industry admit that they know what they don't know. And I leave things that involve the NFL draft and the conversation about it, where guys should be taken, who's good, who's going to be a bust. I leave that to the people who actually put in the work. Lance Zierlein at our station clearly puts in the work. He's even working for the NFL because of all the work that he puts in. But there's a lot of other people out there that want you to believe that they also put in the work. And those people frustrate me because I think it has created a very clouded space where now everyone thinks that their opinion on the draft matters, even though a year from now, the majority of us are going to be wrong about everything, perhaps even to the degree that you were wrong about your March Madness bracket. It is a crapshoot. I want to look at the draft from this perspective, celebrating these guys who realize a lifelong dream. I realize that does not play on the radio, but my pre-draft analysis, it's always been limited because I know I do not know everything about it. And if I were to put in the work, he said in quotation marks, or posture as if I'm putting in the work online, I would feel very disingenuous doing it. Just like I'd feel very disingenuous having a take about anyone, specifically guys who are playing on the offensive line. And I feel like I know football, but the jump from college to the NFL, especially when it comes to players who might be projects, players who are actually good at the college level, it's so tricky to figure out what is good, will be good, what won't. There's a divide as far as what Texans fans want the Houston Texans to do with that first round pick that they have. Most people want the Texans to draft an offensive lineman. I saw Seth Payne put a poll out earlier. I think that if you're picking in the first round between an offensive lineman and a wide receiver, the spread was 75% of people wanted an offensive lineman and 25% of people wanted a wide receiver. And that makes sense to me. We saw what the Texans did last offseason, right? You had Nico Collins and Tank Dell already. You bring in Stephon Diggs. You were thinking that that is going to make the offense better. But obviously, the offensive line was such a problem last year that even when Stephon Diggs was healthy and even when Tank Dell was healthy, this offense just struggled to move the ball consistently. It was largely due to the offensive line, a now departed offensive coordinator, a now departed, possibly on the verge of retirement offensive line coach. There were a lot of factors that led up to it. But of course, the players weren't very good either. Shaq Mason, cut. Laramie Tunsil, their best offensive lineman, traded. Kenyon Green, traded. You trade for Ed Ingram. We'll see if he's actually good. You sign Laken Tomlinson. We'll see if he's actually good. You sign Cam Robinson. We'll see if he's actually good. You ain't done. No. So I want the Texans to draft an offensive lineman with that pick at the back of the first round. So as we do something that we did last year, I'm looking for, first, a guard, which the Texans have had a tough time finding for a while. Anyone watch the South Park creator movie, Team America, World Police? Whenever I think about guards, I think about this clip.
Yeah, we're supposed to be guards. We're guards. We're guards, huh? We're guards. We're guards.
I don't know why that has resonated with me for 20 years and just been stuck in my head. But that's what we're going to look at. Because guess what we're about to do, guys? We're about to do what we did last year. What we're going to do is we're going to take a look at players at every single position, and scrolling through Lance Zierlein's write-ups on these players, entirely based off of the mildly sexual things that Lance Zierlein writes, we're going to determine whether or not we like a player. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Lance Zierlein's erotic draft report to return triumphantly to the noon to 3 slot here on ESPN Houston. We're going to start off with guards. Here's prospect number 1. His name is Donovan Jackson. He is a guard for Ohio State. He is at the top of Lance Zierlein's write-ups. This guy has the highest grade from Lance Zierlein. So let's read some of the notes about Donovan Jackson, Sean. He has the core power and leg drive to hold the line of scrimmage or change it.
Okay.
He can stick and sustain in line and is a plus finisher.
I'd see why he's so highly rated.
I can as well. He can be tardy in opening his hips, but he's long, has above average hit and stick, and uses length and upper body power to thump gap shooters. Thick chest, broad hips, and get this, he's from Cyprus. Donovan Jackson's my number 1. This is not even a debate. I went through all of it, Sean. This guy is by far the most appealing sounding prospect, at least if we're reading Lance Zierlein's unintentionally erotic draft reports.
No, I liked everything I heard as well. This guy, this guy's awesome. Will he be available at 25? Who knows?
It's a good question. I would lean towards no. So let's move on to prospect number 2 from Alabama, Tyler Booker. So Tyler Booker has average explosiveness, prototypical size and girth with elite length. Whoa. He is able to uncoil his lower half that much length.
Wow.
And set a sudden anchor in the pocket. I'm a fan.
Some guys have it all, sounds like.
Some guys really have it all. That guy doesn't need what we're offering in the commercial break. He doesn't need that. He's totally confident. So we're going to put Tyler Booker on the board as well from Alabama. Lance Zierlein, unintentionally erotic draft reports. Prospect number 3, Tate Ratledge from Georgia. He's got a dirt dog mentality.
Okay.
He has enough anchor and redirect power to protect his pocket. Good firmness into contact on double teams.
Okay. All right.
But this is the big issue with him. He lacks length.
Oh.
He has below average length for interior protection.
That's tough.
It is. Bonus points, though. Have you seen what Tate Ratledge looks like?
Yes, I have seen what Tate Ratledge looks like.
Mullet, check.
Check.
Mustache, check. Soul patch, check. The man looks very cool. And because of how he looks, I'm putting him on the draft board, even though he lacks length.
Yeah.
Because he's got that dirt dog mentality in him. I like that. Prospect 4, Marcus Mabo. He went to Purdue. Off my board already, but let's give him a little bit of grace. What Mabo lacks in desired size and mass. Oh, well, again, not off to a good start. He makes up for with athleticism, hustle, and elite instincts. Okay, so he's a hard worker.
That's fine.
He's a free-flowing athlete. Whoa, what's that mean in 2025? He's willing to swap paint. What? Lance. Again, we were reading Lance Zierlein's unintentionally erotic draft write-ups on these players who will be drafted next week.
I don't know what that could mean in a football context.
Nor do I. Nor do I. He rockets out of his stance and slams into initial targets with force with slick hips. Listen, he almost made up for it, but I can't get past the fact that, one, he went to Purdue, And 2, he lacks desired size and mass.
That was the first bullet point. Was despite all the bad things,
he tries.
Yeah.
So he is the first one that we are not putting on the board to this point. But Tate Ratledge from Georgia, along with Tyler Booker from Alabama and Donovan Jackson, who we really like. Donovan Jackson sounds the best.
And those in reverse order.
Lance Zierlein's unintentionally erotic draft big board for our Houston Texans with the draft next week continues. We are grading players entirely based off of the little notes that I found from Lance that I found to be at least borderline sexual. We move now to prospect number 5, Wyatt Millum from West Virginia. He has ideal instincts to sniff out twists. Will slip and slide off sustain blocks at times. That's not good. But good proportional thickness, heavy thump on first contact. Well, what about the other contact? Sturdy anchor against bullies. Okay. His base narrows and becomes less steady when he's engaged. Okay. Can be tardy to step down and squeeze the B gap. And I'm out. I'm not feeling Wyatt Millum. Not feeling it. Prospect number 6. Emory Jones from LSU. A lack of hand readiness and balance issues.
Ooh.
He's on the ground often. Too often. He's quick to reignite his hands when they are swatted away. Oh, that's problematic. That's problematic. Smooth skip pull. What? With quickness around the corner. He gets overextended and his base becomes unsteady. Of all the guys, this guy seems like he's going to cost the Texans the most.
Yeah.
Just seems like he's a little reckless out there.
Yeah, we already had a guy like that.
Ooh, that's true. Yeah, he sounds like false starts might be happening a little bit. Just a little bit. So Emory Jones, you're out. The big board continues entirely based off of Lance Zierlein's unintentionally erotic draft write-ups. Miles Frazier, another LSU guy. Satisfactory height, weight, and length. Has knockback pop. Mauls in tight spaces. Proportional thickness and length.
Okay, that's okay.
This is maybe my favorite little tidbit. Harmonious eyes and feet help locate and respond to rush shenanigans. What are rush shenanigans?
Also, harmonious eyes and feet.
I know.
Rush shenanigans.
Is he like dancing and
yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds
deep
like
eye contact?
He's a good dancer.
Moore possesses very small hands for an offensive lineman. Oh, no.
That's bad. That's not good.
Small hands. You know what they say about small hands?
Yeah.
Small gloves. Waka waka. The draft report continues. Jalen Rivers from Miami. Ooh, look at this guy. He's a burly offensive lineman. Okay. Paul, you into that? Natural anchor, above average length. Slow feet, though, they put him in harm's way. Stiff hips, below average base footwork. A clunky mover. Has the mass to absorb and swallow defenders near his gap. Okay. This is Lance's write-up, by the way. I didn't write this, Lance. Swallows defenders near his gap. That could be holding. That's the issue there. He might be a holder. He swallows defenders near his gap. Sorry, Sean. What were you trying to say?
What time of the day do you think he wrote that one?
Yeah, it might have been towards the end. Might have been towards the end. More on Jalen Rivers. Struggles setting to pocket depth, allowing leakage over the top. Oh. Yeah. I think we're out on him.
Yeah, I don't think I want him on.
I think we're out. There's more things, but yeah. Prospect 9, Jonah Savania from Arizona. Wide. Oh. Can engulf smaller opponents. Whoa. dense frame, excellent thickness through limbs. Space-eating frame will be tough to beat quickly inside. Whoa. It sounds like he's just the biggest guy ever. And here's the bonus. This guy's on my board. He's from Samoa. Call me racist, whatever.
I'm in.
I'm in. Samoan offensive lineman because he's a project offensive lineman. He's projected towards the back. I like this guy.
Yeah.
One last offensive lineman. This is prospect 10, Joe Huber. Lacks the length and mass to win consistently. Needs to calm his feet during pass sets and eliminate edge leakage. Okay, this is Lance, what the hell is edge leakage? I don't want to hear about leakage.
Yeah, leakage.
Especially for a guy who's fluid on pulls. But he brings his hands and hips into blocks in unison. I'm on the fence. So much like the guy from Purdue, Mabo, out. I typically am in on guys who play at this school, and Joe Huber played at Wisconsin.
Okay. That's
interior
enough.
offensive lineman.
That's enough to knock, I was on the fence. That's enough. Like you said, it's the opposite of going to Purdue for me. Offensive lineman from Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I'll give the benefit of the doubt.
So this is our entirely based off of Lance Zierlein's unintentionally erotic reports about Texans players that could be, not Texans players, NFL draft prospects, specifically guards. On our list, we have 5 guys. Donovan Jackson from Ohio State. I want him.
Yeah.
We'll see what wide receivers and tackles talk about, but right now, Donovan Jackson's my number 1. Entirely based off of Lance, not off of anything I've done. Tyler Booker from Alabama on the board. Tate Ratledge, because he has a mullet and a mustache, on the boards. Someone texted in, how's the mullet coming, Paulie? Slowly. Very slowly. Marcus Mabo off the board. Jonah Salvinia from Arizona and Joe Huber from Wisconsin, they're in.
Yeah.
So there you go.
In that order, I'm good.
We hope you enjoyed this segment. This is what we're going to do for all of the draft prospects as we get closer and closer to the draft. This is how we break down the draft, okay? We know what we don't know. I'm not going to lie to you. I can't. I'm basically George Washington, minus the success. Minus lots of success. But if I chop down a tree, I'd tell you about it. I would absolutely tell you about it. So there you go. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Tomorrow, do we want to do wide receivers or do we want to do tackles? I think the Texans have their tackles already picked for this year. Now, could be wrong, but it does seem like between Blake Fisher and Titus Howard, either at right tackle and at left tackle, Cam Robinson, or potentially Titus Howard at right tackle, you move Blake Fisher, or Titus Howard's your left guard. It does feel like tackle's set to a degree. I know Nick Caserio in the past has said, I want to have 4 tackles optimally. That means it's not necessarily off the table, but
maybe not next.
Wide receiver next, then?
Wide receiver next. We can get to tackles later this week or start of next week.
Okay. All right, cool. I like that. So tomorrow, wide receivers. We'll do tackles on Thursday.
Yeah, maybe defensive tackles, like
right.
Interior.
We could do that on Friday.
They're good on ends.
They're 100% good on ends.
Linebackers.
Tight ends, definitely.
Tight ends, yeah.
So
I think that's the positions we do.
And running backs.
Sure.
Probably running backs at the end. But yeah, look, they're actually set in a lot of spots. They do not need a cornerback.
No, it's not. The needs are not that pressing.
I would not be mad if they drafted a cornerback because I'd figured they'd find a good guy, but they do not need to draft a cornerback. It's the offensive line. It's the wide receivers, tight ends, perhaps linemen as well. So there you go. 713-780-3776 again to call in, to text in, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Earlier in the show, we were talking about Framber Valdez's struggles last night. I do think that the Astros would think about trading Framber Valdez at the trade deadline, but only if these struggles continue. And I'm saying that they would consider that. I'm not saying that I endorse that, but if you want to weigh in on that, you can. Also, Nolan Arenado explained why he didn't join the Astros, didn't waive his no-trade clause. He was kind of gaslighting in the way he did it. We'll see if he's able to do what he did to the Astros last night in tonight's game between the Astros and Cardinals in St. Louis with Hunter Brown on the hill. You want to weigh in on those things, you can. Also, big game in the NBA tonight. It'll determine who the Rockets play in the first round of the playoffs. It's the Memphis Grizzlies. It's the Golden State Warriors. Quick thoughts on that game and a couple of cool stories about potential Rockets award winners that we could be finding out about in the next couple of weeks. I didn't think we were going to be hearing about any Rockets winning awards, but now all of a sudden, we're starting to hear some things. We'll tell you what those are next. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Some people got a kick out of the unintentionally erotic NFL draft big board that we're creating for the Houston Texans using only Lancer line scouting reports. Because listen, we know what we don't know. More people should know what they don't know. We like to have fun when we're talking about the NFL draft. I don't like assuming guys are going to be busts. I don't like assuming guys are going to be successful either. I would love to give these guys a pat on the back when they get picked. Paul, that's the lamest, corniest thing I've ever heard you say. Whatever. That's how I feel. I'm envious of these guys, but not in a petty, jealous way like you constantly hear me be for people who are more famous than me. Truly, the fact that some of these guys are getting to realize their dream. My dream as a kid always was to play football. Like this was my backup plan. It wasn't a very good backup plan, but this was the backup plan. I thought I was going to play in the NFL. I'm happy for these guys that they actually get to realize this, you know? It's a great game. It's my favorite.
I do like that this is the one one instance that you're like, you know what? Just feel good for these kids.
I'm sentimental.
Yeah.
But only here.
Only here.
Only with the NFL draft.
Also, you said this was your backup plan? That like this what you're doing right now is your backup plan?
This is my backup plan, yes.
Isn't your sister a doctor?
Are you my mother?
I'm just
Or are you my father?
I'm just asking.
You're just asking the question. That's fair. Sometimes you just got to ask the question.
Just wondering. So your plan was NFL player or radio host. Your sister was doctor.
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make that.
Well,
what was her backup plan?
Ballerina, probably. Idiot. What an idiot.
Boom, roasted.
From the 346, don't be sad, Paul. You're still a flag football legend. That's what my Facebook profile says. My bio. I am a flag football legend. I just realized I haven't updated it. I think I put that there when I got fired, not canceled.
Maybe flag football coaching legend now.
Oh yeah, that's true. Got another practice tomorrow. Got to say, and this is not meant as a slight towards my players, but the other team has a lot more players. Like literally, they have a lot more players.
Quantity-wise?
Friday we had our white affair. It wasn't racist. We had it was called the white affair, raising some money for blonde versus brunettes, and it's a fun time. Their team has a lot more athletes than us, and I mean literally just
has more of them.
They have like 20 people, and I think we've only had 9 people showing up. And I'm one of the coaches, and this is my first time ever coaching. I really don't know what I'm doing, and it's been an interesting experience.
Which team are you coaching?
I am coaching for the blondes, even though I am not blonde.
That's
hair color does not matter.
Okay,
but apparently I have to.
It's like how Gino Auriemma can coach women's basketball. I got you.
Yeah, I like Zaps on Twitch saying, "Well, Paul wanted to be an NFL player, did a lot of brain damage during that process, and here we are." More brain damage post football, but a lot of it was from football. That's for sure. A text from the 281. We were talking about the draft report in the last segment. From the 281, I want my wide receivers built for speed, not for comfort. Nice. I do too. And another texter brought up, Paul, you probably were a little bit frisky during that segment, huh? Because of all the description of men that I was going through. Maybe not. I like to keep you guys in the dark.
In the break, you were saying how hot it got in the studio. So
well, no, it's actually very cold in the studio today, Sean.
Okay.
It's actually very.
After that segment, you're like, whoo.
But it's cold to the point where my very tiny nipples may or may not be hard through my rather tight shirt, which people were calling out my very tight shirt at the wedding.
Oh,
my friends.
Yeah.
I apparently I've gained a little bit of weight. Like my boobs have not gotten bigger. I've gained a little bit of weight, and it was tight in the boob area. Okay. Anyway, guys, you're welcome for this tangent. Ime Udoka, coach of the year? Per Kendrick Perkins, yes. That's the problem. It's Kendrick Perkins pushing it. I was really hoping that he'd have a chance to win coach of the year. And as far as the odds are right now, it does seem like it's either going to go to Cleveland's Kenny Atkinson or Thunder coach Mark Daignault or Pistons coach JB Bickerstaff. But can you believe that, like, I guess the four biggest odds to win are hang on a second. This website is terrible. I'm looking at a website that does not have the correct odds in front of it, because it is saying like JJ Redick is the fourth number person to be coach of the year.
I mean, he might.
Oh my God. If he wins coach of the year, that would be so ridiculous.
He won't win coach. I think it'll be either Bickerstaff or Atkinson. Maybe Daignault. Maybe. But I would have Ime above Daignault.
Right. That's what I would have. Okay. For some reason, every single blog is just pointing out Atkinson, Bickerstaff. It should go to Atkinson or Bickerstaff. Daignault. Am I saying it right?
Daignault.
Okay. For the Thunder at plus 1,600. But hang on a second. I mean, Ime Udoka is behind Joe Mazzulla, Mike Budenholzer, Steve Kerr, JJ Redick, Jamal Mosley, and Daignault. That's insane. Before going into the year, I guess that was the odds for all of them. This website is effing terrible. Covers.com? Kiss my ass. What a terrible website. If you could help me out, Sean, with the coach of the year odds, that would be great. I've clicked on two different links, and both of these links are just showing that, I guess, Final Four. And based off of this, there's only four coaches who could win coach of the year, and none of them are Ime Udoka, which is insane to me. It's insane to me that JJ Redick is even being mentioned as opposed to Ime Udoka. Like, the team that had LeBron that acquired Luka, that guy gets coach of the year? He didn't make that trade happen. JJ Redick did not trade for Luka Doncic. That's the only reason that anyone should win an award. Executive of the year, Rob Pelinka. Done. It's over. That was a robbery.
I do like the idea of Rob Pelinka getting executive of the year.
He's definitely executive of the year.
For being friends with Nico Harris.
That's all he had to do. That's the greatest trade ever. And the Lakers have done this before. It's the greatest trade ever for the Lakers. Goodness gracious.
I'm looking for the award bet. Hold on.
This is bizarre. We'll find the official odds in the commercial break, because there's another rocket up for an award. Coog Blaze says, "I hope a cat takes a crap on JJ Redick's couch." Yeah, well, if you didn't hear that earlier, that John Gruden, who is now in the midst of a Gruden-assance, is bringing up this with some of the draft quarterback prospects.
You ever have a cat come in your house and just shit all over the floor?
I love that line. I've never had that happen, and I'm definitely going to use it at some point. Anyway, we'll figure out the coach of the year odds. But John Hollinger, who you might know as somebody who's been in the NBA for a while, he is pushing Amen Thompson as defensive player of the year. And he's not the only person that I've seen pushing Amen Thompson as player of the year. He's not the only one. And with what he did to Steph Curry on that Sunday game, I think that does help. You have a big moment like that in a high-profile game. People are watching the Warriors because they want to know if the Warriors are going to make the playoffs. It's the Rockets. They're intriguing. They're the 2 seed. It's on national TV. I think he deserves a mention. Hell, I mean, what's in the way of him winning it? Is it missing time this year with an injury? Because what was he out? 2 weeks with an ankle injury at one point?
Yeah, he was out for a few weeks.
Right. Maybe it was 3.
Yeah.
He
it wasn't too crazy.
He also, on top of that, wasn't a starter to open the year, right? Like, it took Jabari Smith getting injured to put him into the starting lineup. But those are really the only reasons I can see to put Draymond over him. And it really does feel like we're doing a lot of, I recognize that name with the odds right now for some of these end of year awards. And we've talked about this before, Sean, how we get a little annoyed with the MVP conversation in the NBA, where it does feel like it's not your turn yet kind of deal more than it's necessarily merit every single year, right? Like, that's why Joel Embiid won it instead of Nikola Jokic winning it for a third straight year when he probably should have won it. And then Jokic wins the NBA Finals that year. And then there's probably going to be an element of that this year. We're like, well, we got to give it to Jokic, though. We got to. So there could be that. It could be Shea Gilgeous-Alexander entirely because of the way that the Thunder are playing this season. But for the actual Defensive Player of the Year award, I'm trying to think of like a real good reason to give it to Draymond over Amen Thompson that is not related to Draymond's prestige of having been in the league for a while and also being one of the more forward faces of said league.
Yeah, no, it definitely, the Draymond thing is 100% just like because he started talking about it.
Yeah.
He should win because
Podcasting Draymond.
Yeah, even after
Podcast D.
Whoa. Even after the Wembanyama injury, which is the whole reason that this is a conversation. Like Wembanyama was going to win until his season ended in February. But I think that when Wembanyama went down, Draymond still had terrible odds to win it. And then when he started talking about it on a podcast, that's when the odds jumped up. And they just started winning more with Jimmy Butler in there, but on the team. But even then, that we're talking about the last 20, 25 games of the season we're talking about.
Right,
Like,
yeah.
There's an entire season before that, too. And that's why, to me, the Draymond thing, I think that now that people are actually having to look at it and really, digging into it, I think that he's kind of falling by the wayside a little bit. He might still be like all defensive first team, and he'll probably be top 5 in voting. But I think him winning the award is a little bit less likely
Okay.
now. I think Mobley is probably, actually, I could probably just find that award too. But I think that Mobley is probably the leader so far.
We're going to find a website that actually has the accurate odds for both Ime Udoka and Amen Thompson. On the other side, it is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. The Grizzlies and the Warriors play tonight at 9. That game's on TNT. Or if you have Max, you can watch it on that. I have to watch it on Max because Fubo TV, which I'm paying $8 billion a month, doesn't have it because they're a bunch of criminals. Paul Gallant here for Fubo TV. I mean, I would endorse them theoretically, but they pay me or at least give me a free deal, Anyway, we'll have that on the other side. That game tonight, the Warriors are favorites. They're significant favorites in this game. If you're taking a look at the line, the Dubs are 7.5-point favorites last I checked. I do think it's going to go that way. It's the Warriors, and yeah, there's Ja Morant on Memphis for sure, but I just have a hard time seeing the Warriors not taking this game as seriously as possible. They're 7-point favorites as of now. The over-under for the game, 228.5. I do think the Warriors are going to win. It will be an interesting game to watch, though, tonight. I especially just watching for the inevitable Ja Morant grenade celebration. Because it's a play-in game. This might be the furthest he goes before the NBA perhaps finds him again for having fun with weapons, like the Season 8 premiere of South Park. But it'll be a fun game, I think, tonight. I do think that the Warriors will win, and the Rockets will play them in the first round of the playoffs. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Some thoughts on that, those actual odds, and on the other side, some garbage time. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance. The Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to get in with some final thoughts? 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. All right. So I do not know why it is so difficult to find the odds on one website for end of season awards, but it is cool to note that at the very least, Kendrick Perkins, who is a prominent basketball analyst from the greater Houston area, it is interesting to note that he says that he believes Ime Udoka is the coach of the year. As far as defensive player of the year final odds, it seems like it's down to, as Sean said in the last segment, Evan Mobley, Draymond Green's the favorite, Lou Dort, and Dyson Daniels. For whatever reason, Amen Thompson not listed. And then as far as coach of the year, it's really between Atkinson, Bickerstaff, and Daniel. I think it's crazy that Udoka's not on the table. I really do. So the disrespect for the Houston Rockets, I hope it puts a chip on their shoulder, both for Ime Udoka, Amen Thompson. Ultimately, awards are stupid. Coach of the Year award, Most Improved Player award, especially Defensive Player of the Year award. It's all about narratives in basketball. I mean, we've even heard some of the voters admit that. I think Ramona Shelburne did it a couple of weeks ago. It's a narrative-based award. Maybe it was last year when it came to Jokic versus Embiid, or 2 years ago. Honestly, it all blends together because it's insufferable and it sucks, and I'm contributing to it right now. But we should all agree that both Udoka and Amen Thompson should be on the table, Sean, for both of these awards, even if they're not the front runner. And it feels like no one's even putting them in the conversation.
Yeah, and it's a situation where, like, how Ime Udoka's coached and how Amen Thompson has played, like, I don't need them to win an award at the end of it to be satisfied with how they've done it. And especially Coach of the Year. Coach of the Year is the most, like, we thought you were going to suck, but now you're good. Or the other way to do it is to win 68 games, which is what the Thunder did, where it's like, okay, you just are so obviously winning so many games that we have to take notice with the awards. So yeah, I mean, I don't care about, I don't care about the NFL MVP. Like, all this stuff is just so stupid.
Yeah.
Just so dumb.
Really is.
Especially when we admit, because we do it the NFL MVP too, where we go like, well, obviously we know that Patrick Mahomes is the best player in the NFL. But let's talk about
Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. And it helped that Mahomes sucks relatively.
Yeah, this year he wasn't actually in the conversation, but it's the same thing with basketball where not so much now because Jokic is just always in the conversation, but when like LeBron won 4 MVPs in 5 years and it just hasn't been in the conversation really since. And that's funny because he's been the best player in basketball for most of those years since he stopped winning MVPs, but it's just like, he's kind of coasting through. So whatever, let's give it to all these other guys. So yeah, I hope that Amen Thompson one day gets a Defensive Player of the Year trophy. That'd be cool, but it doesn't have to happen his second year in the league for me to get bent out of shape.
That's Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Time for some garbage time before we get out of here. Brett Favre, remember him? He is going to get the Untold documentary treatment. For those who have not seen the Untold TV series, it generally focuses on sports scandals. They have covered Malice at the Palace. They've covered the NBA's referee throwing games scandal. They've also done Florida, the Swamp Kings episode, which I thought was a disappointment because I knew everything that was told on that episode. It's called Untold. The Manziel one, same deal. But Brett Favre is going to get an Untold documentary, and it should be fun because you got his NFL career, which was a really good one, 3 MVPs in the late 90s. He has the painkiller addiction. He's got the sending the picture of his schmenzer to Jen Sturger. And he's got the defrauding people of Mississippi out of millions of dollars. So I wonder if there will be more than just that. Yeah. And there's the weird, wait, why did the Falcons trade this guy? What the hell?
Yeah, that they
drafted him. The Falcons drafted Brett Favre.
He has a great documentary because it is the, the Goodfellas or Wolf of Wall Street. Like, look at the rise. Isn't this awesome? Throwing touchdowns, throwing some interceptions, but who cares? Didn't know what nickel defense was until he was in the NFL, until his like 5th year in the NFL, whatever it was. And then also,
what a fall.
Yeah, kind of some bad salacious stuff.
Iconic fall, for being honest.
It's up there. As far as like not like non-OJ Simpson division, it's up there as far
Aaron
as
Hernandez,
fall from graces.
Yeah, no murder, but quite the fall from grace. Travis Hunter says he will quit football if he can't play both ways. I do not believe him. Congratulations on having your number retired to Colorado. I do not believe you for a moment.
No. I think he'll probably start off by maybe not playing both ways like all the time like he did at Colorado, but him having appearances on both sides. And then I think by the time he's like second contract, nah, I'm good.
Man, if you could do it, you would try it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think you should try it.
I do too.
I think, and even if you're the team, at a certain point, you're like, wait, we're paying this guy like $28 million, or actually by then it'll be like $35 million.
I think that might be why
both ways.
He probably is going to want to get paid like he plays both positions.
Yeah, exactly.
If you like me, doing a solo show now, Wolverines, like it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah,
almost exactly. In fact,
you are the Travis Hunter of
that's true.
This radio time slot right now.
Thanks, Sean. Sean, can you guess how many albums Will Smith has sold with his new comeback album? It's titled Based on a True Story, because I can tell you how many it's sold in England.
Okay. How many total? I don't know. 2,000.
It has sold 268 copies in the UK, and it missed the Billboard 200 in the US.
Oof.
Despite star-studded collaborations and personal lyrics addressing the 22 Oscars, like International Barbershop, Day and You Looking for Me, the album has failed to gain traction. Undeterred, Will Smith plans to release 2 more albums and embark on his first headline tour across Europe.
Wow.
So he's worked with Big Sean, Jaden Smith. Don't talk about working with Jaden Smith.
The nerve to put Jaden Smith second on that list.
Yeah, I'm out.
I
used to like Will Smith.
If he wants to do this as like just a vanity project, like that's fine. I'm not going to Spotify to see what these songs sound like. But if they come my way and one of them's good, okay. If you want to go on tour, that's fine. Just No.
I know music's changed. Everyone does Spotify, but 268 physical copies, 36 digital downloads.
That's insane.
That's like a very, very small amount. Like, I feel like if one of the interns at our station was doing rap on the side, I feel like they might be able to sell more copies.
I don't know. That
268. We'll just leave it at that. And that's all Will Smith has.
I don't know if Ryan could top that. I don't know if intern Ryan could top
I think intern Ryan's got it, dude. I think of all the interns, it would definitely be intern Ryan. And on that note, we wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big thanks to you, the listener, whether you texted in, called in on YouTube or Twitched. We appreciate you so much. Until tomorrow at noon, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. The Killer Bees are up next. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. Peace.
You ever have a cat come in your house and just shit all over the floor?
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Great to have Brian back today. We really missed him. Would never say a bad thing about him. Really
now
sad
I feel
that
like
he
I
was
got to go
gone
check the tape.
yesterday.
You might want to.
Yeah, now I got to go check
But Sean
the tape.
was awesome.
I think
I love Sean. Yeah.
we told Skylar to burn the tape, so I don't know if it
Well,
exists.
We're not. Unfortunately for you, Jeremy, in this situation, we're no longer on reel to reel. That's been outdated by now. So no tape to burn.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. I'm not scared. Blanker's back at the studio. I'm on remote today. I have a new game because I like games. I'm a gamey kind of guy. I like games. So new game. I haven't run this by anybody.
You're
so
gamey?
Sounds like you stink.
I'm gamey. You're a lot louder than Blankers, by the way, Brian. Why are you trying to overpower Joel?
I'll turn myself down.
He's actually right. Yeah, because even in my headphones, my microphone seems low.
Our
You notice that too.
Yeah.
Give him a little more flair in his headphone. A little more flair in his headphone. New game we're gonna play here. I haven't run this by anybody, so it might not be in existence after today. But where in the world is Jeremy Sandiego? If you're on YouTube and you look to see where I'm at, if you can identify my location, where in the world is Jeremy Sandiego, you win a free T-shirt at our next remote. You have to go get it. You have to go to the promo table. You have to make sure we have any left.
That's the size that they have left.
Yeah, and I mean, we're not guaranteeing your size. We're not guaranteeing that you're going to get a size at all. It's not always about that. But if you can identify, first person in YouTube that can identify where I'm at, you'll get a T-shirt at our next remote. You have to go to the promotions table and do all of the work, but we'll make that happen. So where in the world is Jeremy Sandiego today? Twitchers can't play because they can't leave their mother's basement. They don't go to remotes. Happy tax day.
Fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
Happy tax day for all those that celebrate. Did you pay your taxes, Blinkers?
Hopefully they'll be done by tonight.
Okay. Oh.
What do you mean? Hopefully?
Oh.
You don't know?
I have someone that does them, and we have been conversing, and I haven't heard
That's
to the
even
contrary,
worse.
So I am very hopeful that they will be done in tonight. Otherwise, we'll be getting an extension.
He'll probably get an extension. That's crazy, though, that you have somebody that does them, and they're not done on April 15th.
Yeah, part of that's my fault.
Yeah, I paid today.
Yeah, I think the follow-up question is, when did you get him the relevant material?
She.
Okay.
I got her.
That's on me.
I got her.
That's dangerous.
Probably the last day of March.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of late. No, that's kind of late.
It is a little late.
Yeah,
Honestly, it is a little late.
Okay.
Yeah. I admit that.
I think I gave my guy my stuff by like mid-February. Maybe even early February. I always feel like I'm screwing up if I don't get it to him like first day of February. I feel like I'm messing up if it's not in his hands by the beginning of February.
Yeah, I dread it, but I was guilty of it this year. I knew that I was like pushing it.
Yeah, she'll be able to give you an extension though. I feel like that always happens. Brian, have you paid your taxes?
Yeah,
that's good.
On the 3rd, I think.
Okay, look at you being all proactive.
Flex, yeah.
It's also kind of bad to do that though, because now you don't get 12 days of savings. You know what I mean? Like I'm the kind of guy that pays on the final day because I want to get every ounce of interest I can get. So that's why I paid today. I would ask the Twitchers if they paid, but they don't have an income, so I think they're okay. Astros yesterday lose in St. Louis. Fromber, the storyline here. Not a good day for Fromber Valdez.
No, not a good day at all. Got hit around pretty good. Was not his best effort. I think that as much as he was not good, and he's been good, better than bad this year. And I see people just thinking that the wheels are falling off and this whole thing is a mess. But he was not good, and then the offense is just horrible. I mean, to me, at least in the past, and I know everybody can point to the one game in Minnesota where they actually did make a comeback down 7-1. But overall, for me, the biggest difference with this team and offensively where they're at right now versus teams we've seen during this kind of golden era is the fact that the offense, I just don't have the same kind of confidence that, it's a couple run game. They'll be fine. They can get back in it. Right now, you just got too many guys struggling, and you don't have kind of the big bats you've had in the past, and the big bats you do have not been power hitting. That it kind of sucks that when your starting pitcher gives up some runs early, I personally feel like, oh man, this one's probably over.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm fascinated you went to the offense where Fromber got destroyed.
No, I'm just saying because overall, the pitching has been better than average. The pitching from the starters and the relievers and everybody, I understandably, when Fromber has a night like this, or like we'll point out if a reliever or two has a rough night. But overall, the biggest issue with this team, to me, is just the lack of offense. The fact that they don't put a lot of runs on the board, and when they do, it's all in one game here or one game there. But that offensively, they're not the same kind of team that we're used to seeing. And you hope that the guys that have been struggling kind of pick it up and get back to what we're used to seeing from them, or in Christian Walker's case, what he's done in his career for the most part. But it's a tough watch for me when they get down 3 or 4 runs even early, because I'm like, even if Fromber got beat up a little bit, I'm like, man, in the past, I'd like, they can fight their way back into this. And now I'm like, boy.
You thought that last year?
Yeah, there were a lot of, oh, yeah, absolutely. Once they got, obviously they got off to a slow start, but overall with the offense that they had, I felt like that they could, especially before Kyle Tucker got hurt, I just felt like they always had a chance to get back in a 3 or 4 run game. So far this year, it's like, I just don't feel great. When they get down 3 or 4, I'm like, this one probably over.
What was the game Sunday? Weren't they down 3-0 on Sunday against the Angels? What was their deficit of that game? I can't remember.
I don't remember.
I think it was 2-0.
Okay.
Was it 2-0?
And then they put the 5 spot on and
yeah, it was 2-0.
Yeah,
2-0 going into the bottom of the second. 5 spot in the second. Yeah. So, yeah, maybe a couple runs, but not a few runs. They're in danger. And look, I think you're talking a little bit bigger picture than that one specific game, and I don't really disagree. Just wanted to kind of get you to expand on it a little bit from like, what is Blankers thinking? But yeah, I mean, this offense is kind of mid. It's been mid there. Maybe they'll find some fire or something. I don't know. From a Fromber perspective, to me, it was his command was just bad. Like, he was leaving so many curveballs up in the zone, hittable pitches. You're looking. I mean, even like in 2-strike counts where you're trying to spin a curveball in the dirt, like he's leaving it at the knees. Like, that matters in the bigs. Like, you're trying to win in the margins here. And whenever you do that, you can't have success no matter how good your stuff is. He left – I can't remember the hitters that he was doing this with, but I went back and watched the condensed game this morning. Breaking ball, middle, double down the line, hanging changeup off the wall in right center field. I think it was simply the command for Fromber. Like, sometimes we think way too much and, like, invent things about certain pitchers or whatever. He just didn't have his command. Like, to me, it's that simple. That's why he struggled yesterday, and that's why he got lit up.
Well, and you touched on it. I mean, this isn't even Sugarland, and we always joke about 3A, 4A type players. When you look at the major leagues, if you leave something, from the middle of the thigh to the letters, you're going to get hurt, and you're going to get hurt pretty severely in most cases. And as good as he is and can be, I mean, these are the things that happen to just about any pitcher too. I mean, there are going to be nights when you just don't have your A game. How you try to battle out of it, can you think your way through a start when you don't have your best stuff? That's always what makes some of the elite pitchers in this league. But I'm not ready to pull the plug on Fromber yet. Or, I mean, man, the morning show was having one. They were on one this morning because Lance was basically already like throwing in the towel on this team and trade Fromber now. And he pulled a Joe George. I mean, he was ready to just kind of exit stage left and start the rebuild. And I'm going, man, it's just one game.
He was ready to trade him?
Yeah. He's like, I mean, they're not going anywhere. And this isn't even close to a team that, is anywhere like anything we've seen before. And, you might as well trade them now and get some prospects. And that's what they need to do. And I'm going, wow, they're 7-9. Slow down.
It's April 15th.
Yeah.
Like, even if he's right, because, I mean, look, maybe the Astros are going to be an 85-win team in third place in the AL West and not make the playoffs. Like, I'm not going to say that isn't in their range. Like, that could happen. That could happen. And even if you know 100%, if you know 100% the Astros are going to win no more than 85 games and miss the playoffs, I agree with the trade Fromber take, but not on April 15th. Like, this is that's something you do in July when pitchers are like, these contenders are desperate for pitchers and they're overpaying for pitchers in July when it's closer to the deadline. Like, you're not doing that on April 15th.
I mean, here's the thing. And Brian McTaggart had it. He had it today where he tweeted out that their record over the last 6 seasons after 16 games, 5 of the last 6 seasons, they were 7-9. And last year they were 5-11. So actually they've taken a step up from last year. But overall, they're only 2 games under 500, and we're only 16 games in, and people are already just acting like the sky is falling and this team is going nowhere, and it's a dead end that needs to be, start shipping guys out and trying to get prospects and hit the reset button. And it's way too early for that.
Yeah, I mean, they might eventually be right. Like,
You're
I'm
right.
not gonna say they're wrong, but this is not a conversation that you have on April 15th.
No.
Like, you're not trading the top starter in your rotation, maybe, on April 15th. Like, you're going to see how it goes. Like, you're going to see where you're at July 1. You're going to see where you're at July 15th. Like, that's a few months away now. Let's pump the brakes a little bit.
I mean, Lance is sitting there going, you know what? And there's no chance of a wild card. I mean, their only chance is if they could win the division. You're in the race for the division right now. Your division is not anybody running away with it like gangbusters. The Angels, for God's sake, who have been the doormat of this division forever, were in first place until they came into Houston.
They're back in first.
Okay, but you took 2 out of 3 from them too. My point being that nothing is out of reach for you this early in the season. And even from a divisional standpoint, it's not like anybody's on a hot streak like you got going in the NL West when the Padres, Giants, and Dodgers are just, roasting a lot of their competition. This is a division that's extremely winnable, and 16 games in, I'm not ready to say that it's unobtainable to say that they can win the division.
Yeah, it's very hot takey to have that strong of a take. 16, it's a 10th of the way through the year. It's a 10th of the way through the season. We're ready to sell the farm. Like,
there goes my cash for trash.
Crazy. The Astros are closer to the division than the wild card, though. So Lance is right about that. The Astros are 2.5 back of the lead in the AL West, and they're 3 back of the wild card. So,
but he's not right about that. If he makes the statement, there's no chance they're going to get the wild card this year. There's always a chance this early in the season.
Yeah. And plus, I don't think the AL is all that fantastic. Like, to me, there's not 5 really good American League teams. I think the AL is wide open.
It absolutely is. The Yankees got worse the minute that they lost Soto. They lost pitching, when they lost Garrett Cole, and everybody always puts them right at the top of the list as the team to beat in the American League. Yeah, the Tigers have Skubal, and they've got some good young talent, and they beat you last year, and they look like they're going to have a good year this year. But I'm right there with you. Like, there's no team in the American League that scares me or is intimidating to me. Like when you look at the National League and the teams that I just mentioned, not named the Giants, who are really you're doing more than I expected from them. But when you look at the Padres roster, when you look at the Dodgers roster, when you look at teams like that and you're like, those teams are legit and they've spent a boat ton of money to get there. But in the American League, I don't see any teams like that.
No. And I misspoke, by the way. The Astros are 2 back of the wild card, 2.5 of the division. So they're in the thick of the race. They're in the thick of this race. You're trading Framber Valdez when you're in the thick of the race. 2.5 back in the division, 2 back in the wild card. I mean, come on. This is the thick of the race. This is the stretch drive. Why are we trading Framber Valdez in the stretch drive when the Astros are 2 back in the wild card and 2.5 back in the division? Huh?
It just caught my ear this morning driving the girls to school, and I'm like, okay, Lance, pump the brakes a little bit, man. We're not even into June yet, and we're ready to pull the plug.
Yeah, this is the hot takes I've seen today are fascinating.
They're all over, man. I was talking to Brian before the show, and I actually put it on the rundown. Like, this is the most volatile and dramatic Astros fan base that I've seen in years. I know that they're always like quick to get ready to get on the ledge and start contemplating things. But my God, if you come back in a game in Minnesota, they got everything. They're going to be all right. And then when you lose a game like last night, nope, that's it. Pull the plug, trade Framber, see what you can get for a couple other guys. Let's get the hell out of here and rebuild.
What are the fans contemplating exactly?
I mean, they're contemplating like pulling the plug and trading and just like, what they need to, what the organization needs to do now to start the rebuild because they don't have a chance this year. And you're going, are you kidding me?
Are we the voice of reason?
I think in a lot of ways we are. We have been.
That's a weird position to find ourselves in as the voices of reason.
But it's a good position because you can go on one place on the dial and you can get nothing but, minutia and, all the different rhetoric that you need to feel like your heart is full and this team is awesome. And then you've got the other spot on the dial where unless baseball players wear a Texans logo, you're not going to talk about them. Just being honest.
7-1. Let's go to break. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. Are the Killer Bees the voices of reason? 713-780-3776. Are all these hot takes too early? Is it too early to have these hot takes for the Astros 16 games into the year? What do you make of Framber? I have some other nuggets from yesterday's game as well. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. And we are the Killer Bees on ESPN, the Voices of Reason on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. I was talking to Doc the other day, and he was talking about the fact that, of the listeners and the people that have come to him after hearing me and John talk about him, that they have had huge success. The people could not be happier. They're seeing the results of getting their hair back. And that makes me feel good because I'm not one that likes to sit there and pump and promote and speak for companies that I don't believe in. And I've always believed in Doc. He does a lot of great things. He does Botox, spa treatments, plastic surgery. But what I have personal experience with is getting my hair back and keeping the hair that I have thanks to the 2 different procedures that he has. He has the PRP treatments, and you've heard of platelet-rich plasma in athletes that use it for their knees and for their shoulders and for their joints. Well, now you also find out that you can do it for your hair too. And it's essentially like fertilizing your lawn. And you put fertilizer on your lawn when the grass is there, but it's not as thick and lush as it used to be. And it helps get you to that point again. That's what PRP treatment does. If you're a little bit past that, Doc will tell you, they'll say, hey, look, but we do have the neograft procedure. And where you've already have bald spots that there is no more hair worth saving there or not enough of it, we can do the we can do the neograft procedure, which is taking hair from places you're never going to lose it, sides in the back of your head, putting it where you need it most, hairline in front, bald spot up on top and back, other areas on your scalp. And it is a game-changing experience because it works. And you get your confidence back, and you like the way you look again, and you feel really good about the fact that you did what you were supposed to do and get your hair back. It's fantastic. And basically what he does by kind of having me read for him is he says, hey, look, if you listen to the Killer Bees and you want to talk to me, first consultation is free, just like I had. People off the street pay $150. You're listening to me, you want to talk to him, go to 975hair.com right now and set up a consultation. It's absolutely free. You go in, they explain everything to you. They show you the before and after pictures of people like me, and you can understand how everything works. And then it's up to you. There's no signing on the dotted line, commitment to be made, or money out of pocket. It's just you figuring out if this is something you want to do. I did it. I couldn't be happier with it. You could be the next in line to do the exact same thing. Go see my friends today. Doc Linville is right there in the Med Center. Just go to 975hair.com. This commercial here. And then there's another one that they were running yesterday. I forget what it was, but it's like testicular cancer, penal this or that. And I'm going, what are we doing? No, it was like a national spot, I think. Fog, and it sounds like something extremely different.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We got one rejoin in, and then Brian's already playing punk music.
I'm waiting to hear the problem.
I think I said it. Punk music. On YouTube, Desert Stro wins the trade Fromber. Now voices come up. Apparently, Lance had it this morning.
Yeah, this morning. It's there.
Desert Stro. I had the same feeling as Blankers when they got down 3, then 4. Game over, sad. Bobby said Lance said if they aren't better at the break, which I took as the All-Star break, not April 15th, then they should move on from Fromber. Okay, I can agree with that.
It's not where he started. I don't know if I didn't hear that part of it, but okay.
Yeah, either way, April 15th too early, All-Star break, more than fair. I would even say like July 1, more than fair, depending on where they're at. So, yeah, I mean, whatever he said, it's just whatever he said. That's my stance on it. Alex called Lance soft. I don't know if he's soft. That seems kind of mean. Alex also says RELAX. Relax. They'll be fine. Hopefully. Yeah, we'll see.
Hopefully is where I think I would put that for sure.
Texter, it's very clear that the Astros team will be a work in progress, but let's not forget how horrible they started last year and ended up winning the division. They didn't even have a winning record until June. Fair point. That's a point that you made a while ago too. And like the division's just all hanging around too. Like no one's running away with it. And it's 16 games. 16 games. Like let's chill a little bit.
That's the biggest thing. It's just that it's one thing to be, not have the desperation, but that attitude of, hey, I want this golden era to continue, and that you saw two of the last 3 remaining really super big names and pillars of the golden era, walk away this year, whether it be via trade or free agency, and people are on edge and they're freaking out and they don't believe that. They don't know enough about the guys that they brought in to figure out that, hey, there's still a good baseball team right there in that locker room that can win baseball games.
King says, I'd take Ozzie Guillen right now. It'd be entertaining. Chris says, last year I blamed Espada. This year Jim's Crane wallet is to blame for the slow start. Bregman gone, Tucker gone.
See, but look, and I think you feel the same way, but we had the conversation over and over again as voices of reason. I'm not paying Alex Bregman $40 million a year, and I don't care what's deferred. It's $40 million, and I'm not paying him that. I don't think he's worth it for the long haul. And if Boston was willing to do that, then, hey, we tried. In this case, we think that they really did make a good effort to go get him. But at that price, I'm not going to do that. And I think you have to be realistic on Kyle Tucker. And based on the way he started the season, you're seeing exactly why the Astros did what they hadn't done in the past, and they were willing to move on from a guy that they admitted in their heart of hearts they weren't going to sign. And so they got something for him before he walked out the door for nothing, knowing damn well that he's going to get somewhere in the neighborhood of $500+ million on a contract that Jim Crane doesn't want to pay. That I understand. I don't think he's cheap. I don't think that in the past he has been anything other than a willing owner trying to put what pieces are necessary. This offseason, we discussed it. He didn't want to go over the tax again, and he didn't. He's got they got a little money to play with, but I mean, I don't call that cheap.
Well, why did they trade Tucker though?
They traded Tucker because of the fact that in their business, their model,
because he didn't want to pay him.
Yeah, their business model, they feel like that's not the kind of contract that they're in for. Which is same with Bregman, which is the same with just about anybody else that that walked on free agency that were big names, that they feel like there's another means and way to get to a similar destination than paying hundreds of millions of dollars.
That's a long way to say he's cheap.
I don't think he's cheap, Jeremy, and I don't think you do either. You've been very staunch in saying you don't think he's cheap.
I've never used the word cheap. I think that I can't remember the word that I used.
Frugal?
Maybe frugal, maybe responsible. But there are owners who would go out and just say whatever, pay the man the money. Like Steve Cohen would probably do it. Somebody's going to pay Tucker, so somebody's going to pay him. Like Crane's not that owner. So like cheap is kind of relative. Like is Crane cheap to Steve Cohen? Yeah. Is he cheap to the Dodgers? Yeah. Do I think that that's unfair expectation of Jim Crane? Yes. And I would have traded Tucker too. I don't believe in huge contracts for players in their 30s. I believe that if you're going to have a payroll around the luxury tax, that there are better ways to get a return on investment by that return on investment equates wins than it is to spend a big piece of that pie on a couple of free agents that are well into their 30s. So I too would not have paid Tucker. And if I'm not going to pay Tucker, I would have traded him. I would have traded Bregman last offseason. Maybe that's part of Lance's thought, too, with the Fromber thing, which I do think the Astros tried to trade Fromber. I don't think they liked the return that they got in the offseason, though. But I can certainly understand why a fan would say cheap. Like, they traded Tucker because they didn't want to pay him. They didn't match Alex Bregman's contract or go above and beyond to make sure he stayed in Houston. So I wouldn't use the word cheap, but I can certainly understand the argument.
Okay, I don't think they're cheap. I think that the same way, and that, it took the two moves correlated, but Bregman walked out. What you got in return for Tucker gave you a guy that again, find a different way to a means to get to where you were, that right now looks like he can be competitive, putting up stats like Alex Bregman. If he falls a little short, you could take the difference between $6 million and $40 million and say, well, he fell a little short, but you saved, $34 million in the process. You're doing all right.
But there's no doubt that they moved on from both of those players because of money.
Because of a business philosophy that relates to money. I think that, you can make a dumb move, but say that I'm going to make a dumb move that financially and success-wise doesn't make a lot of sense, but I'm doing it because I'm paying him hundreds of millions of dollars. And you can also say, hey, look, I can still win. I can still be competitive, but I'm not going to do a stupid move just because it makes me look less cheap.
Yeah, but it's still, they didn't want to pay it. It still ultimately comes down to they don't want to pay that contract, which, look, I don't disagree with you. But again, fans are like, well, these other owners are paying these kind of contracts. Why isn't Crane paying this type of contract? And ultimately, it comes down to money.
But I think it's also being intelligent with your money, and he's a smart businessman. And that they're up. It's not that like they're cheap when you look at how much they spend on salaries every year. They're up against the luxury tax, so that they're spending money. It's just that they don't feel like that's a smart business move, spending money.
I maybe this is splitting hairs. It feels like sometimes in this conversation about because cheap is, I guess, relative to whoever's having the conversation, right? Like they're top, top third in the league in spending, so they're not cheap by that metric. But it kind of comes to, I guess, the way the baseball is set up, where I think we have to grade cheap or not cheap on a different scale than we would football or basketball, because they're not cheap. They're spending top third, sure, but baseball is set up in a way to where there's kind of a haves and have-nots. You're kind of put into two groups, essentially. The Dodgers, the Yankees, those teams are seemingly willing to spend, every dollar they could possibly spend, Mets included recently, and the Astros are not willing to do that. So, obviously they've proven they can compete against those teams that are willing to spend more than them. They did it for 7 straight years during the golden era, but it puts them at a disadvantage to those top teams like the Dodgers, the Yankees, and the Mets, where they're not willing to play on the same scale that those other teams are willing to pay.
But doesn't it come down to what you can pay too? Because Steve Cohen's got basically unlimited money.
That's what I'm saying. It's a haves and haves nots.
Yeah.
We can phrase it haves and haves nots, cheap, not cheap. We can phrase it however we want. But the Astros aren't playing the same game that those other teams are playing.
No. And look, Jim Crane's net worth $2.4 billion. Like, it's not Cohen. Cohen's 10 times that, nearly. But it's not like Crane can't do it. Crane is capable of doing it. And again, I don't think that they should. I think there's a better way to spend responsibly, especially if Crane's saying, we want to be right around the competitive balance tax. Maybe some years we'll go just over. Other years that we don't, let's be under. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with an owner operating from that payroll perspective. So if you are doing that, you're treating that as a salary cap, then you can't be spending that kind of money on Bregman. You can't be spending that kind of money on Tucker. And if you are going to not do that, if you're not going to pay those guys, then you should be trying to trade them. They did Tucker. They didn't Bregman. That way you can get a return of young players that hopefully blossom and help your team down the road. And they are. Cam Smith's helping the team, hopefully for a long time. Paredes is helping the team. Wisniewski's helping the team. So I have no problem with what he did. But the reason they're gone is because of finances. There's no other reason. If it wasn't for finances, if every Major League Baseball player made the same amount of money and it did not change, Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman would be an Astro. They got rid of them because of finances.
Yeah, but I think that it's, and again, we're splitting hairs, but at the same time, when you look at it, yeah, it is because of finances, but also because we know that 1 or 2 bad deals can sink a ship, no matter how good maybe the rest of the roster may be. When you make a mistake like this that affects you for the next 7 to 10 years,
depends on how much money you're willing to spend. Because you can, if you're Cohen, you can outspend your bad contracts.
Yeah, that's a have-not conversation.
Yes, the Astros cannot. I agree.
Yeah, because I mean, look, even with the Yankees, they go and they take Stanton's contract, and they're just, they just pile money on money, and they don't even bat an eye. Where there's no way that Jim Crane, even if he wanted to, he knows that he can't do that because he doesn't have the means that these other teams have. So I commend them for doing what they weren't willing to do previously by actually trading a guy before he just walks out the door.
See, I think he has the means. He just doesn't want to use the means.
Okay. I just think philosophically and maybe also intelligently, he just doesn't think that he made a business decision.
Yeah. I have no problem with that. And look, again, I would have done those things, but it was financially driven. Like, to me, you can't argue that. To me, it's a fact. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Your thoughts on where the Astros are. I still have some Game 1 thoughts from that loss yesterday to St. Louis. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Astros are 7-9, and we're questioning if the owner's cheap. It's baseball for you.
The world we live in.
Yep. The Astros spin efficiently and effectively while retaining multiple years' worth of control, but not decades' worth. The only two goof-ups were mainly when they didn't have a GM. Yeah, time will tell on Dana, but I would agree mostly with that. Now, another text, the Astros used to be able to let players walk and still compete because they had a good farm system, which they no longer have. I would agree with that as well. Which, how can you do both, right? Like, how can you continue to have a good farm system while also sustaining winning? I think the way you do that is a bunch of the Kyle Tucker trades. Instead of letting Bregman leave for a fourth-round compensation pick, you traded him last offseason for a similar return, or maybe not as good as the one you got for Tucker. That's probably why the Fromber-Valdez conversation has come up. But I do think that Dana tried to trade Fromber. Same thing with all the players that left. Maybe not Cole because you only had him for 2 years and he kind of was a hired gun because you went out and traded for him. I think that's the way that you sustain winning and continue to have a good minor league system that you can pluck prospects from that continue to help the big league club. But then the second part of that is that you do need to spend in free agency on short-term contracts, like the Michael Brantleys of the world, the Brian McCanns of the world, the Josh Reddicks of the world. So I do think that it can be done, but I do think that you need to be more aggressive on the trade market and probably still very active in free agency while avoiding the long-term deals.
Yeah, I think we talked about it, when we were talking as the offseason started about what to do and would they be willing to trade Tucker, trade Fromber, and explore possibilities. And my first comment was, well, if you do that, can you find a right fielder replace Tucker that on a shorter term deal might be a veteran that wants a chance to win, whatever the scenario might, present itself to be, where you pay a little bit in the short, you pay more in the short term or a decent amount in the short term, but you get a guy for, like you said, for 2 or 3 years that can play right field at a level similar to Kyle Tucker.
I don't think you can look at it that way. Like, I don't think you can look at it. We're trading Kyle Tucker. We have to go out and find a right fielder that can give us 70% of Kyle Tucker. To me, it is always always having this baseline prevailing mentality. And then on top of that, always trying to better your team, fiscally responsible. I don't think you can approach free agency. Let's go out and get the best right fielder that we possibly can because we traded Tucker. To me, it's about building the best complete team, not trying to get the blinders on. Well, you said a guy who's like, no, you said trade Kyle Tucker, then go find a guy who can give you production similar to Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, whether it's in the trade or in free agency. You got Paredes
That's
by
very
doing
difficult
that,
to do.
and you actually solved a different problem. And because at the time you didn't know Bregman wasn't signed yet, but you were moving, you realized you were going to have to probably move on from him. So with Bregman out the door as part of the deal to trade Kyle Tucker, maybe you didn't get a right fielder, but you got a third baseman, and you got a third baseman that you felt pretty good about that could be similar to Alex Bregman, and we can nitpick the defense versus the offense and all those things. At $6 million a year with team control, that fits more into what they're looking for, but that fills that void. Now, how do you fill right field? We saw that it took till the end of spring training, and they decided to go with Cam Smith because of the spring he had. But we were talking about guys that might be out there, guys that might be a short-term fix that are veterans that could actually still help fill the void. I think that's similar.
Yeah, maybe it's just difference of philosophy, but to me, you always have to do what is the best interest of your team. It can't be like, well, we lost our right fielder, let's go out and find a free agent right fielder that is, the best free agent right fielder on the market. Like, they didn't even do that. Like, they went with the prospect. They went with Cam Smith. If they didn't go Cam Smith, they were going Chas McCormick, who was already in-house. So always be looking to make your team better. But I mean, it's 7-9. Like, this is like a global conversation, a very macro conversation.
And I think that, again, because we're still in it, that a lot of people don't have the time to look back and step away and go, this run is pretty unheard of in baseball, and the fans have been spoiled for the length of it. And you see other teams that when their run is over, they just literally pull the plug, start loading up on prospects, and realize there's going to be a downtime where hopefully you can bounce back up. And Cleveland's one of those teams where they had a lot of big names. They definitely sold out when those names were coming close to being, their contracts were coming up. They got prospects. They tried to reload. At a certain point, they became consistent enough to try and compete for a playoff spot. But the days of competing for a World Series and having really big name superstar type players were gone for the short term. You hope you develop more. That's different because of the market that they're in too, and the ownership that they have versus some of the other teams that we talk about. Like, because the Yankees just unfairly, they can do in the Mets and even to some degree.
I feel like you hold the Yankees in too high financial regard these days. Like,
they changed a little bit in the last couple of years. Yes.
The Steinbrenner kid isn't as crazy and radical as George Steinbrenner was.
Hank's not, but they signed Fried to a massive deal.
Right, but they didn't sign Soto, and they would have signed Adames had they not signed Soto, but they were waiting on Soto. Like, that's stuff that George Steinbrenner wouldn't have done back in the day. Like, are they still going to be top 5 in payroll? Yes. Are they going to spend radically like they did with George Steinbrenner? No.
Okay, but I also think that they're going to spend at a level, like Brian's point, of one of the top 3 teams in the league every single year.
But they're not going to be like
or whenever they want to.
Or old George Steinbrenner. Like, that, to me, they're not the Mets. To me, they're on a tier below
Like
the
the
Mets. To me,
Dodgers
they're
are.
on a tier below the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Like, the Dodgers and the Mets, to me, are the biggest spenders. Like, the Yankees are kind of fiscally responsible in a way. Red Sox have been a lot cheaper over the years, and, like, their fan base been like, we need to spend more money. And then that's kind of like the whole Bregman deal. Texture says they should have traded Tucker at the deadline last year. Trading Tucker, who's hurt.
Yeah.
Trading Tucker in the offseason was a massive blunder. D. Brown is in over his head. I disagree. And even if he wasn't hurt, to me, you're not trading him at the deadline last year. I think the offseason was the time to do it. Texture, you also have to hit on your draft picks, no doubt. You do have to hit on your draft picks, and we'll see if Dana Brown's good or not. Like, when it comes to that, like, it's too early in Dana Brown's tenure to tell if he's going to be a good drafter or not. There are some things that point positively in his direction. Like, Jake Bloss came up quickly and was, like, used in a trade to get you a decent starting pitcher last year at the deadline that actually pitched really well for you. Bryce Matthews has some holes, but, like, is kind of close. So we'll see. Like, Walker Yannick was a first rounder last year. Like, we'll see. Like, it's too early to tell if Dana Brown's a good drafter or not. Great talent evaluator. I know that's his calling card, but let's see it as a general manager. And to me, we don't have enough evidence yet to know.
Yeah, look, I feel confident in him, and for all the reasons that you stated. But you're right. I mean, the proof's in the pudding when these guys actually, continue to produce and continue to climb up the ranks. But you definitely have to hit on your picks, and that's something that we will see. But I believe in Dana Brown in that front for sure.
Based on what?
Based on the fact that his time in Atlanta, and I know that he wasn't the general manager, but again, like you said, it's his calling card, what he's known for, and what he did last year, and some of the guys that he drafted were guys that were able to either net you other players or that are that look like they're going to be Major League Baseball players. I think he, part of the Kyle Tucker trade was being able to evaluate the Cam Smith looked like a guy that he had scouted at Florida State that he was really high on. He had said that he didn't think he could get him when the Astros were drafting, but now using the opportunity to take his knowledge and his ability to analyze talent, that was a guy that he was hell-bent focused on getting as part of the trade back.
I don't think that was that difficult to do. Like, Cam Smith was universally a top 30 prospect that was a first-round draft pick last year.
Okay, but
I don't think you can point to Dana Brown's genius and be like, oh, I thought this Cam Smith's a diamond in the rough. Like, everybody knew he was a top prospect.
Well, like, Gloss, you get a pitcher in 1 year, you turn him around in the Toronto trade so you could get Kikuchi.
Yeah.
I think that Wisniewski was a guy that I don't know where the Cubs actually thought he was going, but in seemingly so far, it looks like a guy that he had kind of, focused on as a guy that he wanted to get back in the trade has looked pretty good. So I believe in his ability to evaluate talent.
Yeah, I do think he's going to be good at it. If I had to guess one way or the other, I think he's going to be good. I think there are some clues, and I think you pointed to a good chunk of them that show he's going to be good at it. But time will tell. Like, what if Bryce Matthews turns out to be a guy who can't hit breaking stuff and can never play in the bigs because his strikeout rate's 30%?
Yeah,
probably change our opinion. And Bryce Matthews' strikeout rate right now is pretty terrible.
And the thing is that you can evaluate to your to your heart's content and realize that, as we've seen, some guys are going to hit a wall at a certain point and they become, AAA players for the majority of their career. Like the shortcomings are too great and they don't become consistent major leaguers, but it's all based on potential because there's a lot of those guys in the bigs. And no matter, how many people there's been how many guys that are labeled as a true next coming of a
absolutely
star.
But the best GMs are the ones that hit more often than not.
Okay.
Like, you can't just say it's all randomness. Like, yes, you're
right.
Like,
that's why I'm saying I believe in it.
Like, every GM is going to have a lot of misses, no doubt, especially in baseball. Like, baseball probably more than any other sport. But the ones that are really good at drafting and the ones that are really bad at drafting, there's a difference there. It's not randomness. It's the guys that are up here that are the very best are better at scouting than the guys that are at the very bottom.
Well, I'm not saying it's random at all, but that's why I'm also saying why I believe in him, because I think that more times than not, he has a good eye for identifying skill sets that are going to translate to at least making the major league, making the major leagues and being a player that you can count on. And you're right. I mean, it's a crapshoot more so than any other draft in this league, probably, and in sports, I should say. And the fact is that I believe in what he can do.
Yeah, I hope so. I do hope so. 713-780-ESPN. Text line's on fire with this, so we'll keep the conversation going. Where are you at Dana? Where are you with Crane? 16 games in, and it's we're doing this. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we know the clock is ticking. We know tax day is today, but how about property tax day, which is actually May the 15th? That is your deadline to protest your property taxes. Don't wait until the final whistle or it's too late. Get in touch with someone that knows what they're doing that can help you right now, like Century Property Tax Consultants. They're the best in the business in my mind because they have over 60 combined years of experience, and they can do all kinds of property taxes. They can fight property taxes on residential, commercial, industrial, or business properties, and they're going to fight to help you reduce your taxes. If they don't save you money, you don't have to pay them. That's the best deal of all. Yes, I can tell you till I'm blue in the face that they're experienced. Yes, I can tell you that they get results. But the biggest thing is you want to know how can they help you and what's it going to cost me? Well, it's not going to cost you a thing if you lose. So basically you have nothing to lose, and you should trust them to get it done for you because you only pay if they win. All you got to do is go to cprotax.com right now. That's cprotax.com right now. Sign up. You don't have to go fight them. They'll fight them for you, and they get you results. Let them fight the battle and let you reap the rewards. That's the way they do business. Check them out today. Tell them we sent you by cprotax.com. Century Property Tax Consultants. Don't pay more taxes than you need to. Check them out today.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
One of my notes was Contreras needs to be the first guy down when either Caleb Ort or Forrest Whitley comes back. Well, the Astros sent him down today, taking his spot. Nick Hernandez, go Cougs. Nick Hernandez, former Cougar. I shouldn't say former Cougar. Once a Cougar, always a Cougar. Nick Hernandez has been recalled from AAA Sugarland. So Contreras out, Hernandez in for the roster there.
Saw that. Yeah, I think, you know me, I was already done with him. It couldn't happen soon enough, so at least that's the first domino to fall.
Texture really hate when the show is just Branham telling Blankers his opinion is wrong. I never told Blankers he was wrong. I actually agreed with most of what he was saying. I just trying to get a rationale of why he thought what he did. Like, the Dana Brown thing. Like, what gives you good vibes from Dana Brown? And I thought we got a better answer. Not a better answer, but just a more detailed answer. So don't be so soft, Texture. Dana's doing a great job, says another Texture. I'm more in on Dana than out on Dana. So, like, I'm cool with what Dana has done so far. Do I think he's as good as Luno? No. Do I think he's as good as James Click? No. Do I think the Astros will be in good hands with him? I lean more yes than no, but I can't tell you definitively one way or the other yet.
Yeah, no, I think that until you get a good sample size to see, and obviously the job is a full body of work. It's not just being able to be talent evaluators. It's, and some things we'll never know. Like what is the threshold where Jim Crane says no, or how much money does he have to play with, or what are there limitations for him to be able to do the job that he does? But from a talent evaluation standpoint, you said it last segment, and you can't argue with that until you see these guys come to fruition and become big league players that play a role. You can't be sold no matter how high they're rated.
Let's go out to the HR&P listener line. Gary, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Gary?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just want to say overall, like, I believe in Dana, but, we don't really have enough hay in the barn to make a decision yet. Like, I think the Kikuchi thing was kind of telling because everybody was like, oh, my God, it's a terrible trade. And then the news was like 9 out of 10 stars, right? So I think he has the eye. But overall, right, and I'm like old school Astros guy, I think, like, it's kind of already over. It just kind of happened in slow motion. Because say we don't start super duper slow last season. Like, that's a disappointing season. Sub 90 wins, barely win a down division, and get swept in the wild card. I think the slow start, and then we kind of, like, picked it up really good, kind of masked the fact that it was a disappointing season last year. And now we're kind of seeming like a 500-ish team, right? We can still, like, maybe go to the playoffs, but I think overall, like, he's not a magician, and at some point, you just lose too much talent to be super duper World Series contenders, and I just think that's where we are right now.
Appreciate the call, Gary. Gary, normally the all things general manager that drives him to call, but I always appreciate when he calls in. Look, I mean, I said it earlier. When you look at the run that they've been on and the sustained run that they've been on, it is very rare to find teams that can do this. And when you're able to do it, you're spoiled because you get used to it and then you expect it. But this isn't an unexpected run to be able to be this successful for this length of a period of time. And now they're trying to make sure that it isn't over yet, that they're trying to see if there's a way to get to what Gary's talking about, to avoid getting to where Gary's talking about it too soon. But it's obviously a massive challenge no matter what. And like I said, and the other thing is when you're not one of those three teams we mentioned that are the haves, and you're trying to stay away from being the have-nots, to Jeremy's point, it's hard to, like, create the balance where I'm trading a guy, but I'm getting enough prospects and kind of timing those so that they can come back and help you. But to think that doing all those things will allow you to stay at a level where you're highly competitive in baseball, it's not realistic.
I think it's easier to be done in baseball than any other sport. I think it is realistic. But I think you have to have a philosophy of being risky, a philosophy of doing things that are going to look really, really bad. And I agree with what Gary said. Like, I didn't like the Kikuchi trade whenever it was made. Right now, I don't care about these guys. Like, Jake Bloss, to me, doesn't look like he's going to be a starting level pitcher in the big leagues. Joey Loperfido, I was starting to have those concerns whenever he was still with the Astros before he was traded. Did I want to see him in the lineup to see what he had? Yes, because the Astros outfield last year was putrid, but he strikes out a lot. I thought his defense was overrated. He'd make a diving play. Everybody's like, oh, look at that. We had a catch probability of 95% because he got bad jumps out there. Will Wagner, we'll see. Like, that's the one that I fear the most. But, like, none of those guys are all-stars. Like, all three of those guys might be career bench guys. Loperfido, a fourth, fifth outfielder. Will Wagner, a lefty bat off the bench. Jake Bloss, maybe he becomes a number 5 starter. And I didn't like it at the time. Now, okay, it makes a lot more sense. I think what Gary's second point was that the Astros have lost too much talent, that it's hard to keep the team relevant, or it's hard to keep them as, like, you know, one of the best teams in baseball. I think that Dana Brown sees that too, Gary. And I think that's why he made the Kyle Tucker trade. It's like, we need a reset in order to sustain winning for a very long time. And again, like I think this is stuff that should have been happening a long time ago. I think you should have done it with Bregman. I think you should have done it with Correa. I think you should have done it with Springer. That way you can always have a good minor league system. How do you always have a good minor league system and also a really good team? Well, you have to be willing to trade players from that really good team that you know are going to leave for the minor league players that are going to help you down the road. And it's very unpopular to do. We saw it with Tucker. The fan base isn't going to be happy about it because you are probably lessening your peak. But lessening your peak doesn't mean you're still not capable of winning at all. And it also increases the sustainability of winning. And I think that's what Dana Brown sees, Gary. He looks at a roster that's kind of like, oh, we need a reset. How can we get a reset? Well, we can't let Tucker walk for free. Let's see if we can trade years of club control, a prospect that could help us for the next 6-7 years and might be a middle-of-the-bat lineup. So perhaps we're going through a reset with the Astros, and they're going to be like okay enough where maybe they make the playoffs. But then if Cam Smith emerges into, a bona fide slugger that can bat next to Jordan, and now you have a really good 3-4 for the next 6-7 years, okay, it changes the scope of who this Astros team is. So I do think that Dana Brown has that second point that Gary made in mind.
Yeah, my point was, you could still be successful and win games and possibly get into the playoffs. I just think that to think that they can be competitive for a World Series and keep that run going farther than it's already gone, I think that it gets to the point at a certain point where you just have to be realistic that's almost impossible for teams to do.
I don't think so.
I do, except for if you're the two New York teams and the teams we've mentioned, because of the fact that at a certain point when you can't afford to keep playing players, you have to, the guys that you get back in return and the prospects that you're developing and drafting, you have to have time for them to kind of get to the big leagues and settle in to see that they could be those players.
Do you like the Kyle Tucker trade?
Right now I do, yeah.
So if you did that 4 or 5 other times, do you think the Astros would be in a better spot today?
Well, but you think about what you're saying. Would they be in a better spot today? But would you be lesser than for the years in between that we just had success because of the fact that you traded away guys before they walked and you didn't make the runs or maybe win the second World Series or do some of the things that you did?
They won the second World Series the year after Correa left.
Right, that's one guy, Jeremy, but I'm just saying.
That's
you just
one World Series.
If they had done it with all those guys, then you might not have had the sustained success that you've had.
When has losing one of those guys hurt the Astros in terms of their chances of winning it all? They've been to 2 World Series, went to 4. Could have won both of those, and they had guys leaving throughout the entire time. It's a new question because I'm sorry that I'm pushing back. Don't be so sensitive about it. It's a sports conversation.
But go right ahead.
It's not nitpick. That's what pushbacking is. It's nitpicking a certain point of the argument that I disagree with. Like, you can do it with me too. It's fine. Like, that's what sports talk's all about. Like, you're friends with Charles Barkley. Like, go look at Shaq and Charles Barkley fight all the time and nitpick each other all the time. Like, it's not new to sports radio.
I don't need you to explain to me what sports radio is.
Well, it sounds like you're ignorant to it.
No, I don't. I just get tired of it because we've already had the initial
Because you get tired when people challenge your opinion.
No, that's not true, Jeremy, because I continue to respond every time that you do it, but then you continue to do it. At a certain point, you just start nitpicking it instead of just moving on to the next part of it.
Because that's a counterpoint. That's me defending my argument. Can I do that?
You already do, so keep doing it.
Well, it sounds like it bothers you.
You bother me right now, yes, because it's always your way, and you always seem to think that you've got it all figured out.
Because if I don't give you a counterpoint, now it's just you make the final point, and there's no counterpoint.
I don't need the final point.
That's the back and forth. It sounds like you're really demanding it.
I'm not at all.
Okay. All right. Well, the Astros have always won when they let players leave. So if they trade players, what makes you think they're not going to continue to win?
Because you said if they had done that with all those guys that walked away, those seasons, if you did it before the trade deadline or when you did it, mattered in terms of those guys still played a role in their final seasons when you let them walk away, before you let them walk away, for them competing for a World Series title. If they walk away, you don't know if you still would have done the same things.
Okay, counterpoint. Not trying to nitpick or offend
done with
you.
that. Just counterpoint it. I don't need the little patronizing that goes with it.
Well, it seemed to offend you the other time, so I just wanted to be clear. I'm not trying to fight you here. Alex Bregman was 2-Q in the playoffs last year. Would it have killed the Astros if they traded Bregman a year too early?
Right, you can point to that one as being.
Okay, I was going through all of them. Carlos Correa, his final year, what did they do in his final year? Did they go to the ALCS? Probably. Didn't win the World Series in his final year. They won it the very next year that he was gone. George Springer, when he left, was the COVID year. They lost in the ALCS. Garrett Cole, the last year he was gone, they lost in the World Series. So, like, all of these guys that, like, are these great players that the Astros have let leave, they didn't win it all in their final year.
No, I'm saying, but if you trade them before you finish out that final year, that you might not have gotten as far as they had gotten, which is part of this long-standing golden era of Astros baseball. You don't get that far, possibly, if you pull the plug at the at the trade deadline, before you even get to the point where whether they won a World Series or not, they had sustained success.
Okay, 3 or 4 years down the road, like, would you rather the Astros, instead of going to the ALCS, they lose in the divisional round, but they add 2 players that help them in 3 to 4 years?
But you don't know if you're going to hit.
That's the trade-off, though.
Right,
That's
but
the
you
trade-off
also don't know
of
if
doing
those
that.
players are going to hit. So, yes, I mean,
But you also don't know
theoretically,
you're going to the
wanna make a
ALCS. Like, there's no guarantees either way.
Okay, what I'm saying is you went to the ALCS or you went to a World Series. And if you trade those guys away, the chances are less that you go that year that you traded them away, and then you have to hit on the prospects that you got in order to return to that kind of success afterwards.
Yeah, but you're guaranteeing your side of the argument. You're guaranteeing that you don't go as far. That's an unknown. We don't know that. We don't know that they would be out around earlier by trading that player. We're making that assumption into a guarantee when it's not. So, like, you're right that you don't know about the prospects and it's an unknown, but you're trading potential rounds of playoffs for guys who could potentially help you in the future. So it depends on what you want. Like, you might be a guy that, hey, I want to go to the ALCS World Series even if we lose, and I'm willing to surrender a couple of players in the future. And that's fine. Like, that, I'm not telling you that's wrong or anything. The opposite of that, though, is I'm willing to risk being, like, eliminated a round early for guys who are going to help me in the future. And, like, that's the impasse here. And that's fine to have that impasse. Like, it's totally okay. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. We'll keep this rolling on the other side. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Getting spicy. I like it. Branham is being a real today. Branham is such a baby. I wasn't the one yelling. Blanker's getting as red as the brick behind him. Did you get red there, Blankers?
I don't know if I got red, but I don't care if I raise my voice either.
No, I'm not. I don't care that you raised your voice either. I don't know if I was the baby there. I love the back and forth between Blankers and Branham Radio Gold. Best part about us, it's authentic. It's real. Comes from the loins.
There's no name calling, which is good.
Yeah, you're right. We didn't call each other names.
I
I'm
mean,
proud of us.
The ones that make the internet gold are the ones that end up with
call each other names.
Just do your job. Come or whatever he said.
Oh yeah, that was one of the good ones.
Oh, that was an all timer.
I remember Payne and Meltzer too. Unbearable. That one was funny.
That was classic.
That was unbearable.
Yeah, I don't remember what provoked.
I think it was pretty minor.
Yeah, from what I remember, like Seth wasn't doing anything other than his normal shtick, and Meltzer just exploded and screamed, "You're unbearable!" and left the studio.
It was so funny. Like it really wasn't a lot. Like it really wasn't.
It was weird.
Like it was to me. It was just like the straw that like you could tell it was kind of festering.
It'd been building.
Yeah, it was building. And then I remember Clint yelled at me one day. He like stood up and towered over me. And got mad at me.
What, in the studio?
Oh yeah.
Talk studio or like pre-show?
No. During the show.
I don't remember that.
It was about the Astros and the trash can. He was trying to say that the trash can stuff was more severe than the PED usage in baseball.
Oh.
And I was like, you're an idiot. Like, no, like I didn't say an idiot because I don't like to name call, but he was acting like an idiot. And I was like, no, this is why you're wrong. Boom, 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 boom. And he got really mad and he stood up and he was the Baytown baddie that day. He cussed and yeah.
Who was Greg Cook when he was at the Highway to Hell? Greg Cook hosted with a guy, and his name escapes me now, and it wasn't Brad.
Cook was at 6'10"?
Yeah, it wasn't Brad Davis. He had brown curly hair. He did their updates and stuff for a while too. But they used to host a show, and Greg actually stood up in the studio, went nuts, and then said, "We're going down to the parking lot next segment."
Really?
And everyone was like, "Oh my goodness!"
I haven't seen that. I've seen people storm out and leave the show. I mean, Dante Hall was the famous one.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's right. He walked out and never came back, right?
He never came back.
Ted Johnson did that to us too, but he came back then. I think it was about a week when he came back. But he eventually came back. But yeah, Dante Hall never returned.
Who made Ted mad?
I think it was Rich that day.
Really?
Yeah, it was like halfway through the show. He just because I could see the parking lot from our studio because this is when we were on the other side before we moved the studios to the other side of the hall. And I looked down. I was like, "Yep, there's Ted going to his car. He's really gone." And he came back about a week later.
Rich Lord and Josh Innes had epic battles every day.
Oh, they did.
The Frank Caliendo. If you never heard that one, that one was bad.
That is a good one.
I bet Joel was the kid that couldn't play the dozens back in the day because he get mad and want to fight because he couldn't go back and forth with the other kids. I don't know what the dozens are. Maybe he typoed there. I don't know what the dozens are though. And you wonder why we have to stand up and protect Joel. Jeremy, you're a bully. Blankers does not need protection from me.
First of all, I don't need protection from anybody. Let's just be clear about that.
Blankers is jacked. Like, what do you mean? He needs help.
I'll work out.
That's ridiculous. 19 and 21, we had great shots to win. Hard to trade away players when you have those kind of teams. No doubt. I'm not arguing that. You're 100% right. But if you want to have this long period of sustained success, that is a trade-off you have to make. It depends on what your goal is. If your goal is to have these peaks and to have your best chance of winning in those peaks, okay, then they handled it right. If you want to try to extract that, and yes, you're going to lessen your peaks, but you're going to have a longer period, then you have to do that sort of stuff. So that's why you have to make that decision. What are your goals? And you have to be consistent with that plan. And I think it's a good argument on which side would you rather have. And I think that's what led to our fight is that Joel, I don't want to speak for you, Joel, but it sounds like you rather have the peaks, which again, it's tomato, where I'm more okay, especially in baseball, because I think baseball playoffs are a crapshoot, to extract that and to stretch out that period of winning.
I think that the best way for me to look at it from my perspective is there are times, and I think a lot of times during this run, where whether you actually saw it through to fruition or not, you were a front runner and you were a favorite you were stacked to win to compete for a World Series.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can take the Rays model, which is they were savvy as hell, they were smart, and they were talent evaluators to where they went to as far as they felt like their threshold was before they knew they were going to lose a guy, and then they just did what you said. And regardless of how far they thought they could go in a given year, it was time. They got rid of them. They reloaded with picks, and they knew that they might have a lower lull, but they were going to be back sooner rather than later in the long term because they were continuing to restock the farm system. I think that smaller market teams have a tendency to do that more frequently, and it's difficult for fans to accept that sometimes, unless you're the big three, that you got to do it to some level.
It is very unpopular, for sure. Now, what the Rays couldn't do that a bigger market team can do is that they can fill the gaps with free agents.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Rays aren't going to go out and sign a $25 million. Like, they're not going to go out and sign Christian Walker, whereas a bigger market team can. Like, we got rid of our first baseman, but there's not a first baseman that's ready to take over. Okay, let's go sign a first baseman for 3 years and fill the gap with an above-average player. Look, there's a reason the Dodgers hired Friedman away from Tampa Bay. Like, the Brewers have kind of done the same thing, too. And, yes, the Brewers never won a World Series or recently and have been to a World Series recently. They're in the playoffs year in, year out with the same exact thing. And
and that's my point, too. Like, you're the difference being, too, you could be a powerhouse with a chance to be a favorite to win the World Series. Or, like you said, you can get in, and one of those years, everything might fall right, and you might get there or have a chance to win one, as opposed to like hanging on to this perennial powerhouse tag while you're having success.
See, I think that if you're really good at building a ball club, though, and like you can find the free agents that can really complete your team, I don't think that it's a one every 20-year deal. I think it can be almost every single season deal. You have to spend the money, but you're not spending the money on your own players. You're spending your money on the bridges that are going to elevate your team, which is something Milwaukee never did, Tampa Bay didn't do. So if you add the money element, I think that's what lifts you. Texter, not trading my guys who got us to where we want to go every year for unknown with good prospects. Blanks 1, BMAC 1, Brennan 0. You can't but whenever you're making these moves, you can't guarantee how far you're going to go. I guess we do have the luxury of like hindsight 2020. Todd says Game 7 is a game away. No way you get that close without those guys. I don't know. Like baseball is not a one guy sport. Look at Kyle Tucker in the postseason. Like, are you worse off in the playoffs because of because Kyle Tucker's gone? Like, Tucker was terrible in the playoffs. So like, would you have been better off or worse off?
I mean, look, if you look at it, in retrospect, because you got absolutely nothing from him, and you knew he was gone, then for sure it's an easy answer right now to say, in retrospect, they should have traded him at the deadline last year because he was nothing for you. But I think from their thinking was a healthy Kyle Tucker in the middle of that lineup with Yordan and everything they got makes them.
It should have, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, absolutely should have. Now, I think there's hypocrisy in play for one person to say, I hate that idea. That's the stupidest idea in the world, but then also currently like the Kyle Tucker trade. To me, that's very hypocritical. I'm not saying that you're doing that, but people that are. Like, if you're saying, well, the Astros can never do that sort of thing, but then you're also celebrating the Kyle Tucker trade today. Like, oh, what a great job getting Isak and Wesneski and Cam Smith. He did phenomenal. You can't dislike option A and then like option B, because option A and option B are the same thing.
Look, in the offseason, I thought they should explore trades for both Fromber and Tucker. I was surprised that they made the move that they did with Tucker, but I was happy they did it because I thought there was no chance, nor did I think that they should pay Kyle Tucker. But, there were I think as you go back in time, and because now they have 2 World Series under their belt too, that I think that it kind of let them ease up a little bit too, or take at least a deep breath to go, hey, we did a lot during this run. Because the last thing you want to do too is look back at it and go, man, over an 8-10 year span, we won a whole lot of, got to a whole lot of league championship series, but we only got 1 ring. And then in the Astros case, the 17 ring, a lot of people put that asterisk next to it, to where I think that made a difference too, in the fact that, and they were still trying to get there to kind of create the dynasty effect one more time. And that kind of pushed them as well. But at a certain point, I think they realized, and maybe Dana helped do that because he wasn't a part of a lot of that other stuff, to come in and go, at a certain point, guys, if we want to get back here again sooner rather than later, we got to start doing some things that are a little bit more, business savvy.
Yeah. I wish we could go back and relive history and trade Correa a year early, trade Bregman a year early, trade Springer a year early, because I don't think that the Astros Golden Era resume would look any different. And I feel like the Astros today would be in a much better spot, because you have players, whereas you don't have Correa, you don't have Bregman, you don't have Springer.
The other curious part of that, though, Jeremy, is the fact that when you look at it, you also, and I don't want to say you lucked out, but when you finally did watch Correa walk out the door, you ended up Jeremy Pena catching lightning in a bottle and being in year one way more than anybody could have expected or anticipated.
I mean, he wasn't that good as a rookie. He had a great playoff.
Well,
I'll concede that.
Basically referring to the playoffs.
But I mean, like when that's part of having a minor league system, though. Like that's part of having those players that are ready to go, and you don't get that unless you're trading those players for that. So again, that's the trade-off. Like, what is the goal? What is the purpose? Is the purpose to have a few years that are peak years in a 10-year stretch, or do you want to have a 25-year stretch? Maybe have not as big a peak, but maybe you win just as much over a greater length of time. Like, it's a trade-off that you have to make. And I think that Dana Brown is doing the latter, where the Astros prior to that were doing the former. I hope it's not too late. I hope that it's not too late. He said both of y'all's arguments can be correct. It's all hypothetical IMO. You're right. And that's the margin that we're arguing the margin for sure. All right, 7-1. Go ahead.
I was going to say, don't you think, too, though, that because you had the success of the former, it's a little easier to go and now do the latter, right? Because you did win 2, because you did, on top of just making it to the ALCSs and making it to 4 World Series, because you won 2, it's easier to kind of exhale and go, okay, let's reset so that we can get back there quicker.
I don't know. It might be more difficult. Like, again, like this depends on the personalities in the room, because now we've had that and we must keep that. I mean, Jim Crane is famously, the famous quote, we're always going to have the window open while we're here. So like if he had the drug, maybe he's always chasing the drug. So like it kind of depends. Because I see where you're coming from. I think it depends on the personality.
It does. And I think it's to some degree too, it's also the state of baseball too, right? Like, because with the finances the way they are now, and with the way you look at it, I look at the Braves and go, I think if the Braves, I was thinking back then, did they let anybody walk? Was there any situations where they ever had to go through this when they were making that run of 7 straight National League Championship series, and they only won 1, to look back and go, would they have been able to do anything differently or spend more money and maintain more?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't remember, I don't remember all that to that level, but I'm just saying, if they won a couple, maybe, I don't know, that you let certain guys walk out the door, but you look at it nowadays and it's like, well, that's a tougher decision. And if you haven't won one yet, I mean, that's what you think about from a football perspective.
Yeah, it would be easier for me. For me, I would be more willing to do what I'm talking about if I had one.
If you had at least one, right?
Yeah. I'm with you on that. But again, I think it depends on the person, because you might have a person, I want to win every year. Don't you ever do that. And then it puts you in a really bad spot. So like, I don't know. Like, I don't know Crane's personality to that.
And the extra caveat on that one is, and the one that you won in 17, because it was tainted in a lot of people's minds, I think that affected them a little bit more than any other team that wouldn't have to have dealt with that as well.
Yeah. Tyler and Conroe saying Pena wasn't good as a rookie, but had a good playoffs. Is talking out of both sides of your mouth. His rookie regular season struggles are irrelevant since they won a World Series. He's a key part of that. I disagree. To me, it's very, very different. Like, do we like Pena's rookie year in totality? Of course we do, because he won the LCS MVP, he won the World Series MVP. The Astros won a World Series. That's fantastic. But you also can't ignore that his regular season was pretty meh. Like, I don't know. Like, I disagree with that point from Tyler. The sanctions the Astros got for the cheating scandal is the reason number one why we are where we are. Add that with signing key free agents and losing draft picks. That's what it is. It didn't help. It didn't help that the ramifications and the penalties that came from the sign stealing scandal that hurt as well.
It did, but I mean, would they lose? Was it 2 years of first and?
Yeah, one turned out to be the COVID year too, which kind of, I don't know if that helped or hurt.
Yeah, because
I feel like it hurt because there's only 5 rounds in that draft.
And I'm just thinking, like, so was it first and second round? So
I think they lost their first
players,
and second. Yeah.
Do you anticipate that all 4 of those would have been key prospect contributors? And again, you got to hit on all of them.
I mean, if you just go what the Astros have drafted the last 2 years, I mean, you're losing Bryce Matthews, Walker Yannick, and then whoever their second round picks were those years. So, I mean, and look, those guys might never pan out, but you rather have those guys than not have them.
Sure.
So, yeah, I mean, pretty impactful. Like, to me, we don't know how impactful it'll be.
That's the thing, yeah, because you look at it and how many times we talk about, well, you got the top 3 of the top 4 prospects, or you gave them up, regardless of which, when you tried to trade for a big-time player. And from an Astros perspective, when you look at what they gave up when they made the Verlander trade, when they made some of the other trades that they made, you gave up what a lot of people thought evaluation-wise were going to be really good Major League Baseball players to borderline all-star type players. And how many of them panned out?
Yeah, I believe in the volume game. Like, I believe in having as much of those good young players as possible, and then you pull from that. Because, I mean, they're cheap labor. Like, you're getting 6 years of a player who's not making very much money. This past 2024 draft, they drafted Walker Yannick in round 1. They didn't have a second-round pick. They lost that one because they signed a free agent. And then 2 years ago, they drafted Bryce Matthews and the Alonzo Treadwell. Jake Bloss was a third-rounder that year.
That's right.
So, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's better to have those guys in the system than not. Now, how you draft, and then maybe you use those players in a trade, who knows?
That's the other thing. That's the other caveat was you don't necessarily have to just say, hey, this guy's got to develop in your system to be a potential Astro someday. You could end up using them as a piece to get something else.
Agree with Blank. Winning made these easier to take the losses and rebuild. See, I don't think they're rebuilding. I think they're trying to reload. Do you guys think it's ever wise to pay free agents top of market deals like Vlad, for example?
I think I've been cringeworthy of them because the return on the investment at the end of those deals, especially with the amount of years you're talking about, if you're getting into that threshold of 7, 8, 9 years, 10 years and more, and in Vladdy's case, I think it was more like 13 or 14. I mean, you have to be realistic and say, yeah, you're making a huge commitment, and it's going to be for now, because at the back end of that contract, it's going to be a suicide watch because of how that contract's probably going to kill you, and their abilities are not going to give you a return on investment.
I'm not a fan of doing it either. Had too many one-and-done series in late 90s and early 2000s. Winning is way better in the moment. Would rather have a team that can win it all than a team that just goes one round every year. See, my argument would be in baseball, it's hard to tell the difference. Like the Astros, when they lost in the first round in 98, they had Randy Johnson. Was that team not capable of winning the World Series? No, they got Sterling Hitchcock and Kevin Brown.
Yeah.
So, like, that's the randomness of the baseball playoffs. Like, baseball playoffs are a crapshoot. The best team often, I mean, I don't know how often, but the best team does not win the World Series title far more often than the NBA or the NFL.
No, I was going to say, because in the NFL, this is a totally different conversation. But at the same time, to your point, to back that up, think about how many times in the regular season I called the Dodgers the Utah Jazz. They had phenomenal regular seasons. They were like the best team in the National League. Everybody looked at them as perennial World Series powerhouse. And how many times did they win the World Series? They won it in the COVID year, and then they won it last year. So you look at it, you go, man, up through there, they probably should have been there if you just want to believe in going with the favorites almost every year.
Yeah, it's really hard to win. It's really hard to win. That's why I want to have as many shots at it versus maybe better shots at it, but less than. World Series or bust is a texture. If you didn't win the World Series, then you should have moved these guys before they walked. I feel like Branham's argument is if you're looking back after the fact. Look, I might be wrong in this argument, and I do think it's opinion, like Keith said, but this has always been my philosophy. Like, this isn't something I'm saying in hindsight. And I'll concede that I could be completely wrong here, but this isn't because of the Astros' success. This is not hindsight 2020. Textures, I haven't felt such tension since the Jim Rome, Chris Everett interview. Well, you should listen to the Killer Bees more.
We're not dumping tables. We're not making threats.
We'll have a little tension, but
tension's different than a threat and dumping a table on a guy.
It's one of my favorite things. Don't you ever call me Chris again. Okay, Chris. You'll have to take a station break.
It's better than, like I said, do the show, B-word.
I don't know. That was pretty good. Lamont says it was Greg Cook and Brian Straw.
Brian Straw, that's it. Thank you, Lamont. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. One of the most epic on-air fights was Lance versus Wexler and Matt. Oh, yeah. What was that show called with Lance and Adam and
The Big Show?
Matt, The Big Show. They got into a fight over LeBron James being a B. I don't remember that.
I never heard Lance and Wex. I heard about Lance and Clanton.
I don't think I ever listened to The Big Show.
No, I just heard about the fights.
Lance and Clanton got into a fight?
Oh, they butted heads a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He says Josh Innes versus Daryl Morey was crazy. That was a crazy one.
Yep.
Herman and Lopez was a crazy one.
Well, even remember at the Super Bowl, Seth and Josh?
Oh, yeah.
That was, and McLean was trying to look like an innocent bystander. That was very uncomfortable.
He got 790 kicked out.
That's
then
right.
Then
they
it
got
turned
sent
to
home.
The rest of 790 versus Josh.
On-air fights are great.
Yeah.
They're awesome. Lamont said Josh Innes versus Rich Lord was over the McRib sandwich being racist. What? What in the world?
Of course it was. I mean,
I don't remember that at all.
What is that about?
That was oil and water. Josh really wanted to go at him every day.
Hey, Lamont, if you had that audio, send it my way. I want to hear all of those. I remember Innes Morey. I don't need that. I don't remember Cook Brian Straw. If
That's
you had
the
that
one where
audio,
he wanted to go downstairs.
I want to hear that. I want to hear the Lance one too. If you have that, Lamont, I want to hear all of these. If you have the audio, I know Lamont collects some of these audios. I wonder if he has them on tape somewhere. Let me know, Lamont. I want to hear all those. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I think we've punched ourselves out of Astro Talk. We'll get back to it a little bit later. Rockets back in the playoffs for the first time since 2020. Has you feeling what? 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Yeah, I figured.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Joel and I got into a little bit of a heated conversation earlier. No big deal. It's fine. We're okay. Uncle Barney was worried about me. Thank you, Uncle Barney. He said, do you want to know what he said?
Sure.
He said, glad you're not sitting within swinging range of Joel. That's just why I moved that knife yesterday.
Yeah, it's still there. Someone removed your napkin, but the knife is still there.
Oh, I took the napkin away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Brian, you missed it. There was a steak knife behind Blankers yesterday.
I mean, I can see it right now. It's on the windowsill here.
That's been there back on the table for a long time.
Yeah, it's been in the studio for months. I don't know whose it was.
But I kept my prints off of it, though. I used a napkin
that's
to
good.
move
You wiped it down? Okay.
I mean, I just had a napkin over my hand when I moved it.
Okay. It's still smart, though. You've seen a crime show or two. Don't put your fingerprints on it.
There's zero DNA on that knife. If anybody ever uses that knife to murder or commit a crime, not me. Not me. My prints are not on it.
Where all the DNA is, it's under this console.
It's gross.
At this where I sit because of how many bloody napkins Lance has left and other remnants of other things.
It's gross.
This seat or underneath this
The
desk.
board of the producer studio, I think, has a lot of DNA on it as well.
It's
pretty gross looking.
There's a million boba straws underneath the desk inside the studio.
Yeah,
it's
and they're
so weird.
colorful.
Yeah, they are. They are more color than a pride parade, I would say. There's a lot of color on those boba straws, like every single color you can imagine. So what are your best sports radio fights? Because the texters are texting it in, and we do what the texters tell us to do. Whoever made Nick Wright mad always made my day. Did he get mad a lot, Nick Wright, in Houston?
You know what he was? He was an instigator that would try and be the hero that no one needed, like stepping in like Josh and I had one time, and it wasn't really a big deal, but we both kind of traded barbs a few times.
Innis?
Yeah. And all of a sudden, Nick decided to throw himself right in the middle of it and basically was like mentioning me on the air. We had never met at the time. And he was like mentioning me and what should happen. And I called him up and I was like, hey, why don't you do me a favor and leave my name out of your mouth, at least until we meet. And right now, based on you trying to be the hero that no one needs, we don't need to meet. And he's like, well, we should have lunch. I go, we're beyond that.
Yeah, that's his move. You're right. He does try to interject. He tried to do that with Lopez and Herman. He was like, Tom, can we go to lunch?
Tom Herman, yes.
Yeah. He goes, can we go to lunch? And Herman goes, absolutely not. It was so funny.
I knew he had the lunch card with someone at U of H.
Yeah, he interjected himself in the Lopez-Herman fight. What did you and Innis get into it about?
It was what it was always about with Josh. It was about, the Rockets, like, being like, Gestapo and mafia, like we wouldn't let him say things or that we would say that.
So it was the Rockets days.
Yeah, it was probably a spinoff of an interaction with Tad or Daryl when he was always going at them.
Okay.
I mean, Tad had that reputation.
Oh God, yeah, absolutely. And I had to be and I can't tell you how many times Tad would call me into his office and go, hey, I don't want anybody to know it's me, but I'm going to need you to talk to this guy, this guy, and then tell this guy that if he says one more thing, we're taking away his press pass. But I don't want him to know it's me. Okay, Todd, you're right, because everybody thinks it's me when I come down on them.
That's pretty funny. Did you ever get in an on-air fight, Brian?
Not that I can think of.
Soft.
No, I can't think of one off the top of my head.
You're soft until you get into an on-air fight.
I guess I just don't take it that seriously.
I like to pick fights with the biggest and baddest. That way they know I'm not no punk.
Was this prison? You're gonna walk in the first day and punch the biggest guy on the
That's
block?
why I pick fights with Blankers. I pick fights with the Baytown Baddie. I pick fights with the biggest guys because I ain't no punk.
AJ and I got into one.
I remember that one.
Oh, that was pretty big.
Did y'all get into it on air?
It was basically across air. Like he
that's
waited
what I thought.
because they did the show after us, and he waited. And I went into the producer's room and grabbed the microphone and was screaming back and forth at him.
Oh,
and then
you
we
invaded
eventually
their show.
squashed it like on private message because I called him out and I said he was trying to put it all on Twitter, and I was like, you know what, man, if you want to do this, do it man to man, 1-on-1. But I'm not going to do this just so all the blitzers can come at you. And then we finally squashed it. Like,
why did y'all hate each other?
He didn't like that I came from the Rockets, and he thought, you had to have this, pay your dues in radio along the way, and that was more Fortune 500-y. And
I saw him in San Antonio.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, he was up there.
Oh,
I talked to him for a little bit.
He was posting a lot that he was covering the games, or he was at the games.
Yeah, I talked to him for a little bit. I was like, hey, how you doing? And we chatted for a couple seconds, not that long. But yeah, it was good to see him. The late hits fight was the best, says a texter. That was with Braddock and Creighton. That one was pretty dang good.
The one-liners alone is what's going to let that one live towards the top of the list.
Ennis was one of the worst mistakes in Houston sports radio, says a texter. I didn't hate Ennis. I thought he was kind of entertaining.
Look, I think he's extremely talented on the air. I think he has a lot of talent.
That's what everybody says, though. Like, oh, I think he's talented. But it's always like,
But he does things that set himself up for what he eventually gets. Like, you can't go into your program director's office every day and then basically get to the point where you feel like you can tell him off, and and basically you can control him and do all those things, and then not expect that guy's not going to really be in your corner anymore.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, he was entertaining. I'll say that. Soriano, we need a fight on the bullpen this weekend. There you go, Brian. Pick a fight on the bullpen this weekend.
You want me to pick a fight with Mapes?
You and Mapes, go at it.
I don't know if anyone at this station could pick a fight with Mapes.
That's true.
I think Mapes would be the hardest to instigate into a fight. So
Roaring Kitty just doesn't get into it.
Yeah,
but he's got the headband if he ever just wants to go completely off the walls on you.
Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Brian, you're in the high. What's up, Brian?
Hey, how's it going? I remember, y'all might have mentioned this already, and Charlie Palillo and somebody one night, and they almost actually got into an actual fist fight.
What?
Charlie?
Who did Charlie get into a fist fight with? The biggest fight's Brian's phone with his cell service. That is atrocious.
My God, with the
text
outside
in, Brian.
roll
Just
the
text
windows
in.
up or something. What do we got going?
Just text who Palillo fought. I never
Charlie
heard
Palillo
Palillo
would
got
never
in a
get in
fight.
a fight with anybody. He might have antagonized someone with facts and an overabundance of statistics, but I don't think there's any way that Charlie would ever fight anybody.
Did Palillo go in spikes high to somebody's knee in the pickup softball games he would have on Saturdays?
Oh, bro.
Is that what engaged in a fight?
Talk about it. That was, he lives for that. Like, he had the videos.
Yeah, there's no way that Palillo got into a fight. I just don't believe that.
He would never. That's totally ethically and otherwise. He would never get in a fight. Like I said, he browbeat someone with stats to make his point, but they might have gotten mad at him, but he wasn't going to fight.
Donna says that AJ would ruffle your feathers on a daily basis. Texture,
yeah. Oh, and Barry. Yeah.
Texture would say AJ would have rolled blankers.
Okay. AJ used to fight MMA, and he's an ex-military guy. Okay, if that's the corner you want to sit in, get your towel and your water bucket.
Who's going to be your cut guy?
Nick Sharara.
Me and David Dilotti, when I went to his house studio and he never helped me out in radio. Dang. Sour grapes there with David Dilotti.
Who was that?
David Dilotti would do updates on ESPN 975.
No, but who went to his house?
Some texter.
Oh.
I don't know who it was.
I'll tell you the one that never made it on air, and I thought it would, was the day that Barry and I and Nick had a knockdown drag out in the studio down the hall here.
For real? What'd y'all get in a fight about?
Oh, my God. It was like it was boiling over because they put us all together, and we had never met each other before, and it was like there was constant tension, and I think it was when AJ was going to be named program director, and they knew and they didn't want to tell me because AJ and I had the past. And then once they did, and then I was like, how could you not tell me this? And then Fred, who was everybody's confidant, Fred was like, hey, don't worry about this. It's going to be fine. And AJ likes you and blah, 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 blah. And I brought it back up, and Barry and Nick thought that I had thrown them under the bus and told them that they told me. And so they pressed the wrong button. And I swear to God, they had all that soundproof foam in there. And Esme could hear us and swore that someone was being murdered in the small studio. And we had 2 minutes to go on the air. And they finally go, you guys got to do a show. We went in. Before that red light went on, I was so nervous that I had no idea where that show was going to go. And no one on air could ever tell. We walked out of there and I go, if we could do a show today, we could do a show any day, because there was no way I thought we were going to do it.
After hearing all this, I think I'm your favorite.
Not even close.
I don't know, man. After hearing all this, I think I might be.
Brutal day.
Charlie almost got into a fight with Zerline when they were co-hosts. B. Hannon says Palillo and Barry Warner. No way.
Well, Nick and Barry Warner had a couple.
Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Philip, you're in the Hive. What's up, Philip?
Hey guys, just quick take on Josh, and it's a name I had not heard in a while. I didn't mind him if my goal was I wanted pop culture, but my issue with him was just, I'm listening to sports radio. If you want to do the KRBE morning show, that's fine. That he was perfect for that. But, you listen to sports radio, you want to hear sports. He loved to talk Hollywood. So the other thing I'll leave with you real quick on that, too, is if you ever have the Blu-ray on for the 2017 Astros box set for the documentary that they did, the official MLB one, they do use a soundbite of Josh Ennis in that Blu-ray, and it makes me cringe every time. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
I thought he was going to go to the Jeff Blum, Alex Cora beef. Jeremy, are you there? Hello? Evidently not. Brian, did we lose Jeremy?
He's still moving around on camera. I think he's adjusting something. I'm not sure exactly what happened. I see him
or not.
Yeah, I see him moving around. Okay, he says, okay.
Oh, I'm back.
Oh,
I'm
he's back. There we go.
I don't know what happened here. Rice didn't pay their bills. What did he say about the box set?
He said that Ennis has a quote on there, and every time he hears it, it makes him cringe. And I thought he was going to go to the whole on the bus that one story where where Alex Cora went at Blummer.
I have that box set, but I haven't opened it. I've never watched it. Somebody gave it to me for Christmas. I've never opened it. It's probably better to not open it, right?
Yeah, if you want to. Yeah, I would think that people would have value to it as it gets older.
What are your favorite on-air fights? 713-780-ESPN. It's Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Oh, Nick and Fred. That one. Nick Sharara and Fred and Nick and I were doing a show at the time.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Back on the Bees, as we're just about 2 hours into the show, and Friendly Fire has developed into quite a conversation here as we were talking about some of the best on-air beefs that we've had in the Houston area. Jeremy joining us.
Did you lose me again?
Yeah.
This Rice Internet, I tell you think they would have the finest in Houston on this thing. You think the sophistication here would be on a different level.
I do remember, by the way, Jeremy, the one that I couldn't believe I forgot this, but Fred, R.I.P. Fred the Falcon, Fred Fowler. Fred, we know sometimes had a tendency to consume some beverages, sometimes just kind of get a little off the rails. One night in particular, again, Nick and I doing the show leading into the Blitz, and we were talking about Chris Paul, and there was something about Chris Paul where we were like, you know what, he's having kind of a down year, but he's still good enough. And then we find out, and Nick heard evidently that Fred said Joel and Nick both said that Chris Paul sucks, and just went on and on and on and on. And Nick called me at home that night, and he goes, hey, just so you know, I'm pulling all our audio. I am pulling his audio, and I am going nuclear on Fred tomorrow. And I was like, okay. And then he played me what I said. Well, first of all, Fred's extremely wrong. I'll definitely go in on that. I'll back up what I said. He's like, okay, let's go. We were on remote, and Nick went, he went as close to pushing the line as he could possibly go. Red in the face, screaming, yelling, spitting, just like basically just had enough and was calling out anything that Fred had ever done. And Fred showed up early to do their show.
Oh.
And we were well beyond it. We were, the final hour of the show, and we were on to talking about other sports things. And when Fred walked in, Nick was like, coming up after the break, we're going to refresh everyone's memory on how wrong Fred was. And I was like, oh, God. And then after we were done, Nick had to produce the Blitz. And AJ. AJ was like, hey, Nick, seems like you had a lot to say. Maybe Fred wants to respond. And Nick just flipped his own mic on and was like, yeah, let's go. They both got called in the next day. Nick was relentless.
That was vindictive stuff there.
Oh, it was messy.
Man. I know that guy who just called only wants to hear sports, but I enjoy some different segments every now and then. You guys do a great job of mixing it up. Fred and AJ used to do stuff like Gym of the Day. Yeah, that was they were a great show. Palillo the Pillow never fought anyone but a stat sheet, says Jasper. Dang, Palillo the Pillow. That's not a great nickname.
Charlie was definitely not a fighter, but Charlie could fight his side of an argument and back it up a million different ways.
No doubt. Corey brought up the Nick and Fred. I guess that was cross show, but that one got pretty heated. Coward D versus Jeremy Branham. That one's one of my favorites. I do like that one. Sean Salisbury absolutely went in on someone and straight up called him a B on air. It was about how much quarterbacks are protected nowadays, right when they started really protecting quarterbacks. Can't remember the co-host. It was 5+ years ago, probably. I don't remember that one.
He went with Granado the majority of the time, didn't he? He would never go at John.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he said it was a caller, so I guess versus a caller. Lamont says Andre Ware and Lopez got into a heated on-air fight because Lopez was on air with Nick Wright. Lopez was clowning on U of H being third ward high, and Andre Ware called in and let him have it. I remember that. I remember that one very well.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, it was back whenever it was. That was whenever he was. He's always been at 6'10", right? No, he was at 790 for a while. Lopez. Yeah, but Lopez was. He was putting U of H down in the location, and no one goes to games there because it's in the third ward. And Andre Ware called him up and set him straight.
Okay.
Set him straight.
The Heisman can do that.
Yeah, he did. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, I got one for the Houston sports radio fight. The biggest fight not mentioned was Barry Laminack hosting and working a 5-day sports radio show, 5-day-a-week sports radio show. That was the biggest fight I've ever seen.
Okay. I think
boom roasted.
I guess.
Is that, I guess.
Attempted. Wow.
Let's leave the jokes to the
And
comedians.
normally that's not Keith's man. I mean, that's not his bit.
Keith was taking a shot. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah. All right, let's go back out to the HR&B listener line. Alex, you're in the Hive.
Hey guys, sports. I'm not really sure if it was like an on-air fight, but the Wheelhouse versus John and Lance. I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, that one at the end got. I think it was supposed to all be, the Wheelhouse. I think had to be careful what they asked for, because when you ruffle the feathers of the Godfather, at a certain point, John had enough, and you could say he was kidding, but John was drilling away.
Yeah, he went at him. He went at him good. You don't mess with Granado.
No, I think there was a couple days that some of us from different shows were walking down the hall going, if you listen to everything John said, those weren't all just friendly barbs.
No, that one got a little personal, I felt like.
I think more than a little, yep.
Yeah, that was not the best decision. Texter Joseph says, I missed the Wheelhouse. You're 2 weeks late on your text there, Joseph G. You should have sent that on the first. Jerome thought wipes wasn't masculine because AJ was very vocal about using wipes over toilet paper. I guess Jerome and AJ got into a heated argument about these wipes.
Jerome Solomon?
I guess.
It must have been Jerome Solomon because he was on frequently with the Blitz. I don't remember that.
I do remember that take that AJ had
for sure.
He thought that the wipes were better than the toilet paper, which I agree with. Like, how do you watch a baby? How do you clean up a baby poop or a diaper? Use wipes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're good for the toilet.
No, well, yeah, you're not supposed to flush them, but
Right.
I can't imagine overall though getting in a heated argument about using wipes or not using wipes. I think that says more about the people involved than it does anything else.
Okay, so here's another one for you guys. We had a frequent station listener, like a Gilbert type, an ex-military guy, and he went by the name of White Magic because he told everybody that playing pickup ball, everybody thought he was a White Magic Johnson. And he used to call up the Blitz to support our show and take shots and bust Fred and AJ. And he went pretty hard. And one day AJ went at him. And then it became on air. He'd call in and they'd get back and forth. And it turned out to, at Nick's place for the Christmas show one year, that it was basically set up that they were going to meet in the parking lot. And in front of all the people that were there for the party, they were going to duke this thing out.
I remember that.
And White Magic,
AJ was going to fight a listener.
Oh, it was good.
Oh, yeah.
Flat out. And it got to the point where White Magic, from his military background, was like, I'm having PTSD right now. Like, I'm going through some things. And he called me the night before. I was like, you don't have to do this, man. This is AJ setting this up. And he wants you to do it, but you guys haven't even seen each other before. And then at the last minute, White Magic didn't show up, and people were very disappointed.
Yeah, I remember that. That would have been something.
Whew, boy, would it. And I don't think it would have been, even if AJ won the fight, it would have been a bigger battle.
Probably, yeah. OU Mike and Dell, says a texter. Dante Hall and Lopez. Lance versus Branham was pretty decent. That was one-sided. That wasn't decent. That was no good. What else? Creighton versus Braddock was very entertaining to me. Fred and AJ would lock it up at the next day, if not right after, tell each other they loved each other. That's true.
Yep.
Josh convinced Mike Meltzer that he could get him Stephen Hawking's on his show, and it was really just Josh using a computer voice. Meltzer was ticked when he found out it was Josh. I don't remember that. That's pretty funny.
I hope that's
Meltzer
true.
getting very heated over that.
I hope that's true.
I don't think Meltzer said that was fair.
Probably. They giggle too much on the bullpen to fight. Is that true?
I'm sorry. What do we do in the bullpen?
Giggle.
Oh, it's not completely unfair.
Mike and Mike had the greatest fights. I didn't listen to a ton of Mike and Mike.
We got into it from time to time.
Yeah, by
I never
the end,
took
they weren't fans of each other.
Yeah, well, that was more about Greenberg taking the show away and
Yeah,
Golick
Greeny
got
went
left
behind
out. But
Golick's
as
back
far
and
as the fights on the air, I never took them as all that heated. Like, they disagreed with each other, but it never came off as personal to me.
I can't see Greenberg fighting anybody.
No.
Well, no, not physically, no.
Jong and pepper spray. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, John lost that one.
Lands versus everybody trolling his dry brisket. Texter Bill, the late hits fight with Creighton and Braddock was the best. What time did this fight start? I'd love to hear that. I don't remember. It was probably around 3:45.
It was the last segment of hour one, just before the top of the hour. So like 3:57-ish.
Was it that late into the segment?
Yeah. Because I had to get in you guys' ears. Like, we got to go to break. We got to hit the legal ID. So that's the reason I remembered.
That's right.
It was leading up to the top of the hour.
Best on air fight I've heard was Fred and AJ getting into it. And Fred said, okay, fine. What do you want to talk about? Dead air. AJ started yelling. We've talked about that before.
I don't know if I remember that one, but I mean, for them, it was like pretty much every day.
Who's gotten into it with Booker T? You mean Jobber T? John Lee versus Mace, Lance versus Brisket, B-Meg versus having good food takes. That's a good point.
Bad point.
Ryan said, making an airplane noise with a fork full of pre-chopped wedge salad. Yeah,
I would not back down for that take.
One of your worst. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Rockets in the playoffs for the first time since 2020. Has you feeling what? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility and a lot of cost. Great responsibility and great cost. You already had to spend money today. Turning that over. Don't do it with your property taxes. Everybody is talking about Ownwell. I know you've seen it. Everybody is talking about Ownwell, and they're here to help you with that cost. They want to save you from spending too much money on property tax. A lot of homeowners are overpaying, and I don't want it to be you because I love you and I want to take care of you. Head to Ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes to get their experts fighting for you. Ownwell has cutting-edge technology that can start saving you money with no upfront cost. Put your property tax savings back in your pocket, reinvest it, spend it however you want. Just don't spend it on property tax. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish. They deliver top results, no upfront cost, only pay if you save. Can't beat that. There's no risk. All reward. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction, and the average customer saves over $1,100. Those are some good numbers that are on your side. Ownwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax. Now, the deadline to protest is in a month. It's May 15th, so do not run out of time. Act now. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start that protest today at Ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com, Ownwell.com.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Paul's getting some strays here. He's getting dragged. Worst fights are Paul's battle with his cat. Paul versus dating. Worst fight. Joe's getting a stray.
Just you, Joe.
Greatest on-air fight, Joe George versus a decent take. Why is Joe catching strays?
Yeah, I don't know. I saw that. I was like, dang, even Joe's catching them.
It's messed up. Do y'all remember getting into it over Davis Mills right before y'all interviewed a Chicago host about the White Sox postseason series?
By the way, that guy still owes us whatever we bet him.
I don't. I remember us fighting about Mills. I don't remember our takes, though.
I think it was like what his ceiling was or something like that.
I don't remember.
I know that might have been one of the first ones we ever had.
I don't remember the name of the coach, but I remember Jeremy pissing off a coach at the was it the Bear Bryant Awards?
James Franklin.
Yes.
I asked him about a player that was like committing crimes, and he got mad and threw off his headset and walked off.
Wow.
Yeah, it was topical though. Like it just happened, and like he didn't suspend him, and I was like, so what's the deal with this or whatever? And like it wasn't even like a gotcha question. It was just like, hey, what's the update type of deal? And he's like, not answering that, and then took off his headset and left. Yeah,
that's
James Franklin.
But getting back to that, when we talk about Joe doesn't pay his bets, we had that playoff bet. What they call him, the hoodie. That was the interview we did right after the Davis Mills conversation, and they wanted us to make an on-air bet about Astros White Sox. We won, and they never paid up. I don't even remember what it was.
I think they were supposed to send us pizza.
And it was that and something for like some fan gathering, and they would pay for it or something. But yeah, that they never paid that up.
Yeah, I don't remember what we were arguing about Mills. I think I was a Mills hater though, and you were saying like maybe it's not enough time or something. I was like, no, it's enough.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I think we got into it about Tua.
Yes, we have in the past. Yes,
I don't remember the take there either, but I remember us getting into it about Tua.
Mm-hmm.
Got into it about should the Astros have traded their players sooner or later. What else have we got into it about?
I can't remember. I mean, there's
Jalen Green probably.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, there's been a lot. Yeah, it's good fun. Good fun.
How about Paul and Ozzie Guillen?
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a real good one.
Yeah, because when they were taking the strays at Paul, I was like, well, wait a minute. The one that was legit was kind of like with you and James Franklin, but Paulie pushed Ozzie Guillen's buttons the wrong way, and Ozzie Guillen had a whole bunch of F-bombs for Paul.
Yeah, that was
Paul
real
had
good.
some moments with Bill O'Brien as well.
He did.
Although apparently Bill O'Brien was usually mature enough to actually call Paul personally once to like, hey man, sorry I blew up on you there, and was apologetic. So Bill O'Brien took his L's at least personally, off the air, but they had some blow up moments in press conferences.
He told me I asked a stupid question once and that we had to do better. It had to do with I think it had to do with game management though. Like he botched something, and I was like, hey, what was the idea here? And it was the first question, and he got sour, and we got to be better than that.
Did he ever go at Barry Warner?
O'Brien?
O'Brien, because I know Barry had no problem like doubling down and going at Bill O'Brien at press conferences pretty hard.
I don't remember one specifically with Warner, but it wouldn't shock me. I mean, O'Brien did that to everybody.
I thought he was the one guy, like maybe someone filled him in on how long he'd been in the probably Barry probably told him how long he's been in the business, but it seemed like that was the one guy. I heard O'Brien go off on a lot of people by name.
Yeah, he did. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Rockets back in the playoffs for the first time since 2020. Has you feeling what? 713-780-3776. How are you feeling about this?
I think to me it's a combination, but probably optimistic and enthusiastic because, look, I said they're playing with house money regardless. And I know that because they're, a 2 seed, the expectations nationally are they have to win this opening round series. But even if they don't win the series and it's a longer series, they've already have achieved so much that I think people, again, we talk about spoiled fan base, but I don't think anybody in their wildest dreams could have imagined that the turnaround would have been this quick, especially with how bad Silas was. So I think that looking at this team and saying, you got the 2 seed this year, you won the division this year, you did all those things in a way shorter time frame than I ever thought you were going to be able to do those things. So I'm encouraged and I'm enthusiastic because I know the future's bright, and I'm really just curious as to what they can do in their first, for the most part, all but like 3 players, their first experience in the playoffs.
I feel, I mean, my postseason expectations are pretty low. Like, to me, it's house money type of season. Like, this has already been a really good year. I love the trajectory. All systems go. So, like, even if they lost in the first round, I'm not going to be too upset. Obviously, I want them to win and all of that. But I feel like I'm also, like, realistic, like, with where they are in this build that they've been able to establish. So I'm excited. Like, I'm excited that we get to see NBA postseason basketball for the first time since 2020. I'm not really nervous about it because I don't have any expectations. Like, hey, just don't get swept. Like, don't lose an uncompetitive 5-game series. As long as they're competitive in the first round, that's enough for me. I know, they got a 2 seed. You should win that, all that. They're also potentially going to go up against Golden State, and Golden State is really good. Like, they've had a history of being really good. They could potentially go up against Ja Morant, Memphis, who have been good over the years. They could lose that series. So I'm just excited. Like, I'm excited we get to see NBA postseason basketball in the city of Houston for the first time since 2000. It's a lot of fun for me. That's where I'm at.
Brian, where are you at?
Yeah, I think hopeful, if I had to use one word, and it's been a while since I felt that way. Probably since Chris Paul lay prone on the Toyota Center court when we saw what happened in Game 5 against the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals. That's probably the last time I felt like that. I didn't really feel that way during the Westbrook year, and obviously what happened after that didn't leave a lot of hope for anybody. But yeah, whether it's a solid first round that encourages that they're ready to take a step where they actually win a round or maybe even 2. I think hopeful for the first time in, 4 or 5 seasons is probably what I feel right now.
A few of the texters, Rockets in the playoffs has me feeling hyped. Josh from Seabrook. Guys, I think that if the Rockets play and beat the Warriors, that would be their championship, even if they do not win it all this year. What do you think? I don't like that. I don't like that viewpoint. It shouldn't be their championship.
It shouldn't be their championship. I mean, their expectation should be they can play with anybody. If you're the 2 seed, the only team that you're supposed to worry about, just from record standpoint, would be OKC because they had a better record than you. And we both have said they're on a kind of a plateau above everybody in the West anyway. But other than that, they should be in full attack mode going, we can run with anybody. We can, defend. We got a really good coach. We got a shot.
Maybe beating Golden State cements you're playing with house's money logic.
And it also gives you a little bit of a kind of a, you finally get back at the Warriors too, which
that's more for the fans, though.
Well, exactly, but everybody wants
these guys
that. And
didn't play them.
Look, the players know. I mean, they went into Golden State, and it mattered to them whether it was said publicly or not. They knew that team hadn't won in the Bay Area in like 3.5, 4 years, and that kind of stuff matters to them because they feel like this is their way of setting who they are. So I think they know what the city's been through with Golden State, and because they still have Steph and they got Jimmy. I think that if you beat Golden State, it's a double-edged win sword.
I've also said they're going to beat the Lakers in a 7-game series should they play. So
yes, you did.
I really want to see that matchup.
I would love to see it too.
I've been very arrogant with the Rockets. I've said they're going to beat Golden State. I've said they're going to beat Memphis. I said they're going to beat the Lakers. So hopefully the Rockets made me look smart because I have been very arrogant that they're going to win these series against whoever they might play in the first 2 rounds. I'd rather play the Lakers than Minnesota, I believe.
I don't think they should want Minnesota. I just think Anthony Edwards is that dude. He just has the ability to carry a team all by himself if he had to. And they've got some decent pieces around him. But, yeah, I think that's a team that's very scary come playoff time.
So you rather go Lakers than Minnesota?
Well, I think LeBron.
Pick your second-round opponent right now, Lakers or Minnesota. Who would you rather play?
I'll take my chances with Minnesota and one guy as opposed to taking my chances with another guy that could do it with Luka, still having LeBron and some other guys too. And Austin Reeves can play.
Bring on LeBron and bring on Luka Doncic. No problem. Rockets got that series. I have no concerns. Rockets are going to get it done. Rockets are going to play the Western Conference Finals this year.
Go to bet?
Cash it or trash it. No, I wouldn't bet you that straight up. I can get good odds. I'm giving away value if I do that. You think I'm a fool?
Just what you do to me all the time. You want to bet?
No, you're right. I do that, but I'm trying to gain value whenever I do that. I'm not going to give away value. I know the value of this too well.
Okay, there were people on Twitch yesterday that were willing to make the same bet
with Rockets going to the Western Conference Finals for even money.
And then when I said I'll take that bet, then they bowed out.
That's not surprising. No, I mean the odds of the Rockets getting to the Western Conference Final would have to be what, plus 400? What do you think it would be? You could probably find that somewhere.
It's got to be out there. Yeah. I think from a Vegas, that'd be interesting because from a Vegas perspective, that's your reality check. For all the people that are saying as the 2 seed, they should have the second best odds to get into the Western Conference Finals. I don't think that they do.
Hey,
If anybody pulls up those odds faster than me, 713-780 ESPN. Their odds to win the Western Conference are plus 2,500, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the odds to make the Western Conference Finals. Somebody find that for me. 713-780 ESPN.
The odds I saw, well, this is title odds, not Western Conference Finals.
Right, that doesn't help.
Okay, well, I'm just saying the Timberwolves are actually ahead of the Rockets even in that. So
really,
yeah, Vegas would tell you Timberwolves as a 6 seed has better odds than the Rockets.
Somebody find me those odds. Pronto. Jamie, find me those odds. 713-780 ESPN. What are the Rockets' odds to make the Western Conference? I don't want your opinion. I want Vegas odds there. But the Rockets back in the playoffs for the first time since 2020 has you feeling 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
I'm done with reads for today, right?
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
I don't think these odds exist.
They got to be out there.
Just making the Western Conference Finals. I can't find it anywhere. So, I tried, guys. I tried. 713-780-ESPN. Ocho says, I'm enjoying some of the hot mic off-air conversations we're getting. Brian, did you forget how to produce in your one day off?
Man, I am turning everything on and off without a program for you and Joel's mics, and it's still going out. I don't know what to do. And this thing's got gremlins.
Yeah, they were struggling with it yesterday. Careful, Blankers.
I don't think
say
I've
anything
talked
to
anybody
that
during
mic's
the break
hot
today, so I'm good.
100% of the time. That mic. 713-780-ESPN. Texture, they're headed in the right direction. Coach will get a couple Coach of the Year votes. Rockets were like 6th in the odds to win the West last I saw. Yeah, I'm looking for their odds to just make the Western Conference Finals because they would have to beat either the Warriors or the Grizzlies, and then they would have to beat the winner of Lakers Timberwolves if they're there. You watch a bunch of NBA basketball, so I know you'll be watching Warriors Grizzlies tonight. I'm a casual NBA fan. I'll watch the Rockets every game, and I'll watch the playoffs, and that's it. But tonight is a game I will be tuning into. I will be watching Golden State and Memphis tonight to see who the Rockets will play.
Yeah, I mean, we've got practice tonight, so I'll be coaching for part of it, but that's the late game, so I should be able to watch that.
Yeah, I like y'all practicing.
Start at 6:30 and go till 8.
Yeah, y'all be done.
Look, it's going to be interesting because you got skins in the game. You want to see who you're going to play. I just don't think Memphis is capable of bringing it all together and competing with the Warriors. Now, Butler has a leg injury. Steph's got a thumb. Maybe something flares, but I expect at home that Golden State takes care of business.
Are you hoping that Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler get hurt?
No, not at all.
Okay, I was making sure.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that could be a factor in the game. Look, I think Memphis they have talent. They've got a young team that could throw caution to the wind. And could in a one game, could anything happen? Sure. But I think the spread's about right. I think Golden State by about 6.5, 7.
Yeah, I think Golden State will win. If Steph Curry wants to roll an ankle, though, it wouldn't break my heart. Wouldn't break my heart. What is Jimmy Butler's injury?
Wasn't that one that we got into it about too?
No, I don't think that was that heated. You disagreed a lot, but I don't think we got heated over that one.
Jimmy Butler got a knee in the thigh from Kawhi the other night and was having a hard time putting pressure on his leg at the end of the game.
Okay. Yeah. Curry wants to roll the ankle. That's okay. He's got all season to let it heal. It'll be fine. Be okay. I'm going to try and watch, but those late games in at 11:30. Really hope Memphis pulls this out to OKC and Golden State gets the late games first round. Okay, so he's looking at it from a viewing point of view, the first round. Because if Golden State, that's a good point. You wouldn't have as many late starts in the first round if you played Memphis.
That's true.
I didn't really think of that.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they do stupid stuff with the playoff scheduling too. They'll go with the sexy matchup that's on the East Coast and try and make them start at 8:30.
Sure, but you're not going to get as many 9:30 starts if you're playing Memphis instead of Golden State.
No, you shouldn't. But especially in the first round, they're going to go, if it's a compelling matchup, they'll go a doubleheader and don't really care about which time zone you're in.
But Rockets and Grizzlies wouldn't be compelling.
No, not as much as Rockets Warriors.
Yeah, so they would get a bunch of early start times, I think.
They'll get some NBA TVs out of it. I can guarantee that. They're going to get you some NBA TVs for sure.
The Shin can do the first round.
They can, yes.
Unless it's like a standalone game in which they can't. But they're doing the first round, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, aside from ABC games, right?
Will you watch the national coverage or will you watch the Shin?
I'm loyal to my boy Craig. And Vanessa. And I think Ryan's a nice guy. I would watch the local.
Not me. I love them too, but I'm watching the national.
Okay.
I like to hear what the random people have to say. I know what Craig's going to say. I know what Vanessa and Ryan's going to say.
Talk about salty lately. My boy Ackerman's attacking on Twitter. Have you seen that?
Yeah, he's been getting attacked though.
But everybody does, right? But
he's going to
he's been responding.
Yeah, he has. That's been pretty cool. Lamont, I'm no longer a fan of the NBA/Rockets thanks to Maury and Houston media and Maury fanboy minions. That said, I really hope the Rockets can pull it off so all of the fanboys will eat it. Maury had this city by the cojones, and everyone worshipped him. Lamont hates Maury.
He does. He and Gary both they don't really care for Daryl.
I thought that Daryl was overrated. I thought he was good at collecting talent, but I think he was really bad at collecting a team.
I think I have expressed on many occasions how I couldn't agree with you more, and I would put more. I'd be stronger than that. I think Daryl lucked into some things. I think if Daryl ever makes the trade that he made that David Stern vetoed, that you would be talking about a hellacious stretch of Rockets basketball when he wanted Pau Gasol to be the centerpiece to build around and was facilitating Chris Paul to the Lakers and giving up, I think, 4/5 of his starting lineup on top of it. And he lucked out and then was able to take some of those pieces the next year and get James Harden because he was the first message on Sam Presti's voice recorder when Sam found out James wasn't going to take a cent less than a max deal.
Texture not trying to be blacked out by NBA TV. You won't have to worry about it in the first round because the NBA TV games, even if they are blacked out, you got the shin.
Right. In the first round, you're good.
Ooh, I was way off on this. Texture William Hill has the Rockets plus 750 to make the Western Conference Finals. I thought it was plus 400. I think that's good value.
You better bet it.
I don't have William Hill. Hey, Texture, can you lay down a bet for me? 713-780-3776.
You gonna owe him?
Somebody could put it in escrow. I mean, if I knew the guy, I would just send him the money. But I don't know the guy. I'm gonna, I already mentioned that one. I think they match up way better with Minnesota. Lakers and Houston would just have a lot of drama. I think it'd be good. Ocho says the Rockets in the playoffs has me yearning for more college basketball. Isn't November yet? It's a good point. I agree with Ocho. Texture, Lakers might sweep them. Grimace emoji. Nah.
See?
Coaching experience has to be stronger than player experience for the Rockets. That's a good point. Like Ime's coach, they have a coach who has playoff experience. They have a team who has very little. I mean, Fred VanVleet won a championship. Dylan Brooks has some playoff experience. Steven Adams does.
Fred
But other than
VanVleet,
that,
I mean, was huge and won a championship.
yes, he did.
But I think he's a shell of what he was when he did all those things.
Yeah, but he broke up with Drake since then, so he doesn't have Drake on his side, which is probably a good thing because the Drake curse is real.
That I would say you're right on, and Drake drives me nuts. But but I would say that from the standpoint of Udoka, we forget that he's got 1 year of playoff experience. Yes, they made it to the championship, but that's all he has. So, I mean, yeah, he coached under Pop and some other guys that had success, but I would throw that caveat in there that he's had 1 year of coaching a team that made a playoff run.
Would you want one championship? Well, it wasn't a championship, but one run to the NBA Finals or 5 first-round exits?
Probably one run to the finals.
I'm not talking about from like a team perspective. I'm talking about just from a coach getting experience elsewhere. Like Ime's experience is elsewhere. So we have no rooting interest in the Celtics championship run. But would you rather have had Ime the 1 year going to the finals, or would you rather have had Ime 5 years of losing in the first round prior to coming to Houston?
I would lean the 1 year going to the finals. It's wasn't that the year that they were in the bubble?
I don't think Ime was the bubble year.
I wasn't sure. I'm trying to remember.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I think that the deeper run for 1 year means more because the stakes are higher. The every decision is more crucial. And so I would say the 1 year.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, give me the championship final run versus a series of first round exits. Yeah, the year that he went to the finals was 22. The bubble year is 20. So it's 2 years removed from that. Yeah. So all right. 713-780-ESPN. Should be fun though. Rockets in the playoffs. Didn't Drake curse end with Raptors chip? No, he's had some other curses. Who is the worst curse, Drake or Ted Cruz? Wouldn't want to be either one of them. They both have bad curses.
Bad mojo.
Alex says, just leave me the money at 45 and Richie. Come on, Alex. I'm not doing that. I'll leave you the money. Desert Stro, I got you, Branham. I'll give you my Venmo. Desert Stro, I think Ryan is a nice guy, LOL.
I had never met him. I knew nothing about him. And Craig introduced me to him this year, and he's a very nice guy.
Yeah. That's the all right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Cash him or trash him. What are you cashing or trashing with the Bees? It is the Killer Bees and ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. If you're looking to escape the rat race for the weekend, maybe a coworker that you got into a tiff with and you want to put that behind you, the hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, or whatever is causing you stress, I have the best weekend idea for you. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com. You want to get out of the house for a couple of days? You want to get out of the house, go recover for a couple of days? Two Creeks Crossing Resort. They have open green spaces, beautiful wildlife that you don't see in the city, and beautiful, majestic trees. If you like fishing, they have some of the best fishing in Texas as well in their Two Creeks. The best part, at least I think, it's only 90 minutes from Houston. You can get out there in an hour and a half. You don't have to waste your precious PTO time traveling, hopping on an airplane, driving 5.5 hours. Get out there in 90 minutes. Start the vacation right away. Hike on their 92-acre property. Kayak on their water. Play some pickleball on their pickleball courts, or just have a drink by the pool. That's cool too. Two Creeks Crossing Resort takes care of all of their visitors, from glamping to cabins to tree houses or pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for anyone. Book your weekend escape now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. Cash 'em or trash 'em with the bees. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line 713-780-3776. Blankers, what's your cash 'em or trash 'em?
My cash 'em or trash 'em is the fact that I'm this Tennessee quarterback situation, and the fact that finally a school has put their foot down is going to be the first step towards hopefully righting the ship of NIL, transfer portal, and free agency. Righting the ship. Oh. Ship talk, baby.
What define writing it?
Finally, I think at least starting the process of getting players and their representation to realize that they don't hold all the cards, and you got to be careful when you're in negotiations because sometimes they can backfire. So maybe slow it down a little bit.
I think it's going to impact the timing of when players try to do it. Actually, I don't know, man. Like, a lot of players enter the portal after the spring games. That's why a lot of these teams aren't even playing spring games anymore, is that they don't want to put their players on a stage where they might get poached by somebody else. I really don't think so. Now, I kind of like what's happening to Nico here, where it looks like he's going to get less money than he was already getting. But I don't think so. Like, if capitalism exists, I think people are always going to try to take advantage of it.
I hope, because the rumors that are out there now, once this story broke, is the fact that a lot of guys were holding their universities hostage before their their bowl games and or the college football playoffs, saying, my guy's not going to play if you don't pay more. That's where they've got to get a hold of this thing. That's why I hope that more schools are willing to put their foot down.
Yeah, I like that they're putting their foot down. I like that they kind of called his bluff or whatever, or didn't budge. But I don't think that it helps the market at all. Texter says Tennessee quarterback actually going to get more money on the open market. Let's see.
There's no way. His rumored first destination was UCLA. UCLA ain't paying him more than Tennessee was going to pay him.
I mean, I see these players put their top 4 and then sign somewhere else. Like, let's see how it ends up. Mm-hmm. I thought when he initially did it that he was going to get more money, but I also thought when he initially did it, he probably already had a team ready to do it. And the fact that it's kind of played out here a little bit makes me think he didn't have that initial commitment. But whenever he first did it, I thought the same. I thought he was going to get more money. Now that it's been a few days and he still hasn't signed anywhere or committed anywhere, I'm second guessing that. But
I hope he doesn't.
My bigger take is I hope that eventually college athletics is a collectively bargained sport. I hope that they unionize. I hope you get one entity. I hope you get whatever the entity is, whatever the union is, you sit them down and they iron this out, collectively bargain it, and put rules in place. That's my pipe dream hope that eventually happens someday.
Yeah, I would like to see them have to sign contracts, because the fact that he got paid his junior and senior year of high school in a 4-year deal and collected all of that, and then tried to in the final year of the deal, tried to get $2 million more. I just, that annoys me.
The contract means nothing though if you don't have a collectively bargained agreement. Like, that's what's happening right now with the NCAA. That's why you have the House law or whatever, the House versus the NCAA settlement. That's why you have all of these things going on. It's because what the law is telling you right now, and what these judges are telling you right now, and what these court decisions are telling you right now, is that the NCAA has zero say on anything, that they can't put these rules in play. Free enterprise, all of it. They have zero power to do any of this. So I'm with you. I want contracts as well. But the only way that you can ever do it is if there's a collective bargaining agreement, just like every professional sport has. Because now, we do have a piece of paperwork that we can now tell. Like, if you sued them or whatever, well, now you have a collectively bargained agreement. You can't sue us. It's right here in Law 4, Rule A, Section 3.2. So they need a CBA.
Yeah, this is professional sports, and you're right. This is something that they don't have because they've never been this before, but they are now, and it's time for it.
Yeah, I really hope that I think it's very difficult to do. I don't even know where to begin, but it is something that I really want to happen. For situations like this, sign a contract, 1 year, 2 year, whatever you agree on. But that CBA has to come first. Cash them or trash them for me. Jake Myers will win the American League center field Gold Glove this year.
I'm going to trash that.
Trash. Ooh, he was a finalist last year. Why so quick?
That's fine, because I don't believe in him as much defensively as you do. So I'm gonna have to stick with my take, and so I'll say no.
All right.
Some take lock?
Based on what here?
I don't believe in his arm. I know he can cover some ground. I still think there's also plenty of balls that he takes a bad route to. I think he's terrified of the wall. So
what? He goes crashing into the walls all the time now.
Crashing is an overstatement.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. He gets there and goes straight up and down on it. He ain't crashing into it.
I'll show you one.
From this year.
Why does it have to be this year? Your take is from 3 years ago.
I don't think he's going to do it anymore.
He's done it since you've said this.
Okay. Well, I'm saying it again.
Okay. Brian.
I'm going to trash it. I'd rather have the field in this scenario. I mean, not that he couldn't win it, but you also sometimes see this award as like a kind of a secondary award for a good offensive year, but guy can't win MVP, guy can't win Silver Slugger. You kind of sometimes see that kind of fit into the Gold Glove not process. So I'll go ahead and trash it.
I'm going to tag you in every video I see of Myers crashing into the wall. You okay with that?
Yeah, it's fine.
You're not going to
I think you'll ignore it.
I just sent you one. I'll do more if I find them. What's yours, Brian?
I have a feeling where you guys are gonna vote on this based off the last couple segments here and just your takes from overall the season. Although I think Jeremy might be locked into agreeing with me because of some spicy takes he's given. But I think the Rockets are more likely to make the Western Conference Finals than lose in the first round. I like them. Now, the Warriors is obviously going to be a concern. They haven't done historically well against them, but I was very encouraged by that last meeting against the Warriors, especially with how well Amin locked up Steph Curry. I think they're younger, they're more athletic. I think their team, the roster overall is deeper, and I don't. If they get past the Warriors, I would fear the Lakers or the Timberwolves even less than I would fear the Warriors. So give me the Rockets to the Western Conference Finals before or more likely than losing in the first round.
You know me.
Yeah, I know.
I'm trashing this one.
Yeah.
I just trash. I can't see that. I can't see that as the better chance. I think that there's a chance that no matter what seed they are, they can get bounced in the first round. I think the Warriors, no matter what they did in the regular season on that final game, I think the Warriors in the playoffs are a different animal. So I will trash it.
I think it's close, but I'm going to have to trash it too.
Trash.
I would give the slight edge to them losing in the first round and winning back-to-back series against potentially Golden State and the Lakers. I think it's kind of close, but there's no way that the odds are better that the odds of them getting to the Western Conference Finals are what, plus 750, we just said? What are the odds of them winning or losing in the first round? If it's Golden State, it might be 50-50.
Yeah, I just closed it. I had seen I saw the odds of that series.
Vegas would trash this.
Yep.
Vegas would trash this pretty comfortably because Golden State Houston would be. What do you think Golden State Houston would be, Brian, in Vegas? Maybe Rockets even money?
Yeah, I was
plus
gonna say
105,
minus 120, maybe.
I think it's too high. I think minus 120 is too high. We'll see. I mean, if Golden State wins tonight, we'll have odds tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm.
But plus 750. So let's go minus 120. Be conservative about it. What do you think the odds would be against the Lakers?
Well, I mean, even if the Vegas thinks the Rockets will win, the Lakers are such a public team, they would make the Lakers the favorite.
Yeah,
so I would say Lakers minus 150.
See, I think Vegas would trash this pretty quickly. I think that it's more of a conversation, though. I don't think that it should be ignored and glossed over. But I'm going to trash it. Let's get to a few in the text line. Would college sports ever operate under a cap if they have a CBA? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
that may be.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of the whole point with rev share. Like they're trying to get rid of just pay for play, but it's very difficult to do. Texture says Blankers would rather have the Rockets fail than succeed due to his disdain of the organization.
And that's not true.
I can vouch for that. That's not true. Cash or Trash Ponchos in its heyday was better than Black Eyed Pea. Jaybert.
I don't know if I've ever been to a Ponchos.
What?
Right,
Live a little.
You ever raised the flag?
No.
You never took Lisa to do a date at Ponchos?
No.
Oh, man.
And I love Black Eyed Pea.
I'll go Ponchos.
Ponchos is all you can eat, right?
Yeah, you just raise the flag. I think I go Black Eyed Pea. I didn't really like Ponchos that much.
You guys are just a bunch of gringos.
Fair.
Well, there's that restaurant too.
It is a restaurant. You're right. Amin Thompson would be a better nickel corner than Jalen Petrie. Ocho.
Cash it.
I'm gonna cash it too.
How's his hip turn?
This is the argument of football player, basketball player.
It really is.
Like Amin Thompson could play in the NFL. Amin Thompson could play in the NFL. I'm not sure there's one Houston. Yes, absolutely.
If he trained from like grade school, absolutely.
If Amin Thompson called up Nick Caserio and said, "I'm retiring from the NBA. I don't love the sport. My first dream is football. Will you give me an opportunity?" Nick Caserio would say yes immediately. He wouldn't check with anybody else. Yes, come on over. We'll see what you got. And he'd probably make the team somehow eventually. There's not a single Houston Texan that could do the same thing to Rafael Stone. Not one. Not one.
I think it's possible that at a certain point you put him on the practice squad and you could develop him to try and be an NFL player, because I know that there's plenty of basketball players that become tight ends and other things. Antonio Gates and Tony Gonzalez are two of the best. And what's his name that just made the Hall of Fame from Carolina and the Packers and Bears?
Julius Peppers.
Julius Peppers. So that's probably the truth of it. But Amen Thompson right away with
not right away. You're right.
Yeah, it would be a couple of years.
No, you would in at best. Like there's a good chance that he would never make it. Like, hey, practice squad, we'll work you up to it. Good chance he never makes it.
Yeah.
But Nick Caserio would not hang up that phone.
Oh no, he'd definitely be interested in exploring.
Absolutely. Nick Caserio would say, yes, come on down. We'll get you size for helmet and pads today. Nick Caserio would take that right away. There is not a single Houston Texan that could do that with Rafael Stone. C.J. Stroud talks about how he can hoop.
Yeah.
Rafael Stone would laugh him out of the building. There's not a single player on the Houston Texans that could have that same response that Amen Thompson would have from Nick Caserio.
I think that's the thing that's funny. Like, we've heard over the years that Iverson and T.O. and Myles Garrett and all these guys, they played or they were being recruited by this school or that school to play basketball too. That's fine and dandy. That's a whole different animal than trying to play in the NBA.
No, you're right. This is more basketball to football versus football to basketball. Basketball to football is easy on this one. All right. You have any others?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm done. See, a texter says CJ could hoop. You think CJ could play in the NBA?
No, I do
No
not.
way. I'm not sure he could play D1 level.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's one thing to say, hey, when the kid was coming out of high school, that he had offers to play basketball and football. But but it's a totally different story to say, okay, and especially since then, when you've been one sport focused and you train and lift weights and do all those things to support that sport, now suddenly you're going to like change your body type, lose all this weight, get your quickness back to its highest level, and still have basketball shooting ability and everything. I think it's a hard challenge.
I don't think you can play high major. I really don't.
I think you're probably right.
Texter says Nico can ball. I've never seen Nico ball, but I don't think Rafael Stone would try him out.
No, because you can't. And the other thing is, it's like you don't have a practice squad. You've got two spots that you can do two-way contracts with, so you can't bury him either and develop him.
Yeah, now I'd like to see Nico ball or like his highest level of basketball, because I doubt he could be high major as well. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Car wrecks of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Basketball players can translate to the NFL, not the other way around. Texture, completely agree. Better conversion rate, I think. All right, cash them or trash them. No, we already did that. Car wreck of the day. 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day, Blankers?
The car wreck of the day is Vice President J.D. Vance. They had the Ohio State Buckeyes at the White House to celebrate their national championship. And J.D. evidently, as an Ohio guy too, didn't realize that the trophy comes in two parts. So he raised the trophy and let go of the base to get just the top gold part, and the base went crashing to the ground.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, what makes it even weirder, like, if I were to, even if I didn't know, like, if I were to pick up that trophy, the way it looks, you would always, the way it looks, you wouldn't lift it from the cylinder at the top because of how thin it is.
Right.
You would pick it up from the base. So, I mean, even if you didn't know that it came apart, that it was
probably
two separate
better
pieces,
though that the base crashed as opposed to the metal that could dent and everything. And
to be fair, he did pick it up from the base. I just pulled it up. His left hand is on the base and his right hand is on the
he must not
gold
have had
trophy.
much pressure on it then, on the base then.
Well, it was like it was on like a flat table, so it was hard for him to get underneath it. Yeah, I bet you I could see myself making this mistake. That's
this
a tough
was
one.
done at a golf tournament, I want to say too, where like the trophy broke.
It looks like it was already broken. Like, how is this so? How like it's like
it's
they're
two
not
pieces.
connected.
Yeah, they're not connected. They just
That's the
it
thing.
slides in.
Yeah, it's like a stand that the metal trophy is supposed to sit on.
I mean, I think he tried to hold it right.
I don't. I think
based on it, how would you pick up this trophy?
Two hands.
He has two hands.
Well, but two hands on the base.
I feel like that would still see. I feel like two hands on the base could also easily slip off.
We agree to disagree.
Yeah, we need to disagree.
So you would have both hands on the base?
Yeah.
And go straight up.
Yeah, it's probably the play. Huh, that's funny. It just falls right off right now.
Sure does. And then he's kind of like, uh-oh.
That's funny. I'm going to nominate Tax Day. No one likes Tax Day. No one. And it's Tax Day. So my car wreck is Tax Day.
Was that I mean, one of us doesn't have their taxes done. So, I mean, secondary shout out to Joel not having his taxes done.
No, I put that in my notes at like 9 a.m., so I had no idea. Tax Day is my car wreck. No one likes Tax Day.
Yeah.
Agreed there.
So I have two car wreck of the day nominees. One, the cell phone connection of caller Brian. I don't even remember what he was trying to tell us now because the audio or the sound quality of his phone was so bad.
He was telling us that Palillo got in a fight.
Oh, that's right. We can never get the information from because we couldn't hear him.
Oh, yeah.
The other one, and this is circulated, I think, on all the shows by this point, but if you missed it, there was a Rangers Blue Jays broadcast last night where they did a kind of sideline reporter out in the stands talking to fans, and this sideline reporter for Rangers tried to use the opportunity to pick up some chicks.
Braves.
Oh, it was the Braves? My bad.
Car wreck is Brian.
Car wreck Brian, yeah.
All right, good. How are you guys feeling about rooting for the Braves today?
Oof, I don't know. I'm hoping for the best.
What about you? Are you a Braves fan now?
Not quite.
Not quite. All right, I'm gonna go to work up here, guys. Good luck the rest of the way.
Okay, Wiley. You got 4 innings to get the numbers.
Come on.
Get us some more Braves fans.
All right, so they want me to get your number.
They want you to get my
number. I'm dead serious. They're saying in my ear right now. She didn't believe me because she thinks you guys are not. I'm making this up. Even if you guys weren't, I might use that in the future. That's actually a pretty good move.
This is unbelievable.
So the best part of this right now is that Wiley could totally be faking it. This might be the new move. Just walk around with a FanDuel microphone and an earpiece in and convince fans that they're actually on TV.
I should have thought of this years ago.
Brian, how is this a car wreck?
I am speechless.
You don't
I
find
got
it a
the
little
number. We're
cringy?
good.
No, he got her number. How is this a car wreck?
It
It's a
was
success.
successful. Yeah, it was successful. It just comes off a little cringy. It was more. I think it was more the line at the beginning, like, "Oh, well, guys, back to you. I'm going to be busy the rest of the night." This is going to be the humor was a little cringy.
This is going to be a future rom-com. Like this could, like, what if they get married and like have a long, lovey life together?
The sideline reporter did tweet out a picture later that night of just oysters, leading some to believe he was pretty successful.
Now that's kind of creepy.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
That's actually very creepy. That should have been the car wreck.
Now, do you think that initially they were asking him to get the number, or were they saying that he had to like find the number, find numbers of people that were Braves fans? That's what it sounded like to me.
I thought they were egging him on.
I thought they were very clearly saying to get the phone number.
Okay.
Yeah, they were egging him on.
Yeah, I don't think it's a car wreck, though. Don't think it's a car wreck. Uncle Barney says Fromber is the car wreck of the day.
Oh, yeah, good call.
Another texter, Josh from Seabrook, that the one guy's cell signal. Yeah, so that's a good call on that one. Car wreck of the day is the 45-year-old husband of 5 years who filed for divorce after seeing his wife seduced by Usher. That was a few days ago. I saw that. That's kind of weird.
That is weird.
All right, what's winning?
Caller Brian?
Yeah,
Caller Brian or producer Brian?
Caller Brian, damn it.
The Braves or the Blue Jays?
All right, we'll give it to caller Brian. His reception was tragic. Really bad. All right, it's going to do it for us. Soccer Matters coming up next. He's going to have goalkeeper Blake Gillingham and former U.S. men's national team player Marcelo Balboa. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank on Brian. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Goodbye.
TNT. Glenn, you know, they make shavers. They make shavers.
Not that kind of hair.
Oh.
Whose golf club is this?
Oh, it's Jeremy played with it.
Okay.
When he's here.
Where is he?
This is on location for U of H baseball.
Oh, he does all U of H?
At Rice.
I got it. How you doing, Paisan?
Hey, man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. Going to put my mom's ashes in a military cemetery tomorrow. Well, no, it's good. It's closure. Friday, actually.
We're going to sprinkle them or
No, they go in a vault. They go in my vault, and it's got my dad's Marine Corps stuff, and then we have an inscription on it. They were married 73 years.
Oh, that's great.
It's fucking unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah. I made it 4, Paisan. I made it 4.
Yeah, I'm still going, but yeah.
You're good, Paisan. You're going to break the record, Paisan.
Oh.
So I heard it kind of went in and out a little on the way. Like dead air. There was a little dead air.
Yeah, I don't know.
So these mics are live, so be very careful. These mics are hot.
I know. I've been taking them out.
I heard the guys, yeah.
I've been taking them out of program all night, but it hasn't seemed to matter.
Okay, and you got the 2 phone numbers, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful. And we're going to hit some sound in the beginning. Yep. Yes, sir. Hey, Soccer Matters, ESPN 9. All right, H-Town, stand up. This is Soccer Matters from Soccer City, USA, where nightly fields across the state of Texas are spilling over with players of all ages, and the passion for this game reigns. And I would say that right here in Houston, Texas, because in 2026, we will host 7 World Cup matches. I'm Glenn Davis, bringing you everything in the world of soccer here tonight. The field, the pitch, it's our canvas. We're going to paint it tonight. We're going to paint it with passion, and we're going to talk some international soccer, Dynamo. We're going to talk Champions League. We're going to talk the Clásico Regio on Soccer Matters. Let's hear from the greats in the game and more here tonight. 423 days away from the World Cup opener in Azteca Stadium in Mexico. 423 days away. The U.S. and Canada also hosting. We have 7 matches in Houston, as mentioned. This is pretty amazing. And an example of why this is a great soccer city, I'm over at Little Patagonia Empanadas. Brian, you're going to appreciate this story. I'm getting a little spike with an espresso. I come out the door. There's a guy with a PSG jersey on, Paris Saint-Germain. They advanced today after getting a little scare from Aston Villa in the Champions League. And I said to the guy, I said, hey, a little nervy today, huh? And he goes, yeah. I said, you know what? I like this team better than any PSG version with Mbappe, Neymar, yada, yada, yada. He was all over it. We agreed. We talked a little bit. I looked at my watch. I said, I better hurry up. And when I left, I yelled, I said, hey, I'm not surprised if they win the Champions League. He was all smiles, PSG jersey. I mean, this city has more supporters of soccer teams spread throughout, and it's just, we don't even know the depth of it. It's pretty amazing. Brian, thank you for helping get everything together and all the good sound here tonight, doing your great,
no problem.
Your great producing as always. By the way, I got a good tip-off from Jeremy and Joel of the Killer Bees that these mics are hot here tonight, so I will be on my best behavior.
Yeah. No F-bombs during the breaks.
All right. Big shout-out to our presenting sponsor, John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. I got a lot of Dynamo stuff to talk about here tonight. Big George Foreman, the celebration of his life. Watched some of that. What a huge figure. What a positive man. And you know what? We should all be so lucky to leave life affecting as many people as Big George did. I had a chance to meet him once at the Houston Sports Awards. So tonight we have on the show former U.S. international Marcelo Balboa. We're going to talk with Marcelo about playing in a World Cup. We're going to talk about Major League Soccer. He calls a lot of games. Him and I did 6 years of national broadcasts on HDNet. So we're going to bounce around a couple of things and some of the big topics in MLS as well. He played well after getting thrust into the starting role. Creighton Blue Jay. His name is Blake Gillingham. Blake is going to join us tonight here, Houston Dynamo goalkeeper. And talk about a guy living up to opportunity. Can you imagine? You're on the team. Nobody really knows who you are. And then all of a sudden you get an injury, a season ending to Andrew Tarbell. And then out goes Jimmy Maurer. And now you're the starting goalkeeper. You play well. And now there's another goalkeeper that's been brought in, Jonathan Bond from Watford. This is professional sports in a nutshell, and it's what have you done for me lately, quite frankly. Some of our great sponsors, Nico Nikos, Greek and American Cafe, Cactus Music. By the way, 50th year for Cactus Music, and we got some great music tonight. Lamont Brands, Senate Avenue Brewing, where we do our live shows. Danish Inspirations, Modern Contemporary Furniture, Hugh O'Connor's Pub, and then Inland Beach Soccer. And don't forget, the Inland Beach Soccer Tournament is coming up May 10th. We've got more on that here tonight, but it's Inland Sand Soccer. And if you're a youth player, adults, you want to put a team together, you want to get out there, you want to have a lot of fun. And I think it's a great sort of accessory to your normal training where you've got a coach shouting at you. Put some of these youth teams together, get out there, play on the sand. It's fun. It's different. You got to flick the ball up to yourself and volley. There's a lot of different things you can do with bicycle kicks and some acrobatics because you have the comfort of the sand, and they are playing with goalkeepers. So it's 4 versus 4 with goalkeepers. Local perspective, the Dynamo a 1-1 draw in L.A. We'll talk about that tonight, and we'll take your phone calls on it, 713-780-3776. Where are you, Dynamo fan? Where do you feel right now? That one's one I want to break down a little bit because that was a very winnable game, no matter what your roster is right now. I know I got a lot on social media or a handful of people. Oh, it's a great point on the road, and I'd rather lose games on the road and win a few more and take 3 points. Frankly, and I know the 1-1 draw on the road is the standard for getting something out of the game. I get that. But this is an LA team that's reeling. They haven't won a game in Major League Soccer. And I know they're the defending MLS Cup champions, but you're not dealing with Dejan Jovic. You're not dealing with Ricky Puig. Yes, you're dealing with probably the best winger set in the league in Joseph Paintsil and then Gabriel Peck. I don't know where they found these guys, but LA did a good job with those two wingers. But anyway, we'll talk about that tonight. I got some updates on Andre Lignar, who is the Dynamo DP, and Pablo Ortiz on their availability. So, look, I want to start tonight by just readdressing the current state of the U.S. men's national team. And we're all kind of down. We want to be up. We want to be riding the wave going towards a positive 2026 World Cup. And they took a lot of healthy criticism, and it was all fair criticism after a poor showing in the Nations League under the new manager, Mauricio Pochettino. So it has led to a lot of angst, nervousness, anxiousness. The criticism was warranted. The effort was not good enough, and the current national team must always show fight and determination every time that they play. That's the standard that was set before them from guys like the guy who's coming on the show tonight, Marcelo Balboa, who have worn the jersey. And this is duly noted. And the criticism came from a lot of areas, and even some players whose commitment during their national team career was questioned, quite frankly. I mean, Landon Donovan, people questioned him, his commitment, maybe why he didn't stay in Europe. He got the nickname Landy Cakes from a lot of you out there, but he fought through the criticism. That said, I'm not concerned about these players, and I'm not worried that they don't have the intestinal fortitude and the backbone of competition and desire. The question is, why does it not manifest itself more when they come into play for the national team? And that has to do also with Mauricio Pochettino. And especially right before a World Cup, where some are even trying to cement a place on the team to be a part of the world's greatest sporting event. But don't tell me that Christian Pulisic at Milan, Weston McKennie at Juventus, and I'm using these as examples, Tyler Adams at Bournemouth, to name a few, aren't competitors. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that they're soft. They're not soft. Did you watch the last World Cup? Were they soft in the last World Cup? The drama and effort that they made to advance in that World Cup, playing full minutes, the guys I'm talking about were on the field the whole time, got them into the next round. Do you think they just stepped into legendary clubs like Milan, Juventus, in the case of Pulisic, Dortmund, Chelsea, Premier League, Serie A? Are you kidding? You know how judged those guys were? It's just another American, and Americans can't play. They got a lot of that stuff too. Trust me. They get that stick as American players. You bet they did. So don't tell me that these guys don't have backbone. They got to make it manifest with the national team. The climb for the American player has never been easy. It's not easy, but they're on historic soccer clubs. So they went through a lot of stuff that we don't see. So it's really easy to say, oh, our youth soccer system's messed up. Yes, it is. But those guys rose through it. So let's keep this in context. They didn't have it in the Nations League, but they better reclaim it real fast. And they better reclaim the passion for the shirt the next time they put it on and every time thereafter. Because we on the outside are counting on you. We got to make a run in this World Cup. We're hosting it. So we're hosting 7 matches at Energy Stadium in 2026. This World Cup, there's 48 teams. We all complained about the amount of teams in this World Cup. It's a huge jump in the mind of the purist. I'm the purist. I don't care about expansion. I don't want it to be participatory. I don't want everybody to get a medal. I do understand that it's nice that others get to be a part of it. But what I think I'm seeing with 48 teams here is content, participation, and dollars. But we are also systematically watching, and I hope I'm really wrong here. I think we're watching the demystifying of the uniqueness and the specialness of the World Cup. You are now making the most unique sporting event more participatory. You are taking away meritocracy and competition. It is fading slowly. And now I hope you're sitting down, because what I'm about to tell you might shock you. FIFA is exploring in 2030 a World Cup that may include 64 teams. So you see the beauty of the World Cup because it's every 4 years. There's a qualification. Somebody's going to do something in a World Cup. The qualification is long. It's arduous to get to achievement, to win a World Cup. You realize how few athletes in the world have won the World Cup, if you really think about it? It's a number I'd love to find out. By the way, all you crack data guys, let's get on that. Data guys are happy when you win. Data guys don't talk when you're losing. They're all quiet, which is pretty funny. But the qualification process, the arduous nature of it, how long it is. But when you win a World Cup, it's indelibly, you are history, etched in the mind of world football and your country. These moments become a benchmark for people. Like you remember your first rock concert or your first girlfriend or boyfriend. You remember where you were when your country won the World Cup. And I bet you there's some people out there that can tell me that right now. 713-780-3776. Argentines remember exactly where they were when Leo Messi and Argentina got by France to win the last World Cup. Every 4 years means a singular play, a singular moment can become historic, iconic, whatever you want to say, a benchmark. Pelé to Carlos Alberto for the goal in the 4-1 win over Italy in the 70 World Cup. Maradona and the hand of God against England. Who forgets that? Manuel Negrete's volley in Azteca Stadium for Mexico fans in front of 100,000. I mean, we can go on and on. Their bomber of West Germany, Gerd Muller, to win the World Cup over the Netherlands in 1974. I watched this on a screen at Madison Square Garden. It wasn't even on TV in the U.S. then. Oh, my heart goes out to all my Dutch friends. The greatest country to never have won a World Cup. Jan-Luc, you know what I'm talking about. Spain, Portugal, and Morocco are going to host the 2030 World Cup. It'll be the 100th anniversary of the World Cup, which was first held in Uruguay. Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay are going to host a singular match in 2030. But 64 teams. Oh, boy. Yes, FIFA is reviewing a formal proposal. Now, the good news is this. It was submitted by CONMEBOL President Alejandro Dominguez. Way to go, Alejandro. That's a great idea. During sort of their Congress and their meeting. The expansion aims to commemorate the tournament's 100th anniversary. Why do you have to expand to celebrate a 100th anniversary? It will be on 3 continents, South America, Europe, and Africa. And there will be 6 host nations. There was pushback, and we're going to give credit to the CONCACAF president, Victor Montagliani, because he pushed back on this. He does not like the further expansion of the tournament and turning this into a much larger ecosystem. UEFA president, Alexander Seferin, labeled the idea a bad idea, citing potential organizational challenges. It's going to be discussed further, but in this day and age of taking sport and the word expansion and franchises, and it's all for one reason. We all know what the one reason is. All right. Do not forget, we have the Gold Cup final coming to Houston, and you can learn about it. You can get in line in the queue for the tickets, lsse.net, lsse.net. Shell Energy is going to have June 19th, Haiti, Trinidad, Tobago, June 21st, Canada, Curacao. By the way, the head coach of Curacao is the legendary Dick Advocat. Dick Advocat is a legendary coach. He actually played in the North American Soccer League here in the United States. The game to see down there, though, from a passion and a World Cup feel standpoint, is going to be Honduras and El Salvador on the 21st. Yeah, Guatemala, Guadeloupe, Canada, and El Salvador will also play. All right. Brian, can we go to the Gary Neville? And I've pulled a couple of sound bites that kind of connected with me. Here's Gary Neville, the former Manchester United great. Now, Gary's not afraid to talk. He speaks out. Here's his micromanagement piece, and he calls this an illness to the game. In other words, the amount of data and coaching.
I sort of know what he's saying by the fact that obviously when they play against City, they're probably worried before they go into a game against Lyon in midweek that they're going to get a bit of a doing. But I don't think there was one player walked off that pitch at the end that was disappointed about drawing the game 0-0.
From either side?
From either side. I think they all sort of walked off thinking, we're okay here. We got away without making a mistake. I think that was the sort of type of game. It was really disappointing. And I apologise for my cold commentary, actually. I think I let it get to me. I was boring on there as well. That was drab as well. It honestly, just the whole game. There's part of me, I get what he's saying about it being that point in the season, about City United are in a difficult moment. But this robotic nature of not leaving our positions, of basically being micromanaged within an inch of our lives, of not having any freedom to take a risk to go and try and win a football match, is becoming an illness in the game. It's becoming a disease in the game. And I think ultimately, think about Pep Guardiola and his teams over the last 10 years. That's what his teams do. But we're seeing poor imitations of that across the board now. You know, United's goalkeeper rolling his foot on the ball and waiting for things to happen. That's not it. That's not what this club is. That's not what we do here. You know, Liverpool don't do that. You've got to be a top team with tempo in your play, rhythm in your play, get the ball moving, shift it quickly. And also, I think from a United perspective, I get why he's gone deep. I get why he's gone back into a sort of, like he called it, a low block. But that's what we've seen from Jose Mourinho. It's what we've seen from Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. It's what we've seen from Erik ten Hag. They've all come in with the intention of playing high press, high energy football, but all end up going back to a low block in big games. And I do understand why Ruben Amorim's done that today with the players he's got, because he hasn't got the players to adapt. They need 5 new players, Manchester United, straight away before you even think about the rest of it. The 3 up front are not good enough. The 2 behind and the 1 and the 2 wing backs, they're not good enough. So they need 5 players. They need to serve him with 5 players who are good enough in this system to be able to play his system the way he wants. But the game today really was quite depressing for me, because I think we're seeing a lot of these types of games. And the Premier League is about excitement. It's about thrill. It's about risk. And there was nothing like that in that game.
Now, he was talking about the City game. Now, in defense of everything that's going on, and there's a lot in there, and there's a lot of positions you could take here. But he's not wrong when he says it has gotten a little bit robotic. Now, somebody could say to me, hey, but Glenn, there's a lot of goals scored in the Premier League. You're not wrong. But you can notice this is carried over to other leagues in the world. You can notice this in Major League Soccer as well. Take the Chicago game this past weekend. There's 62,000 people there. It's their biggest crowd ever. Lionel Messi's there, right? 62,000. And their goalkeeper is standing on the ball, and the crowd is booing him. It's the largest crowd ever at Soldier Field. It's a slow, boring first half. Their goalkeeper's putting their foot on the ball, and he's being booed. Now, if I'm the owner of that team, and I'm in a league where 18 out of 30 make the playoffs, I'm going to my coach, and the owner's name is Joe Mansueto. They've also got a sporting director, Greg Broughton. Now, I'm going down to Greg Berhalter, and I'm saying, guess what, Greg? You're pulling off your tactics tonight. You're going to open up, because this is about entertaining and winning over unique fans that are in the building here tonight. This is a huge opportunity for us. Let's take advantage of it. I understand the coach just wants to win. That's great. And doesn't want to move off the growth and development of his teams. But come on, 18 teams make the playoffs. You're off to a good start. This was a night to try and grow the interest in your franchise. A night you must entertain before anything. Yes, entertain, open up, attack, have goals scored. And I know this is a big picture, macro look, but you can do that in MLS based on the way this is going. But much like Gary Neville said, this putting a foot on the ball and it is robotic. He's not wrong, and it is boring, and we have to take a look at this. You got to be very careful because people want to be entertained. People want to see goals. What better night to do it with Lionel Messi there? And Messi was tired. Inter Miami was tired, and Messi still hit the crossbar twice. All right. I think it's time to take our break there. I'm going to get off my soapbox here. I do want to tell you a little bit about a couple of really big events coming up. May 10th, Third Coast Sand Complex, 5652 Forney in Houston. This is a beach sand soccer tournament. It's 4 versus 4 with goalkeepers. You can have rosters up to 8 substitutions. You can strategically be the coach. I think it's a great thing for youth players to not be there and being coached. It's open to youth and adult. You can register your team at inlandsoccer.com. You use the promo code Soccer Matters, you'll get 25 off the registration. Great opportunity to show off your skills in a different environment, maybe away from coaches. I would say adults get, 6, 7, 8 of your players and go down there and just have a fun time, because on the sand, you can do different things. You can attempt different things. You can be creative. You can flick the ball up to yourself. So you go there for competition. You go there for fun. If you're adults, well, you know what you're doing? A couple of beverages and playing. Again, it's May 10th, Third Coast Sand Soccer Complex, 5652 Forney, 4 versus 4 beach soccer tournament, 3 plus a keeper. And all you got to do is get the details over at inlandsandsoccer.com, inlandsandsoccer.com. Now, this tune right here, this is Thomas Rhett. It's called Something About a Woman. It's a very popular song. And by the way, Cactus is going to like that I played this. They'll be like, Glenn's on top of it music-wise. Guess what? 50-year anniversary for Cactus Music. Let's take a break. Let's come back. We got more to talk about, including Champions League, Tigres, and let's start getting some phone calls in here at 713-780-3776. In fact, right now, a pair of tickets to caller number 4 at 713-780-3776.
That's 281-948-5274.
The stars are bright at the Chevron Championship. Nelly Corda, Lydia Ko, Lauren Coughlin, and Lillian Vu are coming to the Woodlands from April 24th to the 27th. Watch these golf superstars and more at the LPGA Tour's first major of the year. Don't miss your chance to see the world's best compete for the glory. Tickets on sale now at thechevronchampionship.com. Get yours today. We'll see you there. Thechevronchampionship.com. That's thechevronchampionship.com. Glenn Davis here with the Daspit Law from DaspitLaw.com. John Daspit and Daspit Law Firm with personal injury attorneys ready to handle your case. If you get in a car, boat, motorcycle accident, work construction, drive an 18-wheeler, or work in a refinery, well, if you get in an accident, you need the expertise of the best in the business. The Daspit Law Firm. DaspitLaw.com. 713-CALL NOW. 713-CALL NOW by England. The Daspit Law Firm passionately pursuing justice for the injured. Proud sponsors of Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Man, you came back in perfect with that, Brian. Oh, now this is Black Sabbath, Tomorrow's Dream. And again, Cactus. Cactus would love all my selections because I mix it up. Well, I lean a little towards classic rock, I have to be honest. I almost had a wild hair and almost drove up to see AC/DC in Arlington last night.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
About noon, I was about 70-30 going at noon, and then all of a sudden something occurred that stunted me from going.
Gotcha. But you do mix it up. You've played country, you played electronic.
Oh, absolutely.
You've
you
played Run DMC. You've definitely run the gamut.
I love it all. I'm probably, I wouldn't mind if listeners told me some of their current songs that they would like. All right, 713-780-3776. Let me give you a quick word here for an incredible small batch brewery and kitchen. It's open 7 days of the week for lunch and dinner. It's great craft beer. It's for sale only in the Jersey Village tap room, and we are talking about Senate Avenue Brewery. They have daily specials from the kitchen. Steak and Steins on Thursday. You bring a Stein in, $20, you get a steak and a side, plus you bring your own Stein up to a liter. They fill it up for the price of a pint. Fish and chips on Friday. But this is where we're doing every month, every second Tuesday. And I'd love to see people out there. We had Griffin Dorsey out there last Tuesday. Every second Tuesday of the month, we will have a live show out there. And we'll have players from the Dynamo, the Dash. We had some discussion with G. Guerreri of Texas A&M and Brian Lee of Rice University around the portal and how that's affecting the way they coach. This is Senate Avenue Brewery. It's just right up 290 or right down 290. It's great food too. American grill and pub cuisine, burgers, wings, pizzas. Tuesdays when I'm there, they have these bulgogi bowls, which are really, really healthy. I think because they have a biking group there. Award-winning beer. 2 U.S. Open Beer Championship medals, 3 Texas Craft Brewers Cup medals. That have all been won by Senate Avenue Brewery. The tap room and patio, 7 big screen TVs. They show the Dynamo games there, show a lot of soccer matches all the time. They had the Champions League on today. The patio's dog friendly. Easy directions, 290 to the Senate Avenue exit. And really excited to be doing those live shows. They're fun. I like getting up and close and personal for, a lot of reasons, but the connection with the soccer fan becomes great. And, sometimes it's hard to believe, but there's even people who remember watching me play, which that's scary in itself. All right. I do also want to remind you too, one more time about another great pub. That is Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. Get out there. They've got great whiskey and beer offerings there. Great pub. It's the home of the Liverpool Supporters Group. It is Hugh O'Connor's Pub. And we did a live show at the Dinkins location. So there you go. You can follow us and me. YouTube Soccer Matters, X and Instagram, at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD, Facebook Soccer Matters, and Glenn Davis. This is all shameless promotion. GlennDavisSoccer.com. Like, follow, comment, do all of that stuff. We have been on the radio in Houston for 22 years, believe it or not. Talking soccer, your game. All right. So there you go. All right. So let us get into another soundbite here. And this is another reason that we love the game of soccer. Here's Gary Neville on the lack of dribblers.
You would have players who think, right, okay, it's a one-on-one game. It's a game whereby I've got to try and unlock the door by showing some individual brilliance. But they haven't even got the guts to do that anymore because they're frightened to death of giving the ball away. So they recycle it back through their fullback or the midfield player. And we're seeing far too much of it.
So that's a pretty simple one. But there is no better weapon to break down a well put together tactical team and an opponent's tactics than the individual soccer player. All you have to do is beat one person off the dribble in a dangerous area of the field, and everybody has to adjust to it. It's a really simple theory. Now, you've heard me on this show say the Dynamo need more dribblers. I believe that. To add to the things that they have and want in place, which is a tight-knit passing game, staying tight together so that when the ball's lost, you can press. But the team is... It's not as good a possession team as it once was without Hector. They're trying to get back there without Hector Herrera and without Coco Carrasquilla. Plus, I think with Blake Gillingham now, they are playing a little bit more direct. So that means there's a little bit more fight and scrumming for second balls. And so that may affect a little bit your desire to control the game through ball possession and be methodical. So just a thought, but that is one of the reasons I love coming to games. I love seeing people pick a ball up and go one-on-one. And that means as a team, you have to recognize these moments and get it to those players when they are isolated and when they are one-on-one. I saw a great battle in the last game between Escobar and Martinez in the home game of LAFC. And Martinez finally, got isolated with Escobar, got past him. There was no second defender, got in on goal, and Blake Gillingham made a great save with his right leg. So these are things that people certainly like to go to games for. All right. So it's called the Clásico Regio. And as everybody knows here in Houston, Texas, we have a ton of fans that support Tigres of Monterrey, that support Rayados of Monterrey. They drive across the border to go back and watch their games. By the way, the Dynamo will play Tigres in the Leagues Cup. That is a game you don't want to miss. There is going to be an edge there, and Tigres is going to, and they're probably already, well, they're not thinking about it now because they're worried about the playoffs in League MX. But I will tell you, when they come to Houston to play the Dynamo in Leagues Cup, they're going to want to dominate that stadium. They want to own it. They want to make it their own. And the hype when they come in is going to be real, and it's going to be big. And they played this weekend their derby match, which is, in this part of the world, one of the great derbies. It's the Monterrey Derby. They call it the Clásico Regio, if I'm saying it right. There's probably somebody out there who speaks Spanish laughing their ass off right now. Whoops, that's a bad word. Excuse me. Laughing their you-know-what off. All right, so Sergio Ramos went to the penalty spot. Nahuel Guzman in goal for Tigres. Here's what it sounded like.
Silbatazo. Viene Ramos. ¡Ramos! 1-0 arriba Rayados. Fuerte raso y muy bien colocado. Tercero de la temporada del Español, pero más importante, Rayados está ganando en el Volcán.
So it's 1-0 Monterrey. This game is at El Volcán. It's the home of Tigres. And this is an amazing game from the standpoint of just the pure passion. And I watched it on replay. And to watch it on replay, I felt it sitting on a couch. Okay? So it's late. It's 1-0 Rayados. They think they're coming in to El Volcan, the legendary stadium. They think they're going to steal it. And what happens? But Sebastian Cordova, who many will remember, who played here against Inter Miami at Energy Stadium, the match put on there by LSSE.net. So, Sebastian Cordova with the equalizer.
Como mínimo, el disparo, 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 gol. Córdoba tiene el empate para Tigre. 1-1.
Unbelievable. So the inevitable would happen in stoppage time. Check this out. It's a tremendous piece of delivery from Gororian to Nicolas Ibanez. Climbs up over everybody, towers over everybody, pounds in the header, and Tigres wins it in stoppage time. Here's what it sounded like.
Sigue Joaquín, se va a meter, abre bien para Gorriarán, que llega y saca el centro. Buen centro, buen centro. ¡Cabezazo, gol! ¡Cabezazo, gol! ¡Gol de Tigre! Un gran frentazo. ¡Qué centro de Gorriarán! ¡Qué centro de Gorriarán, eh!
Yeah, you notice the commentator? He points out the delivery from Gororian, which, I mean, you watch this type of delivery and it gives somebody a chance. I mean, you just look at this delivery and you're just like, you want to jump off your couch and try to head it in. This is Gary Newman. So I'm going to recap Tigres a little later, but we're coming up next with Houston Dynamo goalkeeper Blake Gillingham. He's coming next. This is a song called We Take Mystery to Bed by Gary Newman. Does a lot of industrial now, but back then he had I liked his stuff back then. He had that famous song in the 80s called Cars. This was a very, very cool album. This is a good, very, very good song, in my opinion. All right, as we go to break, LamontBrands.com for the T-shirts and hats. I just posted a picture of the Soccer Matters hat. You can order them at LamontBrands.com. You can also pick up the T-shirts there. I'm going to tell you right now, for the Colorado game on Saturday night, I'm going to be doing the Apple broadcast. I will bring a couple of these hats, and I'm going to flip them out of my TV booth to somebody who wants them. A couple of T-shirts, too. We'll have a little bit of fun. Got to make it fun, right? We still have Dynamo Talk tonight. We still have recap of the Tigres Rayados game. We also still have tonight Champions League talk. I mean, there's a lot to get to. I'm going to try to get all of this in. And we also got a great interview with Marcelo Balboa coming up. We're going to switch gears. Houston Dynamo goalkeeper Blake Gillingham coming up next.
Here's a ball inside the area. Again, it's Ramirez, and he's denied by the young goalkeeper who was decisive, it has to be said, coming off his line at Gillingham.
You are listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. This is EMF, Unbelievable. And if you remember the comedian, Brian, who's in this song? I might have to reveal it later.
Yeah, not coming to mind. I don't know this one.
Andrew Dice Clay's
Oh, yeah. Well, I think he's been canceled, but yeah.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. All right, couple of quick things here. Advantage BMW in Midtown. Get down there. Tell them Soccer Matters sent you if you want to get into a BMW. I've been going there for years. They took care of me with another X5. Absolutely love driving this car. Advantage BMW in Midtown. Also, again, I will remind you about the Inland Sand Soccer Tournament, May 10th. Third Coast Sand Complex, 5652 Forney. Register at inlandsandsoccer.com. Promo code Soccer Matters. And then, of course, a big shout out to John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm is daspitlaw.com. Okay, Houston Dynamo taking on the Colorado Rapids this weekend. One of the big stories this year has been the play of goalkeeper Blake Gillingham. And Blake joins us now. Blake, thank you so much for coming on tonight.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is a bit of a whirlwind for you, right? All of a sudden, you're the starting goalkeeper. Two goalkeepers go down, Andrew Tarbell, Jimmy Maurer, and you've been up to the moment. Just take me into that and kind of mentally what was going on with you, and then you get thrust into places like Portland and Seattle. This was not the, you were thrown in the deep end, I think.
100%. I was thrown right into the fire. And again, it's not the most ideal way, after Tarbell and Maurer going down, because those guys have been nothing but good to me. They've both been my mentors, goalkeeping wise, and, taking care of my mental health wise. But goalkeeping is all about the opportunity. And, when the opportunity arrives, you just got to be ready to take it. And I feel like I was ready to take it. And in the training, especially with the coach of Tim Hanley and Ben Olsen, those guys are always making sure every single guy on the team is prepared to play, because you never know what happens in a game and the next man up. And I'm just grateful for the opportunity and that I was able to take it, as well as the coaches and the players trusting me to do my job. So it was a very interesting atmosphere out in Seattle and Portland, but it was super fun to get thrown into the fire, and I wouldn't want it any other way.
Yeah, do you have to take the position in a way where, yes, it's stressful. Yes, you're the last man. Yes, you can win a game. You can also lose a game. But it is a rare, unique position, and it is fun, right?
100%. Yeah, I wouldn't want to play any other position. I mean, I love it, and I'm really enjoying being able to get some minutes and help the team get hard-earned results. So it's been amazing so far.
Blake Gillingham joining us, Houston Dynamo goalkeeper, has been outstanding. Every game he's come up with the timely save. You did it at home in the last game against LAFC on Martinez when he got in behind the Dynamo defense. Were you tipped off about him and his ability to beat people off the dribble, and that potentially he could be a guy that might turn the corner and get in on goal?
100%. Yeah, him and also Dennis Bawanga, those guys are well known in the league for, winning their 1v1 duels. And I knew that in the game that I'd have to make a few saves, just because, like the guys on LAFC, those are some world-class players, top-quality players. And we have some top-quality players on our team, but those two guys on LAFC are well known for taking guys on 1v1 and creating good opportunities. So I was very well informed and well prepared for the moment.
What was it like playing in front of the big crowds in Portland and Seattle for you?
It was very interesting. Hearing my name get called with some expletives behind it, but it was a really fun atmosphere. Honestly, when I got out there, I didn't really hear anything. I was just very focused and in the moment and in the zone. So I was very focused on the task at hand and helping my team, get points on the road, which is a very tough task to do, especially last weekend in LA. But any type of points that we can get and any type of result really helps out the squad. So I'm just glad that I was able to help out my team.
Blake Gillingham, Houston Dynamo goalkeeper, joining us. All right, you played college soccer at Creighton, the Blue Jays, one of the best college soccer stadiums in the country. Your coach is Johnny Torres, who comes from the Houston area. He won the Herman Award as the top college soccer player in the country. I'm letting my listeners know this. And then went on to have a Major League Soccer career. He's now the head coach at Creighton. He was your head coach. I would assume you might have talked to him, or he saw you play in these games?
Oh yeah, 100%. Him and I are very close, as well as the goalkeeper coach Michael Gabb, who's been amazing. That entire coaching staff, they welcomed me in with open arms, and they taught me everything that I needed to know to be prepared for the next level. And I can't thank those guys enough, and I can't thank Creighton enough for giving me an opportunity as well as a really good education.
Yeah.
So, but Johnny Torres is a legend, and I love that guy. He's amazing.
Houston legend as well when it comes to our great Houston soccer community. All right, so the college game in Creighton, you're playing at a high level, NCAA Division I. Obviously, the next step is Major League Soccer. The players are better overall. That's just the bottom line.
Yep.
What else jumps out to you as different? Could it be something like the way a ball is struck? What are some of the differences now, all of a sudden, when you're in goal in a Major League Soccer game comparatively to a college game?
Yeah, the first thing, especially my first couple weeks of training, was getting used to the speed, not only of the players, but of the possession of the ball and also the striking of the ball 100%, because these guys can knuckle, they can curve, and they can hit it really hard, and they can hit it while on full sprint on the run. So it's about making sure that I'm in the right spots and getting set and ready for any kind of action. And again, like, they're world-class players coming at me at full speed on a sprint and on a dribble. So just making sure that I'm in the right spots is super important, as well as the margin for errors are very small when you get to this level. Like, you miss one pass, it can cause a goal. So that's the one thing is some of the little mistakes that you can make in college aren't acceptable at the pro level. So it's just really getting down to the tiniest little details. And again, a couple inches, especially for goalkeepers, can make all of the difference. So I'm learning a lot, and every single game and every single practice that I've been able to give myself 100% is a chance for a learning experience. So it's been a big step up from college soccer, but I feel like I've been ready to take it, and I'm learning every single thing that I possibly can and taking it all in.
So I'm listening to you. I'm listening to a very mature young man, and you're taking it all in. You're learning. How important is it to have that type of open-minded attitude when it comes to getting to this next level? Because I would imagine you're so zoned in every training session. You're working with a great goalkeeper coach who's got a big reputation in Tim Hanley. Just take me into sort of the mental side, and you get out of your car at the parking lot, and in you walk, and it's kind of game on here when it comes to making yourself into a better